You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novelfire. Chapter 101, 13 Locks Can't Keep You. Gerard's movements were extremely fast. So much so that it wasn't until the severed arm had rolled twice on the ground that Akkad regained his senses. He desperately clutched his wound, letting out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. Gerard, your heart lock has indeed failed. You have now betrayed Lyra. He endured the pain, trying to yell at Gerard, but Gerard didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. He pulled out the metal bar and hacked towards Akkad's other arm. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Gerard's metal bar collided with a slender mechanical arm, sparking tiny sparks. Gerard looked up and saw the mechanical arm extending from behind Akkad. At this moment, Akkad's back was throbbing wildly, as if something was struggling to break free from his body. Sensing something wrong, Gerard attacked Akkad's head directly, but the suddenly emerging mechanical arm began to block. Clang, clang, clang. A series of hammering sounds and sparks erupted on Akkad's forehead, yet he didn't glance at them once, just clutched his head tightly, as if suppressing something. Moments later, he let out a terrible howl, his expression even more agonized than when Gerard had sliced off his arm, and the throbbing in his back had reached its limit. One after another, slender mechanical arms continuously burrowed out from behind him, tearing with a ripping sound that left it uncertain whether it was clothes or flesh being shredded. In a very short time, Akkad had completely transformed. He went from looking like an ordinary person who hadn't undergone much metal modification to a monster hiding 8 mechanical arms in his body, the fully extended arms making him resemble a tall spider. Then Akkad manipulated these 8 mechanical arms, stabbing at Gerard, who immediately retreated as the mechanical arms left hole after hole in the floor in front of him. Having temporarily forced Gerard back, Akkad clutched his head again, gasping heavily. Clearly, the 8 mechanical arms were no small burden to him. At this moment, Gerard finally had time to express his surprise. He had not anticipated that Akkad would transform in such a manner. "It seems the one who has betrayed Lyra isn't me," Gerard said slowly. "You are the direct evidence such modification is absolutely not allowed." Hearing Gerard's words, Akkad burst into laughter. His twisted face from the pain made him look particularly sinister. "Sorry, Gerard, your understanding is outdated. Lyra introduced a new law 3 years ago, allowing some previously prohibited mechanical modifications, just like what you see." Gerard narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know about that new law Akkad mentioned. According to Lyra's old rules, metal prosthetics must replace the original limbs and can't be added to an intact body. Simply put, one could trade an original fleshy arm for a new prosthetic one, but couldn't just add on to become a 3-handed being. This was a strictly forbidden red line, one that nobody could cross. But the law from 3 years ago had moved that red line back a bit, though only to allow modifications like 5 fingers becoming 6 fingers. But Akkad had 8 mechanical arms directly added to his body. "You've crossed the line," Gerard said, "by a lot." Yes, I indeed crossed the line, I won't deny that." Akkad kept laughing. "But what's the punishment for crossing the line? Lord Gerard, let me tell you, the penalty provisions for this scheme are still immature, so you might not be aware, but the penalty for crossing the line is a fine of 3,000 silver coins, but it doesn't require the removal of the extra limbs, and sadly, I've already paid that 3,000 silver coins." Akkad's smile grew wider, his 8 mechanical arms all pointing at Gerard. "So, having paid the fine, I have not betrayed Lyra. And you, Lord Gerard, you have no authority to punish me. But you still attacked me. You've already broken the heart lock in your heart. You are the one who has betrayed Lyra. You are the rebel." Faced with Akkad's words, Gerard could not argue because he knew Akkad was right. The heart lock in his heart had long been gone. Otherwise, today he couldn't have so easily taken Carol's information from the archive room, nor so effortlessly severed Akkad's arm. He was now indeed a true rebel. And Akkad still a lawful citizen of Lyra. He looked at Akkad and couldn't help but recall the image of Carol's death. The family photo he held so dear was destroyed along with his life. Gerard's grip on the metal bar tightened. His fingers not replaced by metal were lacerated by the sharp metal bar, dripping with fresh blood. "When did Lyra become like this?" Gerard quietly began. "Is it because of people like you?" Akkad still looked at Gerard with a mocking expression, but his heart remained vigilant, wary of the knight whose heart lock had been undone. Chapter 102, 13 Locks Can't Hold You Too. Well, it looks like that guy wasn't wrong. Gerard slowly raised the metal bar in his hand, aiming it at Akkad. Sometimes I do need to do things that were unimaginable before. Akkad slightly furrowed his brow. That guy. Who was he referring to? Gerard had no intention of explaining, his body leaning forward ever so slightly. Rest assured, Gerard said, after I've slaughtered you, I'll go and pay the fine. What? Sky Tower? The young man sitting alone in the office opened his eyes, and watching the gradually setting sun, suddenly spoke. Why hasn't Akkad returned? Just as an elder pushed open the door and entered, he heard the young man and immediately bowed, saying, Lord Yangzin, Akkad is on the gear train heading to 5th Zone. According to his report, a Knight of Night Star did something outrageous today. He went to handle it, and then an accident happened. Then the elder told the young man everything that had happened that day. The young man fell silent for a while, then said softly, Gerard's heart lock really did break. Yes, the elder replied. It's the first time in 10 years that he's entered the archive room, the first time he's behaved outrageously. Interesting, said the young man with a smile. For the past 10 years, we've been preventing him and trying to eliminate him under the pretext that he was polluted and his heart lock was unstable, even though we knew it was false. But now, his heart lock has truly broken. The elder was silent for a while before saying, It is indeed unexpected, whatever it was that caused the lock in his heart to break. It's been 10 years. That heart lock was able to restrain him for 10 years, already exceeding our expectations, the young man said. That's why we arranged for him to go to Rhine, hoping to truly finish him off. It's just a pity that he was lucky, or rather the Archbishop of Rhine was unlucky, which led to some issues in our plans. After saying this, the young man fell silent again, looking at the sun that was now half sunk, and from his angle it appeared as if the sun were about to be devoured by the steel city of Lyra. After waiting for a while and seeing that the young man showed no intention of speaking, the elder couldn't help but speak. As for Akkad. The young man seemed to suddenly wake up. What about him? He said he felt like he was being targeted, which is why he headed to the 5th Zone, the elder said. What do you think he's been targeted by? In the elder's memory, the young man always dealt with things calmly, suggesting that nothing could ever be beyond his control. This time, however, a hint of hesitation flickered across the young man's face. To be honest, I don't know. The elder's face immediately showed surprise. It's all too coincidental. Everything is too coincidental. The young man's brow furrowed slightly as he continued softly. I didn't feel it before, but thinking about it now, indeed, it's too coincidental. The final moment is about to come. Night Star, who should have died in Rhine, came back unharmed and unlocked the heart lock that hadn't been unlocked for 10 years. He began to act in such a short time and accurately found the entry point. And today, Akkad seems to have been targeted by something. It's all too perfect, too much so. The elder felt unease from the young man's words. What do you mean? After a moment of silence, the young man said, I feel that there is a reason behind these changes, but these clues alone are not enough to find it. I must observe further, however. I have a premonition that Akkad is likely not coming back, and what's chasing him could very well be Gerard. The elder's eyes widened incrementally. How could that be? Not to mention how Gerard could find Akkad. Even if he did, he shouldn't be a match for Akkad, right? Akkad has undergone the rebirth transformation, whereas Gerard, even if his heart lock has been unlocked, his body lock is still in place. I'm just saying I have this premonition, the young man replied softly. Unfortunately, my premonitions tend to become reality, and besides, relying on a body lock to completely restrict a former Night Star. The young man did not finish his sentence, but the elder already understood the implication, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Long after the sun finally disappeared into the iron body of Lyra, and darkness spread across the sky like ink, the elder heard the young man speak. Prepare for the worst and deal with Akkad. Now is not the time for the showdown. The old man's body trembled slightly, but he didn't dare say much more, just quickly promised and left, leaving the young man alone, gazing at Lyra after nightfall. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Inside the cramped carriage, Akkad continuously directed his mechanical arms to attack Gerard. His mechanical arms were specially made, moving at speeds even faster than the most agile and deadly viper during a hunt. In such a space, an outdated relic from a bygone era should not be able to make any effective evasive maneuvers. Of course, Gerard did not evade. He charged straight at Akot, swirling a metal rod in his hand into a circle. What shouldn't have been a weapon became in Gerard's hands like a drawn sword, cutting down one venomous snake after another that leapt at him, the moment of metal against metal emitting a grating and sharp whine with golden sparks scattering. With the escort of sparks, Gerard's advance was unstoppable, and under this overwhelming onslaught he was unharmed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Akot wasn't a combat specialist, nor had he joined any of Lyra's units, but until just moments ago he hadn't considered Gerard to be worth acknowledging because he had received enhancements, the most confidential and state-of-the-art kind. His 8 mechanical arms were each stronger than any prosthetic limb out there, their technical complexity beyond even the capabilities of the devil units that fought against the pollution. So how could such an obsolete relic compete with him? People are like machines. The newer and more advanced ones naturally should replace the older and more outdated ones. But why could this man? Clang! Gerard had already rushed up to Akot, raising the notched but still intact metal rod high before swinging it fiercely at Akot's other arm. Akot immediately prompted 2 mechanical arms to defend himself, and at the same time, a sound emerged from Gerard's metallic body. Chains spread from the deepest parts of the metal body, seeking to restrain the surging Gerard. This was the oldest and most stringent of all of Lyra's metallic creations, the body lock. Initially, the body lock was only applied to the units stationed in the pollution zone, to prevent the troops contaminated by the pollution from using their formidable weapons to harm Lyra in their uncontrolled state. Gradually, the lock spread to all of Lyra, with such a mechanism embedded in everyone's prosthetic limbs, becoming the most critical safeguard for maintaining the security of Lyra. And now it had become Akot's greatest hope. Gerard's body lock had been triggered, and even if his level of body modification was far below that of Lyra's new generation of troops, the body lock could still restrict over 70% of Gerard's strength. In that case, clang! The 2 mechanical arms Akot used to block Gerard's advance were once again chopped down. But the slashing movement did not stop, and the notched metal rod continued to cut into Akot's right shoulder until the rod was fully embedded and finally came to a halt. Alia! Akot let out another wail of agony. The remaining mechanical arms immediately attacked Gerard, who, realizing he could not achieve greater success in this attack, didn't linger in battle but swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Then he looked down at the locks on every metal part of his body, his thighs, chest, and shoulders, all fully deployed, his every movement now heavily restricted. The ancient rules of Lyra were still protecting Akot. But Gerard looked at Akot, who was wailing madly not far away, silently wiping the blood off the metal rod. It's not going to hold. Chapter 103, 14 Overload 2 in 1. Damn it. What the hell is going on with this guy? His left hand is already gone, and his right hand, deeply wounded, could fall off at any moment. He could only use one of his mechanical arms to hold it in place, but the more he pressed, the more painful it became, weakening his combat strength at the moment. And if he didn't press, was he supposed to tear off his own arm? Akot simply didn't have the courage, so he vented all his hatred and anger on Gerard. But it was useless. Even though he was body-locked, the guy seemed unaffected and attacked Akot once again. This time, Gerard aimed for Akot's leg. In less than 10 seconds, a conspicuous wound was left on Akot's leg that could split it in 2 with one more strike. Clearly, Gerard didn't intend to take Akot's life directly. Otherwise, he could have aimed the sword at Akot's neck. A blow there, and Akot couldn't survive. Akot understood that Gerard wanted to capture him alive. If he handed him over to the skeleton troops, years of their preparation might be ruined. That was something Akot definitely didn't want to see, but he had no way out now. His hysterical attacks against Gerard appeared like a child throwing mud at an adult, causing more distraction than harm. After a brief adjustment, Gerard lowered his body, ready to launch another attack. This couldn't go on. Akot's eyes gradually widened. He absolutely couldn't die here, couldn't jeopardize the final plan. When Gerard charged at Akot again, he saw Akot's body beginning to tremble violently, along with the 8 mechanical arms behind him, which suddenly began to flail unpredictably. This made Gerard realize something. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his actions didn't slow down. He swung the metal bar into a semicircle again. The pale golden arc looked like the sun, and he aimed at Akot's neck. But it was still a step too slow. A crisp sound. The wildly flailing mechanical arms chopped down like blades, finally splitting the already overstressed metal bar into two. The other mechanical arms immediately attacked Gerard. Gerard, weaponless, had to retreat. However, by the time he retreated to a safe distance, his body had already acquired 6 or 7 new wounds. Gerard narrowed his eyes slightly. He was sure it wasn't him slowing down. It could only mean the opponent was getting faster. Gerard raised his head, looking to the other end of the carriage. The 8 mechanical arms had become entirely different, more lively, functioning more as a single entity. While previously they were just dead objects controlled by Akkad, merely a weapon, no different in essence from the metal bar in Gerard's hand, now these weapons had come to life. Of course, Gerard knew what this was. Divine skill overload. This was the power of the Lyra god. It allowed the metal body or prosthetic limbs to operate in an overloaded mode for a short time, achieving higher efficiency and greater destructive power. But the cost was the user's mental strength and the life of the machine. Regarding overload, Gerard was naturally among the most knowledgeable, as more than 10 years ago, he and his Night Star had used overload countless times to combat pollutants more powerful than themselves. However, that Akkad could now use overload was somewhat beyond Gerard's understanding. I was planning to wait until I had cut off your limbs before asking you, Gerard said to Akkad, slowly raising the halved metal bar. Lyra initially prohibited adding new prosthetics on top of the original ones because the human brain can't control limbs that aren't its own. But not only did you add them, you added 8. Theoretically, you should either be unable to operate these 8 mechanical arms or go insane the moment you try to. So how exactly did you solve this problem? Gerard stopped midway, because at that moment, Akkad's face had twisted in a way no normal human could manage. His mouth stretched into a bizarre curve as if about to rip his own face apart, saliva uncontrollably drooling from his mouth. It seems you haven't solved this problem. Akkad's expression was ferocious, but his mind was still clear. He growled indistinctly at Gerard. What do you think we sacrificed for the new era? Morality, compassion, rules, Gerard said. I don't know what you've given up, I only know what you've contributed. If your current state is what you seek for the new era, then such an era should not come. I have no time to waste words with you, Gerard. The new era will inevitably arrive, but you won't have the chance to witness it. With that, Akkad attacked Gerard. No, rather than saying Akkad attacked Gerard, it would be more accurate to say that the 8 mechanical arms carried Akkad as they attacked Gerard. Chapter 104, 14 Overload 2 in 1-2. It was like a crazed spider, its legs sharper than any average metal crushing anything that stood in its way to smithereens. These mechanical arms had replaced Akkad's legs and made the already devastated floor even more riddled with holes as they crawled. Akkad himself was flung into the air, like an ornament. At that moment, Gerard finally felt the crisis. He tried his best to dodge and to use the half-piece of metal in his hands to block the mechanical arms' attacks, but it wasn't as easy as before. Under the state of divine skill overload, the mechanical arms moved with greater speed and destructive power than before. Gerard used to be able to dodge using the various seats and railings in the narrow space of the train carriage, but now the mechanical arms were powerful enough to slice everything in front of them in two, turning the confined space into Gerard's shackles. Of course, the more important reason was the locks on Gerard's body were still not undone. The fine chains spreading up from the depths still restricted every one of Gerard's moves, every attack. Earlier, he had been able to wound Akkad despite the constraints, but now he was like an insect trapped in a web, watching helplessly as the terrifying spider crawled towards him. Bang! The metal bar in his hand was chopped in half again, completely useless now. Gerard had no choice but to pull out a dagger that he carried with him, but he also knew that at best the dagger would only allow him to live a minute or two longer, to no real effect. Finally, when Gerard was cornered by Akkad, he heard that long silent voice in his mind. It seems you need a new deal. Boom! The carriage was completely destroyed. Gerard, while retreating to the one in front, asked in his mind, have you been waiting for this opportunity? Rather than saying I've been waiting, it's more accurate to say I have a pair of eyes good at spotting opportunities. Byway said with a laugh, so are we making a deal? Another loud noise, and the 8 mechanical arms tore through the door between the carriages, then chased after Gerard like a wild beast, with Akkad on top bloodied from the violent motion, but it didn't care at all. The way it attacked reminded Gerard of something, but he wasn't yet sure. Gerard said in a deep voice, "Then, tell me the terms of your deal, let's see if they're reasonable." "Geez, it's gotten to this point. You're about to die and you still want to see if it's reasonable," Byway said with interest. "Aren't you afraid I'll just stand by and watch you die?" Gerard blocked a stabbing attack with his dagger, sparks flying. The immense force almost knocked the dagger out of his hand. But even so, he wasn't the least bit panicked and spoke calmly. "Even if I die, there are some things that absolutely must not be done." "Heh, that indeed sounds like something you would say," Byway replied indifferently, "but rest assured, for such a small trouble, I wouldn't make you give up everything." An incomprehensible roar. The fully extended mechanical arms sliced the entire carriage in two, like a monster wantonly displaying its martial force. "Is this also considered a small trouble?" "Two proposals for the deal you choose," Byway slowly said. "One, let me take control of your body to help you fight. The good thing about this deal is you don't have to pay too much in return. The downside, however, is that I'm not sure if the locks on your body will come undone after I take control, so the result isn't guaranteed. At best, there's only a 70% chance of winning." A 70% chance of winning even without removing the locks. Gerard wasn't sure if he should believe it, but he still rejected the proposal because allowing an existence far more terrifying than Akkad to control his body was not a wise decision by any measure. He slightly turned to dodge another attack from the mechanical arm. The sharp mechanical arm grazed the steel plate on his chest, sparking a chain of sparks. The sparks landed on his beard, leaving a faint smell of burning. "The other proposal." "The other is simpler. You just need to get close to his actual body, the half-dead guy," Byway said. "Leave the rest to me." "Just getting close to his actual body is enough." "Yes, you've probably guessed what's controlling these 8 hands by now, haven't you? Now you just need to turn that guess into reality," Byway said with a smile. "For me, it's simple." Gerard was silent for a moment, but he didn't stop moving. He continued retreating towards the first carriage, which was connected to the Zone 5 bridge. Just getting across the bridge would prompt the Devil's army to immediately deal with the trouble here. But Gerard was clear that he couldn't make it across the bridge in his current state. So after another carriage was destroyed by Akkad, he asked, "So what do you want?" "A promise." "A promise?" "Yes, Gerard, a promise," Byway stated. "A promise that won't violate the principles by which you live." "What's the specific content of the promise?" Chapter 105. 14 Overload 2 in 1-3. "Heh, I can't tell you the specifics right now," Byway said with a light laugh. "Only on some future day will I tell you, so do you want to make this trade?" "Roar." Akkad let out a roar that sounded nothing like a human. This time, he was infinitely close to Gerard. It would only take an instant to determine the victor. Gerard didn't want to agree, his intuition telling him that promise would bring him great trouble in the future. But he knew he had no choice. Not even the time to think it over, as that mechanical arm had cut off all his paths of retreat. Then he didn't need to choose. He stopped retreating, and under the constriction of the body lock, he used all his strength to charge at Akkad's true body. "If it doesn't violate my principles." He leaped high towards Akkad, his posture like a reptile that had broken free from a spider web, launching a final strike against its natural enemy. "Then I agree," he said softly. In Akkad's eyes, Gerard's figure rapidly enlarged. The few shreds of reason in his brain sensed something odd, but it was quickly swallowed up by greater madness, the uncontrollable instincts causing him to open his mouth wide again, almost tearing his entire jaw apart. Then a mud-like monster crawled out from Akkad's throat, hissing at Gerard, its voice filled with endless insanity and pleasure. Gerard's eyes instantly widened. Indeed, it was Akkad controlling the 8 mechanical arms, but the pollutant Akkad had planted in his body. At this distance, the mental invasion launched by the pollutant was unavoidable for Gerard. Soon, Gerard felt the pollutant flow instantly into his brain, along with the hissing sound. Then the mad roaring echoed inside his mind. Gerard knew he had been contaminated. The pollutant converged within Gerard's sea of consciousness. They scurried about madly, the power surrounding them capable of destroying the thoughts and sanity of hundreds of ordinary people in an instant. Like wolves charging into a sheep pen. What confused them was that there were no sheep in this pen. Only darkness and nothingness. No matter how they searched, they could not find the edge of this sea of consciousness. Until they saw a chair. On the chair sat a person. He seemed to have died a long time ago, his entire body hollow, more than half his parts and organs missing. All that seemed to remain was an empty husk. Yet even so, this broken body still made the pollutants feel uneasy. In theory, they shouldn't have any reason beyond instinctual madness, but still, they quieted down, stopping the roars that seemed would never cease, silently looking at the broken body. Then they saw the broken body slowly open one of its eyes. The broken body glanced over. Just one glance, and all the pollutants went mad. What? Plip. Gerard landed steadily, his eyes filled with disbelief. For he felt the pollutant in his mind had been eliminated. How much time had passed? From the moment he sensed his contamination to its resolution, it was just the time it took to land. Was it even a second? Since when could pollution be so easily dispelled? Or was everything he had just experienced an illusion? Was he still mired in pollution? Before Gerard could figure it out, a heart-wrenching scream immediately diverted his attention. It was Akkad who was screaming. Those 8 mechanical arms seemed to have developed their own consciousness, and were now tearing at Akkad's body like mad, as if they wanted to rip their master into pieces. Yet from the actions of these mechanical arms, they didn't seem to be betraying their master, but rather, they seemed afraid. They kept tearing, simply trying to escape from here, madly trying to flee something. The pollutants had gone mad. Even Gerard couldn't help but wonder if he himself had gone insane. What? The pollutants had gone mad. As their host, Akkad could feel this more acutely. He had no idea what had happened. The pollutants that had been sent out to erode Gerard's mind had instantly returned, showing immense fear. This fear made the already irrational entities even more frenzied. Originally they were strong because they were mad, but now they were mad from fear. Their instinct switched from destruction to sheer terror, and this terror nearly tore Akkad apart. Akkad didn't know what had happened. It was only with all his strength that he suppressed these out-of-control pollutants, regained control of his arms, and thus avoided being torn apart right there and then. But before he could catch his breath, a crisp snap echoed. He turned his head instinctively, only to see a scene he would never forget. Gerard was slowly standing up, wiping a wound on his face, and softly said, "Indeed, you use pollutants to control those mechanical arms. You've planted pollutants into your body. According to the laws of Lyra, you can also be defined as contaminated." The snap kept sounding incessant. They were the locks that bound Gerard's metallic body, which were now snapping inch by inch, and then flaking off from Gerard's body like falling rust. According to the laws of Lyra, eradicating pollutants is the duty of every knight, and pollutants will not be protected by the locks. Gerard had already straightened up, his long-sealed metal vibrating wildly as if a lion deep in slumber was awakening. Akkad finally realized something. He hastily retreated, all the while shouting in fear, "You can't lay a hand on me. I am not a pollutant. I am a Lyran. I am a Lyran." Gerard didn't speak, just quietly watching Akkad, a sharp contrast to the metal on his own body. The frequency of the vibrations grew higher, the sound louder, like a wild beast that had been shackled for 10 years, with broken bones, worn fangs, and blinded eyes. But when it smelled its natural enemy, the beast would desperately destroy its cage, break the chains, and emit the most deafening roar. This was instinct. This was the instinct of Night Star. Sealed for 10 years, this body that should have been discarded entered overload amidst a supreme roar. Bang! The last chain deep in the body shattered in overload. Akkad finally felt fear. He immediately thought to flee, but before he could turn around, Gerard grabbed one of his mechanical arms. "You are a pollutant," Gerard said calmly, "and my duty is to prevent any pollutant from corroding Lyra." He pulled Akkad towards him with great force, and raised his fist, now in overload. Then he punched through Akkad's heart. Chapter 106, 15. The baseline is always being lowered. Termination overload. The violent whirring of machinery slowly ceased, but Akkad, who should have been wholly dead, was not yet completely lifeless. Even with his heart pierced, he still lay twitching on the ground, his life force terrifyingly tenacious. Gerard walked to Akkad's side, said nothing, just silently watched him. The spark of life in Akkad's eyes had scattered completely, and it was only his body still convulsing, like a lizard's tail severed from its being. Such a formidable life force, Bai Wei's voice echoed in Gerard's mind. It's because he stitched pollutants into his flesh. Gerard wasn't stingy with his explanation. He lifted his hand, pointing at the wound in Akkot's open chest where one could see the flesh still writhing as if attempting to close the gash. Such wounds are not fatal for the pollutants, so the polluted part tries to recover, but for humans it is fatal. So his human part is already dead, but the polluted flesh refuses to acknowledge this fact. Gerard had seen too much of such scenes before. Those contaminated people all ended up like this, unable to find peace even in death. That's why being tainted was the last thing the Night Star Knights wanted to end up as. Given the slightest sign, they would rather destroy their bodies than be desecrated and played with after death, turning into real monsters. And this fellow in front of him had actually planted pollutants in his body willingly. At this thought, Gerard felt an indescribable surge of anger. Lyra, when exactly did it change into this? Why didn't you just kill him directly? Byway inquired. Won't you get more out of him by asking questions? People who are polluted are not to be trusted. Gerard bent down to inspect Akkot's corpse. The tainted often pretend to be untainted, then employ various means to drag the unpolluted into the abyss. Their voices are massive sources of pollution, ones you cannot listen to. At this point Gerard paused, a strange flash crossing his face. After all, he'd just been subjected to a more direct form of pollution than voice. Akkot had released the source of pollution into his mind. Anyone in that situation would have had no choice but to go mad on the spot, yet But was he really completely unharmed? In his mind, Gerard again heard Byway's astonishment. Even in such a state, the corpse refuses to die, truly an astonishing life force. Gerard couldn't help thinking of an entity that could still speak perfectly well here despite only having a finger and an eyeball left. A rare urge to quip rising in his heart, but he held back. The information I want from him can be found directly on his person. Gerard searched through Akkot's clothes and quickly found an emblem and an identity booklet, both prominently marked with IV. Seeing this symbol, Gerard's mind flashed with a face imprinted in his memory, one familiar yet strange, and he fell into silence. What's the matter? Byway asked. This is the 4th District emblem, Gerard murmured. I know the bishop of the 4th District, at least I did as an acquaintance 10 years ago. I see, Byway said with a smile. So you're somewhat in denial that the person manipulating all this from behind the scenes could be an old acquaintance. Tusk, then perhaps you should consider the brighter side. What if this is just a coincidence, and the bishop you know has no knowledge of these events? Gerard flipped open Akkot's ID booklet, which recorded his name and his job, an administrative assistant. This position allows for direct contact with the bishop, Gerard noted. I find it hard to believe that the one I know so well would have such weak control over the lower levels. That would be an insult to him. So you'd rather believe he's a cunning villain than accept he could just be an incompetent fool set up as a figurehead, Byway said with a laugh. Maybe that's also a form of understanding. Gerard remained silent for a while before saying, Perhaps I never knew him as well as I thought, or maybe 10 years have changed too much. Yes, after all, even you no longer abide by all the rules, said Byway with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Previously, you initiated the overload state, but it wasn't just to fight the pollutants as you claimed, rather. It was also to remove those old locks from your body, right? Gerard's face remained expressionless. That mechanician who maintained your body didn't tend to the locks within, which is consistent with his final words to you, Byway continued leisurely. He hoped you would leave Lyra and break free from these locks. After hearing Byway's words, Gerard said nothing and didn't question how Byway knew everything. It was as if he had tacitly agreed to Byway's speculation. But Byway hadn't finished speaking. The crux of Gerard unlocking the locks was, he had once again breached the rules set by Lyra. The most direct reason for this was the new deal Byway had offered him earlier. Tonight's battle made Gerard realize that he couldn't continue on this path while shackled. So he had to either unlock his own shackles or continue relying on Byway's power. And Gerard had chosen the former. Since it was a breach of the rules either way, Gerard decided to trust himself. He always harbored the greatest wariness towards Byway. But Byway wasn't worried about such a change. After all, this morning, Gerard was determined never to make a second deal with Byway, but by evening, everything had changed dramatically. A person's bottom line is always being lowered, and there's plenty of time left, isn't there? At that moment, a clamor came from afar, along with beams of light shining from the gear car's tracks. The belated skeleton corps had finally caught up to this place. It seemed the day was over. Bai Wei was thinking of rest when something caught the corner of his eye. It seemed as if something was wriggling under the bridge that led to the fifth zone. Bai Wei immediately cast his gaze in that direction and uttered a somewhat surprised, "Oh." "What is it?" Gerard heard and asked. "It's nothing," Bai Wei said with a faint smile instead of giving a direct answer. "I'm just curious how you're going to explain tonight's events to your comrades." "There's nothing much to explain. The evidence is already here." Gerard looked towards the tracks, where several lights soon shone upon him. "Hey there, this is the skeleton corps. I order you to drop your weapons and shut down your metal drive." Gerard slowly raised his hands, and it wasn't long before Cude and Chamos appeared before him. "Behind me is vital evidence," Gerard said calmly. "Behind you?" Chamos frowned deeply. "What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing behind you." Gerard was stunned for a moment, then sharply turned his head. Behind him, apart from a pool of blood, there really was nothing. This made him instinctively look up towards the water surface under the bridge. Beneath the pitch-black water, a tentacle churned, slowly dragging the corpse of Akkad, whose eyes were still wide open in death, into the endless abyss. Chapter 107, 16 Visa's Tongue. "Your meaning is, the mechanician wasn't killed by you, but a person named Akkad, and this Akkad is also the assistant for the 4th District." "Yes." "So you chased him all the way onto the gear car, and you even used your former Night Star authority to make the gear car stop before reaching the 5th zone, just to capture him." "Right. Then when he resisted arrest, you engaged in a fierce battle with him." The Bone Knight conducting the interrogation slowly leaned forward. "Next, you discovered that the assistant underwent an unauthorized modification. He had installed 6. "No," Gerard corrected the knight. "It was 8. Right, 8. The Bone Knight nodded repeatedly. 8 mechanical arms, and the thing he used to control these mechanical arms was pollutants. He also implanted pollutants in his body, and was eventually overcome by the pollutants, turning into a monster-like being, so during your fight with him you ended up destroying 3 sections of the gear car." "It wasn't me who destroyed them, it was he who destroyed them," Gerard patiently explained. "I was just dodging his attacks, so it can't be counted on me." "Is that the main point?" The Bone Knight straightened up. "So where's the evidence?" "His body is the evidence." "And where is his body?" Gerard lifted his head, looking at the Bone Knight before him. "Regarding that point, as I've already explained before you all arrived, his body was dragged away by some creature from beneath the iron chain bridge. My initial determination is pollutants." "Why didn't you stop it?" "Because I was facing you all, so my back was to the corpse, which let it slip away. By the time I realized it, the body had already been dragged beneath the water," Gerard said. "In fact, if you had run a bit faster, you could have seen the last moment before the corpse was dragged into the water. At that time, Akkad's eyes were still open. Yes, if only you run a bit faster, you could have seen his last visage." "Damn it, run faster to see the last visage." The Bone Knight felt a frustrated surge in his chest that he couldn't spit out, and he stared at Gerard for a long moment before finally speaking. "Don't you think something's off?" "I don't think anything's off," Gerard said calmly. "If you think there's an issue with what I've said, you can point it out directly instead of asking me rhetorically." With one sentence, he had stumped the interrogating Bone Knight, who subconsciously glanced outside the room. Standing outside the room were Cude and Chamos. After listening to the entire interrogation of Gerard, Chamos couldn't help scratching his head. "Why does it feel odd?" "What?" "I mean Gerard," Chamos said. "I always feel like he's changed somehow. We just came back from Rhine's Somo City together. It's only been a day since we last met, but it's as if he became a different person. Don't you feel that way?" Hugh didn't directly answer Chamos's question, but quietly gazed at Gerard inside the room, and after a long moment, slowly began to speak. "So, how credible do you think his statements are?" "The credibility of his statements?" Chamos's eyes widened. "Are you serious? It's ridiculous to even ask that question." "It is our duty," Cude said. "These are his statements, and even if they're unreasonable, you need to point out what's unreasonable rather than presume. From what we've seen, his statements at least are logically consistent." "Logically consistent, Captain. I really don't know if you're joking with me," Chamos said. "According to him, the locks on that assistant named Akkad have been released, and not just the body lock, but the heart lock too, and it doesn't stop there. He even underwent a forbidden modification and stuffed pollutants into his body. It's not about whether this crosses the line, it's simply, Impossible, even if he had truly gone mad, who would have helped him achieve all this. It's not something one can just sneakily do at home. If so, who's supporting him? He was an assistant for the 4th District. Could it be that the person aiding him was the Lord Bishop of the 4th District? Chamos rambled on, expecting Q to interrupt, but Q did not and even nodded slightly after listening. Continue. Continue. Chamos was speechless, but still continued. Then there's the pollutant he mentioned that took the evidence away, Captain, beneath the iron chain bridge that's Lyra's inner river. So what kind of pollutant could come here? Is the entire 5th Zone, the entire Devil's Army, just for decoration? And according to his description, that pollutant specifically came for the body. Why? Now is there someone capable of controlling pollutants? There seem to be too many loopholes. So you think all of this was his own staging? Is there another possibility? Q, looking at Gerard in the room, softly said, "But even you think this excuse is absurd. Why would he use it then?" Chamos was taken aback, then looked at Q with a resentful gaze. "I always feel like you're insulting me, and I have proof." Q ignored Chamos's comment, his eyes still on Gerard, contemplative. Chapter 108, 16 Visas, Tongue 2. Chamos wasn't showing off anymore. Frowning, he asked, "Do you really believe what he said is true?" "I don't know, but in my memory, he has never lied, at least not a lie like today's." "It's certainly surprising that he can come up with such a story," Chamos said. "But even if it is surprising, a story is a story. Maybe he's been mad for a long time, maybe even mad 10 years ago, or else he wouldn't have caused the Night Star incident. All of this is nothing but the mumblings of a madman. And if you think he is not mad, or even that everything he's saying is true, then the one who has gone crazy." "Is Lyra," Q said softly. "No," Chamos rolled his eyes. "The one who has gone crazy is you." "Q." Giving Q's shoulder a pat, Chamos said earnestly, "Be careful, Captain. When you start pondering whether a madman could be speaking the truth, it's very likely the beginning of your own descent into madness. I had an uncle just like that. He was fine until one day he suddenly felt something was wrong with the world. Then, while proclaiming that the world had gone mad, he pulled off all of his prosthetics. God knows how he had the strength to do it." "But if he is mad, how do you explain the 3 destroyed train carriages?" Q asked. "Did he destroy them himself?" "That's what I'm saying." Chamos spread his hands. "God knows why madmen can have such strength." Q did not respond, but he knew Chamos was right. Everything Gerard had said was extremely shocking. Either he had gone completely mad, or it was Lyra, this world, that had gone mad. And no sane person would consider the latter a possibility. Just then Gerard, who was inside the room, suddenly stood up, startling everyone. "What are you doing?" The knight immediately tensed up. "It's time," Gerard said, pointing at the wall clock. "I think I can leave now. I have a lot of things left undone today." "Leave?" The knight was astonished. "You want to leave tonight? What do you think we're doing here, playing house? You are not allowed to leave." "Why can't I leave?" Gerard looked at the knight before him. "Have I broken any laws?" "You? Am I part of the Skeleton Corps?" Gerard continued. "The Skeleton Corps has enforcement powers in Lyra, don't they? So what's wrong with me as a law enforcer pursuing suspects after witnessing a murder?" Gerard threw a series of questions at the knight, leaving him speechless. He had forgotten Gerard's status. Gerard, now belonging to Lyra's City Defense Force, the Skeletons, did indeed possess enforcement powers. Without this status, Gerard's actions today would surely have resulted in the Skeleton Corps detaining him until the whole truth came to light. But Gerard had the identity of a law enforcer, and that changed everything. His actions were in accordance with the rules, and even if there were slightly excessive behaviors in the process, they were certainly not illegal. So one could say that Gerard adhered to the rules, or that he exploited loopholes, but either way there was no procedural issue. Because Gerard could not prove his claims were true, and the Skeletons could not prove they were false. Until the truth emerged, they had no way to detain this law enforcer. "It seems there is no issue with what I said." Gerard walked towards the door. "If you do find anything, notify me. I'll cooperate." Perhaps irritated by Gerard's arrogant demeanor, the knight seemed eager to say something, but Q, waiting outside the room, gestured for him to stop. As Gerard approached Q and Chamos, unlike the knight indoors, Chamos didn't hold back. He looked at Gerard and said coldly, "Gerard, you can't run away forever by exploiting procedural loopholes. Eventually everyone has to pay for their actions." Gerard was silent for a moment before quietly saying, "Yes, everyone has to pay for their actions." Then, without paying any more attention to Chamos, he walked away. All the members of the skeleton squad in the office frowned tightly at the sight of him, then quickly moved aside, fearing any association with him. Only Cude watched his back in silence. Cude felt it too. Gerard had become different from before. Though everyone said he had survived on procedural loopholes, during the year Cude had interacted with him, he had never found Gerard exploiting any loopholes. On the contrary, Gerard was the strictest in the team about following rules, even to the point of disregarding his own life. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken advantage of this trait to kill him. But today, things had definitely changed. Cude could feel it very distinctly. If previously Gerard had seemed bound by something in place, bound for a full 10 years now, he was like someone who had untied those bonds and started sprinting towards a certain goal, vowing not to rest until he reached it. But what was at the end of that goal? Madness or destruction? Cude didn't know. It was at this moment that Gerard suddenly stopped. He stood in front of a room, gazing inside for a long while before finally stepping away. Seeing this, Cude's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He walked directly forward, making his way to that room. Inside the room was a pair of crying mother and child, whom Cude found somewhat familiar, being comforted by a knight. "Who are they?" Cude asked. Chamos, who had caught up, replied, "The wife and child of the victim mechanician." Cude fell silent. Not long after, the knight who had previously interrogated Gerard came over, holding a stack of documents. "Captain, these are Gerard's statements. Besides that, he's made a request." "What request?" "He wants an immediate investigation into Carol's death," answered the knight. "He says the killer isn't just Akot, but also someone behind him." Hearing this, Chamos rolled his eyes. "The nutcase is still putting on an act here. Isn't he the murderer himself? There's no need to bother with him." "No," Cude interrupted Chamos. "Initiate an investigation." Chamos was momentarily stunned. "An investigation? Who will conduct it?" "I will." "What?" Gerard stepped out of the Skeleton Corps headquarters. By now, the sky had turned completely dark, indicating he had been outside for the entire day. It had only been a day, yet he felt as if he had experienced countless things. After casting out the images from his mind of Carol begging him to leave Lyra and Carol's wife and child sobbing in each other's arms, Gerard slowly addressed the entity in his heart. "Earlier, you saw it, didn't you?" Bai Wei remained silent. "You definitely saw it. You saw that pollutant take his body away. Why didn't you tell me?" Bai Wei did not answer. Gerard looked up at the star-filled sky and murmured softly, "Does it require an extra price?" "Visas, what is it that you want?" Bai Wei, deep within the sea of consciousness, continued to give no response to Gerard. His pupils, like stars, reflected a monster beyond description. The monster writhed in a river before returning to that realm of chaos, a place where madness and noise intermingled. It was unaware that it had brought back a gaze that did not belong here. Nor did it know that this gaze pierced through the fog, through the madness, through countless indescribable things, and saw at the very depths, surrounded by numerous pollutants, a piece of flesh. Deep within the sea of consciousness, Bai Wei's lips slightly curled up, whispering softly, "So it's here now." He had finally found it. That which encased the domination rules. Visa's tongue. Chapter 109, 109. 17 From now on, you are to be one-way transparent to me. Lord Gerard, this is an urgent mission. Please lead your Night Star to the polluted land as soon as possible. Affairs Officer Number 44 smiled as he handed over a piece of letter paper. "This is very important. Please hurry." "What?" "Captain, isn't the location of this mission too deep?" A meticulously dressed, middle-aged knight pointed at the map with a serious expression. "This has far exceeded the designated exploration range. That will be entirely unknown. What exactly are we supposed to find there?" "What?" "Captain, what on earth is this thing?" A knight covered in wounds sat there, looking over with an expression of exhaustion yet unusual seriousness. "The moment we took it, all the pollutants in the polluted land went crazy and rushed at us. If this continues, we will all die here. I am not afraid of sacrifice, but I want to know what exactly we are risking our lives for." "What?" "Father, it seems I can only make it this far." The knight, much too young, managed a pale smile as if barely hanging on to life. "You must take it out. This is our last hope. And Ine, please tell her I'm sorry." "What?" "We found Night Star. We found Night Star." At the edge of the pollution zone, a host of fully armed knights charged forward, the leader's face twisted with ferocity. Gerard, why did you betray Lyra? Where did you take your squad? Answer me. What? You say you've lost your memory. You don't know what you were looking for in the polluted land. A man wearing glasses shook his head. That excuse is too lame, Gerard, because you're also saying that it was Affairs Officer number 44 who issued you the mission. Do you know, there are only 43 Affairs Officers in total. There is no number 44. Gerard, it's time for you to pay for your crimes. What followed was a series of chaos, noise. A flash of light and shadow from 10 years ago. The dark turned into an evening glow, casting upon the slightly bowing mechanician. Lord Gerard, leave Lyra. Then the dusk caught fire, turning into flames, into blood. That fire burned, that blood spattered on the walls. The mechanician lay in the mix of blood and fire, his pierced chest adorned with a shattered family portrait. In the end, everything condensed into a small train compartment. The mass of rotten flesh lifted its head, its star-like eyes seemingly piercing through everything. Gerard! The voice thundered from the depths of his heart. Fancy a deal? Bang! In the darkness, Gerard suddenly awoke. He sat up abruptly, his metallic body clashing and creating a series of crisp noises due to the sudden movements, momentarily making the narrow room feel lively. But it quickly returned to silence. Darkness and loneliness immediately enveloped him, as if to say that everything that had just transpired was nothing but an illusionary dream. Until that voice, identical to the one in his dream, resonated in his mind. It doesn't look like you've had a good sleep. Hearing Bai Wei's voice, Gerard didn't immediately respond but sat for a while before he slowly spoke. You've finally decided to speak. I thought you were dead. In the time since returning from the Skeleton Corps base, Bai Wei had been silent, as if he had vanished from his body. But Gerard knew all too well that Bai Wei wouldn't leave that easily. I just had some matters of my own to attend to. Bai Wei's response came lazily as ever. What matters? Personal affairs, Bai Wei said with a chuckle, but not entirely personal. Are you sure you want to know? Gerard didn't respond because he knew the unsaid second half of Bai Wei's sentence. It comes with a cost. Whatever he wanted to get from Bai Wei seemed to always come with a cost. He felt parched, then rolled out of bed and walked over to the window, pouring himself a glass of water. The cool water soothed his dry throat, slightly dispersing the pain from the nightmare, offering a great relief. Then he realized that the relief he felt wasn't just from the water, it was also his body. Gerard wasn't new to waking from nightmares, nor was he unaccustomed to getting up for water afterwards, but it always felt unpleasant, not just mentally but physically. These old metal parts would suddenly start stiffly after a period of disuse, rusty components and gears making an unbearable creak, as if constantly reminding him that he was due for obsolescence. But today those parts made no sound. They lay quiet inside his body, smoothly aiding him in every movement. Because they had received maintenance today, the only maintenance they had received in a decade, rejuvenating them. Yet the person who had maintained them. Gerard looked down at the steel plate on his chest, the scenes from the nightmare replaying in his mind. He softly closed his eyes, recalling his recent judgment of Bai Wei. Whatever he wanted to get from Bai Wei seemed to come with a cost. And those things that came without a cost often ended up demanding from him a far heavier price than the cost itself. Gerard opened his eyes as if having made a decision. Visas, we need to talk. Oh, Bai Wei asked with interest, talk about what? If something like today happens again, Gerard stated, you should tell me. Chapter 110. 17 From now on, you must be unilaterally transparent to me too. What sort of thing? You know, Gerard said calmly, there's no need to play dumb on this matter. That's quite different from what you said at the beginning, just using my eyes to see. Bai Wei laughed. You want me to tell you more, but even if I do, would you believe it? I will judge for myself, Gerard replied. Interesting. Bai Wei quietly observed Gerard, this knight who should have been dead in the original trajectory, while contemplating more in his heart. Earlier he had used gaze to find the purpose of this journey. Visa's tongue, which contains the domination rule. In the game's storyline, this was an extremely special corpse block, one that had never ended up in the hands of a player. Moreover, when it appeared, it was in one of the most dangerous places, and with Bai Wei's current strength, to follow the original storyline and vie for this corpse block, frankly, would be difficult. So to obtain it, it would be best to intercept it before it reached the final land. However, in the original storyline, there was no mention of where it would be before arriving at the final land. Players only speculated that it should be in the polluted land, related to the Night Star incident that happened 10 years ago. That's why Bai Wei chose Gerard, a character that was already dead in the original path, as the new host. And indeed, the choice was not wrong. In just one day, he had already found the whereabouts of the tongue through Gerard. Truly deserving for someone who involved the past and present of Lyra. So the next thing Bai Wei needed to do was simple. Use Gerard to intercept and retrieve the tongue before it fell into the final land, to make himself more complete. But while that sounded simple, actually doing it was a different story. Because Gerard was different from Ulu, he was more righteous and more vigilant. In Ulu's heart, Bai Wei's initial impression should be an ancient being that could help himself acquire supreme power. Although somewhat dangerous, the risk was worth taking, which is why Bai Wei could so easily direct Ulu in the early stages and quickly obtained a part of his body. But Gerard was different in his heart. Bai Wei has always been an existence that is highly likely to bring great harm to Lyra, treating Bai Wei as an even bigger and more dangerous pollutant, thus holding absolute vigilance and defense against Bai Wei. Even up to now, he had not used Bai Wei's finger. But does this mean Gerard has no weaknesses? No, his weakness is quite obvious. Bai Wei looked at Gerard. To some extent, his weakness was even more conspicuous than Ulu's. It seems you want more from me, Bai Wei spoke lightly, but it's not power, is it? Yes, Gerard did not deny. Your eyes are very powerful, but I can't always use that eye, so I need your help, more of it. On one hand, you say you won't use my power, on the other hand, you're still craving my eyes. What a contradictory fellow you are, Bai Wei said. What, do my eyes not count as my power? Gerard did not argue with Bai Wei, merely waiting silently for Bai Wei's response. You do have your principles. Bai Wei was in no rush, speaking slowly. But as I've said countless times before, to get something, you need to give something. So now you want more help from me. What are you prepared to give in return? I have already stated my needs, Gerard said. So next, it's your turn. I see, it seems you are indeed formally proposing a new trade, Bai Wei said with a light chuckle. In that case, I should state my needs as well. He paused. Considering what you want is just for me to use this eye to give you some warnings more often, rather than any higher stakes request, I shouldn't ask for too much. After all, it could affect our future trades. So let's keep it simple. Gerard waited quietly. Let's do this. Bai Wei looked at Gerard, speaking slowly. You want more help from me, and I also want to learn more about you, so. Afterward, Bai Wei said with a smile, whatever question I ask, you must answer. No matter the question, as long as it's directed at me, you are not allowed to conceal anything. Simply put, your consciousness must be transparent to me in one direction. That is my demand, Bai Wei asked with a smile. How about it? Gerard closed his eyes. Bai Wei's condition might sound innocuous at first listen, not even demanding anything specific in return, seemingly quite conscientious, aligning with something casually thrown out. But he knew what Bai Wei really wanted. This was an entirely unequal bargain. He subconsciously wanted to refuse. But he also knew he no longer had the capital to refuse. After a long silence, he opened his eyes and made his decision. Fine. What? Lord Yang Xin. The elder opened the door to the office and then bowed to the shadow in the corner. The matter has been taken care of. It was currently the darkest time of the day, yet there were no lights on in the office. The young man called Yang Xin sat in the corner, looking like an indescribable mass of shadows. Where is Akat's body? The young man asked slowly, his voice so hoarse it almost seemed like a different person from the one during the day. Where did you dispose of it? Sunk to the bottom of the lake, the elder answered. We couldn't bring him back for destruction. The fact that we were able to move such a large pollutant out of the pollution zone and drag the body to the bottom of the lake was already the limit of what we could do. The young man was silent for a moment, then chuckled and said, Yes, after all, the domination we possess is only incomplete. The elder did not dare comment on this topic, and after a short silence the young man asked again, How much does Gerard know? Not much, the elder said, but he knows Akat's identity. That can't be helped, the young man said lightly. After all, Akat's identity wasn't a secret within the tower. Once he's dead, it was bound to come out. But Gerard has already informed the skeleton core of everything, including the illegal modifications and the planting of pollutants. the elder said. He even wants to open an investigation, using his identity as a law enforcer of the Skeleton Corps, and has temporarily cleared the suspicion that Akot pushed onto him. Hearing this, the young man softly Ed then laughed. Honestly, this surprises me. I recall he hasn't used his official position in a long time, right? Since returning from Rhine, he really has changed a lot. The elder asked, should we make some preparations in advance? Preparations? Yes, I've heard that Skeleton Corps has already started a case, the elder said. They will surely come to investigate Akot. Let them investigate, the young man said nonchalantly. After all, Akot didn't have any issues on the surface. As long as the people from Skeleton Corps can't find his body, all their investigations will be baseless. What about Gerard? The elder asked. He's sure to have Bishop Hallman in his sights now, right? Isn't this a concern? Not a concern for now. He won't meet Lord Bishop, the young man said. No matter what Gerard plans on doing, it's already too late. At the end of the day, he's been behind by 10 years. Saying this, the young man paused, then chuckled. He's been stuck in the same place for 10 years, yet during these 10 years, we also haven't reached the place he once reached. Aren't we just as trapped by him for 10 years? Tell the devil troops to speed up their progress. We must reclaim what Night Star failed to take back 10 years ago, fully and completely. Chapter 111. 18 Gerard kill him, now 6K big. Retrieve what Night Star failed to bring back a decade ago, intact and whole. After hearing this statement, the elder pondered briefly, then whispered in a low voice. The devil troops have been searching that road for 10 years, paid a huge cost, but still haven't found where it is, not even a single clue. Lord Yang Xin, is it possible that it has already been taken away by Gerard? The elder bowed his head. This is just a subordinate's guess. Rest assured it's still in the polluted land, the young man said lightly. Gerard couldn't take it out back then. Why are you so sure about it? The young man fell silent, and the room suddenly became so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. This made the elder feel somewhat uneasy. He wasn't sure if his previous question had crossed the line. Fortunately, he soon heard the young man say faintly, yes, previously these tasks were handled by Akot. You don't know everything, so I really should tell you some things. Do you know who extracted the fragmented domination from the polluted land that we now hold? That this subordinate does not know. It was by me. The elder was stunned. Then he heard the young man laugh, a laugh like a beggar with a different tune playing a hole-ridden accordion, emitting a sound that gave one a toothache and sent shivers down the spine. It wasn't only Gerard who returned from the deepest depths of the polluted land. The elder's body immediately stiffened. He stared blankly at the young man in the dark, asking subconsciously, You also entered the deepest part of the pollution zone and successfully brought back part of the domination. If so, then why don't you? Why don't I lead the team to retrieve the complete part right? The young man interrupted the elder with a light smile. It's simple, I can't. You know whose power domination is, right? Visas. Yes, visas. In the corner, the young man's figure wriggled slowly in the dark. He gradually approached the elder, and soon his face appeared in the moonlight shining through the window. So do you think the power of visas comes without a price? Upon seeing the young man's face, the elder felt as if his heart and lungs had stopped at that moment. What kind of face was that? The entire face was pockmarked as if it were a dissolved clay sculpture, similar to most pollutants in the polluted land, but it was indeed a human face. The missing parts had maggots wriggling in their depths, and the eyes were loosely hanging as if they could fall out of their sockets at any moment. The elder had long known that Yang Xin was not in good health and couldn't meet people at night, but he never imagined his body had deteriorated to this extent. Could this still be considered alive? Until the young man retreated back into the dark, the elder's mind was still caught in immense shock and panic, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Until the young man's voice rose again, This is the price I paid. Upon hearing the young man's words, the elder's body naturally crawled on the ground, trembling lightly, not daring to look further inside. Don't be nervous, the young man said lightly. I haven't turned into a monster yet. After taking several deep breaths, the elder gradually calmed down. You and Night Star both returned from the deepest part of the polluted place, so why did he? He's different from me. He didn't bring anything back, but just being able to return safely on its own already cost him all memory of the depths of the polluted land, the young man said calmly. Unlike me, I didn't lose my memory and brought back some power, but the price is, part of my life was taken, and I can never step into that place again. The calm elder stayed silent for a long time before he gently sighed. Truly, a terrifying power. That is Visa's, the young man added, and it is only a small part of many of Visa's powers. Another long silence ensued as if both men were immersed in the shock brought by the legendary existence. So, Lord Yang Xin, the elder looked at the young man again, you cannot return to that place then, Gerard. Theoretically, he can return, the young man stated lightly. That is one of the reasons why, over the past 10 years, we have more than once sought to eliminate him. One of the reasons. The young man looked quietly at the elder, and although nothing was clear in this pitch blackness, the elder's heart involuntarily recalled the image just revealed by the young man, and his heart trembled again. We still do not know if Gerard truly didn't retrieve anything from that polluted land, said the young man. Whether he exchanged that memory for his safe return, or if the things he retrieved were also sealed within that memory. Upon understanding the young man's implications, the elder's eyes gradually widened. If the latter is true, then once he recovers his memory, he finds back that part of the power, the young man said calmly. That is domination, and it is very likely more complete than mine. The elder's expression changed again. If the former Night Star Knight also possessed domination, that was unimaginable. Chapter 112. 18 Gerard kill him, now 6K Major. So for the past 10 years, we have never taken our surveillance of Gerard lightly. In the darkness, the young man's body began to squirm again, apparently searching for something. An old pocket watch was thrown in front of the elder. The elder picked up the pocket watch and found that it had stopped. Both the hour hand and the minute hand were stuck at the 12 position. The clock was motionless, but the minute hand was trembling slightly as if something were affecting it. This is the desolate time clock, the young man said. It was originally used to detect the pollution levels in the polluted land, but after I brought it back from the polluted land 10 years ago, it no longer detected pollution levels. Instead, it detects something more special. A rustling sound ensued. The young man stretched out his hand from the darkness, a hand equally decayed, causing the elder to twitch involuntarily, barely suppressing a reaction. Then that skeletal hand lay upon the pocket watch. The elder then saw the hour hand, which had been at 12, jump forward 2 notches. But as the young man drew his hand back, it leapt to 1 and finally returned to 0, 12. This is. It can sense domination. No, to be precise, it can sense Visa's power, the young man said. Although I do not know the principle behind it, Visa's power, just like the legendary corpse blocks, can be sensed by each other. The elder understood. So you mean if Gerard also acquired domination, then it would be detected by this watch? Yes, the young man said indifferently. For these 10 years, I generally check him every 6 months when the opportunity arises, to avoid alerting the prey. Up until his last trip to Rhine, nothing had been detected. In theory, there is still some time until the next check, but... The young man paused. His recent changes do indeed cause some unease. Perhaps it's better to perform an early check. All right, the elder nodded solemnly and then carefully pocketed the watch. I will go find him in the next couple of days. No need, the young man said dispassionately. He will come to you soon enough. Don't forget, you are also an assistant for 4th District Affairs. The elder understood. Dawn was breaking, and a blush of dawn light began to glow in the distant sky. The elder knew it was time for him to leave. But before he left, he thought of something else and looked again at the young man. The clock hands on this watch stopped at 2. Does that have any special meaning? By now, the rising sun had shone its early light into the dim room, illuminating the young man. His black, decaying flesh was rapidly healing under the sunlight, the maggots disappearing, the holes filling up. He was transforming back into the elegant Mr. Yang Xin, as though being reborn. Yet this rebirth scene was extremely eerie to the elder. Quite simple, he said with a light chuckle, because I can only set it to 2. What are you doing? Gerard, having awakened in the wee hours and completed a new trade with Baiwei, did not go back to sleep. Instead, he went to his old desk and began to tinker with a basket of parts that, at first glance, didn't look much different from scrap metal, prompting the aforementioned question from Baiwei. If it had been before the trade, Gerard would not have needed to answer Baiwei, but now things were different. After a brief silence, Gerard still replied while hammering away. These are anti-pollution devices, once the standard equipment required to enter the polluted land. Oh, Byway's interest was piqued. You mean the equipment from your Night Star team? Yes. This looks pretty old. Because it's all from 10 years ago. Can't you just buy new ones? No, I don't have that privilege, Gerard replied. I now belong to the Skeleton Corps, and the Skeleton Corps doesn't need such equipment. Interesting, Byway noted. So you're saying these were military equipment, not available to the average person or even the average force. Then after you came back from the polluted land, they didn't reclaim these equipments. No, Gerard said. Most of them were already broken and outdated, and strictly speaking, they are not equipments. Not equipment, then what are they? They are relics. Gerard lined up the scrap metal he had been toying with. Some of the scraps were pocket watches that no longer worked. Some were parts of broken monocles. Others were pipes, folding knives, even a long, slender screw. What they all had in common was that they were engraved with names. Ian Helmo Eric Hun. This is the rule for Night Star. No, for the entire Pioneer Force, or rather the polluted land, Gerard explained to Byway calmly. When you can't save your comrades in the polluted land, the survivors would replace their parts or equipment with something from themselves, to show that those who return will carry on with a part of their fallen comrades, and those who stay aren't left there alone. They go to their death with the company of others. So these pieces of equipment are what I carried with me when I came out of the polluted land 10 years ago. I see, Byway paused, then said, but you can't remember anything anymore. Chapter 113, 18 Gerard, kill him, now 6K Major 3. Yes, I can't remember anything, Gerard said in response to Byway while his hands did not slow down in their movements. He refurbished the items one by one, items that were once equipment and now relics, evidently intending to turn them back into equipment. With my current identity, I can't acquire new equipment, so I will have to make do with these. It seems you already have some ideas, Byway said. Tell me, what do you plan to do today? Continue the investigation, Gerard replied calmly. Akkad is an assistant in the 4th District, but his body has been contaminated to such a state. If he's not an isolated case, then the upper echelons of the entire 4th District are probably rife with contamination. It should be easy to verify. So your method of verification is to take this pile of junk to the offices of the 4th District and see what lights up. Byway understood Gerard's plan, then couldn't help clicking his tongue. That's quite blunt and straightforward. Simple but effective, Gerard said. Traces of contamination aren't so easily erased. As long as it truly existed, the traces can be found. Gerard pointed to a watch with the name Helmo engraved on it. This pocket watch is called the Desolate Time Clock and can detect nearby pollutants. Then there was a folding knife engraved with the name Eric. This knife, known as Cyril's blunt knife, can deal maximum critical damage to pollutants. Next was a monocle with Ian on it. This doesn't have a special name. Through it, one can see pollution more directly. Gerard introduced all the scrap metal one by one, like cherished treasures. After listening to him, Byway suddenly asked, I won't bother asking which of these guys can be put to use. He paused, then said with a smirk, Why not just say which ones are intended to be used against me? Gerard immediately fell silent. After a long while, he picked up the monocle he had just mentioned. This lens is not a creation of Lyra. It comes from the outside, and it's not just capable of seeing through pollution, but also holds certain sealing abilities. Byway laughed. So you plan to use this to seal me? You still think I'm a pollutant? It is a necessary precaution, Gerard replied. Whether you are a pollutant or not, I need to be fully prepared. So you're not thinking of using all the items with sealing properties against me? I have indeed prepared to do so. Even if I told you, it would be pointless. Yes, Gerard said. This is something I must do myself, and it's not part of our deal. Of course, our deal is only that you don't keep any secrets from me, Byway said leisurely. What you actually do is your business, but when you really decide to act against me, will you let me know? If you ask. Heh, interesting, Byway laughed offhandedly. I believe it will be quite interesting if that day truly comes, but before then, you should go about your own business. See what has become of that bishop of the 4th District you know so well. A few hours later, Gerard arrived at the office of the 4th District, a spire only 1/5 the height of the Sky Tower. The population of the 4th District was also among the highest in Lyra City, so when Gerard arrived, there were already quite a few people there conducting their business. Upon entering the spire, Gerard didn't dawdle. He directly used his skeleton core identity to approach the receptionist. Since it wasn't the main tower, the receptionist here was a real person, not an affairs officer like those in the Sky Tower. Thus, when the receptionist heard that Gerard had come to investigate, there was some surprise, perhaps due in part to Gerard's attire. At that moment, Gerard was not only draped in an assortment of peculiar, rag-like objects, but his left eye was also wrapped in thick gauze, looking like a severely ill patient who had just fled a hospital. Although the receptionist was taken aback, he still politely asked Gerard to wait on the side while he contacted his superiors. As Gerard waited, Bai Wei's voice rang in his mind. "Do you think you'll be able to meet with the Archbishop directly?" "Unlikely," Gerard replied in his mind. "Bishop Holman hasn't shown his face for more than a decade. After 236 years. No, even earlier. A district's bishop hasn't shown himself for over a decade, and you all don't find that abnormal." "In Lyra, it's not considered strange," Gerard said. "The 5 great bishops haven't shown themselves for over a decade either. They have their own responsibilities." Bai Wei chuckled but didn't pursue the topic. Instead, he asked, "Any reactions from your pile of detectors?" Gerard had been watching the pocket watch the entire time, and its hands hadn't moved an inch. "At least not here," Gerard replied. Not long after, footsteps approached. Gerard turned his head and saw a white-haired elder walking towards him. "Good day, Lord Gerard," the white-haired elder introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Terrell, the assistant for the 4th District." Gerard looked at Terrell and suddenly asked, "Like Akkad?" "If you're referring to the position," Terrell kept a composed smile, "then yes, indeed, it's the same." Chapter 114. 18 Gerard kill him now 6K Big 4. Wait. "I've heard about Mr. Akkad's case," Terrell said as he led Gerard to Akkad's office. "The skeleton squad came asking for information last night. To be honest, I am shocked by your accusation against him. It seems rather absurd to me. Ah, here we are. This is Mr. Akkad's office." After bringing Gerard to Akkad's office, Terrell observed the Knight of Night Star with a silent gaze. Lord Yang Xin was right. Gerard had come knocking so soon, and he made no attempt to conceal his purpose. He wore the outdated pollution monitoring equipment, looking as though he was about to step into the pollution zone. The old desolate time clock was in his hand, but its hands remained motionless. "Mr. Gerard," Terrell reminded him calmly, "you are being too imaginative. This is not a pollution zone." Gerard circled around Akkad's office, finding no trace of pollution, yet his expression hardly changed. "I want to see Bishop Holman." Terrell had anticipated Gerard's request. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gerard. Bishop Holman is very busy. He doesn't have time for outsiders." "Not even after such a major incident." "What you call a major incident is merely your side of the story," Terrell said. "Moreover, even if what you say is true, your rank is not sufficient for a direct audience with Bishop Holman. You are no longer the Knight of Night Star from 10 years ago, are you?" Hearing Terrell's words, Gerard asked, "Is this your opinion or Bishop Holman's? Does Bishop Holman know what has happened over these 10 years? "That is purely my own opinion," Terrell answered. "As for your latter question, allow me to be blunt, Sir Gerard. Nothing has happened in these 10 years. Everything is normal. It is only you who finds it abnormal." Gerard didn't argue with Terrell. After all, he had heard such remarks countless times over the last decade. He didn't expect to meet Holman today, but he had achieved his objective. Source, updated on Ye0 New Letter 25 Omicron, Letter 18 Omicron. Gerard could be certain that this office was not where Akkad worked. Terrell had simply grabbed a room to appease him. As for the true whereabouts of Akkad's office, that didn't matter. Gerard knew that the office Terrell brought him to was a sham, and that was enough. There was no need to waste more time here. "It seems I should look for answers elsewhere," Gerard said. "You won't find the answers you seek, Mr. Gerard," Terrell replied indifferently, "because they simply don't exist. However, of course, before that, I will do my best to assist you. Now let me escort you out. There's much work to do today. With Mr. Akkad gone, I must take on more, and I hope you can understand." Gerard nodded, then left the room, with Terrell following behind, slowly reaching his hand into the inside pocket of his coat. Since Gerard's probing had ended, it was Terrell's turn now. Terrell didn't act immediately, for he knew what kind of person he was dealing with. It wasn't the time to raise Gerard's guard further. So he waited until they reached the grand hall of the separate tower. Amidst the crowded and noisy environment, he grabbed the pocket watch, contemplating his next move. Just by pulling out the watch and making a feint behind Gerard, he could perform the check without drawing attention. Even if Gerard did notice, he could explain it as a standard desolate time clock, merely there to check for pollution on Gerard. Though somewhat disrespectful, it was a reasonable excuse, especially since the watch would. At the moment he grasped the watch, Terrell froze, for he felt the watch in his palm was shaking wildly. Instinctively he took it out, then with horror, discovered that the timepiece, which Lord Yangzin could only move to 2, was spinning at an incredible rate, tormenting the decade-old relic to the verge of falling apart. How could this be? Before Terrell could react, Gerard, who was in front, suddenly turned back. "This is as far as you need to escort me, Mr. Terrell." Then Gerard noticed the watch in Terrell's hand and glanced at it. With that one look, the already strained watch exploded instantly. The ancient hour hand shot out from the glass, slashing all 5 of Terrell's fingers. By the time the pieces of the watch scattered on the ground, Terrell's hand was drenched in blood. Terrell watched Gerard, a wordless fear suddenly flooding over him. However, he suppressed it, pretending to be calm. He said, "It seems this watch has reached its retirement too," and bent down to pick up the pieces. Gerard's brow furrowed slightly. He felt there was something familiar about the shattered watch. As he thought of an excuse to check it, he heard Bai Wei's voice inside his head, calm yet undeniable. "Gerard, kill him. Now." Chapter 115, 19th. This is your last chance. Terrell was extremely nervous, even more so than when he met Lord Yangzin the night before. His hands wouldn't stop trembling, and the beads of sweat spilling from his forehead continually dripped down, mingling with the fresh blood that had welled up from his finger pricked by the clock hand earlier, making him look particularly wretched. Terrell could no longer hear anything beyond the thumping of his own heartbeat. Not even the wound on his finger that kept seeping blood felt any pain. Fear was the only emotion he could genuinely experience. And all of this, of course, was brought on by Gerard. Terrell couldn't forget the scene he had just witnessed, where even Lord Yangzin could only tune the desolate time clock to 2. But it collapsed the moment it neared Gerard. What did that imply? Had Gerard found the power he failed to bring out from the pollution zone before, and the concentration of that power, it far exceeded Lord Yangzin's. But according to Lord Yangzin, they had tested Gerard just a month ago, and he had nothing on him then. Could so much have changed in just a month? Or did it mean he had always been like this, pretending for 10 years? One after another, thoughts and suspicions popped into Terrell's mind, stabbing his nerves sharply like needles, making it unbearable for him to contemplate further, leaving him only the desire to report immediately to Lord Yangzin. But Gerard was right by his side, never having left. While Terrell pretended to casually pick up the scattered parts of the desolate time clock, Gerard stood silently beside him, still as a statue. From the corner of his eye, Terrell could clearly see Gerard's legs, straight as columns, also imposing a tremendous pressure on him. Terrell felt like a convict waiting for execution, and Gerard the executioner ready to behead him. With the abilities of the Knight of Night Star, Terrell believed that if Gerard really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have time to raise his head to call for help. So would he strike? Had he noticed Terrell's earlier actions? Source, updated on Omicron U, letter 1A5, letter 1D11, letter 188 Armenian. He awed anus. Terrell was incredibly tense, and this tension peaked when he heard the thud of footsteps. Gerard was approaching him, and his heavy boots seemed not to tread on the hall's floor but on his heart. Yes, he felt Gerard's footsteps, and his own heartbeat had synchronized. Then the footsteps stopped. Gerard had come to a halt beside him. At that moment, Terrell felt like he had forgotten how to breathe, fumbling several times for a small part he couldn't manage to pick up. He dared not look up, and naturally he couldn't see Gerard's face, but he could feel Gerard's gaze. That gaze rested on him like a butcher's knife on his neck. Was he really going to act? If Gerard truly intended to kill him, then before he died, he had to get the message to Lord Yangzin. That was the only thought Terrell could cling to amidst his chaotic thoughts. So when he saw Gerard slowly leaning down, preparing to act, Terrell could almost no longer restrain the pressure within him, almost shouting for help. But just then he heard Gerard say calmly, "Let me help you." The moment those words were spoken, the unparalleled pressure Terrell felt vanished in an instant. The world, which had been so quiet that he could only hear his own heartbeat and Gerard's footsteps, disappeared, and the noise of the bustling 4th District came flooding back. The wound that was still bleeding began to hurt as well. In that instant, Terrell felt as though he had come back to life. And when Gerard also bent down to start picking up the parts with Terrell, the fear and tension in his heart had completely dissipated, leaving only a trace of puzzlement. Strange, why had he been so afraid just a moment ago? Terrell was perplexed. He looked around the room. There were hundreds of people coming and going on the 1st floor of the 4th District Tower, and the commotion he had caused had attracted quite a bit of attention, with people now looking over. This immediately eased Terrell's anxiety. Yes, this was his territory. How could Gerard possibly dare to lay a hand on him here? With this thought, Terrell immediately felt relieved, attributing his earlier excessive tension to the poor rest he had had over the past 2 days, the shock of Akat's death at Gerard's hands, and of course, the truth revealed earlier, an accumulation of factors that had driven him to act so abnormally. But now that he had calmed down, Terrell knew there was no need to be afraid. Even if Gerard knew everything, he would never dare to touch him. Because Terrell now stood in the sunlight, while Gerard was nothing but a mouse in the shadows. It really troubles you, Knight Gerard. Thinking of this, Terrell's face once again wore a smile. Actually, you didn't need to help me, I could have handled it myself. Tell me what exactly happened, Gerard said in a low voice. Terrell blinked slightly. What are you saying? Gerard lifted his head to look at Terrell and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Stop pretending. Tell me what exactly happened. What was the matter 10 years ago? What has been happening these past 10 years? And the desolate time clock that was just blown up, what about that? Terrell narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that Gerard would lay his cards on the table so directly. Was he feeling nervous? Nervous that his secret had been discovered? It could only be this way. Terrell once again showed a smile, but what he said was, Knight Gerard, I don't understand what you're talking about. Everything here is normal as it was 10 years ago, and so it is now. Gerard continued to look at Terrell, slowly saying, Can we talk somewhere else? There are too many people here. Oh, it seems my guess was indeed correct. Seeing that Gerard had made this request, the smile on Terrell's face grew even brighter, and there was even a hint of mockery in that smile. Knight Gerard, I don't understand what you mean. Do we have something that can't be seen by others? Perhaps you do, but I don't. If we really must talk, it's fine right here. Gerard fell silent. His gaze remained on Terrell, but that look could no longer exert the same pressure on Terrell as before. In his view, Gerard knew his own secret had been pierced through, so he wanted to gamble one last time. The more it was at times like this, the less Terrell was willing to give him a chance. Terrell had decided that later, when he would send a message to Lord Yangzin, he would by no means leave this hall. Gerard looked at Terrell for a long time and then finally spoke again. I don't know how much you're involved, but since I didn't detect any pollution on you, I think you still have a chance. But this is the last chance. I'm trying to help you. Any later, and it really will be too late. Terrell was somewhat surprised that Gerard would say such things. Even from Gerard's tone, he sensed a bit of sincerity and pleading. He looked at Gerard's eyes, somewhat puzzled, and somehow Gerard's left eye, concealed with gauze, gave him a palpably throbbing feeling. But this feeling did not last long. Terrell said calmly, Knight Gerard, I don't understand what you're saying. Perhaps in your eyes all of us have problems and you're trying to save us all. But is it possible that all of us are normal and the only one with a problem is you? After saying this, Terrell did not continue to entangle with Gerard, and having packed up the remaining parts, he stood up. I'll leave the rest as a keepsake for you. Terrell shrugged and said, After all, that clock is a thing from 10 years ago. It's broken, it's outdated, and indeed shouldn't continue to be carried around. Perhaps the scrap metal yard is its best destiny. After leaving these words, Terrell turned and left. He was still somewhat wary that Gerard might come after him. But Gerard did not. He just stood there, watching Terrell's departing figure. When Terrell looked back, he suddenly felt like Gerard was looking at a dead man. This caused Terrell to shudder. He blinked, and when he looked again, Gerard had already turned to leave. What a mystifying fellow, Terrell muttered, then walked briskly toward the front desk. Contact Sky Tower for me and quick. He wanted to get the message to Lord Yangzin as soon as possible. The sooner the better. So he quickened his pace. Then he felt his footsteps become very fast, his body light. And also getting lighter and lighter. Even as if he were flying. Next, he saw the receptionist's expression at the front desk gradually shift from a full-faced smile to a stunned look. and finally to horror. In the end, a thud, Terrell's head landed on the ground. The last image he saw before losing consciousness was a body with only 1/3 left, striding quickly forward. Chapter 116, 20 names engraved on the pocket watch. Phew. As the tower in the 4th district fell into chaos, Gerard went against the crowd and walked out. He breathed heavily, his body trembling slightly and his vision blurred, barely able to see the road beneath his feet. If it weren't for Bai Wei constantly instructing him, left and right in his mind, he might have fallen over several times already. He forced himself onward into an alley. After confirming that no one was around, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. By then, his right eye was nearly blind, accompanied by a pain sharp as needles, even more unbearable than when he had gouged out his left eye with a dagger back in Somo City. "Am I going blind?" Gerard asked Bai Wei. "Not yet," Bai Wei replied calmly. "That guy is just an ordinary person. Dealing with him shouldn't exact too high a price. You should soon recover." Hearing Bai Wei's words, Gerard nodded without speaking further. Still careless, Bai Wei sighed inwardly. They had almost been discovered. Dealing with such a person and having to employ the rule's left eye seemed like using a guillotine to kill a chicken, no, more like using an executioner's blade. Of course, this was also because the situation in Lyra was far more complicated than he had imagined. In the original story, players would not enter this map formally until a month later, by which time Gerard would have already been long dead, and the power struggle among all parties in Lyra nearly concluded. The whole of Lyra would be like a powder keg about to explode, and the fuse was already lit, heading irreversibly toward an outcome. Though the protagonist ultimately resolved the issue, it came at a huge cost, losing that piece of corpse blocks forever. Now, before everything became irreversible, Bai Wei intended to enter the game early and grab the corpse blocks, facing even greater and unknown risks. Source, updated on small capen Omicron U letter 1E5 Armenian, he Auginus, letter 1D04 Omicron. If this happened a couple more times, Gerard's body would give out before retrieving the corpse blocks, and it would be difficult to say whether he could find the next host to escape this troubling situation immediately. Is this the consequence of greed? Bai Wei thought jokingly to himself. Then, noticing that Gerard had been silent for a long while, he spoke lightly. "You've somewhat surprised me." "What?" "I thought you would nag me more," Bai Wei said. "Like asking why kill him since he's just an ordinary person, or saying that we shouldn't lay hands on him without witnessing his outrageous actions firsthand, that it goes against the rules. Honestly, you not bringing up the rules surprises me." Previously, Gerard would definitely not have answered this question from Bai Wei, but now, having engaged in the new deal, he could not hide it and slowly said, "I gave him a chance." "I said I already gave him a chance," Gerard repeated. "He had no corruption, but I'm certain he knew something, and he was involved, of course. The main reason was still our first deal." "Oh, you had me use this eye." Gerard's finger gently caressed the bandage over his left eye. "And I, in return, must ensure your safety, find the next host for you. That is our deal, so no matter from which perspective." Gerard paused. He could not be allowed to live. Listening to Gerard's explanation, Bai Wei felt very satisfied. Although Gerard proved more troublesome than Ulu, after 2 days, this stubborn stone, who had held fast to rules to the extent of readily accepting a suicidal mission, also began crossing lines. And not just by a small margin, but by a significant step. Of course, in Bai Wei's view, Gerard was merely catching up with the 10 years of halted progress. Of course, soon after, Bai Wei heard Gerard speak calmly. "Once all the dust settles, the truth is revealed, and the rules are re-established, I will pay the price for everything I have done." "That does sound like something you would say," Bai Wei responded with a light smile. "If such a day of dust settling really comes, what you do then is none of my concern." This time, Gerard was silent for a long time, unsure what he was thinking, and Bai Wei didn't ask. Not until his right eye had gradually recovered. Just when Bai Wei thought he was about to leave, Gerard suddenly asked, "The power just now, if it happens a few more times, what will become of me?" "Permanent blindness at the very least." Bai Wei did not hide it from him, as Gerard would have guessed after experiencing it once. "This also depends on the opponent, which is why I always suggest that you take my finger. Its price is at least less than that of the eye." "But they're both irreversible consequences, right?" Gerard said. "In the end, will I end up like when I first met you?" Byway knew Gerard was referring to Ulu, so he answered, "You can avoid ending up like that." "Is there a choice?" "Of course." "And what about him?" Gerard asked. "Does he also have a choice?" "If I told you that until the very last night, he still had the opportunity and could choose to live, would you believe me?" Gerard remained silent for a long while before he softly said, "Before today, I wouldn't have believed it." Byway remained silent. "Visas, I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of you," Gerard said. "If it were just death, even if I became like the person before me, I wouldn't mind. I only want to find the truth and clear the corruption threatening Lyra, but I don't want to become a greater corruption." Gerard didn't finish his sentence, but Byway had already understood. Once again, he had refused to connect his own fingers. Especially after witnessing the true power of this eye today. As he always said, he wasn't afraid of death even if he died like Ulu, but he was more afraid of being controlled by Byway, thereby causing Lyra to slide into an inevitable abyss. What a troublesome guy. But Byway wasn't in a hurry. "If you can really solve everything with your own power, then I'd be happy to relax." As he spoke, Byway didn't want to linger on this topic anymore and said, "Now that guy is also dead, even without clear evidence, not knowing the specifics. But the one behind him will definitely pay more attention to you now. What comes next will be even more troublesome." That was also why Byway didn't care whether Gerard was willing to connect his fingers immediately. Today's incident was an accident, nearly causing him to expose himself. But from another perspective, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With Terrell dead, his superior wouldn't continue to observe slowly anymore, because Gerard must have seemed uncontrollable to him. And Gerard seemed to realize this too, and he nodded slightly. "Good, I also need to find him." "Find who?" "The Bishop of 4th District, Hallman," Gerard said as he put his hands in his pockets and slowly continued. "One assistant having a problem could be explained away, but if two of them did, then that can only mean he has a problem too, just don't know why." Gerard suddenly felt something in his pocket. He took it out and found several blood-stained parts. These were the fragments of the desolate time clock that Terrell had used earlier. Gerard stared at these fragments in a daze. Byway asked, "What's wrong?" Gerard's brows furrowed slightly. The desolate time clock was the standard equipment of the Pioneer Force 10 years ago, and after the second generation of the Devil Pioneer Force was established, they changed to new standard equipment, so why was he still using this one? Hearing Gerard's words, Byway also directed his gaze at these scattered fragments, and then his pupils flickered, soon realizing something. Oh. But before he could speak, Gerard had already taken out his own desolate time clock for comparison. From the degree of wear on the exterior, these two desolate time clocks seemed to be from the same era. Then Gerard noticed that these fragments of the desolate time clock had some engravings, which seemed deliberately carved and not just ordinary scratches. He suddenly guessed something. Because the complete desolate time clock also had such engravings, engraved with the name Helmo. So Gerard bent down and began to piece them together on the ground. The parts he had were not many, only enough to sketch out a rough outline, and thus, those carvings didn't reveal anything specific. However, when Gerard used his dagger to scrape away the dust on the ground, connecting these engravings, a complete name finally emerged vaguely. Gerard just glanced at it and fell into a prolonged silence. Because the name was Gerard. Chapter 117, 21, That's just an echo, that's all. Although I don't want to interrupt your thoughts at this time, Byway's voice echoed leisurely in Gerard's mind. How long do you plan on standing here lost in thought until it gets dark? Only then did Gerard snap back to reality. He subconsciously raised his head to check the sky, which was still bright, with a long time to go before sunset. But Gerard also knew he had indeed been lost in thought for a considerable amount. The shock that had come upon seeing his own name had filled his brain entirely, leaving no room for other thoughts. Judging from your reaction, Byway's voice rose again, that watch is really yours, isn't it? Gerard was silent for a while before he looked again at the shattered components. Because they were too ancient and damaged, he couldn't confirm through the details if it was the same watch he had owned 10 years ago. But he also knew that there were basically no other possibilities. Because the watch belonged to the Pioneer Force of 10 years ago, that is, to the Night Star team, and there was no other member named Gerard in the Night Star team. Unless someone deliberately created this watch to confuse him. But that possibility was also slim because, under normal circumstances, there was no way the watch could have come into his possession. It had only fallen into his hands because of the variable inside him, Visas, who decided to kill Terrell. If the other party could calculate even that, it would be far too exaggerated. So the only possibility was that the watch was indeed the one he had used 10 years ago. And it, by all accounts, should have been buried forever in the polluted land. But now it had appeared before him. "If I remember correctly," Byway said in a languid tone, "you once said that in the polluted land those alive would swap equipment with the dead, to let the living carry on with the dead's share, so that the living wouldn't feel alone and the dead would have company on the road to the underworld. From your expression, may I conclude that this watch should have remained on the road to the underworld?" "I don't know what you mean by the underworld," Gerard said, "but it indeed should have stayed in the polluted land." "Then why is it here?" "There are only two possibilities. Either someone entered the deepest parts of the polluted land 10 years later, which is where I had been, and found this watch." Gerard's voice was very low. "Or—" He gently closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. 10 years ago, it wasn't just me who returned from the deepest parts of the polluted land." As he spoke these words, Gerard subconsciously clenched the parts of the desolate time clock tightly, the sharp edges cutting into his finger, drawing blood, yet he had no reaction. Obviously, there was something Gerard had not said, but Byway could guess it. If someone else had really come back, then why not seek him out, instead of letting him bear the name of a traitor alone for 10 years? Regarding this matter, Byway was also in the dark. He asked, "If it's the latter, who do you think would have come back? In other words, who did you leave this watch with originally?" Gerard opened his eyes and in a hoarse voice said, "I don't remember clearly. My memories of that deepest place are fragmented, like bits and pieces of images. These images don't show the whereabouts of the watch, but—" He turned his head to look at the other intact, desolate time clock. According to the rules, traded items must be exchanged for items of the same kind, to prevent the living from having insufficient equipment and meeting accidents. So, Gerard looked at the inscription on the pocket watch, and once again glimpses of his interrogation by that woman in the Sky Tower yesterday crossed his mind, and he fell silent again. But this time, the silence didn't last too long before he spoke up. "Based solely on this watch's inscription, I can't make a definite judgment. I must verify it in person." Byway raised Gerard's eyebrows. "Not going to find the Archbishop?" "It's a starting point," Gerard said. "No matter whether someone brought the watch back later or a teammate who survived 10 years ago returned with it, either possibility will unlock many of my doubts." That point Byway did not deny. He simply said slowly, as Gerard was getting up to leave, "If it's possible, which possibility do you hope for more?" "What?" Gerard didn't catch it at first. "I mean, if it's possible, would you rather your teammate have lived until now, or have died forever in the polluted land?" Gerard fell into silence once more. He discovered that Byway always managed to ask such piercing questions that he didn't know how to answer, because these questions were like swords thrust directly into his heart. But due to the nature of their trade, he could not refuse to answer. Eventually, he spoke slowly. "I don't know, but if possible." He lifted his head to look at the sky that hadn't changed in 10 years and then said softly, "I really hope that he has lived until now." "What?" Yang Zin stood in the morgue, silent, looking at the body that had just been brought in 5 minutes ago. Before long, a hunched figure opened the door to the morgue, peeking inside carefully, and only after seeing Yang Zin's silhouette did he walk in quickly, bowing respectfully and saying, "Lord Yang Zin, I have arrived." Chapter 118, 21 That's Just an Echo, 2. Yang Zin didn't turn his head as he asked, "You are Terrell's apprentice?" "Ah, yes, the hunched figure replied. "My name is Zaman. I am Mr. Terrell S." "That's enough," Yang Zin said expressionlessly, cutting Zaman off. "No need for any extra introductions. I just need to know that from now on you will be in charge of Terrell's work." Yes. Zaman wiped his sweat. To be honest, he was both excited and scared at the moment. The excitement, of course, came from the fact that he had finally come into contact with the legendary Mr. Yang Zin. Undoubtedly, this meant a step up in status for him. Anyone who could meet with Mr. Yang Zin could be considered a core figure. However, what scared him was, the reason for his rise was the death of the previous higher-ups, including his mentor Terrell and another who was working directly for Yang Zin, Akat. Originally, Yang Zin only contacted these two and let them handle affairs on his behalf. But now both had died, one after the other, within 2 days. The first one's body wasn't even found after his death, and the second one, his mentor. His body now lay on the mortuary table, and it wasn't intact. This naturally made Zaman panic, who knew if, following this trend, he would be the next. Yang Xin looked back at Zaman. He could feel the new servant's unease, but at this moment he had no mood to provide comfort. If Akkot's death was somewhat expected and barely acceptable, Terrell's death was completely unexpected and unacceptable. So he directly asked Zaman, "Any results yet?" "Sorry, Mr. Yang Xin," Zaman tried to bow as low as possible. Although the skeleton corps took over the scene immediately and started the investigation, so far they have not identified Mr. Terrell's cause of death. They can only roughly determine it was not a power of Lyra but an outsider's crooked spell, very likely from one of the 4 great secret religions. Specifically. "That's impossible," Yang Xin interrupted Zaman expressionlessly and said, "Gerard, Terrell was in continuous communication with Gerard until his death. He is the only possibility." "That may be so, but Lord Terrell was in the 4th District Spire Hall talking with Gerard, under the watch of countless eyes. Gerard did. Clearly, the Skeleton Corps has also listed Gerard as a suspect, but without evidence, there's no way to issue a warrant directly for Gerard." And that was the crux of the issue. Yang Xin was certain Gerard was behind it. But how had he done it? Yang Xin turned his head, taking another look at Terrell's body. The body was already incomplete, and in a way Yang Xin had never seen before. His entire body was like a little figure in a drawing that had been erased in several spots, and those missing parts seemed to have vanished completely, not found at the scene. Even more so, not only the flesh had disappeared. Yang Xin stepped forward, observing Terrell's body more closely. As a Lyran, metal bodies and mechanical limbs were essential parts, and Terrell was no different. His chest, his arms, all had metal components, and these parts too were conspicuously absent. But metal is different from flesh. A sharp sword can easily sever flesh, but it cannot cut through metal. If one forcibly destroys metal with power, there will undoubtedly be signs of deformation. Yet on Terrell's body, none of these traits were visible. These metal parts, like the body itself, had disappeared out of thin air. The cuts at the ends where they had been severed showed no signs of cutting, as if they had always been that way. None of the lost flesh and metal was found at the scene. It was as if these parts had never existed. So how did he do it? "Mr. Yang Xin?" Seeing that Yang Xin remained silent for some time, Zaman took out a bunch of parts from his pocket with trepidation. "These are the items you previously entrusted to Lord Terrell. They have been broken and only these pieces remain. Do you see?" Yang Xin turned his head, looking at the shattered, desolate time clock, his brows slightly furrowing. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the reason Gerard had acted. Terrell's investigative actions had been discovered by Gerard, prompting him to act to avoid exposing something. At a glance, it seemed reasonable, but upon closer inspection, it seemed hardly scrutinizable. Firstly, unlike Akkot, Terrell was very cautious by nature. After knowing the method of inspection, he should not have been found out by Gerard. Secondly, from what Yang Xin knew of Gerard, he didn't seem like someone who would ruthlessly exterminate to cover up his secrets. If Gerard's actions against Akkot were somewhat justified, but directly killing Terrell really didn't fit his character. If he were that kind of person, it wouldn't make sense for him to have been persecuted for a full 10 years without retaliation. Thirdly, Gerard's act of delivering a death blow didn't seem rational. What exactly was he trying to hide? If he too possessed domination, then wouldn't murdering Terrell just confirm this? Did he think Terrell's level of influence was truly the mastermind, and that by eliminating Terrell there would be no more threats? That's impossible. He couldn't be that foolish. But if not, then what exactly did he want to hide? Chapter 119, 21. That's just an echo, that's all 3. These 3 points were incomprehensible to Yang Xin. He stretched out his hand, rubbing the fragments of the desolate time clock while pondering. Could Gerard have turned the desolate time clock past, too? And was that why Terrell had to die upon discovering this? With this thought, Yang Xin turned around, approached Terrell's corpse once more, stood still beside it, and then slowly stretched out his hand toward it. He was about to conduct an experiment. If Gerard also possessed the power of domination, Yang Xin should be able to feel it. Because he too had domination. Powers from visas always attracted each other, just as that ancient being yearned to reunite its body and return to this world. So Yang Xin wanted to try, and see if what Gerard used on Terrell was indeed the same domination power that originated from the same source as his. Although Terrell was now a corpse, Yang Zin could still sense even the slightest residual echo left behind. Thus, he placed his fingertips on Terrell's wound. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented pull erupting from Terrell's wound. This tremendous pull made his entire soul quiver, and his treasured domination also resonated, surging wildly as if it wanted to burst out of his body and rush toward the remains of Terrell. What in the world was happening? Yang Zin paled with shock. He saw his own flesh falling off like mud, withered white bones under his skin and wriggling maggots in his muscles emerging rapidly. Yang Zin knew what was happening. His body had been maintained by domination until now, but the domination was leaving him, to follow a mere echo left on those remnants. But why? It was just an echo after all. Zaman witnessed the scene from nearby. He watched in horror as Lord Yang Zin's flesh rapidly peeled away, turning into a puddle of rot in the blink of an eye, which scared him into screaming like a pig. What the hell was this? He tried to run instinctively, but due to his overwhelming fear, he failed to open the door of the morgue after 3 or 4 attempts. When he finally managed to open it, he heard Yang Zin's tired yet unmistakable voice. "All right, I'm fine now." Zaman was stunned. He slowly turned around and saw Yang Zin standing there as if nothing had happened, as if all that had just occurred was merely his own illusion. "Lord Yang Zin, what was that just now?" "Don't ask any more questions," Yang Zin spoke with newfound fatigue. "Listen, you're going to do 2 things right now." Lord Yang Zin had recovered, and that familiar oppressive force returned with him. Zaman didn't dare to refuse and bent down again. "Your orders, sir." "First, contact the Devil's army through our channels, and have them prepare to enter the city." Yang Zin paused, and then continued indifferently. "As for the reason, say that the contamination outbreak from 10 years ago has occurred again, and they're needed to clean up the city." I understand," Zaman said. Allowing the Devil's army to enter the city was absolutely taboo, but he didn't dare ask why at this moment. He just wanted to leave immediately, and the second task. "The second task?" Yang Zin narrowed his eyes, recalling the soul-tearing pull he had just felt, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly began. "Use all resources to go to Rhine's Somo City." "Rhine?" Zaman stuttered, baffled. While calling in the Devil's army might be seen as an internal affair of Lyra, going to Rhine was beyond Zaman's understanding. What's happening at Somo City in Rhine? Find out exactly what happened in Somo City before and how exactly the Archbishop died. Yang Zin looked into Zaman's eyes and then emphasized each word. "At all costs, you must find out." Chapter 120, 22 Devil. Polluted land. A medium-sized pollutant aimlessly wandered through the corpse swamp. With each step, a layer of grease would slide off its body, leaving a thick oil trail as it moved. It wandered like this until it reached the edge of a small hill made of corpse piles. Medium-sized pollutants possessed a certain degree of intelligence, but not much. Therefore, it felt that something was off about the corpse mountain before its eyes, which didn't quite seem like a natural product of the polluted land. But the overwhelming desire to feed still overpowered its limited intelligence, prompting it to stop thinking and head straight for the mound, burying its head into the mountain of corpses. Soon, this silent place was filled with the cringe-inducing sound of chewing. It gnawed at the remains of these pollutants, or rather it fed. In the polluted land, small, human-sized pollutants provided nourishment for medium-sized pollutants, which in turn were the food for large pollutants, and large pollutants would, upon death, become food for numerous small pollutants. This was a place with a strict hierarchy, and in the polluted land, nearly all creatures were bound to follow this law. But this was only nearly. While the medium-sized pollutant was happily feeding, the corpse mountain stirred. In the next second, a giant net strung with numerous blades flew out from within the heaps, instantly shrouding the medium-sized pollutant, and the knife blades embedded in the mesh pierced the creature's body from every angle. A liquid, resembling both mud and oil, spurted out of the wounds. Even with its limited intelligence, the medium-sized pollutant realized something was wrong. It let out an indistinct roar, and then its body started writhing, with tendrils after tendrils growing out from its flesh, seemingly attempting to tear the net apart with these new appendages. That's when the specialized blades on the net came into effect. Hundreds, if not thousands, of blades in the net operated at the same time, emitting even sharper and more grating metallic friction sounds. Hidden within the blades were even finer chainsaws, which now spun rapidly, transforming into multiple small chainsaw swords. So many chainsaw swords operating at once dismembered all the tendrils derived from the medium-sized pollutant in an instant, shaving off nearly a quarter of its body as well. It collapsed with a thunderous fall. Before it could attempt to rise, one after another figure emerged from the swamp, each wearing a devil mask and wielding larger chainsaw swords. These people paid no heed to the medium pollutant's resistance, nor cared whether it was still alive, simply moving silently to specific positions, swinging their chainsaw swords and beginning their work, dismemberment. The medium-sized pollutant continued to struggle and roar, but none of the masked figures were affected, steadying their hands holding the chainsaw swords. It was as if this wasn't a slaughter, but rather a job as normal as any other. In less than 10 minutes, the medium-sized pollutant was thoroughly dead, its massive body divided into countless pieces by the devils. But the work was not over. Afterward, the devils cut the corpse blocks into sizes about half that of a person, and then carried the pieces to a machine in the back that resembled a mixer. In a sense, it indeed functioned as a mixer. The devil's army tossed those corpse blocks into the mixer, and then someone turned it on. Under the mechanical rumbling, the sound of corpse blocks being ground to sludge was audible. Then yellowish-gray grease started flowing out from the port on the other side, where a barrel was already in place, of course. When the grease filled a barrel, someone would step forward to replace it with an empty one, then seal the filled barrel and affix a source oil label onto its side. Once they had 10 barrels, they would transport them to the rear together. This process went on for a full 2 hours, much longer than the time it took to hunt down the medium-sized infected creature itself. During this time, members of the devil's army stayed silent, as if they were performing a bizarre silent play, until the medium-sized infected creature was completely dismembered and entirely transformed into source oil. A leading man raised his right arm high, and from beneath his fearsome devil mask came a hoarse voice, "Check for infection." All members immediately started fiddling with their masks, initiating a self-check. After about 5 minutes, all members raised their heads and gave a thumbs up, signaling they weren't infected. The leader nodded in response and glanced at his deputy standing by his side. Seeing the deputy was also unharmed, he gave a hand signal, "Retreat." Then the team took their haul for the day back to the camp. The camp was also located in the pollution zone, but it had special purification devices that allowed them to take off their masks. "We have enough source oil for the month," the leader said as he removed his mask upon returning to camp, speaking to his deputy. "The big guy we butchered today would have been enough to support a district in Lyra for half a year in the past." The deputy was a tall and slender woman. She did not immediately remove her mask but simply said faintly, "But now it only lasts a month." The leader shrugged. "Can't help it. Lyra is expanding and more mechanized bodies and prosthetics are being created. They all need energy." The deputy said nothing, but turned her head to gaze into the depths of the polluted land. The leader knew what she was watching and said, "Don't worry, we are still closing in. The pioneers at the forefront can already see the marker from 10 years ago. Once we deliver this batch of oil, we can rush over to assist." The woman was silent for a moment before whispering, "10 years, it's been 10 years. Yeah, a decade has been spent chasing the footsteps of that team," the leader said. "Although among the reasons are that the team had the most advanced purification devices of its time, and the devices were damaged in that mission, and since then we've never been able to replicate them, we've had to pay a greater price to push forward. However, aside from that, we've far surpassed them in other aspects. Yet we've had to chase the path they left behind for 10 years. Fortunately, we're about to catch up. I know you've waited a long time too, but this time, it really is just within reach, Ine." Ine didn't speak, continuing to quietly look into the distance. Not long after, a devil member hurried over and handed the leader a piece of paper. The leader unfolded the paper and glanced at it, his eyebrows immediately furrowing. "It seems we have to put the advancement mission on hold for a while." Ine instantly turned her head to look at the leader. The leader unfolded the paper and said, "A message from Bishop Hallman. He says the monster that hid itself away 10 years ago has finally awakened." Ine immediately fell silent, but the leader could still feel the intensified breathing that even the thick devil mask couldn't hide. The leader knew how long Ine had waited for this day. After a long while, Ine raised her hand, and with a click, she removed her mask, revealing a face both exquisite and cold like a chisel's edge. "Let me go back," Ine said softly. "I just can't wait any longer." Chapter 121, 23, do you see that over there? The gear train halted at a desolate and silent station platform. The doors slowly opened, and then noisy chatter spilled out from the carriage. My salary isn't enough this month. What do you want to swap for now?" "I want a new mechanical shoulder, the one that came out 3 days ago. You should know the model." "I think I should, but isn't that model pretty much the same as the one you have now? Other than glowing in the night, it doesn't have any other effects, right?" "What are you talking about? Isn't glowing enough? Just think, in the streets without night illumination, by taking off your top, you can glow yourself." Well, that's true, damn it. Now you've got me wanting to swap too, but I just replaced my leg parts last week." Gerard stepped out of the carriage, and the doors closed slowly behind him, shutting out most of the clamor. Only a muffled noise still leaked through. "You're switching stuff out pretty fast." "There's nothing I can do about it, and I'm nothing compared to some people. I heard that someone." As the gear car slowly started up and moved into the distance, it took the last vestiges of noise with it, returning the desolation to the uninhabited station platform. Gerard looked at the station sign in front of him. It read Rim Station. Byway also glanced there for a moment. Ordinarily, such a mundane station name wouldn't deserve a second look from him. But he could see that this sign had been covered over. Beneath it was another term, its old name. The title's meaning in this world was also very straightforward. Hero. This made Byway realize where Gerard had come to. "Looks like you're returning to your old home," Byway asked nonchalantly. Gerard now couldn't refuse to answer any of Byway's questions. He simply nodded and said, "Yes," then stopped looking at the sign and started walking inward. Unlike other stations, all of the facilities here were very old, which of course was understandable, given that the maintenance schedule posted at the exit clearly recorded the last time maintenance was conducted, 236 years ago. "I mean, your place is being a little stingy, isn't it?" Byway's voice rose again in Gerard's mind. "Just because you once lived here and you've made mistakes, does everything about you need to be treated specially? I can overlook the previous stuff, but a huge station platform like this, not being maintained, isn't that a bit odd?" "It's not just my old place." Gerard started explaining again as he exited the platform and stood at the entrance of a street, pausing briefly to allow Byway to see into the distance with his vision. "This is the area where the entire first-generation pioneer force lived. It was a residential area. But unlike the lively and fashionable steampunk vibe of other regions, residential areas, this one looked very ordinary. Metal parts were far fewer here, and most of them were aged, rusted beyond use, just piled up carelessly here and there. And there were fewer people in this area, scarcely any figures walking around were visible at a glance, and those who were mainly children. They curiously cast their glances at Gerard, not understanding why this utterly strange man had come here. Saying it was a residential area was more like calling it a cemetery. "The entire pioneer force, the Night Star Army you were part of, did their members and families all live here?" Byway asked. "Yes," Gerard nodded, and then stepped into this area he was once so familiar with. Byway also observed this desolate land that was incongruent with the rest of Lyra. In the game, the Lyra map was one of the larger areas, with many places to run around. But the game was just a game after all. From what Byway could see currently, the in-game Lyra map definitely did not even cover 1/10 of the real Lyra. At least Byway had never been to this place before. So this was a novelty for Byway. The place was desolate now, but that didn't mean it was desolate 10 years ago. Unlike the Devil Army, the first-generation pioneer Night Star was regarded as heroes in Lyra, which was evident from the previously covered station sign. 10 years ago, this place was certainly the most distinguished residential area in all of Lyra. That much could be told from the various dilapidated facilities on the streets. Clearly, this had been Lyra's benchmark. But was the purpose of this benchmark merely to be admired? Knowing the plot, Byway had a deeper understanding. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, he said to Gerard, "Lyra brought the entire pioneer force together in one place, mainly because they wanted to prevent possible contamination from spreading, right?" Gerard's body paused for a moment. "That is indeed part of the reason." Just part of it. I think that should be the main reason," Byway said slowly, voicing his opinion. "The pioneer force had direct contact with the pollution zone, and to ordinary people you were too dangerous. so the best thing was to group you together and watch over you. That way, if anything changed, they could react in time. Like 10 years ago, when you led the entire Night Star army to extinction in the depths of the pollution zone, claiming to have orders but lacking any memory. So in their eyes, that was direct evidence of contamination. Chapter 122, 23, do you see that over there, too? Bai Wei paused for a moment. I'm afraid that up to now, Lyra still believes that you have been polluted, but they can't find the evidence. All pollution detection has no effect on you. From any perspective, you are clean. And according to the rules of Lyra, you who have not been polluted cannot be executed. But that doesn't mean they can do nothing. You may not be polluted, but what about other people? Those who did not return cannot prove their innocence, so they were labeled as rebels, and this once hero district has naturally become what it is now. What's it called again? Rim Station. You didn't need to answer that. It was just an irony. I will answer all your questions, Gerard replied. That's part of our deal. That's also true, Bai Wei raised Gerard's eyebrow, so everything I just said is correct. Basically, yes, Gerard said. Although many people call me a rebel, I am not one according to the rules of Lyra, so I can still serve in the skeleton division, that is the ironclad rule of Lyra, and no one can break it. When Gerard mentioned the ironclad rule, he heard an undisguised scoff of mockery from Bai Wei. Iron rule, don't you find your words funny? Bai Wei said. I won't speak of what I've seen just these last 10 years. To my knowledge, countless people in this city have wanted to kill you, right? Even if it's killing you by using the rules, they are still killing you. Doesn't that alone already violate Lyra's iron rule for the innocent? If guilty, you shall die. If innocent, you bear no responsibility. That's the real iron rule, isn't it? Gerard was silent for a while, then slowly said, You ask too many questions. I'm a bit overwhelmed to answer. I said it was irony, no need to answer, Bai Wei said lazily. But since you seem so eager to respond, just answer one then. Go ahead. What is most important to you? Bai Wei gave him a multiple-choice question. Rule, truth, or life? The question made Gerard's expression flash with stupefaction. He had not expected Bai Wei to suddenly ask such a question. He stopped in his tracks, thought about the question seriously, but ultimately shook his head and sincerely answered, I don't know. You do know? Well, that can be considered an answer, I suppose, Bai Wei said with a smile. But I think you will know one day, and when that time comes, remember to tell me. Before Gerard could reply, he heard Bai Wei speaking again. I think I have already seen your former home. Gerard also paused, wondering how Bai Wei, who had never been to this place, would know where his house was. But when he looked in the direction indicated, he understood. Among the row of old houses, there was one that was the most dilapidated, with half of it already collapsed. Getting closer, one could see various graffiti with phrases like, the instigator should die, give me back my husband, and such. It seems the old grudges people here have against you aren't going away, Bai Wei asked. Was it done by that woman who stabbed you? It's probably not just her, Gerard said. Everyone here should hate me. You do have some self-awareness, I see. Bai Wei thought of the woman named Shauna. In fact, the day Gerard encountered Shauna at the Sky Tower was not entirely accidental. In the game, Shauna was a character constantly appearing at the Sky Tower, telling everyone her husband Helmo died in the polluted land, blaming it all on Gerard and begging players to help her, asking them to kill Gerard. But by then, Gerard had already died in Somo City, making it an impossible mission that only served to give players some insight into Gerard's character. Games and reality are different, but in reality, Shauna did work at the Sky Tower. As long as Gerard stayed on one floor long enough, he would always encounter her, so this was also a small calculation Bai Wei had made regarding Gerard. Bai Wei thought that Shauna's appearance would bring about some change in this old relic of a man, just not expecting it to be as straightforward as a stab. But now it's broad daylight. He probably wouldn't encounter that woman. Do you want to go inside your home and have a look? Bai Wei asked. Gerard shook his head. No need, I'm here to look for Helmo. Then he walked directly into the house next door. So it turns out the two men's homes were adjacent. Bai Wei suddenly recalled the night when he came here. Gerard had tried to mutilate himself with that old detection device, which had once reported heir succession, whom to pass on his estate to after death. At that time, Helmo's name was second in line. Now, seeing these neighboring houses, it was clear the man named Helmo had a very good relationship with Gerard. No wonder Helmo's wife was so devastated after the incident. Since there weren't many people left in the residential area, the house was unlocked, and Gerard easily walked into the home of his former comrade. "I must say I don't quite understand why you came directly to his house looking for him," Byway said lightly. "Even if your comrade did survive, he's unlikely to come back home to live, right?" Chapter 123, 123. 23, do you see that one across there? "He definitely couldn't have stayed at home, or I would have known," Gerard said. "But he loves Shauna. If he really came back, he wouldn't just ignore her." "Are you sure?" Byway said. "Miss Shauna is clearly mentally disturbed. Doesn't that mean he hasn't come back?" "He might have been forced to stay hidden, making it impossible for him to appear before Shauna." Gerard pushed open Shauna's room door. "But he surely couldn't help but do something." The room was a mess, cluttered with all sorts of things, not at all like the room of an adult woman. And most of these piled items were junk, quite similar to those stacked on Gerard's workbench, obviously belonging to Helmo. In the middle of this junk was a bed placed on the floor. This arrangement seemed as if the room's owner could only sleep surrounded by this cluster of junk. Gerard then began rummaging through the pile of junk like an old man collecting scraps. Byway still found Gerard's approach rather peculiar, and he lazily said, "Honestly, I don't think you'll find anything useful here, and don't you think it's a bit?" "Found it," Gerard suddenly interrupted. He watched as Gerard, with his slightly trembling hands, dug out an item from the pile of junk that looked relatively new. A white mechanical music box. "What is this?" Byway asked. "Lyra's melody." Gerard opened the music box, and a melodious tune instantly flowed from the small box, and as the melody played, he softly began, "This is something Shauna always wanted. Helmo mentioned it to us many times." "So he bought it?" "No, because originally it was just a concept music box, not yet actually produced, and the production date started on." Gerard turned the music box over, and the production date was engraved, year 241. "Couldn't she have bought it herself?" Byway asked. "No way," Gerard said sternly, "because by that time she was already married to a rebel, and by the rules she had no way to get the new creations of Lyra." "Your Lyra's rules are quite heartless," Byway squinted at Gerard. "So in your view, Helmo bought this music box?" "Besides him, I can't think of anyone else," Gerard said. "After that year, everyone was distancing themselves from everything associated with the Night Star. No one would help her." "So he actually came back?" "That's the only possibility I can think of." Gerard's expression became complicated, and for a moment he did not know whether to feel happy or some other emotion, but he knew what he had to do, and after a brief moment of confusion, he steadied himself. "I need to find him. I need to know what has happened to him." "You've been rummaging through so much junk, can't you just find a photograph of him?" Byway asked. Gerard shook his head and said, "Photos of rebels are a great disgrace to the Lyra. They are absolutely to be destroyed." So it was that he had kept a few photos, which Byway had also seen, but Byway could not remember who was who. "Then is this Helmo the one with the sideburns, blonde hair, and rather small eyes?" Byway asked. Well, Gerard subconsciously wanted to answer, but quickly sensed something was amiss. "Why are you asking this?" "Because I saw a man matching that description secretly watching us from the house across the street," Byway casually said. "And moreover, he's been watching for quite a while under our arrangement, I should tell you." Gerard froze for a moment, realizing what Byway was implying, and suddenly stood up, rushing out of the room. Chapter 124, 124. 24, you better tell me now what exactly is going on. Gerard immediately rushed out of the house and looked around. But because his eyes were still not fully recovered from using the power of his left eye, he couldn't see far and naturally couldn't find the person Byway mentioned. Without intending to trick him into using his left eye at this critical moment, Byway calmly pointed out the direction, the top floor of the third house on the right, lying there. Gerard immediately looked, and indeed he saw a small dot flashing on the house Byway mentioned. Clearly, the other side had realized their whereabouts were exposed, and quickly retreated. Gerard chased after immediately, shouting in his mind, "I can't see him clearly, help me find him." "No problem," Byway said lightly. "This level can still be included in the deal terms. Considering how sincere you were towards me earlier, I'll just... turn left." Gerard stumbled, nearly falling, but managed to adjust promptly and quickly turned into the alley on the left. And then, Gerard continued to ask, "Go straight, then turn right." No, keep going straight. Wrong, turn right." This string of commands completely confused Gerard, and after several turns, he didn't know which way to go and immediately questioned Byway in his mind. What do you mean? Keep calm, I'm not messing with you, Bai Wei said. It's really your friend's issue. He's more frantic than you, running around without knowing where to go like a headless fly. Ah, now go straight, fast. Gerard always felt Bai Wei was playing him, but he had no choice. Right now, he couldn't see where the other party was. This area was vast, housing thousands of families in its prime since it was established in Lyra City and began tackling pollution. Generations of Knights of Night Star and their families have lived here. Although people are mostly gone now, the houses remain, making it too easy to hide someone, and Gerard couldn't search every house. So now Gerard had no choice but to follow Bai Wei's directions. Fortunately, Bai Wei's commands normalized a lot afterward, with clear instructions to turn left or right, which allowed him to run more smoothly. Gradually, Gerard seemed to hear another set of footsteps just a few houses away, and he should be able to catch up soon. To put it straight, the guy's gear is better than yours, with at least both legs being prosthetics. Bai Wei's voice rang in Gerard's mind again. He's much faster than you, but he clearly doesn't know the terrain well and has run into dead ends several times, and that's how you've slowly caught up. Bai Wei's words didn't relieve Gerard. His heart sank instead. If that person really was Helmo, he shouldn't be so unfamiliar with this place. For outsiders who are not familiar with this residential area, its layout is no doubt similar to a maze, but for the Night Stars, this place is home. Could someone really forget the way home? Though there was a possibility that the pollution affected his memory, he clearly still remembered Shauna. So was that person really Helmo? If so, why hasn't he come back to find me? If not, then who is he? At that moment, Gerard recalled the question Bai Wei had earlier asked him. If possible, would you rather have your comrades survive to this day or forever die in that polluted land? Gerard clenched his fists. That truth, he had chased it for 10 years, 10 full years. Over these 10 years, he had countless nightmares, each pulling him back to that year, but they only allowed him to recall fragmented bits, never enough to reach the truth. But now, was he finally about to get in touch with it? If that really was Helmo, would he know everything? Would he tell me everything? Gerard didn't know. He just quickened his steps, leaving one empty house after another behind him like tombstones. This gave Gerard a sense of déjà vu. As if those countless Night Star Knights who died for Lyra over the centuries were silently watching him now. Bai Wei's voice suddenly broke Gerard's contemplation. Bad news, this guy is heading to the station. Once he gets on a train, it's going to be much harder to handle, right? Gerard suddenly came to his senses, only then realizing that, unbeknownst to him, they were almost at the station. As Bai Wei had said, once the other person got on the train, it would really be troublesome. Because although Rim Station was not very busy with passengers boarding or disembarking, the stations before and after Rim Station were always bustling, meaning there would definitely be many people on the gear train, which would greatly increase the variables. Gerard hastened his pace, wanting to catch up with the other immediately, but they were already here, and there was no question of the other getting lost. The more outstanding metallic prosthetics obviously allowed for faster movement compared to Gerard's 70% flesh legs. Realizing this, Gerard could only growl softly. What should I do? Simple, Bai Wei said indifferently. See the house in front of you? Crash through it. Gerard widened his eyes, and after a moment of astonishment, he understood Bai Wei's intent. Although his subconscious felt this was not good, Gerard saw a new batch of gear trains approaching on the distant gear tracks, knowing he had no time to hesitate. He gritted his teeth and fiercely crashed into the house in front of him. Then, boom, 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 boom. He successively broke through 4 walls of 2 houses. Afterward, like a speeding gear train, he directly sent a running figure flying several meters away. The person was hit so hard they vomited blood, but before they could even try to get up, Gerard had already grabbed them by the collar and hoisted them up. Is it you, Helmo? Don't kill me. Before the person could finish speaking, they pleaded, don't kill me. Gerard's expression froze. This wasn't Helmo, it was a completely unfamiliar face. From the clothing, it seemed to be an ordinary member of the Bone Squad. In that moment, endless fury and disappointment surged in Gerard's heart, and he shouted at the man, "Why are you following me?" This member of the Bone Squad was notably frightened but still managed through clenched teeth to say, "You killed a clerk yesterday, and today you're closely linked to another dead clerk. The whole city is looking for you, and you're asking me why I'm following you? This is my goddamn job." Hearing this, the anger on Gerard's face gradually faded, shifting to a mixture of complexity and loss. He released the panic-stricken Bone Knight and coldly dropped the comment. Yesterday's kill was mine, but today I've got nothing to do with it. It's not related to me. Stop following me. With that said, not giving the knight a chance to retort, Gerard turned and walked away. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he heard Bai Wei slowly start to speak. I suggest you take a careful look at his back. You might find a surprise. Gerard hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned back, staring intently at the Bone Knight who was trying to get up. At that moment, the Bone Knight was bent over, their back arching high, allowing Gerard to catch sight of something abnormal bulging under the shirt, as if hiding something. Gerard's memory instantly flashed back to the gear train the previous night. Thinking of this, he stepped forward again, and before the knight could rise, directly reached for his upper clothing. "What are you doing?" The Bone Knight, sensing something amiss, instinctively tried to resist, but he was no match for Gerard, who almost instantly tore the clothes apart. Then Gerard saw on the back of the Bone Knight 2 additional mechanical arms, which were even the same model as Akkad's from the previous night. Gerard stepped back a few paces. "Cough, cough, cough," the Bone Knight coughed and cursed. "Gerard, this kind of action is..." Boom! A massive chainsaw sword was positioned at the Bone Knight's neck, instantly silencing him. He instinctively looked up and met those eyes filled with cold intent. "You'd better tell me right now what this is all about." Chapter 125, 125. 25 is a serious crime, isn't it? "Eyes don't know what you're talking about." The skeleton knight with the chainsaw sword against his neck went pale. "I'm asking you what the hell is with those 2 mechanical arms behind you." "What do you mean, what's with them?" The skeleton knight gritted his teeth and said, "This is my body, I can modify it however I want." "This is your freedom?" When he heard this, sparks almost burst from Gerard's exposed eyes. "Since when does Lyra's law allow such freedom? If there really is such a law, tell me, which one is it?" The skeleton knight obviously couldn't name one. He just stubbornly said, "So what? I'm not the only one doing this. Why are you blaming only me?" "Of course, I know you're not the only one doing this." Gerard gazed into the skeleton knight's eyes and said deliberately, "The last person I discovered doing this was Akkad, and you should know his fate." The skeleton knight shivered inside. He understood Gerard's threat, but still unwilling to yield, he forced himself to say, "Gerard, if you really want to kill me, just do it. You don't need to look for these pointless excuses. After all, we all know that you've been crazy since 10 years ago. Anyway, I am innocent, and if you kill me, your fate will be sealed." "Are you threatening me?" Gerard now was vastly different from when he had just returned to Lyra 2 days ago. He pushed the skeleton knight against a nearby wall, then raised his chainsaw sword a few inches higher and twisted the handle. Instantly, an ear-piercing roar from the chainsaw sword sounded at the skeleton knight's forehead. The skeleton knight's face turned even paler. He was acutely aware that if Gerard loosed his sword-holding hand even slightly, the chainsaw sword would bisect him in an instant. There was no doubting the destructive power of the sword. At that moment, it had already drilled a large hole in the wall against which the skeleton knight was leaning. The stones, shattered into pieces, hit his neck, reminding him that in front of this chainsaw sword, his life was no different from these seemingly hard stones. Gerard really wanted to kill him. "If it weren't for the fact that I didn't feel the taint in your body," Gerard's cold voice sounded in the skeleton knight's ear, "you would have been slaughtered by now." The skeleton knight still wanted to resist, but Gerard just moved the chainsaw sword down a bit, and the increasingly close roar, along with more falling debris, no longer allowed him to be as defiant as before. "Tell me, who made you put these on?" "It was my own choice." "Bullshit, you're not an ordinary person, you're a knight of the bones. Who let you pass the physical exam after altering your body like this?" Gerard yelled at the skeleton knight. "Who's behind you? Who sent you here? Speak." At this moment, the skeleton knight finally couldn't hold out any longer. Faced with such an imminent threat of death, he could no longer maintain his toughness. His mental defense collapsed, and he dropped to the ground with a thud, his lips trembling as he said, "It was the New Chaser Association." The words had just left his lips when a series of rapid footsteps sounded. More fully armed skeleton knights rushed out from the platform, and as they saw the scene before them, they raised their automatic guns. "Gerard, stop. You're under arrest." Cude walked into the skeleton knight headquarters in a hurry. Chamos had been waiting for him there, and as soon as he saw Cude, Chamos immediately came up to him. Before he even got close, the complaints were already pouring out. "Boss, where the hell have you been? With such a big incident, we couldn't find you. Minister Fenley is furious." "I was on a case." "On a case?" Chalmers' eyes widened. "Boss, you're not still investigating the case Gerard started, are you? Isn't that just him?" "Once a case is opened, it needs to be investigated," Cute cut off Chalmers succinctly. "Now tell me what exactly happened on the day I was gone." "What happened today could fill volumes." Chalmers spread his hands helplessly. "First and foremost, the biggest incident. Another administrative assistant from the 4th District died this morning, and moreover, he died in front of countless eyes." Cute's body paused for a moment. "What happened?" "I don't know. According to descriptions from those at the scene, the assistant just exploded into pieces while walking," Chalmers said. "We still haven't determined the exact method used, only a rough suspect." "Who?" Cute asked the question instinctively, then in less than a second he guessed the answer. "Is it Gerard?" "Yes, Gerard was the person who had the longest conversation with the assistant before his death," Chalmers said. "Shortly after Gerard left, the assistant was found dead." "Is there evidence?" "That's where the problem lies. There's none," Chalmers sighed. "As I mentioned earlier, we still don't know how the assistant actually died. This was definitely not Lyra's power." "What happened after that?" "Following protocol, we naturally had to bring in Gerard, the prime suspect. A knight from another squad found him at Rim Station, so the knight relayed the message to headquarters and kept an eye on him at the scene." Cute suddenly felt uneasy. "Gerard didn't kill this knight, did he?" "He did not," Chalmers shook his head. Just as Cute was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Chalmers speak indifferently. "It was just an attempted murder. When the backup forces arrived, they saw Gerard with his activated chainsaw sword at the knight's neck. If the reinforcements had been any later, a tragedy would have undoubtedly occurred, and another innocent life would have been added today." As he spoke, Chalmers became visibly angered. "This guy has obviously gone mad. We have to figure out a way to convict him immediately." "Why would Gerard attack the knight?" Q didn't pay attention to Chalmers' emotional outburst. Instead, he asked the question, "Did he give a reason?" Chalmers was taken aback. "What?" "I mean..." Q stopped in front of the minister's office, looked at Chalmers, and slowly repeated his question. "Why would Gerard attack the knight?" It's because that knight had undertaken illegal modifications," Chalmers said. "He had added 2 mechanical arms to his back." Q's brow furrowed instantly. "Hey, boss, you're not going to defend Gerard at a time like this, are you?" Seeing the change in Q's expression, Chalmers immediately spoke in surprise. "Even if that knight did violate the rules, Gerard had no authority to execute him on the spot." Q still didn't pay attention to Chalmers' complaint and asked again, "What else did they confess?" "Gerard claimed that the Bone Knight said he had the mechanical arms installed by an organization called the New Chaser Association," Chalmers said. "However, this point was denied by the Bone Knight. He said he never made such a statement and that it was all made up by Gerard." Q fell into silence. This silence made Chalmers uneasy. He had been sensing something amiss but hadn't pinpointed it until now, and he asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you? You seem so off today. Weren't you supposed to be investigating a case? And shouldn't that investigation have been in the 4th District? Why do you seem to know nothing about it? Where exactly did you go?" Q remained silent for a while before finally saying slowly, "I did go to investigate a case, but I didn't start from the 4th District." "So what did you find?" "Everything appears normal, but also not quite right." Q cryptically dropped this line. "So for now I can't quite say. I need to look further into it." With that, Q headed towards the minister's office. Chalmers quickly stopped him. Hey, don't be cryptic here. At least tell me something." Q looked deeply into Chalmers' eyes before leaving him with one line. "The Bone Knight's illegal addition of mechanical arms. That should be a felony, right?" "Illegal addition of mechanical arms," Chalmers recalled and then frowned and nodded. "It does seem like a serious crime. What about it?" "But did you realize this before I reminded you?" Q spoke softly. "Didn't you think it was just a minor violation?" Chalmers was stunned. Chapter 126, 126. 26 My fingers saw them, 3K. Q, I need an explanation. As soon as he entered the office, Q felt a piercing gaze upon him, accompanied by a deep male voice. Q turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the high-backed chair gazing at him. His name was Fenley, the highest leader of the Skeleton Corps. "Minister," Q gave a standard knightly bow. "Sorry I am late." You should apologize, but not for that. Fenley's face was grim. Do you still remember the task I assigned to you a year ago? Cute nodded slightly. I remember, sir. You asked me to eliminate the rebel Gerard within the stipulated range. It's rare that you remember. There was a hint of sarcasm in Fenley's words. Do you think you have succeeded? Cude was silent for a moment before he shook his head. No, Minister. Yes, Cude, you did not succeed. Fenley pointed at Cude. Cude, you are my most trusted subordinate, and that's why I entrusted this task to you, but not only have you repeatedly failed to complete it, you have also allowed him to cause even greater trouble. In the 2 days since his return, 2 innocent lives have been lost. If our men hadn't arrived quickly enough today, there would have been a 3rd victim, your comrade in arms. If such a thing had happened, wouldn't you feel guilty? At this, Cude raised his head and looked at the still furious Fenley, and gently said, Minister, I heard that the knight in question had an unauthorized cyborg arm installed. Is that true? Hearing this, Fenley's face darkened even more. Captain Cude. His face was darker, but his tone was calm. What are you implying? Because that knight did something irregular, does that mean he deserved to be killed arbitrarily? I have never said that, Minister. Cude, seemingly anticipating Fenley's reaction, spoke softly. I was just thinking about last night. Last night? Fenley asked. What about last night? Last night Gerard killed a clerk named Akot. According to him, the clerk had undergone unauthorized modifications, equipping himself with 8 mechanical arms and using a polluted source to control these arms, Cude stated. At that time, we all thought he was babbling because no body was found and there was no evidence. He could make up anything. Is that right? Fenley did not directly answer Cude, but gazed at him. What are you trying to say? What I am trying to say is that what we thought was mere babbling last night has been proven true today, Cude said. Although that knight did not go as far as to have 8 mechanical arms and no pollutant was detected on him, are the extra 2 arms not a problem? And unlike clerks, all modifications on us bone knights must go through approval and annual inspection. So how did this bone knight pass the inspection? Gerard also mentioned an organization called New Chaser Association. Does this organization really exist? Cude voiced all his doubts in one breath. Fenley, after listening, didn't immediately respond, but simply leaned back in his chair, gazing solemnly at Cude. After a long while, he spoke faintly. I understand what you mean, Captain Cude. You are saying this because I blame you for incompetence, so you are bringing up others' failures to shut me up, am I right? No, Minister, Cude was quite surprised. I did not mean that at all. Then what do you mean? Fenley stared at Cude. What do you think we are discussing? A man who betrayed Lyra, resulting in the entire Night Star team being sacrificed, and due to lack of clear evidence, continues to live by a fluke. What kind of person is that? Captain Cude, you should be very clear, already countless lives have been lost because of him, in the past now, and more will in the future. Yet as a Knight of the Skeleton Corps, as my most trusted team captain, you turn a blind eye to all this, and even discuss these irrelevant things with me. Fenley's voice grew louder and louder, and by the end, he was absolutely furious. He grabbed a model of the Sky Tower from the table and violently smashed it on Cude's head. For a bone knight like Cude, such a model naturally could not hurt him. He just blankly watched the miniature Sky Tower crash to the floor and shatter, recalling the moment years ago when Fenley had received that model with utmost fondness. It was supposed to be the minister's favorite item. I am very disappointed in you, Cude, Fenley said coldly. What you just said has made me start to doubt whether you still qualify to be the team captain. You better think carefully about what you are going to say next, understand? Cude looked at the Sky Tower shattered on the floor, and after a long silence, he gently said, As you wish, Minister. I say your daily routine is pretty fixed. Byway spoke lazily. Eating, sleeping, killing, and sitting in prison, a smooth procedure. You really don't seem like a good person. At that moment, Gerard was sitting in a cell with iron bars, his hands and feet shackled, fitting Byway's teasing quite well. To such teasing, Gerard replied seriously, It's not every day, just yesterday and today, and the routines were different. The person yesterday was killed by me, but I didn't end up in jail. Today I am in jail, but I didn't kill the person. You did. So you mean you are sitting in jail for me? Byway said. That's quite embarrassing. Why don't you go outside and say something, maybe have them dig out my eyeballs, then I'll stay here and you can take a break outside. Such pure banter originally didn't necessitate a response. But since the transaction was at stake, Gerard had to seriously consider any question posed by Byway and then provide an answer. I think it's not possible. Byway smiled, then asked him, What do you think about what that guy earlier mentioned, the New Chaser Association? Seeing Bai Wei finally raising a normal question, Gerard was able to respond properly. I have never heard of such an organization. From the knight's description, the organization helped him with the transformation and even helped him evade the annual physical examination by the skeleton corps. Such an existence. Gerard paused, then gently said, "It's truly terrifying." It was rare for Bai Wei to hear the word terrifying from Gerard's mouth, knowing that this guy had dared to confront him head-on when they first met. So Bai Wei, quite curious, asked, "Is it because you think this organization has deeply infiltrated the skeleton corps, and that the affected people are far more numerous than you imagined?" "It's not just that," Gerard said softly. "I don't know how much you know about the city of Lyra, but let me clarify one thing. In Lyra, there are no extra organizations." "Oh," Bai Wei raised Gerard's eyebrows, getting more skillful with this gesture. "Is it because of the rule?" "Yes," Gerard nodded and said, "the whole Lyra is like a machine in operation. Its various formal organizations, like the Pioneer Force, Guardian Force, were all established from the start to work for the machine to function normally. For the machine, there is only talk of old parts being replaced with new ones, but not of new parts appearing out of nowhere, because there is no room for them. So this new Chaser Association is like a brand new part, is that what you mean?" "Yes, this is what makes me uneasy," Gerard said softly. "Of course, the guy yesterday named Akkad had already made me realize the existence of such a new thing, so I am not particularly surprised. But I don't know what this new Chaser Association really wants to do." This was the point Gerard could not figure out. He now had a premonition that his mission, 10 years ago, might very well have been meddled with by these people. But what for? Lyra is a very pure city, where everything revolves around the rule. So for thousands of years, even with the worst polluted land at its back, Lyra has never experienced civil strife. Its special system also prevented it from harboring various scandals like other churches do, nor would it engage in various schemes and intrigues over so-called power. The tales of bloody battles fought over money and wealth seemed as unlikely as fairy tales to the people of Lyra. Everyone is a component of Lyra, all working orderly for the entity known as the city, in reality a machine. So when exactly did the change occur? Was the Night Star incident 10 years ago the beginning, or was it the result? This was the greatest mystery currently troubling Gerard. Bai Wei was about to say something more to Gerard, but at that moment he suddenly felt something and slightly squinted Gerard's eyes. "I suggest you leave here as soon as you can." Gerard was slightly startled. "What happened?" "Someone is approaching your room." "Approaching my room?" Gerard felt even more surprised. "How do you know?" "You left my finger there," Bai Wei said, chuckling. "My finger saw them." Chapter 127, 127. 27-0, let me see what other moves you have, 6K. In the dusk, 3 fully armed figures swiftly approached Gerard's cabin. As one of them neared the cabin, he immediately pressed against the wall and peered through the window. However, before he could make any sense of the scene inside, another person patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be so tense, Carl. That guy is locked up in the skeletal headquarters guardhouse. There's no way he's here." Carl, referred to by his companion, was somewhat displeased by the interruption. "Jim, you're being too careless. Even if he's not here, that's the former. Night Star's night, we all know, but you've said it yourself, it's the past." Jim shrugged. "Now the second generation of the Pioneer Force has been in charge for 10 years, and you're still stuck on a hero from 10 years ago. Don't you know that in this era, even the best prosthetics should be scrapped after 3 years? Carl was clearly dissatisfied with Jim's remarks, and was about to retort when the last person, built like a small mountain, said, "All right, let's get moving and not waste time here. Don't forget why Lord Yang Xin went through so much trouble to keep that Night Star occupied." Evidently the leader among the 3, his command made Jim and Carl cease their talk and prepare to start their task. Clang! Carl broke the old lock, and the wooden door creaked open. Jim was about to push the door and enter when the large man stopped him. "Wait, look there," the large man pointed behind the door. Following his pointing, they discovered a small and concealed device behind the door. Walking straight in would trigger the device immediately, and a little crossbow bolt behind the mechanism would shoot out. Jim was shocked. He even installed this at his own front door. Carl said, "That's why I said we should be careful of him." "But even so, what's the use of such a small arrowhead?" Jim remarked. "Who could it possibly injure?" Stepping forward, the big man dismantled the tiny device with his elongated prosthetic limb. Then he sniffed the arrow and said, "Dissolving liquid. This isn't meant to be used against people, but against pollutants. It was once a standard issue equipment for the Pioneer Force. Of course, the original Pioneer Force." Jim was somewhat skeptical, and just with the amount of dissolver smeared on this arrowhead, it could kill a pollutant? That seems too easy. Of course not. This small dose of dissolver can only delay a pollutant for nearly 10 seconds, the big man explained. After that, it can completely recover. What's the use of that? Giving Jim a glance, the big man said indifferently, "In the polluted land, those nearly 10 seconds are enough to save your life." Clearly, he didn't expect this device to kill the pollutants, but to stall them, buying more reaction time. In the polluted zone 10 years ago, such devices were called doorbells. They were necessary for a safe night's sleep, to prevent being eroded by pollutants while asleep. On hearing the big man's explanation, Carl nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "But this isn't the pollution zone. What was he trying to guard against with this thing?" That question hit a critical point, and even after pondering, the big man couldn't answer. "Maybe it's just his habit," the big man remarked lightly. "No one returns from the pollution zone quite the same." The double entendre in the big man's words was clear to Carl and Jim. Since the big man had also been a member of the Pioneer Force, specifically the Devil's Army of the second generation, Carl and Jim recognized his leadership stemming from such experience. That was his credentials. "Let's go in." After one more check outside the door, the big man spoke again. "There shouldn't be anything else inside." Carl and Jim then entered the cabin, but with the earlier trap in mind, they became much more cautious. "What are we looking for again?" Jim asked, carefully navigating the narrow room. "Anything you find suspicious," the big man said gravely. "The former Night Star has changed more in these past few days than in the last 10 years. Lord Yangzin believes he must have encountered something, or obtained something." "Just suspicious things? I think there are too many of those," Jim muttered. "Everything in this house is an antique from 10 years ago. Just that fact alone feels significant. What is this, a museum?" Jim's attempt to lighten the mood received no response, leaving him feeling somewhat bored, so he continued with his task. Suddenly, an enormous shadow blocked his path, making him jump. "Shit." This immediately drew the attention of Carl and the big man. "What happened?" "Come and see. What is this?" Before Jim stood a large machine that looked very ancient. Each segment was covered with rust. By Jim's standards, it should be regarded as scrap metal. But Jim couldn't consider this machine as mere scrap because it looked imposing. Even just standing there, it made Jim feel breathless. Chapter 128, 128. 270, let me see what other moves you have, 6K2. "What on earth is this?" Jim asked. The burly man had also come over, and when he saw this machine, a look of surprise crossed his face. "This is a pollution detection device," the burly man said. "A tool used by the Pioneer Force in the past to check if they had been contaminated." Carl was puzzled. If it's just for detecting pollution, why is it so big? "Because detection is just one of its purposes," the burly man spoke in a deep voice. "Its more direct effect is to eliminate the pollution once it's detected." "Eliminate the pollution?" Jim asked subconsciously. "How does it eliminate it?" The burly man patted a recessed part on top of the machine. "See this here? This is where you put the chainsaw sword. Understand now?" Some things didn't need to be spelled out explicitly. With just a little imagination, Jim and Carl could picture what the machine would look like with the chainsaw sword installed, and immediately understood how it was meant to operate, chilling them to the bone. "That old guy, is he really that harsh on himself?" Jim muttered, really planning not to leave even a whole corpse for himself. Carl added, "This must have been standard issue for the Night Star Squadron, but it looks like it hasn't been activated in a long time." At that moment, the burly man sensed something. He first checked the core part of the machine, then looked at the seat within, and gradually his brows knitted tighter. "No, this machine has been activated recently," the burly man spoke slowly, "within the last day or two after his return." Jim and Carl were stunned. The burly man slowly backed away. The more he examined the details of the machine, the more he was sure of his initial conjecture. The machine had been activated. Jim hadn't yet grasped it. Why did he activate it? No one answered him, because the answer was easily deduced with a little thought. Why activate a detection device? Obviously because he suspected he was contaminated. At this time, a vision emerged in all three men's minds. A stiff and lonely knight sitting alone in the dead of night on a machine designed to butcher himself, pulling down a lever, waiting for fate to descend. It seems Lord Yang Zin's judgment was correct, the burly man slowly began. There was indeed a change in him, and he himself felt it. But he's still alive and well, Jim said, which means this device didn't work, so was he contaminated or not? Does that matter to us? The burly man glanced at Jim and said indifferently, "What's your definition of contamination, according to the definition from 10 years ago then we?" The speech stopped there, but Jim understood. "Yeah, times have changed," he said. "Contamination needs a new definition. If he's dead, he's contamination. If he's not, we are. It's just that simple." After a brief exchange, the three resumed their search for the suspicious object among this pile of junk. They were not worried about leaving traces that Gerard would discover later because entering this room meant they could not hide it. Gerard was sure to find out. He was a knight of the Night Star, not just anyone. That meant their actions could only happen once. A second time wouldn't work. So they didn't need to worry too much. They just needed to find that suspicious object before Gerard returned. It was a very simple task, because they knew exactly when Gerard would be detained and had ample time. Enough to turn the cabin upside down and even burn it to the ground without issue. But for some reason, this seemingly easy task brought an inexplicable pressure to the three men. Especially for the burly man who once belonged to the Devil's army, the feeling was pronounced, like returning to the polluted land. That damned place always gave an oppressive feeling that was enough to drive one mad, which was why the burly man had retired from the Devil's army to work for a new organization. But now he felt as if he had returned to that accursed land. Yet this was just an ordinary house, filled with nothing but 10-year-old scrap metal. So where was this strange, oppressive feeling coming from? The longer the burly man stayed in the room, the more restless he became, especially when he approached the desk and saw one after another photograph of the old Night Star Squadron. The sensation of being in the polluted land intensified, making it unbearable. In exasperation, he kicked the leg of the desk chair. "Damn it," he cursed. The ancient desk immediately began to wobble, and the yellowed photographs began to fall one by one. The burly man originally just glanced at it, intending to look elsewhere for clues, but even that glance caught something in his peripheral vision, and he stopped in his tracks, following the sight. He saw a very strange box that did not quite fit with the rest of Lyra's decor. A box. Carl, standing by, also noticed the commotion and immediately widened his eyes. "What's that?" Hence, Jim also stopped what he was doing and looked over. Chapter 129, 129. 270, let me see what other moves you have, 6K3. Uneasy, extremely uneasy. Byway felt a direct sense of unease upon seeing the box, and the strange patterns on it made him feel as if his spirit was frantically warning him. But Jim and Carl obviously didn't feel the same. They walked together toward the desk, and after a moment's hesitation, Byway did not stop them but just watched as they reached the desk and Carl opened the box. When they saw what was inside the box, they both involuntarily showed shocked expressions. For inside the box was a human finger. "It's been discovered, huh?" Gerard's voice echoed in Byway's mind. "Tusk, what a hassle. If you had reattached my finger earlier, we wouldn't be dealing with this, would we?" Gerard's face also looked quite awful. He glanced at the bone knight guarding him outside the cell and knew he couldn't escape yet. He asked quietly, "What should we do? Will they take your finger away?" "Even though they don't know what my finger is, since you Lyra people don't know much about the outside world, that doesn't mean the existence behind him wouldn't know," Byway said indifferently. "Once they take it away, it'll be troublesome. Think about it. The same guys who have been playing you, if they get my finger, what do you think they'll do? Anyway, I think you would never find the truth." Gerard clenched his fists, and even a ridiculous thought like escape from prison flashed through his mind. But Gerard knew that even if he escaped now, he wouldn't be able to rush back home right away, since they were not in the same area. "So what now?" Just then he heard Byway let out a soft huh. "You're really quite lucky," Byway stated indifferently. "Your friend has come to help you." "Friend?" Gerard was slightly stunned. Where did he currently have a friend? Bang! The window by the desk was suddenly shattered. Carl, who was closest to the window and still examining the finger, was devoured by a large mouth in an instant. This left Jim, who was standing beside him, dumbfounded. "Move," Byway kicked Jim aside. saving him from also being bitten off by the pollutant. Yes, this was a pollutant. The pollutant had been lying on the beams for a long time, so much so that the three men who entered the room hadn't noticed it. Jim was dumbstruck. How could there be a pollutant? Bai Wei ignored him, his expression grim, and he directly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing 4 thick mechanical arms protruding from his back. No wonder he had felt something was wrong, just like being back in the polluted land. Such a large pollutant right above their heads, how could he not feel it? This made sense of the mechanism Gerard had set up at the door, indeed set up to deal with a pollutant. But this wasn't the pollution zone. Where did this pollutant come from? Looking at the pollutant that had swallowed Carl in front of him, Bai Wei felt a surge of familiar fear, shaking his head vigorously to bury it again deep inside him. Now was not the time to think too much. The most important thing was to deal with this pollutant first. As a former member of the Devil's Army, Bai Wei had extensive experience in combating pollutants, especially after he had retired and installed these 4 mechanical arms. He was even less worried about combat capability. But to be safe, he still activated Overload. Every metal part on his body emitted a huge roaring sound at that moment. The pollutant lunged at him, the familiar aggressive posture making Bai Wei's heart tremble, and he hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, because it had just swallowed Carl, the movements of the pollutant were not very fast, giving Bai Wei enough reaction time. So Bai Wei raised his hand and delivered a bomb fist, directly knocking the pollutant back to the side of the desk. This smooth action filled Bai Wei with joy. Yes, this creature had Carl inside it. It was weighed down. Now was the best opportunity. With this thought, Bai Wei immediately took large strides forward, drove his 4 mechanical arms before the pollutant could get up, shaped them into fists, and then aimed at the pollutant. Meanwhile, Jim, who had just gotten up, stared a bit dazedly at this scene before suddenly shouting out, "Wait, Carl is still inside." As if to confirm their theory, Carl's voice came from inside the body of the pollutant. "I'm still alive." But as the voice came out, the punches rained down like torrents, forcibly cutting off Jim's rest of the sentence. Thud, 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 thud. Under the enhancement of Overload, the discharged mechanical iron fists moved so fast it resembled pile driving, striking the half of the pollutant's body hundreds of times in a very short interval. This caused the body of the pollutant to disintegrate instantaneously, quickly turning into pools of muddy water and flesh. Yes, what was flying about was not just the body of the pollutant, but also Carl's body that had been swallowed. Jim's eyes widened. He watched as the pollutant was smashed into a mix of red and gray by those hundreds of mechanical iron fists, the violent smell of blood rushing at him. Chapter 130, 27-0, let me see what other moves you have, 6K, 4. Why is this happening? Carl is still in there. Jim wanted to say more, but quickly, 2 clumps of crimson debris fell in front of him. He just looked down, and after realizing what it was, he couldn't stop himself from violently vomiting again. The big guy heard the commotion here and glanced at Jim, saying nothing. But excitement filled his own eyes. He had retired because he couldn't stand the environment of the polluted land, and he couldn't face the pollutants anymore. Although the Devil's Army had undergone more augmentations than the former Night Star Army, in the big guy's view, it was still far from enough. More augmentations, more powerful forces were needed to truly contend with those monsters. Like now. During this time, the pollutants tried to fight back several times, but were relentlessly hammered down by his indiscriminate pile-driving attacks, ground into bits of flesh. Such a scene further exhilarated the big guy, feeling as if something addictive in his mind was burning wildly. Such a level of augmentation on the big guy, even in the Devil's Army, was absolutely against the regulations. This could very easily cross that fuzzy line between man and machine, as the human brain can't manage so much of a body that wasn't originally its own, which easily leads them towards a more dangerous path. But what of it? For power, why care about those things? And he could control it. Look at it now, just look at it now. This pollutant is powerless before him. The big guy grew more and more excited, even though one half of the pollutant's body had been completely smashed by him, almost unable to recover. But he did not stop attacking until it was thoroughly destroyed, his own body stained red. Huff, huff, huff. The mechanical arm temporarily ceased operation due to overheating, but the big guy's excitement did not decrease, and was even still heating up. Because there's still a little bit of the pollutant's body left, and this bit was deliberately left by the big guy. This fragment could no longer launch an attack independently. It was like a severed lizard's tail, only capable of squirming against the wall by instinct. But what of it? The big guy was preparing to stimulate overload again, and then launch another round of attacks like the one before. Even though his reason told him that this was completely unnecessary, that the pollutant had already lost 80% of its threat, and that it should be finished off quickly. But he refused to listen to reason. Because the combat just now was truly exhilarating. This was an unprecedented feeling, at least when he served in the Devil's Army, when battling those monsters in the polluted land. He had never felt this way. Is combat such a bloody yet pleasant thing? Thinking this, the big guy couldn't help but show a smile. And that smile caused Jim, pale-faced from vomiting, to shiver. He did not know why, but after activating overload, the big guy seemed to change into a different person. But he didn't dare to ask, because Carl was already dead, so he just curled up in the corner, not daring to make a sound. And the big guy didn't care about Jim. He was just waiting for overload to recover, while walking towards the remaining half of the pollutant. "Come on, little monster," the big guy said to the pollutant with a cruel smile. "Let's see what tricks you have left." The half-pollutant twisted its body desperately, as if struggling for the last time. This made the smile on the big guy's face grow even wider. Then the pollutant suddenly leaped up and swallowed the box holding the fingers. Chapter 130-131, 28 Pollutant Bodies Truly Disgusting. The pollutant swallowed the fingers along with the box, causing both the bulky man and Jim to freeze for a moment. This was clearly beyond their expectations, especially for the bulky man who had once belonged to the Devil's Army. It was completely unforeseen. In his understanding, pollutants were not highly intelligent creatures. Apart from instinctive feeding, they mostly wandered aimlessly in the polluted land, only attacking when they encountered intruders. It was hard to find any clear purpose in them. But now, this dying pollutant had swallowed the box of fingers at its last moment, and it clearly wasn't just trying to have a final meal. A sense of vigilance surged once again in the bulky man's heart. He was already regretting not eradicating it when he had the chance, sparing that moment of folly, but now it was too late to consider that. His experience in the Devil's Army told him that observing and waiting was definitely not a good option at this time. Thus, he once more commanded his 4 mechanical arms, which had still not recovered from overload, and immediately walked towards the pollutant. The pollutant was in a very strange state at this moment, looking like a section of intestines that had eaten something it shouldn't and was consequently abnormal, continuously writhing while making gurgling noises, showing no reaction to the rapidly approaching bulky man. Therefore, the bulky man immediately commanded the 4 mechanical arms, launching an attack on the pollutant. Without the boost of overload, it was naturally impossible to recreate the effect of a pile driver like before, but it was already enough to kill the pollutant in front of him. At least that's what the bulky man thought. Jim by his side also believed that the bulky man would soon dispose of the pollutant, though the pollutant's action of swallowing the fingers had made him feel very uneasy. However, there had been enough unsettling events for him tonight, and now Carl's blood was still on his face. So he just wanted to end it all quickly and go home for a bath, and if possible, he never wanted to go on a mission with the bulky man again, to avoid repeating Carl's fate. A bunch of thoughts flashed through Jim's mind, but soon he sensed something was wrong. Why was it so quiet in the room? Hadn't the bulky man made his move yet? Jim looked up towards where the bulky man was positioned. From his angle, he could only see the bulky man's back and the fully extended 4 mechanical arms. But those extended mechanical arms hadn't come down. Why wasn't he attacking? Jim was slightly stunned. At this moment, his sense of unease expanded again, so he suppressed his fear, shifted a little bit on his behind, moving to the side of the bulky man, and immediately widened his eyes. He finally understood why those 4 mechanical arms couldn't smash down. Because they were grabbed by another 4 hands. At this moment, the bulky man's eyes were full of fear. He had served so many years in the Devil's Army and had never encountered the situation before him. The pollutant in front of him had actually grown 4 arms, not tentacles or claws, but 4 distinctly human arms, each with clearly visible 5 fingers. How could this be? What made the bulky man even more panicked was that the body of the pollutant continued to wriggle, and soon it tore open a slit resembling a mouth. And finally it spoke. "Oh, so such a body can also withstand my descent." The bulky man didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know what exactly was speaking to him. It must be that finger, right? It had to be that bizarre finger. The bulky man's regret intensified. But it didn't matter, it was still not too late. It definitely wasn't too late. The cooldown of overload was about to end. No matter what this thing was, as long as it was still structured like a pollutant, it couldn't withstand the attack of overload. The bulky man was already starting to preheat the 4 mechanical arms. He firmly believed that once he re-entered overload, everything would reverse. Just once more. The bulky man's eyes gradually widened, because the pollutant in front of him had already ignited first. In the reflection of the bulky man's pupils, that burning, bizarre posture rapidly enlarged. This was also the last image the bulky man saw in his life. 2 minutes later, a pollutant with 4 arms, now turned to charcoal, staggered out of the house in a twisted posture. It hadn't taken many steps when it snapped and fell to the ground. After a series of convulsions, it vomited an unscathed middle finger, and then it was completely devoid of life. On the other hand, Gerard felt something returning to his mind. He knew it was Baiwei. Ever since he had received that eye, Gerard had always felt the presence of another soul within his body, having somewhat grown accustomed to it. Until just now, when Baiwei had said he was going to deal with something on the other side, and then there was silence, Gerard distinctly felt a part of his body suddenly empty, and he knew that was Baiwei leaving. But now Baiwei was back. Although curious about Baiwei's ability to move between different corpse blocks, Gerard didn't ask. Instead, he posed a more valuable question. How did it go? "It's settled," Baiwei replied, his tone unpleasant. "But you still need to hurry back to deal with 3 corpses and 1 pollutant's remains at your home." Three corpses and 1 pollutant's remains. Gerard nearly lost his composure. How long had Baiwei been gone? To have slaughtered 3 intruders and a pollutant. How was that possible? Wasn't it just a finger over there? If you were that strong, why would you stay in my body? Isn't that beneath your abilities? Upon hearing Baiwei's words, an array of bizarre thoughts flashed through Gerard's mind in an instant, but he restrained himself from bombarding Baiwei with questions, sensing the poor tone in Baiwei's voice. He instead asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm left with only a soul, what harm can I suffer?" Baiwei responded irritably. Listening to that robust voice, it didn't seem like Baiwei was injured, prompting Gerard to feel even more puzzled. Then what's wrong? Baiwei fell silent for a while, and then sighed heavily. "The body of the pollutant, it's truly disgusting." Gerard. Facing Gerard's confusion, Baiwei didn't offer more explanation. After all, it was supposed to be Gerard who was transparent to him, not the other way around. Maintaining a certain level of mystery was necessary. But he indeed felt quite uncomfortable now, partly because moving a soul between corpse blocks was a very soul-draining activity. Even though it wouldn't directly consume a soul, it still left him feeling exceptionally exhausted. Secondly, as he just mentioned, the body of the pollutant was truly revolting. Of course, by disgusting, he meant it was nauseating to control. Just as Gerard always said, a human brain can't control too many parts that are not originally its own, which is why Lyra always forbade adding extra metal parts to one's body. The same principle applied to Baiwei. The body of a pollutant, which structurally differed completely from a human's body, made control profoundly uncomfortable, an experience Baiwei never wanted to repeat. Moreover, pollutants were inherently weak. Although they had souls, those souls were exceedingly chaotic and weak. They could indeed serve as fuel for a second-order descent, but they would burn out in a couple of minutes, leaving nothing behind. With such a body and soul, achieving a rapid kill of 2 somewhat defenseless individuals earlier was already pushing the limits. It was unreasonable to expect more from it. But then again, if the kind of thing he had to welcome to descend at will, did Baiwei really need to trick and deceive every day here? Why not just dive into the polluted land directly? Setting that aside, the fact that a pollutant's body could serve as a vessel for descent was quite a surprise to Baiwei. He could roughly guess why. It was the attraction between corpse blocks. The pollutant in the depths of the polluted land, influenced by the tongue, naturally sought to approach the finger that emitted the same scent, and perhaps even devour it, dedicating itself to the finger. which could be seen as an extension of the tongue's instinct. So the appearance of the pollutant there tonight was not an accident. It was drawn to the finger. But then again, before Bai Wei's arrival here, Gerard himself was also attracting pollutants. According to Gerard, pollutants would seek him out every few days, for which he had made quite a few preparations. So what was the reason for that? Pollutants came for the finger because of the influence of the tongue. But why did they seek Gerard? Bai Wei fell deep into thought. What exactly had he encountered in the polluted land 10 years ago? Just then Bai Wei heard Gerard whisper, "They're here." "Huh, what's here?" Bai Wei also looked over to see a familiar figure striding towards them at the end of the prison. Bai Wei knew this person. It was Cued. "Time's up, Gerard," Cued announced, standing in front of the cell. Gerard glanced at the clock on the wall and then said gravely, "You have no right to detain me. I haven't done anything wrong. This goes against the rules." Cued pursed his lips, offering no explanation, only gesturing for the knight behind him to come forward and unlock the door. Bai Wei's voice floated through Gerard's mind. "Seems like you've realized it too. They've started using things outside the rules to deal with you." Gerard narrowed his eyes but said nothing. After the door was unlocked, he didn't even glance at Cued, just walked straight out. But before he had taken 2 steps, Cued stopped him. "Wait, Gerard," Cued said slowly, "let me take you back." Chapter 132, 29 They've Gone Mad. The last gear train slowly moved along the tracks, with the carriage so quiet that only the sound of gears turning could be heard. Inside the carriage were just 2 people, sitting in the corners at opposite ends, seemingly unrelated, yet they wore identical uniforms, one new and one old. Neither spoke, but in one's mind a voice arose. "Do you think this squad leader is here to kill you?" Naturally, it was Bai Wei speaking, and indeed, the ones seated at the front and back of the train were Cued and Gerard. "Why would he want to kill me?" To Gerard's query, Bai Wei chuckled lightly. "Are you playing dumb, or can you not bring yourself to believe it?" Gerard slowly closed his eyes and after a long moment replied, "I don't know." He still remembered what he had been told at the Skeleton Corps headquarters. Now, it seemed people were starting to deal with him, using means beyond the rule. Over the past decade, although countless individuals had wished for Gerard's death, his survival to this point was precisely because those who wanted him dead wouldn't act directly, but sought to send him to his demise within the confines of the rule. They'd assign him to missions with extreme danger and provide the least support, sometimes none at all, such as abandoning him in the perilous mud swamp forest with the hope that he wouldn't make it out, or by striking deals with forces not from Lyra to target him. Regardless, the bottom line was that no one would lay hands on Gerard personally, for that would cross the line. However, now even without Bai Wei's explicit warning, Gerard could sense the increasing frequency of such boundary-crossing acts against him. Actions that would have been unthinkable before were now happening regularly. So when Cued offered to accompany him, Gerard had anticipated this turn of events. Although he didn't want to consider it, his body had already reacted by maintaining a state of tense readiness from the moment he boarded the train, to ensure he could respond instantly should any emergency arise. After all, he wasn't facing a novice like Akat this time. Cued, including those past comrades who were no longer among the living, Cued was one of the strongest individuals Gerard knew. In the Skeleton Corps, Cued was the youngest squad leader and frequently undertook missions outside the faction. The Skeleton Corps was divided into 2 parts, one responsible for city defense and the other charged with liaising with other churches, often without the possibility of supply from within Lyra for extended periods. Consequently, they couldn't rely heavily on mechanical augmentations, but had to excel in other aspects. In this regard, Cued was similar to the one known as Night Star, who emphasized that machinery should be an augmentation to the body. Both Gerard and Cued excelled in this area, and Gerard sometimes saw a part of his younger self in Cued, especially since they had been partners for a significant stretch and had come to know each other well. This was why, emotionally, Gerard didn't want to regard Cued as an enemy in a life-or-death struggle. However, from a rational standpoint, he couldn't help being extremely cautious around Cued, not just because of Cued's formidable strength, but also because Gerard was now without a weapon. Indeed, Gerard currently had no weapon. His chainsaw sword had been left at the Skeleton Corps. The Corps had provided a simple reason. His weapon was too old and needed maintenance and inspection. That was the official rule, and Gerard had no grounds to refuse. It was an open conspiracy. Hugh, on the other hand, carried his folding chopping axe with him, which Gerard had seen in action. Under the effect of overload, Hugh could fully deploy and unleash a thunderous chop with the axe in just a second, which was very difficult for Gerard to defend against without his chainsaw sword, especially as his own mechanical augmentation was far inferior to Hugh's. Therefore, as soon as he entered the carriage, Gerard took the seat farthest from Hugh to give himself enough time to react. But Gerard knew that even so, it would be very hard for him to defeat Hugh. "If we really start fighting, will you make a deal with me?" Bai Wei's languid voice echoed in Gerard's mind. "I'll come and help you slaughter him." By the time he asked this question, Bai Wei had already guessed what Gerard's answer would be. And sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. Gerard refused. "No." "Why is that?" Bai Wei asked. "He is truly going to kill you. Are you still clinging to some principle about not using my power to harm the people of Lyra? Don't you think that's just fooling yourself?" "I have never stolen any bells," Gerard said. "But I know that he is not the mastermind behind this, nor does he know the truth behind it all. He's just following orders from above." "So you'll just let him kill you without resisting?" "Of course I will resist," Gerard said, "but I will only use my own power to fight back, not yours." "'Tis such a hassle." Bai Wei felt that Gerard was truly stubborn as hell, like a stone in a latrine. Just as Bai Wei was pondering how to persuade, this guy, Hugh, had already stood up, raising his folding chopping axe. "Is it starting?" Bai Wei squinted Gerard's eyes, sensing that Gerard, too, had tensed his body, fully prepared. But Bai Wei was also well aware that Hugh was not like Akot, loaded with divine gear but clueless in combat. From a certain perspective, Hugh was a younger version of Gerard, equipped with a more advanced body enhancement and armed with weapons. In such a case, Gerard had no chance of winning. If Hugh decided to fight to the death, then surviving would be very difficult for Gerard. Was there no way out? Bai Wei's pupils slightly froze. If things really came to that point, even if Gerard was unwilling, then he would have to intervene by force. He would not allow Gerard to die here. Nobody would be allowed to. Thump thump. The gear train passed the penultimate station and headed toward the last stop. The lights of the penultimate platform faded into the distance, their flickering shadows dancing in the eyes of the two men. Hugh slowly raised the chopping axe in his hand. Bai Wei's eyes gradually widened. And then, bang, a crisp sound. Hugh tossed the chopping axe out of the train, the weapon that embodied both elegance and brutality instantly disappearing into the darkness. Gerard was stunned. "I had always been uncertain, but when they explicitly ordered me to kill you, I understood. They have truly gone mad." Hugh looked straight at Gerard. "We need to have a proper talk, Night Star." Chapter 133, 30. Do you still remember what our god looks like? The last gear train slowly departed from the terminal station, marking the end of a day's work. By the time it returns here, it would be the dawn of tomorrow. During this period, the ancient and dilapidated terminal station wouldn't have any visitors. Snap! The match scraped across the edge of the box, first igniting a few sparks, then quickly turning into a small flame that illuminated the half-bearded chin. The mouth under that chin clenched a cigarette, and the flame licked the cigarette, soon producing a cloud of smoke. Hugh inhaled deeply from the cigarette, and his unnaturally tense emotions gradually relaxed. Then, as if he remembered something, he turned his head towards Gerard, who was beside him. "Do you want one?" Gerard shook his head. "Ah, I forgot. Smoking is prohibited in the Pioneer Force," said Hugh with a laugh. "I have a friend in the Skeleton Corps who also never touches this stuff." Watching Hugh's skilled smoking gesture, one could tell he was an old hand. Gerard asked, somewhat puzzled, "I've never seen you smoke before." While it's true that the Skeleton Corps doesn't outright ban smoking like the Devil Corps used to or like Night Star does now, there's a rule that captains should not smoke during dangerous missions, explained Hugh. "And every time you've seen me, I've always been on such missions." Gerard understood and nodded. "Yes, you had to be cautious around me." "That's right," Hugh didn't deny it and smiled again. "It's a dangerous and long mission." After this exchange, the atmosphere between the two became much more relaxed. Even Gerard squeezed out what might be considered a smile, something quite challenging for him, seeing as he hadn't smiled like that in 20 years. Gerard looked at Cude, a familiar yet unfamiliar junior. Familiar because they had already spent several years together. Unfamiliar because during these years they had never had a conversation like this. Just as Cude had said, he had always been sufficiently wary of Gerard to the extent of completely relinquishing his beloved cigarettes, making Gerard think he didn't smoke. "Why?" Gerard suddenly asked. "You mean why I decided to talk to you?" "No," Gerard said. "I mean, why did you throw your weapons out of the carriage?" Hearing Gerard's question, Cude's expression showed a moment of surprise. "You're asking that?" "Because I am really curious," Gerard said calmly. "To talk to me, couldn't you have just thrown your weapons at your feet? Why throw them out of the carriage? Does that appear more decisive?" Seeing that Gerard was serious in asking, Cude couldn't simply fob him off. He seriously answered, "Decisiveness is one aspect, another is, I've heard about the Pioneer Force rules. When a detached member returns to the squad, they must throw their weapons as far away as possible to prevent them using those weapons to harm others if contaminated, and only after all their weapons are discarded do you perform contamination tests. Is that the rule?" Gerard seemed to guess that Cude's actions were related to the old rules of the Night Star, and he nodded, saying, "Indeed, since body lock can only lock metallic body parts and prostheses, it can't lock individual weapons, so we need this rule to eliminate potential risks." "I know each of Night Star's rules has been bought with blood," shrugged Cude. "So did I do all right?" "If this were the polluted land, then you indeed did well." Cude smiled. "No way around it. I made that decision very suddenly. I could tell you were always cautious about my making a move, and I felt the same. After all, in public eyes, you are the contaminated one, so I wasn't sure if making contact without caution was right." "Then why did you throw away the weapons?" "Because as long as those things are near us, we can never take that step forward." Cude gestured with his chopping axe. "No matter what I say, you would always be partly focused on whether I would strike you with an axe the next second, and if that chainsaw sword were by your side, no matter what you said, I would have to worry about whether you might split me in two. We've known each other for a long time, but for the majority of it, we have been wary and cautious of each other. Maybe you haven't felt so, but I have. Continuing like that isn't right. We now face significant issues and shouldn't be using our energy to guard against each other." Hearing this from Cude, Gerard finally understood. Earlier on the gear train, Cude wasn't as composed as he appeared. He was also gambling that Gerard hadn't gone mad. And in order to convince himself of his choice, he resorted to the most radical approach, throwing his weapons out of the carriage, leaving no room for regret. But this seemingly exaggerated action had achieved the best effect. Without his all-in gamble, it's hard to say whether they could have had this sincere conversation. Chapter 134, 134. 30. Do you still remember what our God looks like? 2. After all, a decade-long bias can't be resolved in a short time without sufficient courage. "I'm grateful that you trust me," Gerard said slowly, "but I still want to know what prompted you to make such a choice. The reason you gave in the car was that they wanted to kill me. But they've always wanted to kill me, and you have been trying to do the same for a long time." Yes, Q didn't deny it, but what I meant was a direct order. In the past, he wouldn't issue such instructions. Most of the time it was just hints, such as leaving you on the edge of the polluted land, reducing support for you, or even in Rhine's Somo City it was the same deal. But tonight my superior gave me a direct order. He ordered me to eliminate you with that chopping axe I threw outside, but before that this could never happen, because in the eyes of the world you are an innocent man. Hearing this, Gerard fell into a brief silence. Just as Visas had said, his enemies were now using means beyond the rules to deal with him. Even the most direct orders to erase an innocent man like him had been given. "But you refused to do so," Gerard asked. "For you, is there really such a big difference between indirectly causing my death and directly killing me?" Hearing Gerard's question, Cude turned to look at him and then smiled. "If there wasn't much of a difference, I wouldn't be here talking with you so much. I've even thrown away the weapon. Can't we be more honest with each other?" "I'm not questioning you, just speaking frankly," Gerard said. "To most people, there is no difference between the two. It's just about wanting me dead." "That's precisely the key to the problem. The difference is huge," Cude said softly. "Rules might be mere formalities in other realms, but in Lyra, they are the fundamental logic of operation, our most prideful capital. Of course, because we're human and not purely mechanical, we don't rigidly follow the rules and often exploit loopholes to do things. Not so by the book, like eliminating you for potentially being polluted. Before, many people, including myself, believed that you were contaminated 10 years ago, that you had simply circumvented the detection and the judgment of the rule, so we used the loopholes in the rule to kill you. Although I also feel that it wasn't quite right, I was willing to do it, because in the end, we're all just gambling around the rule. Pausing, Cude continued, but now when that order came, I realized that everything was different. While Cude and Gerard were talking, Byway was quietly observing this captain of the Skeleton Corps. In the game, Cude had also made appearances. His earliest was in Somo City, where he facilitated the deal with Corey to have Gerard die there. But that wasn't his true intention, and he mentioned more than once in subsequent conversations with players that it was his greatest regret, especially when the catastrophe broke out, and Cude realized what he had truly done. By then, it was already too late. The game didn't specify his ultimate fate, only that he disappeared after the disaster with no indication if he was dead or had fled. But judging by his performance tonight, it seemed that he wouldn't run away. And because of Byway's intervention, Gerard didn't die in Somo City and even ended up, through some twist of fate, walking side by side with Cude. So what would happen next? Even Byway was starting to look forward to it, so during the conversation between Gerard and Cude, Byway remained silent, just watching. Cude didn't know that it wasn't just Gerard watching him at that moment, but he continued speaking. And it's not just that, there are too many things that are beyond reason. For example, that guy Akot you encountered yesterday, you said he had 8 illegally modified mechanical arms in his body. At first, I thought that was just your delusion, but then today I found another with 2 mechanical arms, and he was a colleague from the Skeleton Corps. I don't know how he passed the physical examination, which puzzles me, but what's even more puzzling is that no one else, aside from me, thinks there's anything wrong, just considering it a trivial matter. However, in my memory, the Skeleton Corps adding mechanical arms is definitely not a minor issue, so. You're not sure if it's you who's gone crazy or if it's them, Gerard softly interrupted Cude. Hearing Gerard's sentiment, Cude stopped speaking and then tossed the finished cigarette butt into the bin nearby. With a clunk, that spark quickly disappeared into the darkness. You precisely articulated my feelings, Cude said. It seems that for the past 10 years this is how you've lived. Of course, Gerard replied indifferently. Over the past decade, I've questioned more than once whether it's me that's abnormal or Lyra. The affairs officers I knew do not exist. The missions I've received are nothing but fabrications. The whole world says I'm mad. Everyone wants me dead. Chapter 135, 135. 30. Do you still remember what our God looks like? 3. Cude fell silent for a moment and then nodded slightly. This situation is very difficult, really difficult. I can't even imagine how you managed to get through it. But now you seem to be able to confirm. It wasn't you who lost your sanity, right? I'm actually very curious about how you confirmed this. Gerard also fell silent, and then Cude saw Gerard's left eyebrow suddenly twitch, which made Cude a bit stunned. But when he looked carefully, the left eyebrow had returned to normal, as if it had just involuntarily twitched. I can't answer that question, Gerard slowly shook his head. All right, Cude nodded. I can understand. Gerard looked at Cude again, but I don't understand how you can be so sure that the problem lies not with yourself but with Lyra. It took me 10 years to confirm this, but it seems you've only taken a day or 2. Do you have some special talent? Of course, there's no problem if you don't want to answer. After all, I didn't answer your question just now. No, this isn't a question I can't answer. Cude shook his head and spoke. My certainty that the problem isn't with me isn't because of any special talent. It's just that I've been luckier than you. I haven't been abandoned by this world yet. You know there is a department within Lyra located outside of Lyra City, right? You mean, Gerard pondered for a moment and then said, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Cude nodded, yes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a very special department within Lyra. As the name implies, it is the department used by Lyra to conduct diplomacy with the territories of other churches. But the peculiar aspect lies with Lyra itself. This world, Lyra itself, is quite unique. Everything in this city, be it metal prosthetics, gear trains, or various tools, is one of a kind and simply could not exist anywhere else. Moreover, these things wouldn't function outside of Lyra, which is why the people of Lyra don't like interacting with the outside world much. 80% of what they possess turns to scrap metal once they leave the city for an extended period. That's why such a special department for foreign affairs is needed, to interact with the outside world using the world's items. For example, the carriages they use for travel back and forth to Rhine are kept outside the city by the ministry, and many other items from the outside that cannot be brought into Lyra are stored there. However, few within Lyra City are aware of this department's existence. My father is a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Cute said. So I understand a bit more about this department than the average person. It isn't really that special. The work there is quite relaxed because Lyra's foreign affairs are not extensive. My father joined that department purely because he's allergic to machine oil and can't undergo extensive mechanical modifications. Most of the people in the ministry are like my father, old men who don't pursue mechanics too much and prefer the simple life of the outside world. They spend their days tending to horses, planting vegetables. Indeed, this department was at odds with the usual style of Lyra, yet it was still an integral part of it. That was the peculiarity. Did you go see your father? Gerard asked. Yes, Cute nodded, speaking softly. To be honest, I haven't had a proper conversation with my father for a long time. Our relationship is like that between Lyra City and the ministry, only reaching out to him when I need something for a diplomatic mission, like a carriage, and he only sees me when there's an order from above. Normally, we have no connection. So when I instinctively went to talk to him like I used to when I was a kid because I was confused about yesterday's case, I discovered something quite terrifying. What? Gerard asked instinctively. Lyra has changed without any of us noticing, Cute said. My father was assigned to the ministry 12 years ago and has never returned to Lyra City since. So, his memory of Lyra is that of 12 years ago, but the current Lyra is not the same entity at all. As he spoke, Gerard could clearly see the change in Cute's expression, becoming so, horrified. This captain of the skeleton squad, even when facing Gerard, had never shown such an expression. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and his breaths became heavier as he spoke. He seemed excessively nervous, so much so that when he tried to light another cigarette to calm himself, his shaking hands prevented him from lighting the match. In the end, it was Gerard who steadied his hands. Don't be nervous, Gerard said in a deep voice. With Gerard's calming presence, Cute gradually collected himself, and his hands stopped trembling. He looked at Gerard, smiled lightly, and said, No wonder you're called Night Star, before swiftly lighting the match. The cigarette was relit, and the billowing white smoke seemed to carry away Cute's nervousness, restoring his composure. You've been looking for Affairs Officer 44 for all these years, Cute said. In your eyes, this person who should exist has suddenly disappeared, right? Gerard nodded. Chapter 136, 136. 30. Do you still remember what our God looks like? 4. So do you know, Cute asked softly, besides Affairs Officer number 44, what else is gone? Gerard's brows furrowed slightly. Cute didn't let him ponder for too long, directly stating, Mechanical Rules Article 7, Standardized Management of Civilian Metal Prosthetics Chapter 3, Section 2, Crude Oil Salvage Order Article 32. He rattled off a long list of clauses. Gerard said, I do know about the last one. Because that was Night Star's responsibility. But those other ones I mentioned earlier, they're also very important. Like Standardized Management of Civilian Metal Prosthetics. It specifies that civilian metal prosthetics are not allowed to replace an entire arm. Gerard's eyes gradually widened. You must understand what I'm saying, right? The thing that was once explicitly forbidden is now commonly seen on the streets, but I completely cannot remember when that law was abolished. It can only be found in the collection of books that my father always carried with him, and of course my father knows, because 12 years ago it was a well-known provision. Gerard realized Cute's implication and asked solemnly, How many laws have disappeared like this all of a sudden? I can only say many, and all of them changed without me being able to recall when it happened. For example, that member of the skeletons with illegal modifications you discovered today, 12 years ago he would have been ousted and exiled, but just now he got but a minor penalty, because we can't find that clause anymore. Cute said, Lyra's rules are being quietly rewritten without anyone noticing. Once clear prohibitions are erased without anyone realizing, not just Affairs Officer number 44, many things are disappearing, vanishing suddenly when we're not paying attention. Even the entire city's populace doesn't feel it. Except for the Foreign Affairs Department, which isn't in this city. Hearing this, Gerard felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If it weren't for Cute's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed these things. He did feel that Lyra's development had accelerated over the years, that various limbs that were only military purposed in his time were being used in civil applications. Entire arms being cut off and replaced with mechanical ones, something that was completely impossible 10 years ago, was now considered normal. But he had always thought it was just the times changing, never realizing something deeper. Something disappeared along with affairs officer number 44. Gerard kept recalling this statement in his mind. And it was at this moment Cude, who was talking, suddenly stopped. Gerard saw Cude's hand start trembling uncontrollably again. I originally wanted to make a list to see exactly how much has disappeared, but suddenly I found the biggest. The heaviest thing had been overlooked, forgotten, but it ought to have been the least likely thing to be forgotten. Cude's tone made Gerard's breathing unintentionally slow down by half a beat. What is it? He looked at Gerard, seemingly laughing, but that smile looked much more like a cry. Byway squinted at Gerard. This Cude truly surprised him, having discovered even the most critical thing. Gerard, think carefully, remember well. After a long silence, and when the cigarette had burned down to the fingers without him seeming to notice, Cude just said softly, "Do you still remember?" "Our God." "What did it look like?" Chapter 137, 137. 31 Only I myself can go. Cude held up a torn-out book frontispiece in front of Gerard. It was an ordinary academic-type book, and because it was a torn-out frontispiece, the title was incomplete. Only metal prosthetics automation could be discerned. But the title was clearly not the focus. The focus was on the painting on the frontispiece. Emblazoned on it was a colossal being, whose body was interwoven from metal and holy light, fashioned like a classical and sacred piece of art. But Gerard knew this was no artwork. This was it. Yes, this was Lyra itself. "Do you recall anything?" Cude said. "I tore this from one of my father's books, a remnant from all the books he owns from 12 years ago, mandatory in all official publications." "I know," Gerard said solemnly. 10 years ago, Night Star would pray to this painting every time before entering the polluted land because it is Lyra," Cude softly expressed. "Our God, but somehow we have forgotten it. After returning from my father's place, I searched long in the Skeleton Corps office, unable to find any book with its image, nowhere to be seen. Yet in my memory, I took an oath in front of it before joining the Skeleton Corps, but now I can find nothing. It's as if it disappeared all of a sudden." This was indeed a disturbing matter. For the past 10 years, Gerard had been searching relentlessly for Affairs Officer 44, and the truth of that time, yet unaware that even the god of Lyra had vanished from his memory. And he could understand why Cude so recklessly sought collaboration with him. Gerard looked at Cude and said, "I think you have not shared this matter with anyone yet." "Yes," Cude nodded. "You're the first. I didn't even tell my father. He's still unaware of what's happened and was furious that I tore up his book, because he still venerates Lyra just as he did 12 years ago. Because he's not within Lyra City, so he wasn't affected." "That's likely," Cude continued. "Apart from my father, I asked others in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and their reactions were similar to my father's, as if living 12 years in the past. They also share a common trait." "What?" "Over these years, they have scarcely returned to Lyra City, always staying in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs," Cude stated. "Those who returned to Lyra City more frequently quit the ministry shortly after and never returned. This has led to a rapid decrease in the ministry's personnel. Now only a handful remain." "This means the cause is indeed Lyra City," Gerard stated gravely. "Everyone has been influenced by Lyra City." "Yes, Lyra City now feels to me like a gear train," Cude gently said. "It has been accelerating over these 10 years, each year quicker than the last, yet the people on the gear train feel nothing. Only those outside the gear train can see how crazily fast the gear train has become, even vastly exceeding its limits, verging on a collapse at any moment. But those on the train can't feel it, and those outside can't warn them." Cude's description left Gerard silent for a long while, then he slowly nodded. "Your analogy, it's vivid. But luckily, we are still the people on the train." Cude pointed at himself and Gerard and spoke deliberately. "We still have the chance to bring it to a halt before it completely goes off the rails." Cude's words left Gerard feeling somewhat dazed. For the past 10 years, he had always been alone. No one understood him, no one helped him. Everyone treated him as a lunatic, like he was the only sane person on that gear train, trying to warn everyone when he realized something was off, only to be met with cold looks, regarded as a senile old madman. But now, finally, a young man had come forward, speaking the same words as him. From I to we, it was not an easy transition. But Gerard wasn't blindly elated. He was fully aware that what they faced could not be conquered with sheer enthusiasm. He had been stuck in place for 10 years while the enemy had been in motion for a decade, even erasing their god. Yet they still knew nothing about what they were truly up against. So Gerard simply looked calmly at Cude and asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" "Yes," Cude quickly replied. "Before coming over, I had thought it through carefully. The tipping point for all these changes must be the Night Star incident from 10 years ago linked to you, so my ideas are all centered around you, but—" He paused. "Before I lay out my ideas, I hope you can provide more information, Gerard." Cude looked into Gerard's eyes and spoke deliberately. "I want to know what Night Star was truly seeking in the polluted land 10 years ago, and whether you brought anything out from there. I know you don't have definite answers to these questions now because you've lost your memory, so I won't demand everything." Chapter 138, 138. 31, only I can go by myself too. "A little bit is fine. What have you found out, or what have you remembered, even just a little bit? I simply want you to tell me everything you know. That way, we can find the key to stopping the Lyra Gear train." Gerard fell silent. He could feel the sincerity in Cude's words, and knew the crux of the matter still lay in that mission 10 years ago. Solving it would unravel all the problems. And he was no longer as ignorant as he had been before. But the information he held, the things he knew, all came from. "Tell him," said Bai Wei's voice suddenly in Gerard's mind. "Except for the part about me, you can tell him everything. That's what you want, right? And I want to see just how far you and your protege can go," Bai Wei said lightly, "whether it's reaching the truth after striving or after losing everything, begging for my power." Bai Wei did not finish his sentence, but Gerard understood. So after a long silence, Gerard made a decision. "If that's the case, come to my house," he said. "I can show you something." 4th District Tower. Zaman took several deep breaths in front of an office door, bracing himself before knocking. "Come in." The voice of Yang Xin rang out from inside, and Zaman pushed the door open and respectfully bowed to the figure inside. "Lord Yang Xin." His words were tinged with uncontrollable nervousness. He even dared not look up at Yang Xin, as the transformations of that night continued to haunt his nightmares, still leaving him palpably anxious. But Yang Xin didn't mind, calmly asking, "Has the team sent to Gerard's house returned?" This question made Zaman even more nervous. He stammered, Reporting to Lord Yang Xin, they haven't returned yet." "They haven't returned?" "Yes, that's right. Not even a single message." "No, none," Zaman hurriedly asked. "Should we send a second team?" "No need," Yang Xin seemed unsurprised by this outcome, saying dismissively, "Their failure to return tells us a lot already. Sending more would be futile, and we have already tipped our hand." I'm sorry, Lord Yang Xin." Zaman bowed even lower. "What should we do now?" "Now," Yang Xin pondered for a moment, then softly said, "Now that we can confirm Gerard has become uncontrollable, we cannot proceed as usual. Let's start early." Zaman was slightly startled. "Start early? So much earlier?" "Yes, after all, plans can't keep up with changes," Yang Xin said flatly. "If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow night will be the day Bishop Hallman returns, right?" "Yes, that's right." "So," Yang Xin said with a light chuckle, "let's have Lord Bishop himself ignite this fire of rebirth." What is going on here? Upon arriving at Gerard's home, Cude was stunned by the scene before him. The modest wooden house was mostly destroyed. Outside lay a giant carcass as if scorched, and behind the massive carcass trailed a series of bloody footprints as if the creature had walked out of a sea of blood. But these footprints ended at the wooden house. What exactly happened inside the house? Cude looked at Gerard in shock, thinking this was what Gerard meant to show him. But he quickly realized that Gerard's expression was no better than his own, clearly as uninformed about what had happened inside his own home. Because Gerard truly didn't know what Bai Wei had done, only that he had dealt with 3 intruders, but he hadn't mentioned how. "I don't know what happened here," Gerard said calmly. "But that carcass seems to be a pollutant. I'll check the carcass. You go inside the house and see if there are any survivors. Those footprints seem to be human blood." After such a scene, could there still be any survivors? Cude muttered to himself, but said nothing, and just nodded before promptly entering Gerard's house. Meanwhile, Gerard strode towards the carcass of the pollutant, and under the direction of Bai Wei, retrieved a finger that had been swallowed, and then spat out from the front of the pollutant. This was also something Cude couldn't know about. After retrieving the finger, Gerard didn't immediately head back to group up with Cude, but carefully studied the carcass of the pollutant in front of him. Honestly, over the years, Gerard had killed hundreds, if not thousands, of pollutants, eliminating them in various ways, but he had never left their bodies in such a state. Entirely burnt through as if desiccated, their proud regenerative and restructuring abilities seemed to have vanished into thin air. Gerard had seen such a condition only once before. And that first time was half a month ago in Somo City, the man he buried with his own hands, the one named Ulu. Is this the final consequence of using the power of visas? Chapter 139, 139. 31, only I can go by myself 3. No matter whether it was a human or a pollutant with even more tenacious life force, they all would eventually become what lay before him now. Not even remnants left. Gerard looked at the pollutant corpse before him, and suddenly felt like he was seeing his own future. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind him, and after not too long, Cude was standing by his side, his expression looking quite grim. I've checked. There are 3 bodies inside. Even the seasoned squad leader of the skeleton corps, Cude, found it hard to keep his composure after seeing the state of the bodies inside the room. One of the bodies is completely shattered, to the point where I initially thought there were only 2 bodies. I don't want to talk about it. Cude shook his head and then looked back at Gerard. If I asked you the identities of those 3 people, you'd probably say you don't know, right? I really don't know. Gerard shook his head and then pointed to the pollutant carcass in front of them. What I wanted you to see was this thing. A pollutant? Cude frowned deeply. Why would there be a pollutant here? That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about, Gerard said. Ever since that incident 10 years ago, I've been plagued by these things. No matter where I live, they find me, which is why I moved to such a remote place to avoid harming others. Cude seemed contemplative. How long have these things been after you? Just like I said, it hasn't stopped since that incident, Gerard said calmly. They appear every few days as if I've stolen something of theirs, but I don't know what exactly. As he spoke, Gerard glanced back towards his house. As for who's inside there, all I can say is, there have been many who have been looking to trouble me lately. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they ran into each other. Cude didn't question Gerard's explanation too much. The horror inside did appear to be the work of pollutants, and judging by the blood stains left behind, the massacre must have happened while Gerard was still detained at the Skeleton Corps headquarters, making it impossible for him to. Cude narrowed his eyes slightly and then murmured, So you're saying, when these 3 people came to your house, you were being held by us, and it was an unjust detainment, right? Gerard turned to look at Cude and said, Now you should understand what I'm up against. The pollutants are after you, and so is Lyra, Cude said gently. It's as if you've taken something they both care about, but you also don't know what it is. Yes, Gerard said calmly, what you see is all I can tell you. Cude slowly closed his eyes, seemingly pondering something. After a long while, he opened his eyes, as if he had made a decision, and also took out a uniquely shaped key from his pocket. I got this from my old boss, Cude told Gerard. Using it, you can go directly to Bishop Hallman. Gerard's face showed surprise. You're looking for Hallman too. It seems our thoughts align, Cude nodded and then said softly. The bishop is connected to Lyra above and to the mortal world below. If there's truly something wrong with Lyra, he can't possibly be unaware. Gerard looked at Cude and asked, and what if the problem is with him? So, Cude turned the key in his hand and then suddenly smiled at Gerard. I will have to go, alone. Chapter 140, 32 Key of Order. Chapter 140, 32 Key of Order. Chapter 140, 32 Key of Order. Hearing Cude say he was going on his own to find the bishop, Gerard immediately shook his head. No, that's too dangerous. Cude looked at Gerard and asked, Do you think it's dangerous because you believe something has happened to Bishop Hallman? I think it's quite obvious, Gerard said. It's been 10 years, and the 5 great bishops have never shown themselves, even though Lyra has already become like this. They haven't taken any action, so I can only assume that there's a problem with them. Cude fell silent for a while before shaking his head. My opinion is the opposite of yours. I think the bishop hasn't encountered any problems yet. Gerard furrowed his brows but didn't immediately ask aloud, just waiting for Cude's explanation. Because most of the rules of Lyra are still functioning, even before we came back from Rhine, the orders we received were to kill you within the rules. even willing to make a deal with the bishop from Rhine, Cude slowly started. To me, this is the most direct evidence that the rules are still in operation. And Gerard, have you ever thought about it? If the bishop wanted you dead, would you still be alive now? Gerard's expression changed slightly. You mean? I don't know if you have heard of this saying that the will of God can influence his followers. Cude continued. I don't know how it is in other churches, but in Lyra, our God worships machinery and rules. Therefore, the entire Lyra is like this. The will and power of Lyra transfer from the Sky Tower to the 4 divisional towers, and then from the 4 divisional towers to the entire Lyra. Thus the whole of Lyra can receive the blessing of my lord. Gerard nodded slightly. He knew this part. Among this, there's a fact that ordinary people can't confront the power and will of Lyra directly. They must do it through a divisional tower, and those who control the divisional tower and can directly connect with Lyra are only the 5 great bishops, Cude slowly said. In other words, setting aside my Lord Lyra, the power of the Lord Bishop is limitless. They're not just like other church bishops who only hold power and wealth. They genuinely have the capability to influence every region under their jurisdiction. As avatars in mechanical terms, as nodes. As Cude spoke, he noticed a flicker of confusion on Gerard's face and realized his explanation might be a bit too complicated. So Cude started to gesture with his fingers on the ground, which indeed helped Gerard understand, considering the pioneer force, where Gerard was previously, didn't have much depth in this area of study. Under Cude's simple demonstrations, Gerard quickly grasped the concepta euros. God main tower influences the bishop sub-towers, the bishop sub-towers influences the people. I understand, Gerard nodded. You can continue. That's essentially it, Cude said. We now know there is a problem with Lyra, but identifying which specific aspect is the problem is key. Regardless of where the issue lies, we can see that the bishop's position, receiving from above and initiating below, is the most crucial part, so I say we definitely need to find Bishop Hallman. Gerard looked at Cude and said, but you just said you think Hallman isn't in trouble. At least not entirely in trouble, the evidence is. You're still alive, Cude seriously said. Because the bishop can set the rules if he wanted you dead, he could have easily done so by making new rules to execute you. Though it's not easy, 10 years is more than enough time. Yet in these 10 years, such a thing has not happened, which clearly indicates. Gerard finally understood Cude's point and gently completed his sentence. He's still on my side. Standing on my side. A simple phrase, yet it wasn't so simple in Gerard's heart. It meant that over these 10 years, he hadn't been entirely alone. Such a thought naturally stirred significant ripples in Gerard's mind, which Byway also noticed. Interesting, is he under the impression that he hasn't lost everything yet? Byway pondered in his mind but didn't voice it out, just quietly observing. If he wasn't in trouble, why hasn't he shown himself for 10 years? Gerard asked again. That's the point we need to clarify, because not only Bishop Hallman, including the Archbishop of the Sky Tower, all 5 great bishops haven't shown themselves in 10 years, which can only mean. Cude stretched out his hand and solemnly tapped on the circle representing the Lyra god. There's been a problem here, causing the 5 bishops to focus more on receiving above and relax, initiating below, which explains the issues Lyra has been facing for 10 years. Cude raised his head and looked back at Gerard, who now understood his point. Jihuk Armenian, he Auginus, new letter 25 letter 1D11, Omicron. The above is still stable, basic rules are intact. Below is chaos, a variety of changes. I understand, Gerard nodded. So the bishop is key. Then I'll go with you. No, Cude again refuted. That's too risky. Gerard furrowed his brow. Just now you said that you think the bishop is fine. Yes, but that's just what I think. Even if Bishop Hallman truly is fine, the situation is becoming worse by the minute. Although it's not yet time to establish new rules, those who want to kill you are already blatantly ignoring the rules, Cude explained. So no matter what, you shouldn't show yourself, and besides, this is my job. Your job? Yes, Cude smiled. Skeleton Core, primary job is to maintain stability, and maintaining stability isn't just about stopping violations when they arise. It inherently involves the capacity to connect directly with the bishop, even directly with the Lyra, when things get out of control on the lower levels. This key's true purpose is this. Of course, it should have been my old superior's duty, but he has clearly abandoned this responsibility along with the old rules, so it must be me now. It's necessary. Gerard was silent for a moment, then said, I am also a member of the Skeleton Corps. You can let me do it. Don't joke, Gerard. You and I both know that your destiny has always been the Night Star. The Night Star is gone. Aren't you still alive? Cude smiled again, then his expression became serious. I'm not kidding, nor am I trying to show off. I've carefully considered this, and this job must be done by me, not just because I'm a member of the Skeleton Corps, but because you're better suited to stay behind. What do you mean? Gerard asked. What will I do if you go alone? Cude didn't answer the question directly right away. Instead, he briefly paused, then softly said, Gerard, I can actually feel that the series of actions you've taken since returning to Lyra resembles self-destruction. Gerard's pupils slightly contracted. Whether it's the times you've clearly taken action or today, when you forced the truth out of a Skeleton Corps colleague with your chainsaw sword, these aren't things you would have done before, and they're different from the order and rules you've always advocated. Your methods are becoming more radical, more insane. Of course, I can't blame you for this, because only today have I understood what you've been facing all these years. The fact that you've kept your sanity for 10 years is already surprising to me. So I'm also wondering if the situation has really reached that point, where the former keepers of order become crazier, more radical, operating as if driven to self-destruction to salvage things. While speaking, Cude raised the oddly shaped key. So I decided to go prove it. This is the last safeguard set by the Lyra for the Skeleton Corps. It allows every member of the Skeleton Corps to meet the bishop, to directly face the Lyra, then let the ultimate order end it all. If I succeed, then it means that the order is still in effect. In that case, Gerard, you can also end the pain of these 10 years, and all the injustice, all the darkness you've experienced will vanish. The order will restore everything to you, and the world we take pride in will still be functioning as expected. Cude paused, lifted his head, and looked directly at Gerard. But if I fail, that means even the last lock of order has broken. I don't know what that scenario looks like, nor do I know how to face it, as all my training has taught me how to operate under rules and order. But I wouldn't need to worry so much anymore, because if such a scenario does happen, I'll surely be gone, because I am that last broken. Order lock. Gerard watched Cude silently. He finally understood that Cude's decision wasn't impulsive, but was one he had thoroughly considered and still chosen to make. He was about to verify the last order with his life. Don't look at me with that expression, Gerard, Cude said. If that day really comes, I won't be the worst off because I will already be dead. And do you know what you will face? The old order collapses, the old rules fail, your enemies will target you with new rules to kill you. Then the entire Lyra will be your enemy, and the predicaments you face will be even greater than now. So I want to know, will you still try to stop this runaway train then? The two men, one older, one younger, locked gazes in the darkness, with only the lamp light at the door providing illumination. Leaning on that faint candlelight, they watched each other, their figures swaying in the pupils' reflection like the flickering candle flame. Gerard was silent for a long while, then softly said, I will. Cude smiled. That's why I said you should stay behind. The once Night Star rampaged in the deepest depths of the polluted land, where there are no rules, no order, yet they haven't managed to kill you. So you know how to face such situations. But I can't. I don't have the courage to face that kind of world. I am the Skeleton Corps, born to maintain order, and should die for the final order, so we should both do what we are best at. After saying this, Cude stood up, stretching himself as if relieving a burden. All right, I should go. If we keep talking, the day will break, and I still need to get my axe back. Cude waved his hand and turned gallantly to leave. Around this time tomorrow I'll go find the bishop. Who knows, there might be nothing wrong. Maybe the Lord Bishop just overslept. We'll chat then, and everything will be resolved, ha. Gerard didn't speak. He just quietly watched Cude walk away into the distance. Then he turned back, gave Gerard a deep look, his lips slightly moving. Take care. Then he turned and left, walking alone into the darkness that the candlelight couldn't reach. Chapter 141, 141:33, Has Night Star Returned? Chapter 141:33, Has Night Star Returned? Key chapter, Chapter 141:33, Has Night Star Returned? Key chapter. After Cude left, Gerard had another sleepless night. He rummaged through the partially destroyed house for anything still usable, such as a rusty dagger and a mask to block out the pollution. He lined up these almost scrap-worthy items and began to refurbish, polish, and remove rust from them, like an old hunter preparing for a hunt after many years. After he had refurbished everything, he stuffed them into every nook of his body, arming himself completely. When he had finished, daylight had already broken. He opened his pocket watch and set it aside, sitting on the ground with the ticking sound around him. Gerard slowly closed his eyes to rest. According to the rules of the Night Star, 3 conditions must be met to enter the polluted land. First, excellent equipment and sufficient supplies. Second, abundant energy. Third, a comrade who can be entrusted with one's life. Missing any of these conditions, one should not enter the polluted land. Now he no longer had excellent equipment, only relics that hadn't been updated for 10 years, not to mention supplies. In terms of energy, he could no longer compare to himself 10 years ago. The years had left too many marks on him, making him appear like an elderly man in his twilight years. As for a trustworthy comrade, they had long been resting in the deepest parts of the polluted land. But what he faced could be even more dangerous and complex than the deepest parts of the polluted land. Yet he said nothing, simply waiting quietly. He waited as the rising sun climbed high, then slowly descended, his shadow turning half a circle on the ground stained with blood and flesh, yet he made no move. Not until the pocket watch ticked louder did he slowly open his eyes. "Do you really want to go?" Bai Wei's lazy voice sounded. "I think that kid would rather you wait at home for news." Gerard slowly stood up, slinging the fully charged chainsaw sword onto his back. "I've waited long enough. I don't want to keep waiting." Bai Wei asked, "Do you think that kid will succeed?" "I don't know," Gerard shook his head, "but either way I need to witness it myself." To witness it himself no matter what. Bai Wei seemed thoughtful, but he did not stop Gerard. Because his fingers were already on Gerard's body. With that, Gerard left the house and reached the 4th District Tower he had visited the day before by sunset, but he didn't enter it. Instead, he sat down in a coffee shop across from the tower. From there, he could clearly see the people coming in and out of the tower. If Cude entered the tower, he would definitely see it. Small Capen Omicron U letter 25 letter 1D11, Omicron. As he watched the entrance of the tower, Gerard heard a conversation between an old man and a young person at the next table. "Grandpa, stop hesitating. Replace your finger already. It's so old it can't be used anymore." "No, absolutely not. This was a gift from your grandmother." "But Grandma is already gone, and it's just a prosthesis that needs to be replaced." Gerard glanced inadvertently at the nearby table. The elderly man with silvery white hair, while pressing the aged mechanical finger, shook his head resolutely. "No, except for this finger, it's absolutely off limits. This is the last thing your grandmother left to me." For a moment, Gerard felt dazed. Then he heard Bai Wei's voice in his mind. "The kid has gone in." Gerard immediately turned around, just in time to see Cude's figure disappear into the entrance of the tower. A circumflex euros. Yang Zin stood on the top floor of the tower, facing a gigantic door. In front of the door stood Zaman. Upon seeing Yang Zin, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Lord Yang Zin." "Is Bishop Holman about to wake up?" Yang Zin asked calmly. "Yes," Zaman replied, "just a few more minutes." "Good," Yang Zin revealed a smile. "You may leave." "Let me talk to Lord Bishop." Zaman nodded and hurriedly withdrew. Soon, Yang Zin was left alone in the top-floor corridor. He approached alone and pushed open the heavy door. Behind the door was a huge piece of amber, within which an elegantly dressed elderly man slept. The expression on the elder's face was pained, as if he were experiencing a nightmare. Yang Zin walked up and stood quietly in front of the amber, and the elderly man in the amber seemed to gradually lean towards the exterior of the amber. A circumflex euros. Zaman hurried to the office. He had just heard from the front desk that a squad leader from the Skeleton Corps had come to investigate the death of the previous 2 secretaries, and was now waiting in his office. This seemed strange to Zaman. Why were they still investigating these incidents? Wasn't everything settled after Gerard was killed? Lord Yang Zin should have already communicated with the Skeleton Corps. If possible, he really wanted to ask Lord Yang Zin, but under the circumstances, he dared not disturb him and had to tough it out alone. He pushed open the door of the office and then smiled at the figure waiting inside. "Hello, Knight, I am late." "I am a euros." Before he could finish, Zaman saw that the other party was holding a strangely shaped key in his hand. "Captain Cude of the Skeleton Corps, 10th Squad," Cude interrupted Zaman calmly. "I suspect that a huge uncontrollable problem has emerged in the 4th District, so I will invoke Article 37 of the Lyra Emergency Response Act. I need to see Bishop Hallman. This is the key of order. You are now obliged to assist in my investigation of euros. In short, take me to see Bishop Hallman immediately." Zaman stood stunned, realizing that something might be wrong, and instinctively thought of retreating. But the next second, the folding axe in front of Cude instantly unfolded. Zaman had not managed to retreat when he felt a chill on his face. Instinctively, he touched his face and then felt a large amount of blood. Cude, holding the chopping axe, almost as tall as he was, had its tip hovering right above Zaman's head, with droplets of fresh blood falling down. "Do you think I am discussing options with you? The key of order has already unlocked my body lock and heart lock. I can decapitate you right now," Cude said coldly, "so you now have only 2 choices. 1, your head falls to the ground. 2, take me over. A circumflex euros." Hallman's cheeks were slowly emerging from the amber. When his half was completely free from the amber, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Then, like a drowning man resurfacing, he started coughing violently, his cloudy eyes filled with pain, confusion, and urgency. "Cough, cough, cough, cough a euros." He tried to say something, but each attempt resulted in more severe coughing. Having waited for a long time, Yang Zin immediately went forward, gently patting his back. "Don't worry, Bishop Hallman, relax." But Hallman didn't relax. He suddenly raised his head, staring straight at Yang Zin while asking amidst coughs, What time is it, Noah euros?" "Year 236, Lord Bishop," Yang Zin replied with a smile. A flicker of confusion passed through Hallman's eyes. "Year 236. Then he quickly thought of something and immediately grabbed Yang Zin's hand, asking urgently, "Where is Night Star? Has the Night Star team come back a euros? Where is Gerard?" He seemed to be falling into a confusion of thought and memory, his confusion growing and his speech increasingly disjointed. "Where is Night Star? Has the Night Star team departed? Hurry, send them off a euros. No, they should have left, but why haven't they returned? What year is it now? 236 a circumflex euros. There's no time left, no time left." Yang Zin, as if having anticipated all this, continued to gently soothe him. "Don't rush, Bishop Hallman, tell me what happened." Something happened at a euros. The confusion in Hallman's eyes quickly turned to fear and pain. Lord Euros cannot hold on any longer. He is being killed by that newly arisen Avila euros. He can't hold on any longer. He really cannot hold on any longer a euros. If Night Star doesn't return soon a euros, my Lord Lyra euros will be killed. There's no time left. There's no a euros time left a euros. Facing Hallman's mutterings, Yang Zin continued to pat his back gently, soothingly saying, "Rest assured, Lord Bishop. Night Star will be back soon. A circumflex euros." Banged. A clear sound, a cup was shattered. Gerard turned his head and saw the old man at the next table staring blankly at an old metal finger. "Should I a euros replace it?" He murmured, "I should replace it, right?" Chapter 140-234 Gaze versus Domination, 6K1. Gaze versus Domination, 6K1. Drifting within the thought amber for too long had greatly affected Hallman's brain, causing him to forget many things. But some things he still remembered. For instance, the day their Supreme Lord of Euros, Lyra Euros, pleaded for their help. A divine entity asking for help from its followers was unheard of, not only in the Church of Lyra but also in any other church, so much so that at first, Hallman thought the message he received was a mistake, until the Bishop of the Sky Tower, Oliver, convened him and 4 other bishops, solemnly announcing the dire situation. Lyra was in peril, and it was an unprecedented crisis a euros. A newly born abomination was emerging from Lyra's very being and attempting to kill Lyra. Upon receiving this news from Oliver, the rest of the bishops fell into a prolonged silence, but the shock on their faces said it all. And they knew what Oliver said was true. for Lyra's pleas for help were becoming more urgent by the day. It was as if, any moment now, he would not be able to hold on any longer. "What should we do?" Hallman couldn't help but ask. "If even the Lord cannot withstand this entity, can we truly be of any help?" This was the doubt shared by the other 3 bishops. "Of course we can," Oliver said. "The Lord is at a disadvantage right now only because he has divided a significant amount of his power among us. Now we must return that power to him and assist him in combating this newly born abomination." "Do you mean we should enter the thought amber?" "Yes. For how long?" "That depends on when the Lord can destroy the new abomination," Oliver said. "But conservatively speaking, it's going to be at least a year." The bishops once again fell into silence because they were all too familiar with the thought amber. As the only device that could connect directly to Lyra's essence, it wasn't easy to use. Staying inside, one would lose consciousness. Memories would blur, much like a person drowning but never dying, endlessly sinking in agony. Even for the archbishops, who were known for their resilient character and will, they normally wouldn't stay in the thought amber for more than a day. But this time they were talking about years. "I know this will be painful," Oliver said, noticing the hesitation in the hearts of the other bishops, and spoke slowly. "But we have no other choice. The Lord needs our help. If the Lord collapses the new abomination," he paused, "will unleash catastrophes of unimaginable scale, and all of Lyra City will be dragged into hell. So now is the time for us to dedicate ourselves." After Oliver had finished, another bishop spoke up. "We do not fear dedication. After all, we are the ones closest to the Lord. But I have 2 questions." "Speak freely, Bishop Wiesen." "All right," Bishop Wiesen nodded and said plainly. "First, can the combined strength of us 5 truly aid the Lord in defeating the new abomination? Second, once we enter the thought amber for an extended period, we will lose direct control over the lower echelons. If anything happens in Lyra City during that time, we will know nothing and be unable to respond. Lyra will be in a state of chaos for years." "I understand your concerns, Bishop Wiesen," Oliver said as he nodded. "I can answer your second question now. First and foremost, we must trust in the Lord's mighty power. Once we stabilize the Lord's situation, the order of the lower echelons of Lyra will not change. FGEEWYBNO Cyrillic letter 475EL, C Sigmum. As long as that order remains intact, everything else is a minor issue. We can trust completely in our Skeleton Corps and Night Star Army. After all, it's not just us guarding Lyra. As for the first question, I cannot give you a direct answer, but what I can tell you is that recapturing our powers is not the only measure the Lord has. He has ways to truly kill that abomination. If all goes well, we won't need to stay in the thought amber too long. Perhaps in 6 months, we can celebrate our victory here. But before that, my friends, please persevere. The future of Lyra is in our hands now." At this point, Hallman's memory began to blur. But not completely. After the other 3 bishops left, Oliver kept him behind alone, and he still remembered Oliver's expression of euros, more serious than ever before. "Hallman, please contact the Night Star team and have them set off as soon as possible. And tell Gerard he is our only hope. Our perseverance is all but to wait for his return." After that, there was only descent into oblivion. Hallman had no idea how long he had actually spent in the thought amber. He felt as though he had been there for ages, yet it seemed to have been but a moment. Many times his vague memories of leaving the thought amber would start with his 2 questions. What year is it now? Has Night Star returned yet? And end with the same answers. Year 236. No, not yet. Was it an illusion? It felt as though this conversation had happened many times before. He had thought he had persevered for a long time. Could it be that not even a year has passed? It seems his will was too weak after all. The other 4 bishops surely wouldn't falter like him. After a brief rest, Hallman's thoughts gradually became clearer. Though he relished the fresh air and the feeling of being alive on the outside, he knew he had to return to the thought amber soon. He couldn't make Lyra wait too long, and he needed to continue to buy Gerard time. Chapter 143, 34 Gaze versus Domination, 6K2. I hope next time I come out, Gerard has already returned. I should head back now, Hallman said to Yang Xin by his side, Please take good care of this city and remember to tell me when Gerard returns." Young Zin smiled and nodded in response. Holman then walked toward the thought amber once again. But halfway there, he stopped in his tracks, eyes fixed on the reflection of Yang Zin in the thought amber. Yang Zin was smiling at him, a smile that seemed oddly familiar. It's as if he had seen this person somewhere before. As the lost memories were gradually being recovered, the reflection on the thought amber rapidly aligned with a face in the corridor of memories. Although the face from his memories was younger, but his features, his smile, were all identical to those in Holman's recollection. Holman's body froze. He slowly turned around and looked at Yang Zin. Why are you here?" Yang Zin, recognized at last, was not angry. In fact, he seemed almost pleased, clapping his hands lightly. "Ah, Lord Bishop, you finally recognized me." Seeing this face that had matured far too much compared to the one in his memory, a terrible thought dawned on Holman, causing him to shudder violently. "Now exactly what year is it?" 246, Lord Bishop." Holman staggered. "What about Night Star?" Yang Zin spread his hands with a smile. "Isn't she standing right in front of you?" In Holman's eyes, Yang Zin's body began to twist bizarrely. "The new era has arrived, Lord Bishop," Yang Zin said softly. "Celebrate the arrival of the new gods with me." Before he finished speaking, the door behind Yang Zin was slammed open. He didn't have time to turn around when a chopping axe came down, splitting his body in two. "The era you seek will never come," a cold voice rang out. "This is Lyra. You and the gods you seek can go to hell together." There was no chance for Yang Zin to argue anymore. He fell into a pool of blood, smiling as Cude stepped over him. Holman looked at Cude's skeleton core attire and breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems things haven't spiraled completely out of control yet," Holman asked Cude. "Are you now in charge of the skeleton core? What about Fenley?" Holman had learned from Yang Zin that it was now the year 246, which meant he had been deceived for a full 10 years. As a bishop, he was deceived for 10 years, to the extent that he didn't dare to imagine just how bad Lyra's situation had now become. But Cude's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. Since the skeleton core was still loyal to him, then there was still room for negotiation. Of course, this was why he subconsciously assumed Cude was the current person in charge of the skeleton core. "Sorry, Lord Bishop." As Cude pulled the chopping axe off the ground, he spoke to Holman. "The current chief of the skeleton core is still Lord Fenley. I am here simply through special means." Cude produced a bizarrely shaped key from his bosom, and Holman knew at a glance, his heart sinking. "The key of order," Holman murmured. "Has it really come to this? What has become of Lyra?" "It's difficult for me to describe," Cude said. "On the surface, Lyra is still peaceful. No disaster has occurred, but in reality, the vast majority of people can't even remember what the Lyra god looks like anymore." Hearing this, Holman couldn't help but close his eyes. How could this be? Lord, are we truly destined to fail? Everything was beyond Holman's expectations now. The worst outcome he and Oliver had anticipated was to spend 2 years in the Thought Amber, and Night Star had not returned, worsening the situation in Lyra. In that case, they would emerge from the Thought Amber together, and then consider the next steps for salvation. It was then that Holman finally understood why those people kept telling him it was still the year 236. They were numbing them, making them think there was still time, that Night Star had just left, that everything was still manageable. But in reality, a full 10 years had passed. Too long, this period of time was too long. So much longer than the worst conditions, they had predicted that even a trace of despair flashed in Holman's eyes. And Cude, capturing this flicker of despair, immediately saluted Holman with a knight's salute. "Lord Bishop, please do not give up," Cude said in a serious tone. "I know the situation is dire, but please don't lose hope. So many people are waiting for your return, waiting for the return of the Lord. People are not dead, just blinded. They are strapped to a gear train about to derail unaware, and now only you can save them." Cude's words left Holman stunned. "Can I still save them?" Holman lowered his head, staring blankly at his own hands. Having been in the Thought Amber for 10 years, his body had aged considerably. 10 years ago, he was a robust, middle-aged man, but now he seemed as though he was on the brink of the grave. Yet even with such aged hands, he could recall the words of Oliver, the Bishop of Sky Tower, from 10 years prior. "Gentlemen, please do your best. The future of Lyra lies in our hands." The image was as vivid as if it were from yesterday, yet as hazy as if it were from a distant past. Chapter 144, 34 Gaze versus Domination, 6K3. Holman's hand clenched tighter and tighter as he murmured, "Yes, the future is still in our hands." Seeing Holman regaining his spirits, Cude breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. "As long as you haven't given up, there is still hope." "I'm sorry, young man." Holman pointed at his own head. "I've stayed in the thought amber for too long, and now my mind is not working very well, and I am not very familiar with the outside situation, so I need you to give me some advice." "Of course." Cude immediately stood up. "I will take you to the Skeleton Corps headquarters right now. As long as the Skeleton Corps follows your command again, everything will be fine. After all, the enemies are still lurking in the shadows, and no one dares to confront you openly." Cude led Holman out, and Holman nodded while listening to Cude's description. It looked like the public's mind was influenced, and including himself, the bishops hadn't revealed themselves for a long time, so the situation looked a bit dire, but the underlying order was still functioning, so it wasn't the worst-case scenario. As Cude had said, everything still had room for negotiation. But what worried Holman was, after 10 years, was he the only bishop who had awoken? What about the other bishops? And where did those enemies come from? Were Lyra's enemies supposed to be only that newly spawned calamity? Holman had many questions in his heart, but the next thing Cude said immediately made him freeze. "Gerard has also returned, and he is waiting for you." "Is that so?" Holman immediately became excited. "Gerard has returned too. How is he? Why didn't he back then?" "It's best if you talk to him in person." Cude spoke softly. "He has also lost much of his memory regarding the events of 10 years ago, and he is no longer a hero. He's a sinner now. So he's been looking for you." Holman fell silent for a while and then said softly, "It seems we haven't had it easy these 10 years. No sooner had he spoken than the nightmare-like voice echoed from behind. "Yes, how could one possibly have it easy after returning from hell?" Holman and Cude, standing at the door, simultaneously froze. They immediately turned around and saw a scene they would never forget. Yang Zin, who had been chopped in half, was unsteadily standing up. Freew en Gujarati, Ushunya, Inus new el retroflex com. The split body was visibly sewing itself back together. "How can this be?" Cude's eyes widened, but he immediately deployed his chopping axe in full, shielding Holman. "You're from the Skeleton Corps, you haven't entered the polluted land," Yang Zin said slowly. "If you were from the Pioneer Force, whether it's the former Night Star or now the Devil, anyone who has dealt with pollutants should know that pollutants aren't so easy to kill. You must crush their bodies, cut them into pieces, process them into crude oil to prevent them from waking up." Yang Zin paused for a moment, then revealed a trace of regret between his brows. "Of course, even then I wouldn't die, because 10 years ago that voice commanded my body, forbidding me to die so I could live until now. It was because of that I understood how important rebirth is, more important than anything else." Cude realized, watching Yang Zin's two halves fuse back into a whole, that this was a power beyond his comprehension, and he had no chance of defeating this creature. "Let's go, Lord Bishop," Cude said in a low voice. "I'll hold him off. Please don't hesitate, run as fast as you can to the Skeleton Corps. No, just getting downstairs will do." Holman was slightly stunned. "Downstairs?" "Although I haven't seen him," Cude said slowly, "I believe that Gerard is waiting downstairs. He must be there." Holman understood. He knew he couldn't hesitate at a time like this. After deeply gazing at Cude as if to forever imprint Cude's image in his memory, he swiftly left. Yang Zin didn't stop him. He just watched Cude quietly and then chuckled. "Very brave. You remind me of that guy. You really are much like him when he was young." Cude ignored Yang Zin and instead, boom. Divine skill overload. He released all restrictions, every metal part roaring in overload, causing his entire body to shake violently. Cude knew this would be the most important battle of his life. For order and hope, he was prepared to give his all. But Yang Zin remained motionless, only speaking slowly. "Do you think it's meaningful to let Bishop Holman escape?" Cude's eyes narrowed slightly. "Even within Lyra's body, traces of my lord can be found. Guess, what would be the state of Bishop Holman who has coexisted with Lyra for 10 years? Cude's eyes widened again. He saw Yang Zin stretch out his arms, open his mouth, and shout with a commanding tone. "Awake, my great lord! Descend here at this moment." That voice seemed to hold supreme power, causing Cude's entire body to shudder involuntarily. No, this creature was seeking to manipulatively influence. He gritted his teeth and decided to strike first. Chapter 145, 34 Gaze versus Domination, 6K4. He had only just taken a step when he saw a huge shadow appear in front of him. Something had emerged behind him. What? Gerard suddenly opened his eyes. A waiter stood before him, politely saying, "I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed now." Gerard looked down at the coffee in front of him. He had ordered it in the afternoon, but there it sat untouched. After a moment of silence, he reached out, picked up the coffee cup, downed it in one gulp, and then left the cafe. By now, night had fallen, and the spire in the 4th district had already been closed. Gerard looked up at the top of the spire, which was utterly calm as if nothing had happened. Though he already knew the answer, Gerard couldn't help but ask, "Can your eyes see that far?" "I have already answered you, haven't I?" Byway said leisurely. "With my current abilities, I can't see that. That is where Lyra's divine power is sealed. To see through, you would have to pay a price to use a higher level of gaze. All right, I don't want to answer the same question a third time." Gerard remained silent. He was not afraid of the price, but Byway had made it clear. Another use of gaze like that might leave him blind for days, and then even if he did see something, he would be powerless to act. So could he only wait here? Gerard glanced at his pocket watch. Cute had been in there for over an hour. By now there should have been some outcome. After hesitating for a moment, Gerard made up his mind, stowed the pocket watch, and headed towards the spire. Regardless, he needed a result. For some reason, there was no one on watch on the 1st floor of the spire. Gerard easily entered after pushing open the door. And then he ascended the stairs alone. In the empty stairwell, only Gerard's footsteps echoed. This deathly silence made Gerard feel very uneasy. He walked alone to the top floor of the spire, which was also where the bishop resided. Just as he reached the top floor, he saw a person who had been knocked out at the stairwell entrance. Gerard immediately went forward to check his credentials. Staff Assistant Zaman. Was this the newly promoted staff assistant? The previous 2 had already died. This guy must have been knocked out by Cude. That meant Cude had reached here. With this in mind, Gerard undid his chainsaw sword and then moved deeper into the top floor. As he walked, suddenly another set of footsteps came echoing down the corridor. He judged that the footsteps were approaching from ahead and immediately stopped, warily watching the front. The footsteps continued slowly, indicating that the person was not in a hurry. Gerard raised his chainsaw sword. Soon, a silhouette appeared in the direction the sword pointed. From blurry to clear. Gerard froze. Because that was Cude. He immediately lowered the chainsaw sword and walked towards Cude. "Cude, how are you?" His words were caught in his throat. Because Cude looked like a broken toy, covered in bite marks. He raised his head, looked at Gerard, and in those vacant eyes suddenly a spark of light flashed. "I'm sorry, Gerard," Cude said softly. "I have failed and now you're the only one left. Please don't give up on Lyra." With this, Cude-pa sound fell down. Gerard stared blankly, not having a chance to react, when a shrill scream came from further down the corridor. That scream held a special power, causing Gerard to unconsciously raise the chainsaw sword to his own neck. "Die, die, die." It was like a command ordering Gerard to slash his own throat. And his body began uncontrollably to comply. Buzz! The chainsaw sword activated, its whirling blade mere inches from Gerard's neck. Is this domination? Interesting, using my power against me. Free webnovel, see Cyrillic letter 473M. In the murky sea of consciousness, Byway slowly opened his eyes. The rule sealed within his pupils was released in an instant. Rule rewritten. Gaze instantly overrode domination. In Gerard's eyes, a huge monster materialized. Bang! He regained control over his body, gripped the chainsaw sword in reverse, and with a roar charged at the creature. Chapter 146, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire. Chapter 146, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire. At the end of the corridor, outside the bishop's room, there stood a monster that even Gerard had never seen before. It looked a bit like a pollutant at first glance, but it had many more bizarre organs than a pollutant, which basically had nothing but a mouth. Besides, its body shape was different from the formless shape of pollutants. It looked like a strange doll that had been stuffed with too much cotton and then burst open. So it really is this guy. Gerard didn't recognize it, but Bai Wei did. Although there were some discrepancies from his memory. In the game, this thing was much larger than it now appeared, but overall it was roughly the same. The difference in size was probably due to the timing of its birth. According to the game's plot, it was supposed to be created by a group of people trying to overturn Lyra a month later. But now, because Bai Wei had saved Gerard, a series of chain reactions had occurred that caused it to be born prematurely in such an incomplete form. Upon seeing Gerard, the monster immediately emitted a shriek similar to before, but it was just a plain shriek this time, without the additional power of domination. Therefore, Gerard was not affected as he was before and directly stabbed the chainsaw sword into the monster's body, entering overload mode at the same time. All the devices on his body roared to life simultaneously. Squish it! The roaring chainsaw sword carved out a huge gash where it had pierced, and then Gerard swung the sword fiercely, enlarging the gash even more. Immediately after, a pool of dark red minced flesh spilled out in torrents from the opening. Yet Omicron Cyrillic letter 475 letter 1E50, Omicron. Gerard frowned deeply upon seeing the chunks of flesh flooding out. Because these chunks looked like internal organs, yet pollutants were not supposed to have any internal organs. So what exactly was this? A terrible suspicion arose in Gerard's heart, but before he could confirm, the monster made its other parts attack Gerard. After striking a successful blow, Gerard did not get greedy. He immediately withdrew his chainsaw sword, then quickly retreated to a safe distance, bolstered by his overload-enhanced body, thus dodging the monster's attack. In this first encounter, Gerard was splashed with half a body of the monster's blood, but had not suffered any injuries. Instead, he had dealt a heavy blow to the monster. It seemed, apart from its appearance, this monster was no different from a typical pollutant. But this did not put Gerard at ease. If it was only to this degree, how then had Cude been defeated? Gerard glanced out of the corner of his eye at Cude, lying in a pool of blood, and instinctively gripped his chainsaw sword tighter. He had been waiting in the Caf A Tilde copyright downstairs out of fear that something would happen to Cude, thinking that if anything seemed amiss, he would immediately come upstairs to provide support. With the most advanced metal body Cude possessed, the chopping axe that was no less destructive than the chainsaw sword, and his splendid combat experience, he was certainly not inferior to the current Gerard. So even if he truly encountered an unbeatable, formidable foe, to delay for some time and make some noise should not have been difficult. But why then had he fallen so silently, to the extent that Gerard had not noticed any signs of battle nearby? What on earth had happened? Could there be some other enemy hidden nearby that had ambushed Cude? Gerard became more vigilant, keeping a close watch on the monster in front of him while carefully observing his surroundings. Then he heard Bai Wei's voice, "Don't get distracted. The only one you have to deal with is this one. Here it comes." Gerard saw the monster raise a huge limb that he couldn't tell if it was a hand or a foot, and slap it down toward him. Such a straightforward attack didn't concern Gerard much. He was just puzzled why Bai Wei felt the need to warn him about it. But he soon understood why. When he instinctively tried to dodge the attack by stepping back, he suddenly found his legs as heavy as if they were filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't lift them at the first moment. What was going on? Before Gerard could figure out the situation, the massive limb had swung down in front of him. With no other option, he could only raise his chainsaw sword again, and this time he realized that even the act of lifting the sword was taxing. Fortunately, having mentally prepared himself from the previous encounter, he used his full strength to thrust the chainsaw sword like a dagger, piercing through the center of the monster's limb and pinning it steadfastly to the wall. This simple action turned Gerard's face red with effort, and he quickly leaned against the wall, gasping for air. What on earth was happening? Knowing he didn't have much time to rest, Gerard quickly lowered his head to inspect his body. And then he found the reason. All of his metal body had entered a standstill state. Through the tiny gaps, he could see the insides of these metal limbs had been immobilized by a glue-like liquid. As a result, his entire body, which had already been in overload, was completely sealed, turning the prosthetics, which were supposed to facilitate movement, into cumbersome, useless scrap. Chapter 147, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire 2. Chapter 147, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire, 2 Chapter 147, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire, 2, How could there be such a thing? When did it get into the prosthetic? After a brief moment of shock, Gerard figured it out. It was the blood. It was the monster's blood. Gerard suddenly looked up, seeing the monster that was still squirming before his eyes. The wound he had stabbed earlier was still bleeding. And that blood, upon reaching the ground, solidified at a visible speed. How could there be such a thing? Gerard could not comprehend it all. The monster's blood seemed naturally designed to counteract metal. In a shriek, the monster launched another attack on Gerard. It stood in place, another limb extending infinitely, striking at Gerard. So fast, even faster than before. Gerard clenched his teeth, trying to dodge the strike, but soon he found not only the monster's speed had increased, but his body had also become clumsier. Then with a thud, he was slapped against the wall by the tentacle-like limb. Like a rat stuck on a glue trap. What was happening now? Gerard felt as if he had gone back many years to the first time he encountered the pollutants, filled with confusion and shock. And just then, the monster let out another cry. Not the previous screech, but a rhythmic call. During this call, Gerard felt itching all over his body. He instinctively looked down at his chest, where a metal breastplate was. And then he saw the previously solidified monster blood under the breastplate, starting to wiggle rhythmically in response to the cries. Gerard's eyes gradually widened. Small Capen Omicron Omicron, Omicron. Quickly, he saw tiny flesh-like sprouts poking their heads out of the solidified blood. And it wasn't just his chest. On his legs, arms, even on the chainsaw sword stuck in the wall, Cude's corpse, anywhere there was metal, these tiny monsters squirmed in the shadows. Like countless maggots ready to burst from their cocoons. The scene made Gerard, who had lived for more than 10 years in the polluted land, feel his scalp tingle. What in the world is this? What? At the end of the corridor, Yang Zin and Zaman stood shoulder to shoulder. Seeing this scene, Yang Zin nodded in satisfaction. Although it's a month ahead of schedule, the Lord has clearly not been greatly affected. Yang Zin spoke softly, full of admiration. Still so robust, healthy, and full of life force. Robust? Healthy? Zaman really couldn't agree. The scene not too far away was hard to accept even for someone who was a believer in the new god. Was that their new god? It looked more like an incurable bone tumor. Yang Zin saw Zaman's thoughts and said with a faint smile, "He may not look beautiful in the eyes of most people, but don't be in a hurry. Just as every person is ugliest as a baby, he also needs time and sustenance. Be patient, he will definitely grow into a new god that we can be proud of." Zaman dared not refute Yang Zin. After all, he was the one who had caused a disaster. It was he who had brought that skeleton core guy here. Though he had done so under duress, he felt guilty. Fortunately, that guy had been taken care of, and Lord Yang Zin didn't seem to trouble him, so at this moment, whatever Lord Yang Zin said was what mattered, right? And besides, Zaman looked up, watching those eerie little worms start to devour the metal, and swallowed subconsciously. That really was their new god. What? Gerard could feel his body disappearing. To be accurate, the metal parts were disappearing. The larvae bred by the monster were now frenziedly gnawing at the metal, making a teeth-gritting creak, and their bodies were growing visibly. Gerard had never seen, let alone heard of, larvae that fed on metal. His body, his weapons, were all slowly becoming sustenance for these larvae. The larvae seemed born to counteract Lyra. What Lyra took pride in and relied on, the very foundation, was now being reduced to nothing by these gnawing larvae. The monster in the distance was still crying out, continually giving birth to more larvae hatching from the blood. He strained to twist his body, trying to break free from these bindings, but without his metal prostheses, he was just an old man with slightly more strength than a regular person. He could not break free. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only watch helplessly as more larvae burrowed out of his metal body and continued to eat away at him. Gerard dared not imagine the disaster that would unfold if these larvae spread to all of Lyra, once they proliferated to a certain extent. Nowadays, the people of Lyra cherished mechanical enhancements more than ever. Without their metal bodies, Gerard was just an ordinary old man, but most Lyra people would become helpless invalids without limbs. Was that the plan of those people all along? No, he couldn't let this happen. Gerard continued to struggle valiantly. After exerting all his strength. Chapter 148, 148-35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire 3. Chapter 148, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire 3. Chapter 148, 35 Fog Barrier Karma Fire 3. Ah. He finally succeeded in freeing his right hand from its bindings. But it was just one hand, and even extracting this hand almost exhausted all his remaining strength. He gasped heavily, not yet having the chance to feel relieved, when he looked up and saw that the first batch of insects had grown from the size of knuckles to that of a palm. They were faster than Gerard. At this moment, Gerard felt a profound helplessness. So close to the truth. Was this where it would end? Gerard fell silent for a long time before he softly spoke. "Visas, are you still there?" "Always here," Baiwei said slowly. "What?" "Finally ready to ask for my help." "Can you do it?" "What do you mean?" Baiwei asked. "Help you free your bindings." "No, that's not enough," Gerard said quietly. "I need power, more power to deal with everything before me." Baiwei chuckled. "Have you finally stopped fearing becoming a monster?" Gerard gently closed his eyes. "I finally understand the question you asked me 2 days ago." "Oh? You asked what price I was willing to pay for the truth," Gerard said slowly. "At the time, my answer was everything. But now I realize that everything is not just death." Baiwei laughed. "It really wasn't simple to make you understand this." "So what should I do now?" "The means have always been on you," Baiwei said lightly. "From the right, the second pocket, you know what to do." Gerard opened his eyes, and once more looked toward the nearby cube. His metallic parts had been devoured entirely, making him look like a broken doll. But because he was lying in a pool of blood, Gerard couldn't help but think of the chunks of flesh he had seen in the carriage in Somo City. He finally knew what he had to do. Thus he slowly raised his hand, reaching for the chainsaw sword nearby. The chainsaw sword had been gnawed beyond recognition, with only a few rusty chainsaw blades left. But that was enough. Gerard extended his middle finger, then pressed down hard. "What? All right, it's time to end this." Watching as Gerard's body was swallowed by the insects, Yang Xin shrugged his shoulders and turned to go downstairs. Zaman blinked. "What are we going to do now?" "The plan is moved up, now it's time to execute," he said lightly. "In 3 hours, the Lord's power will cover the entire 4th district. We need to eliminate potential problems for the Lord in advance." 3 hours later, would those insects spread throughout the entire 4th district? Feeling a chill while unable to help asking, will it really go that smoothly? Halfway down the stairs, Yang Xin looked up at Zaman and chuckled. "Everything the Lord does is to kill Lyra. Nothing in Lyra can stop him. We should also embrace the new era A." Yang Xin's brow suddenly furrowed. "What is that next to you?" Zaman blinked. He realized that a white fog had spread around him at some unknown time. "Fog? Why would there be fog here?" Zaman instinctively turned his head, then realized that for some reason the entire corridor was shrouded in a white fog. "What's going on?" Zaman reached out and grasped at the white fog. Then he saw a red light rapidly expanding from the depths of the white fog. Countless worms twisted and struggled in that red light. Zaman then understood. It was fire. A second later, the flames rising from the fog engulfed everything at the top floor. Letter 1E45 Omicron U, letter 1E5 Omicron, Omicron. It all happened so fast, it wasn't until Zaman's body turned to ash under Yang Xin's gaze, the high temperature almost igniting his body as well, that Yang Xin suddenly realized what it was. Rhine Spella Euros, Fog Barrier Karma Fire. Chapter 149, 149-36, It's Not Helmo. Chapter 149, 36, It's Not Helmo. It's your. The next day, the Lyra citizens who took the gear train to work all saw a scene that shocked them immensely. 1/3 of the 4th District's subsidiary tower, which had been constructed alongside the Sky Tower and had stood in Lyra for hundreds of years, was destroyed, and the top part was completely in a mess, still emitting billowing smoke even now. I heard that the 4th District's subsidiary tower had an accident last night. Yes, it seems there was an explosion. The entire top level was damaged, and the fire was not completely out this morning. So what could this be about? I don't know, it's never happened in Lyra before. Unease spread among the people on the gear train, and soon would spread throughout all of Lyra. By the end of the morning, all the Lyra people would know about the 4th District Tower incident. Such a major accident compelled the highest commander of the Skeleton Corps, Fenley, to rush to the scene as well. He looked at the 3 charred corpses that his subordinates had just carried out from the fire scene, and furrowed his brows tightly. Then he saw Chamos standing dazedly in front of one of the bodies, and he called out in a low voice, "Chamos, what are you looking at?" Chamos finally snapped out of it and hurried to Fenley's side, barely managing to salute. "Have you clarified the identity of the dead?" Fenley asked. Chamos pressed his lips tightly together, seemingly very reluctant to accept the fact. After a psychological struggle, he finally said in a low voice, "It's Captain Cude." When he heard the name, Fenley's expression changed slightly. "Cude. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "No, even though I wish I was," Chamos said, "but that is Captain Cude." "I can confirm it." Fenley nodded and then asked, "And the other 2? One is the new 4th District Affairs Secretary, Zaman, and the other is still unknown." Chamos lifted his head to look at Fenley, a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Minister, do you know who did this?" Fenley fell silent for a moment, and then said softly, "This is the 3rd Affairs Secretary to die in 3 days. Who do you think killed the previous 2? After a moment of stupor, Chamos's eyes immediately flashed with rage. "Are you saying Gerard?" Small Capen 0, new letter 25 Omicron. So Captain Cude too? There is no conclusive evidence yet, Fenley said indifferently, but last night I did ask Cude to escort Gerard back. After dropping this remark, Fenley turned and walked away, not looking back at Chamos, but he could still hear Chamos muttering. "No need for evidence anymore. No need for evidence anymore." Fenley's body paused for a moment, but he said nothing and went straight into an office in the tower that had been unaffected by the incident. Upon opening the door, Fenley saw the young man standing with his back to him by the window. "You all have gone too far." Fenley glanced outside to ensure no one was paying attention before closing the door. "Is the 3rd victim Bishop Hallman?" "Who else could it be?" Yang Zin didn't turn around, answering indifferently. "If it were Gerard, that would have been quite convenient." "This is too much." Fenley clenched his fists and took a few steps towards Yang Zin, seemingly wanting to punch him, "to even lay hands on Lord Bishop." "You're mistaken about 2 things, Minister Fenley," Yang Zin said. "First, it wasn't me who killed Bishop Hallman, it was Gerard, and second." He suddenly turned around, startling Fenley. Because half of Yang Zin's body was in a state of severe burns, judging by the extent of the burns, it rivaled the condition of those 3 corpses outside. With such severe injuries, he was still alive. Fenley was horrified and involuntarily stopped in his tracks. "Second, Minister Fenley, have you forgotten that you are now also a member of the new Chaser Association?" Yang Zin said with a light laugh. "You are now on the same path as us, so why question our actions? In fact, we nearly succeeded last night. If it hadn't been for that little accident, the entire reform of Lyra would have been completed today, and you would become the new bishop." Fenley clenched his fists tightly. He forced himself to stare at Yang Zin's horrendous face and then said deliberately, "You know full well that I don't care about this at all." I know, of course," Yang Zin said with a smile. "The moment our Lord ascends to his position, your daughter will naturally be healed. If you don't believe me, just look at me. Despite such serious injuries, I am still perfectly alive, am I not? And it will heal very soon." As if to prove his own words, Fenley saw Yang Zin's burned area indeed recovering to normal skin at a visible rate. This miraculous power caused Fenley to stop questioning. After a silence, he asked in a low voice, "So what do you plan to do now? The death of Bishop Hallman is not a trivial matter. Do you still intend to keep this news secret?" "Why should we hide it?" Yang Zin said with a light chuckle. "Why not just announce it to the outside world? We even have a ready-made killer." "Are you saying pin it on Gerard?" Fenley said, "but there's no evidence." "No, evidence is no longer necessary, Minister Fenley. Starting from today, we will no longer need those rigid rules." Yang Zin pointed at Fenley. "When you go back, you will find out that your words are the evidence." Chapter 150, 150-36, It's Not Helmo. Chapter 150, 36, It's Not Helmo. It's your 2 Chapter 150, 36, It's Not Helmo. It's your two Fenley's pupils constricted slightly, you mean. Although our adventure last night did not achieve total success, we've already made significant progress, Yang Zin said with a smile. Holman is dead. Have you seen any reaction from the other bishops? Fenley said nothing, but he understood what Yang Zin meant. The death of a district bishop was once an earth-shattering event. The Sky Tower's bishop would surely have called the remaining bishops to discuss countermeasures and declare a state of emergency in Lyra until the true criminal was found. These were the written rules. But now Holman had been dead for a night, and none of these things had happened. There was only one possibility left. The bishops had completely lost their perception of the outside world, and Lyra was now powerless to respond to the current situation. It was like an old man in the twilight of his years, whose every breath expended all his energy. At that moment, Fenley felt a profound sense of desolation, even though it lasted only a brief instant. Yang Zin did not care what Fenley was thinking. He sauntered over to Fenley and said slowly, "Without the bishop's restraint, Minister Fenley, you can now do so much more. And the new Chaser Association needs your strength now to eliminate that one remaining threat. Of course, if you are unwilling, we could also send in the Devil's Army to the town." Fenley narrowed his eyes slightly. The Devil's Army. That's taboo. I have already told you, Minister Fenley, Yang Zin said calmly. From today on, there are no more rules and naturally no more taboos. After hearing this, Fenley gave Yang Zin a deep look, then turned and left. After Fenley left, a strange tentacle emerged from the desk. It looked around, and when it saw Yang Zin, its body began to wriggle and soon split open to form a mouth, and then it spoke. It seems this minion isn't very obedient. He will be, Yang Zin said with a smile. Unlike that dead knight, he's nothing but a double-dealing whore. He just needs an excuse to do our bidding. With that excuse, he'll deceive himself into doing anything. Heh, you seem to have a deep understanding of the human heart, the voice said lightly. Is this what domination is? It's just that after experiencing life and death too many times, I've seen through everything, Yang Zin answered with a light laugh. But you seem slightly worried, the tentacle inquired. Because of Gerard. Last night he suddenly used a power that wasn't his. According to you, it was Rhine's spell. Yes, that was Rhine's spell, Yang Zin nodded slightly. As I suspected, he must have acquired something from Rhine, but I'm not yet sure what it is. However, it doesn't matter. I've already sent people to check in Rhine. I expect results soon. Such a restless fellow, the tentacle drawled. But that's not the only thing worrying you, is it? Yang Zin fell silent. He didn't immediately answer, but slowly walked to the office window, gazing into the distance. The sky was dark with accumulating clouds, the air filled with the smell of dampness, and faint rumblings of thunder could be heard. Rain was coming. After being injured last night, I left here immediately, Yang Zin spoke. About 10 minutes later, I came back with some men and he was gone. But I found that Bishop Holman had not been dead for more than 2 minutes. The tentacle was silent for a while, then said, You mean Holman could have had a conversation with Gerard at the last moment? Yes. That means he knows a lot, no euros, about Lyra's current situation, my lord's existence, and who I am. Yang Zin calmly finished the sentence. Just then, the muffled thunder exploded loudly, and the downpour began. Watching Lyra through the curtain of rain, Yang Zin softly said, He already knows who I am. What? Gasping, Gerard panted heavily, leaning against a wall, moving slowly through the alley in the pouring rain. He couldn't take 2 steps without stopping to retch, sometimes vomiting blood that was quickly diluted by the accumulated water, and other times nothing at all. Your body is much worse than I imagined, Bai Wei's voice leisurely echoed in his mind. Without the aid of machinery, you're really no different from a cripple. Before Gerard could respond, Bai Wei added, Someone's coming. Seconds later, he too heard footsteps and stood rigid against the wall, holding his breath. Quickly, a group of Skeleton Corps members rushed past the entrance of the alley, pausing at the mouth of the alley but not entering, and soon left. Once they were far away, Gerard relaxed, stepped out of the alley, and instantly saw the wanted notice posted at the entrance. The target naturally was him. It's as we thought last night, Bai Wei said. With the death of the bishop, the rules and order have further declined, and now they can openly issue a wanted notice against you. So how do you feel? You saved the city just last night. Without you, those bugs would have eaten away most of the district, right? But now, not only does no one thank you, they want to post you on the wall of euros. No good deed goes unpunished, eh? Chapter 151, 36. It's not Helmo, it's your. Listening to Bai Wei's obvious mockery, Gerard said nothing, just glanced at the wanted notice and then turned to leave. He wasn't in the mood, nor did he have the energy to respond to Bai Wei. Just as Bai Wei had said, he was now like a disabled person. His body's metal frame had been completely scrapped in last night's battle, reduced to mere scrap metal. At this moment he could say he was walking with several dozen pounds of weight, and with injuries to boot, so after walking an entire night, he still hadn't reached a safe area. If he encountered enemies now, he wouldn't have the slightest strength to fight back. He could only surrender his body to Bai Wei again, just like last night. So where are you planning to go now? Bai Wei asked. You're wanted throughout the city. You can't possibly go back now, can you? Gerard still didn't respond to Bai Wei. And this was already a serious violation of his second deal with Bai Wei. But Bai Wei didn't care. He even seemed somewhat pleased to see this. So he just watched Gerard drag his crippled body through the alleys, like a disabled old man scavenging for trash. Logically, he should have been easy to spot, but with Bai Wei's help, he managed to evade many dangers. Like this, walking and stopping, he finally reached his destination, the rim station he had visited yesterday. And at this moment, Bai Wei finally realized where Gerard had wanted to go. Sure enough, after another dozen minutes, he stood in front of a house that had collapsed by half, its walls spray-painted with "the culprit should go to his death." This bunch, when something goes wrong, they still subconsciously want to run home, even if the home is no longer there. This is what Bai Wei thought. Gerard didn't know what Bai Wei was thinking. He walked into the house like a puppet and entered a room filled with ruins. Looking at the familiar furnishings in the room, Gerard paused for a moment, then suddenly knelt down and began digging through the rubble, as if he wanted to find something underneath. Meanwhile, last night's experiences began flashing through his mind. Last night, Bai Wei had used his body to eliminate all the bugs, and also left the monster on the brink of death. Then a human face emerged from the monster's body. It was Hallman's. Hallman regained consciousness in his dying moments and told Gerard many things. For instance, the new scourge that was killing Lyra, and how all the bishops, in support of Lyra, had entered the thought amber, severing their connection with the outside world. And how the new scourge's power was far more widespread than imagined, having infiltrated many positions within Lyra and possibly influencing the other bishops in the same manner. Another point was Lyra's poor condition, which couldn't last much longer. For Gerard, each piece of news was shocking on its own, let alone when added together, and he finally realized how difficult a situation Lyra was in at this moment. But none of these compared to the last piece of news. Gerard's hands rummaged through the rubble faster and more frantically. It was rare for him to lose composure like he did today. Lacking mechanical assistance and owing the price paid to Bai Wei, his body had long reached the breaking point, but he couldn't care less, just kept digging, allowing the rocks to cut his fingers and gash his flesh without stopping. Finally, he found what he was looking for. A blurry photo. A young him holding a boy and girl, smiling awkwardly for the camera. Hallman's voice rang out in his ears again. Gerard, the Night Star member who returned 10 years ago, wasn't only you. His name is now Yang Xin. I already know it's Helmo, right? No, it's not Helmo. Gerard's gaze slowly shifted to the boy's face in the photo, as Hallman's last echo before death exploded in his ear. It's your son. It's your son. The old and frail Gerard looked at the young boy in the photo. The boy in the photo smiled at him, just as he did in his memory. Chapter 152, 37. So, shall we have a new transaction? Although I don't want to disturb you at this time. Bai Wei's slow, lingering voice rose in Gerard's mind. Have you forgotten your situation? There isn't much time left for you to reminisce about those fatherly and filial days. Someone is already on their way here. Gerard finally snapped back to reality, also hearing the footsteps coming from a distance, and immediately put away the photo before hiding in the innermost small room. Soon 2 members of the skeleton corps entered. They were only separated from Gerard by a wall, and he could easily overhear their conversation. Do you think the rumors are true? What? That Bishop Hallman of the 4th District is dead, and it was Gerard who did it, a knight said. When I heard the news, I thought it was a joke. Of course it's true, otherwise what are we doing here? Do you really think Gerard would come back to this place? This is where he lived 10 years ago, even the house has collapsed. That's why they only sent the 2 of us. Just stick a wanted notice and it's done. The other knight trudged through the rubble and reached a spot barely sheltered from the rain before sticking a wanted notice on the wall. But he didn't know that Gerard was right behind the wall in the room. As for his current home, the entire 10th squad has already rushed there, all fully armed. They're so eager. Don't you know, the other knight said, the captain of the 10th squad also died by Gerard's hand. I didn't know that. No wonder Chamos looked so upset. The knight's tone also sank. What is he trying to do? Kill all of us? Who knows? That guy went crazy 10 years ago. Maybe in his eyes we are all abnormal. We should have killed him 10 years ago. There was no evidence. No evidence, so we didn't act. Look at how many of us died because of those rigid rules. Are we going to continue like this? There's no need now. The other knight finished sticking the wanted notice and then gave a strong pat on the wall, the vibration transferring through the wall and jolting Gerard's body, as if directly hitting his heart, painfully resonant. We're progressing too. Those outdated and harmful things will ultimately be eliminated by us, starting with him. With that, the knight turned to leave, with no intention of searching the dilapidated house. If he had looked closer, he would have noticed bloodstains under the ruins not yet completely washed away by the rain. But he didn't want to stay longer because this was once the dwelling of the Night Star Army, and now that Gerard has been confirmed mad, who could assure there was no lingering pollutant here? It's best to find that guy quickly and then tear down this entire area. After leaving these words, the knight disappeared into the rain curtain along with the other. Long after, Gerard slowly emerged from that small room and then looked up at the freshly posted wanted notice, silent. Do you think that wanted notice could be from Yang Xin? That is your son, Bai Wei leisurely said. In other places, such notices posted on walls by sons for their fathers are typically missing person notices, but in your case, it has become a wanted notice. Although from a certain angle both serve the same purpose, they are both looking for you. Faced with Bai Wei's hellish teasing, Gerard remained silent for a long time before finally lowering his head again, looking at the photo in his hand that had become slightly crumpled, and spoke in a voice hoarse with emotion. I don't understand why it would be him. Up to now have there been few things that puzzled you, Bai Wei said, and when exactly did you have a son like this? I never saw you with a wife. Bai Wei knew this was a good opportunity to get close to Gerard's heart. Before this, Gerard had never mentioned this son to Bai Wei, even though his room was almost full of photos of the young boy and girl. Clearly, that young boy and girl were the softest part in Gerard's stony heart, and Gerard was desperately trying not to reveal it to Bai Wei. And Bai Wei behaved as if unaware, never using the content of their deal to press Gerard. Because Bai Wei was very clear, there is a different effect between things forced out by questioning, and those the person involved voluntarily tells, especially for someone like Gerard, who never easily shows vulnerability. To let him speak voluntarily had an effect twice as effective, just like now. Gerard still looked at the photo in his hand, but his memories had already been pulled back to more than 10 years ago, to that rainstorm even more torrential than today. In the pouring rain, a medium-sized pollutant ravaged between rows of houses, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Not far away, Gerard watched it emotionlessly, then waved his hand. Countless iron wires pierced its body, and it suddenly froze, collapsing after violent convulsions, crushing the last building. Then the fully armed Night Star Knights burst out from all directions, efficiently crushing the monstrous behemoth. Chapter 153, 37. So shall we have a new deal? By now, the sudden encounter battle had finally concluded. It was called an encounter battle because the location of the fight against the giant creature was not in the polluted land, but in a residential area. After the battle ended, standing on the highest platform, Gerard looked at the rows of fallen houses with a grave expression. Captain, Helmo rushed over to report, that damn creature has been dealt with, but the damage it caused is significant. It appeared so suddenly that there wasn't even time to evacuate, and now it's uncertain how many people are trapped in their homes. Gerard inquired, where is the skeleton core? They are on their way here. We can't just stand by, we need to start relief work. But we still have to deal with the pollutant. Having Eric assign 3 people to ensure the pollution doesn't spread will be enough, Gerard said as he began to take off his gear to lighten the load. Everyone else, put all efforts into the rescue operation. Each second we delay, someone could die. Carry out the orders, Helmo. Yes, sir. Gerard, unencumbered by heavy gear, leaped into those colorless memories. Well, thanks to your timely rescue, Lord Gerard, who knows how many people would have died without you. We only did what was trivial. The Skeleton Corps completed the follow-up rescue. Heth, be it Knight or Skeleton Corps, we're all for Lyra. Yes, all for Lyra. Was the loss great this time? As I just mentioned, because of your timely rescue, we've minimized the losses. There are many injured, but not many have perished because of that. After the rescue work concluded, Gerard and the leader of the Skeleton Corps walked briskly through the disaster area, now a field of ruins. With that, the remaining rescue work is passed on to you. We have to attend to the aftermath of the pollutant, and of course, we will also clarify the cause of the mid-sized pollutant's sudden appearance in the residential area as soon as possible. Of course, that is our duty. Gerard nodded and was about to leave, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of 2 skinny figures. They were a pair of siblings, standing dumbly under the rain curtain, the torrential rain washing over their bloodied bodies, and in front of them lay 2 stretchers covered with white cloths, the white of the cloths even more glaring than the fresh blood. Gerard's body halted. What's that about? The Skeleton Corps leader glanced over and said, Ah, those siblings. They are probably the most unfortunate people in this disaster. That damned pollutant crashed right into the center of their house. Their parents were crushed to death by the monster right before their eyes. Only these 2 children survived. Gerard fell silent, suddenly recalling that moment when the mid-sized pollutant had collapsed under his command. After a long pause, he asked, What will happen to them now? They're too young. They can only be sent to a welfare institute. We'll see if anyone is willing to adopt them later on. What are their names? The brother is Ian, and the sister is Ine. Why do you ask? Gerard shook his head, said nothing more, and then walked alone into the rain. This moment's memory was monochrome like dark clouds. What? Welfare Institute. Lord Gerard, this is already your 3rd visit here this month. Gerard stood side by side with the director, watching the siblings in the distance who stood aloof in the corner of the garden. No children wanted to play with them. Why has no one been willing to adopt them up to now? Do you want the truth? Certainly. Because they've been in contact with a pollutant, the director replied. Typically, no one wants to adopt such children. Parents feel that they have been contaminated too. Even the other children don't want to play with them. Gerard fell silent for a moment, then asked, What will become of them? According to Lyra's laws, we'll raise them until they're adults, said the director. After that, it's up to them to make their way. I see. Gerard took one final look at the siblings, then nodded and said, I appreciate you taking care of them, before turning to leave. As the director was about to return to his office, heavy footsteps sounded again. He turned his head, surprised to see Gerard returning. So Gerard, are you? Can I raise them? Then memories gained a splash of color. What? From now on, you'll live with me. My house is that big, but it's probably better than the orphanage. At least here someone will talk to you. Looking at the siblings who were still very reserved, Gerard didn't know how to talk to them, and after a long silence he said, Ian and Ine, right? You don't have to change your names or consider me your father. I am just a... Before he could finish, the door was pushed open with a bang, and a crowd poured in. Whoa, 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 the captain's got kids. The captain's got kids. I know you value efficiency, Captain, but isn't skipping straight to having kids without finding a wife a bit too efficient? You've got a point, actually. Heh, kids, don't be nervous. From now on, you're one of us night stars. You can strut around wherever you go. Come have a drink, little ones. Celebrate having a dad, but how old are you? Can you drink? 8. That's enough, that's enough. The sudden visit of these people not only startled the siblings, but also made Gerard frown. He immediately stood up, intending to drive these fellows out, but then he saw a vitality in the timid eyes of the siblings that hadn't been there before. Gerard hesitated for a moment, and saying nothing, sat back down. The colors of the memory grew more vivid. What? Father, I want to join the Night Stars. The grown boy, slightly drunk but very serious, looked at Gerard. I know you might not agree, but I've thought about this for a long time. I'm serious. I also want to be like you, to become a Knight of the Night Stars. Gerard watched the boy quietly, He could feel the nervousness in the boy's heart. Although it wasn't as evident as his sister, his deliberately grown beard, meant to make him look mature, was now trembling, giving him away. Gerard was silent a while, then slowly stretched out his hand. He covered the bottle. "Since you've decided to join the Night Stars," Gerard said calmly, "then you should stop drinking." The boy was startled, and his alcohol-slowed brain didn't immediately catch Gerard's meaning. But he didn't need to understand, as the door was once again burst open, and more people came flooding in, each carrying a piece of equipment, and began to dress the boy the moment they entered. "You silly boy," the captain agreed. "Is that the captain? That's his dad." "All right," our dad agreed. In the midst of confusion, the boy was adorned with piece by piece of equipment, swiftly transforming into the person he dreamed of becoming, a knight of the Night Stars. Gerard watched from the side, an involuntary smile appearing on his face. At that moment, the memory, like brushstrokes added to a painting, reached its peak as the boy was fully armed. But then, in an instant, it ended and condensed into the tattered black and white photo in his hand. The noise faded, replaced by the incessant, monotonous sound of rain. The warm little home had become the ruin and rubble of today. The comrades that once surrounded him had long since disappeared. Cold reality, carried by the rain, shattered the memories. Gerard stood all alone. The only thing in the house that could meet his gaze was his own image on the wanted notice. In this realm where reality and memory intertwined, Gerard heard a voice whisper in the depths of his heart. "I feel your apprehension. So, shall we make a new deal?" Chapter 154, 38 New Deals New. Would you like to make a new deal? Upon hearing these words, Gerard's body shuddered unconsciously. How many times had this happened already? From his initial eyes to his current fingers, Gerard felt that he was sinking step by step into the abyss lured by the devil, and he was always the one making the choices. What about this time? He gripped the photo tightly, feeling the rain beat down on his body, observing the completely scrapped metallic body parts. Gerard couldn't remember the last time he had been this wretched, not even when he first emerged from the polluted land 10 years ago. And what was he facing now? Gerard lifted his head. The gloomy sky was like a slab of gray iron suffocating him. He knew he wasn't powerful enough to break this iron-like sky, to destroy it. He needed fire, a fire that could burn everything away. And he had seen that fire just last night. At this moment, Gerard understood that every time it seemed he had a choice, but in fact, he did not. Gerard slowly started. "What do you want?" "Oh, can I take it that you're already inclined to this by asking this question?" Byway said with a light chuckle. "It seems you finally realized that now only I can help you. It's just a pity if you had realized this sooner, things might not have escalated to this point. But I can understand. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you probably wouldn't believe what I've said. After all, in your eyes, I probably don't seem much different from that newly born abomination." Gerard didn't speak, but they both knew what he was apprehensive about. He had always feared that he would unleash an even more uncontrollable entity. "You really shouldn't worry too much about this. I don't have much interest in Lyra City besides. There's only so much I can do with just your sacrifice alone." Byway said lightly, "Look, all I did in Rhine was to kill a bishop, but what about that new abomination? It plans to slaughter your gods, which makes me seem rather harmless, doesn't it?" "Gerard, let's not talk about these trivial things anymore." Byway put away his playful demeanor, his focus shifted to his fingers, and then straightened them bit by bit. "Eye to eye with Gerard. Since it's a new deal, I can also show you some sincerity first. I'll give you a free piece of information. Your god can last at most another month." Despite trying hard to suppress it, Gerard's expression still showed a slight change. Had it not been for what he saw last night, he would never have believed Byway, but now, he didn't have the luxury of disbelief. Nor did he ask, "Is the timing accurate?" Such nonsense. He just stared at his middle finger and then slowly asked, "What will happen then?" Byway was glad that Gerard asked directly the crucial question. "Many people will die, a lot of people, because that new god is far crazier than Lyra, and its birth will be accompanied by grand deaths." Byway did not lie to Gerard. This was the normal course of the story. A month later, Sky Tower would collapse thunderously. The new god would be reborn upon the flesh and blood of the old god, and simultaneously slay nearly 1/3 of Lyra's population. Byway used his eye's ability to make this scene appear in Gerard's mind. He saw that new god, formed from piles of flesh, spraying the fiery infernos of Sky Tower into the air, a red sky raining fire, and the grand Lyra city sinking in a sea of fire. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly toppling Gerard. But he resisted, again looking at his middle finger. Can all of this still be prevented? Of course, Byway said with a light chuckle. Or what do you think we're discussing right now? You mean you will stop it? Of course not. Byway's response was unexpected. Just having eyes and fingers, I have no way to directly confront such a fellow, although he isn't considered powerful among gods. Not by you. Perhaps due to blood loss, Gerard's mind was a bit dull. Then who can stop him? That's a strange way to put it, Byway spoke. Isn't your god still alive, or are you hoping your god dies sooner? Gerard returned to his senses, ignoring Byway's jest, and directly asked, You mean to save my lord Lyra? That's right, even though I'm not fond of Lyra. As of now, only that old god is capable of dealing with the new god. Byway spoke lightly. His condition isn't very good, but he still isn't dead yet. Gods aren't that easily killed, hence why the new Chaser Association. Your son's group is trying to weaken him from a practical standpoint by killing bishops, because the new god also can't immediately kill him. Upon hearing your son, Gerard fell silent for a brief moment, but eventually didn't delve too much into this, only asking, Then what should I do? It's simple, Byway said lightly, do likewise. Likewise? Yes, the followers of the new god are killing the followers of the old god to weaken the old god's power, Byway said leisurely. So why can't you kill the servants of the new god to weaken the new god's power? In other words. Chapter 155, 38 New Deals New 2. They killed the bishop. You kill them. Byway's light words seemed to let Gerard smell the thick scent of blood. He looked at the photo in his hand again, the smile of the young boy in the photo now blurred. This is the content of the trade, Byway said slowly. I will assist you, tell you who the people of the new gods are, and also help you deal with some tough guys. You experienced it last night. All the talents of the new gods are focused on combating Lyra, so you might not be able to handle their core members, but for me, that's not a problem after all. You've seen my capabilities. Byway finally proposed his trade. But Gerard did not immediately agree. Instead, he looked at him again. So what's the cost? No. Gerard felt this question was wrong, so he shook his head and asked slowly and deliberately, By helping me like this, what is your purpose? What exactly do you want? Can't I just be kind-hearted, wanting to help you for nothing? Byway raised Gerard's eyebrows. Or perhaps I find the new god quite unpleasant too, so I want to help Lyra. Gerard didn't speak. He just gazed at Byway's fingertips with Byway's eyes. And Byway knew this question couldn't be avoided anymore. But he wasn't planning to avoid it. The time had come to be open about it. Do you know what's in the polluted land? Gerard was silent for a long time, then gently said, Your corpse blocks. Oh, Byway was somewhat surprised. You already knew. It's just my guess, Gerard softly said. The only thing that would interest you is probably your own power. Just as you took back your eyes and fingers in Rhine, you came to Lyra for the same reason. Hey, since you've guessed it, why ask further? Gerard said, But I want to know which part of your body is it? What power does it have, and are you? That's enough, Gerard, Byway calmly interrupted him. While I understand you really want to know what you and your team sacrificed everything for 10 years ago, these questions are beyond the scope. I'm not obligated to answer you. You must exchange something for answers, but so far you've brought no more to trade. Gerard was momentarily lost for words. So the content of the trade is also very clear. If I do nothing, my share of power will eventually fall into that new god's hands, making it very difficult to retrieve. So, to prevent such a situation, I've decided to help Lyra, and I need you to ultimately help me retrieve that corpse block of mine, Byway asked. What do you say? Do you agree to this trade? After a long silence, Gerard softly said, I want a promise from you. You say, after you retrieve your power, whether now or in the future, you're not allowed to lay hands on the people in this city. Gerard stared at Byway. You're not allowed to harm the people in this city. Hey, I thought it was something else, Byway said, chuckling lightly. I can promise you that. Having received Byway's promise, Gerard finally made up his mind. All right, I agree to this trade. I will help you retrieve your corpse block. Very good, then I also permit you to use my power, Byway said. But before that, what about your body? Gerard lowered his head, looking at his own body. As previously mentioned, his metal body was completely destroyed, unusable. He could use Byway's power, but couldn't keep using Bai Wei's power continuously. So the first thing he needed to do was to replace his metal body with a healthy one. After some thought, Gerard said, I know a place, maybe it still has what I want if it's still there. Can your current body even move? Bai Wei says slowly. Don't forget you're still wanted, and it's going to be very troublesome if your movement is hindered. Gerard didn't say much. He just pulled out the metal fragments stuck in his flesh that hindered his movement and tossed them aside. The blood quickly diluted under the rain. It's done. Saying this, he then walked into the downpour. Wet, plop. A little girl with coffee-colored short hair fell into the muddy water, a bright red mark on her tender face. This was followed by a series of cheers. Then a fat boy with both arms modified into artificial limbs strode forward, grabbed the little girl by her hair and lifted her up while loudly mocking her. Yo, 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 let's see who this is, isn't this that? Hey, what's her name again? The fat boy looked at his sidekick. Promptly the sidekick stepped forward and said, Report to boss, she's called Ju. Ju, what a rubbish name. The fat boy looked at the little girl again. Weren't you very tough before? You even dared to hit my sidekick, didn't you know I'm his boss? The little girl, defiant, raised her head, her jet-black eyes staring stubbornly at the fat boy, disdain flickering in her pupils. Your sidekick has artificial limbs and still couldn't beat me. He's that weak. It seems you as a big brother aren't much better. Hearing Ju say this, the sidekick immediately got frustrated. You. If there wasn't a lock in my limbs, I'd have killed you already. Chapter 156, 38 New Deals, New 3. Really? The little girl sneered at the younger boy. You're going down to my fists just because you can't use the weapons in your prosthetic limbs. Then you really are trash. You. The younger boy's face turned red, but he didn't know how to retort. After all, as Ju had said, even if the weapons in the prosthetics couldn't be used, they were still made of metal, certainly not something flesh and blood could contend with. But he had been knocked down by Ju, which made him feel very embarrassed, so he could only look at his older brother, the chubby boy with hopeful eyes. And the chubby boy didn't dilly-dally. He directly punched Ju in the stomach, causing her tender face to tightly twist. But she didn't make a sound, just coldly looked at the chubby boy. The look in her eyes wasn't one that should belong to someone her age, making the chubby boy shiver. Then he hit her again. Heh, did you think I didn't know why you don't have mechanical prosthetics? The chubby boy said. Is it because you don't want to switch? No, you can't switch, because you have no parents. Without a guardian to vouch for you, you can't get them. You're just an unwanted orphan, like a stray dog on the side of the road. The chubby boy cursed fervently, almost spitting on Ju's face. Because he hated the expression on Ju's face, he didn't understand why an abandoned kid could show such an arrogant face. Shouldn't she be crying and begging for mercy after seeing his strength? Couldn't she have some sense, please? My limbs are the latest model. You, a person without a single metal part on your body, how dare you provoke me? Thinking this, the chubby boy increased the strength in his hands, intending to hit Ju a couple more times. But then he heard Ju say, I indeed don't have parents, but soon you won't have children. The chubby boy was slightly stunned. Then he heard a click sound, followed by a sudden sharp pain in his groin that almost knocked him out, forcing him to release Ju. Big bro, what's wrong? The youngsters saw the chubby boy suddenly bend over like a shrimp and quickly gathered around him. Don't move. The chubby boy's face turned red. It hurts, it really hurts. Hurt? Everyone's gaze immediately shifted downward, and then everyone was shocked. They saw that some sort of special lock had been attached to the lower half of the chubby boy's body at some unknown time. The lock had a small clock attached, ticking away, and as time passed, the lock slowly tightened. And the tightening place, of course, was... Damn it, what did you do to me? The chubby boy glared at Ju. Ju first spit out the blood in her mouth, then raised her neck high, looking down at the chubby boy. I told you won't have children soon. This is my own little gadget called a timed bomb. I've set the time and soon you're going to blow. Everyone was stunned. Then the chubby boy couldn't help but burst out cursing. Are you fucking insane? Ah, my balls. Don't worry, big bro. Let me help you take it off. One of the eager youngsters immediately reached out his hand, but the moment he touched the explosive device, the small clock started ticking even faster. So the chubby boy screamed even louder. Ah, don't touch, it hurts so much. The more you struggle, the more it hurts. The bigger your movements, the faster it tightens, Ju said cheerily. I suggest you quickly take him to the nearby prosthetic shop otherwise. Ju spread her hands. In the future, you'll need prosthetics for this part too. This should be a precedent, right? How about calling it Gundam? Ju's words frightened the boys. Thinking that his third leg might have to be replaced with a prosthetic, the chubby boy couldn't accept it at all, his face instantly turning pale. Hurry up! What are you staring for? Carry me to the prosthetic shop. Oh. The boys immediately sprang into action, clumsily lifting the chubby boy up like they were carrying livestock, and all the while he kept screaming like a slaughtered pig. Ah, be gentle, be gentle. It burst, it's really going to burst. And throughout this scene, Ju just stood there, merely smiling, then smiling some more. Just as they were scrambling to leave, the earlier young boy who had seen Ju smiling suddenly snapped, and then pointed right at Ju's nose and shouted, "Doing such a thing? No wonder you're the daughter of a criminal." Ju's smile stiffened for a moment. Another little imp chimed in. Not a criminal, a rebel, one who betrayed Lyra. Your dad is a rebel. Your mom is a madwoman. No wonder you can do such a thing. Wait and see, your end will definitely be the same as your parents. Faced with the taunts of the two imps, Ju slowly and leisurely took out two small timed bombs from his pocket, waved them in front of them, and immediately turned their faces pale. They dared not say more and took off, carrying the chubby boy. And the chubby boy was still threatening fiercely. Just you wait, one day I'll kill you, let you join your dead parents. Soon the little imps left, and the alley suddenly became quiet, leaving only Ju alone. Ju looked down, reflecting on her current self in the water on the ground. Her hair was a mess, her clothes torn and blood at the corner of her mouth, looking like a broken toy. Fortunately, she was used to it. She shrugged her shoulders, put away the two-timed bombs, picked up the dropped backpack, and slowly walked back, humming a song. Her immature and off-tune voice echoed through the narrow alley, sounding somewhat monotonous. Ju returned home, to a small house in a remote section of Zone 2. In fact, this wasn't really a proper dwelling, just a small storeroom. This was what her father, whom she had never met, had left for her. Actually, Ju also knew that in a place called Rim Station, her father had left her a legitimate house, but she didn't want to live there. Because living there would mean people pointing fingers and saying, "That's the child of a rebel," speaking as if she might also be tainted. Ju didn't like that. She had never even met her father. Why should she be talked about in such a way? So she came to live here alone. Even though living here also led to occasional comments, she was already used to it. Ju took out her keys and opened the storeroom door. Then a pile of metal parts came into view. This was also part of her father's inheritance. Ju had heard that her father had also been a mechanician, and a very outstanding one at that. Maybe she had inherited her father's skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create gadgets like timed bombs on her own. Otherwise, she was sure she would have been bullied even worse. After entering the storeroom, Ju hummed a tune, put down her backpack, and then walked towards the workbench, rubbing her tangled hair. Timed bombs and such still had flaws. They could only be installed when pressed against someone's face, which was not good. She needed to make some long-range weapons instead. Thinking this way, Ju walked to the workbench, and then noticed someone was already sitting there. What kind of person was this? Covered in blood from head to toe. His body was missing parts here and there. The ground around his feet was piled with blood-stained metal. Ju froze. She slowly raised her head, and then locked eyes with a pair of eyes as bright as the stars. This was what surprised Ju the most. Why did an ordinary old face have such an eye that completely mismatched its temperament? A long, awkward silence. Finally, the person slowly spoke, his voice slightly unnatural. "Don't be nervous, I'm just passing through." Chapter 157, 157. 39, your parts are installed backwards. Rolling back time a bit, when Gerard stood in front of that rundown warehouse, Baiwei's voice slowly echoed in his mind. "I say, you really are a cunning creature with multiple hideouts. What is this, another secret base?" Gerard didn't know why Baiwei could always come up with strange, yet surprisingly apt and vivid metaphors. "This warehouse isn't mine." After circling the warehouse for an inspection, Gerard finally said to Baiwei, "It belongs to one of my teammates." "That Helmo fellow?" "No, another one. His name is Eric," Gerard replied. "He was the mechanician in our team, the finest of them all." "Ah, another new character. How many of you actually died in there?" Gerard remained silent for a while before answering, 26. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to Baiwei and began to meticulously inspect the warehouse. The distance from Rim Station to here was only 1 or 2 kilometers, not very far, but they encountered several checkpoints along the way. However, they managed to bypass them thanks to Bai Wei's keen eyes. Of course, this was based on the fact that Gerard's wanted notice hadn't escalated to the highest level. If it were any higher with Gerard's current physical condition, even with Bai Wei's alerts, it would be tough to avoid them. After checking around the warehouse, Gerard murmured with some confusion, "Strange." "What?" "This warehouse seems to be in use." Gerard stood in front of the main door, looking at the lock that wasn't very dusty, his eyebrows tightly knitted. "This lock is frequently used." "Could it be that your mechanician comrade has also returned?" Bai Wei raised his eyebrows again. "Just sitting here waiting for you, and as soon as you open the door, he says to you, 'Ah, brother, surprise, right? I'm not dead. Let's do something big.'" This joke was somewhat morbid, but Gerard took it seriously. He stood there and remembered earnestly for a moment before shaking his head. "No, impossible. I indeed lost a lot of memories from 10 years ago, but the ones about him are still there. It's absolutely impossible for him to still be alive." Well, it seemed he didn't die very peacefully. "Did he have any relatives?" Bai Wei asked. "He had a wife," Gerard replied in a low voice, "but she's also deceased." "Did he have any children then? Maybe a little girl?" "No, I don't remember him having children." Gerard instinctively shook his head, but he quickly realized Bai Wei's focus on little girl and understood something. "Did you see something?" Their Bai Wei didn't hide the truth. "Yes, there are obvious signs of life in the warehouse, and it looks like it might be a little girl's." "Signs of life?" Gerard was slightly startled. "But this is just a warehouse. How could someone be living here?" "Who knows," Bai Wei said, "but the fact is that someone is." After hearing this, Gerard hesitated briefly before turning around to leave. "Hey, aren't you going in?" Bai Wei said. "I saw that the metal parts inside are quite complete." "I don't know who the child living inside is, Eric's or not. My arrival would only bring her trouble," Gerard replied. "You have a point." Gerard's middle finger slowly bobbed his head in agreement. "You are quite considerate. You should indeed leave now. Then, because your body reaches its limit and you can't walk any further, you'll be captured by those guys, executed, waiting for the new god to devour your old gods and then kill all the people of Lyra. When that child arrives in hell, you can joyfully tell her, 'You know, your uncle here didn't want to cause you any trouble back then.'" Gerard's body stiffened. "Haha, just kidding, don't mind me," Bai Wei said lightly. "Don't worry, the birth of a new god won't kill everyone. They also need believers, so at most. Maybe a third will die, who knows, maybe that girl will be among the 2/3 who survive." Their Bai Wei wasn't bluffing. In the original plot, the disaster caused by the new god upon taking down the weak Lyra did result in the loss of many Lyrian lives. Whether it was a third or not, it was definitely a massive number. After hearing Bai Wei say this, Gerard indeed couldn't persuade himself to leave anymore. He looked down at his body, flesh and metal intertwined, wounds already infected, and it was absolutely impossible to drag himself until he found another refuge. Thus, he silently turned back, but he didn't break into the warehouse directly. Instead, he went to the window, broke off the window latch, and squeezed through the not-so-spacious window. It was clear he intended to replace the parts and leave, hopefully without alerting the little girl at all. Bai Wei was somewhat disdainful of this burying-means-no-trouble approach, but didn't say much else. The warehouse was not large, and because there was only one small window, it wasn't particularly well ventilated. The air was filled with floating dust particles, making the air quality very poor. Once inside, Gerard also discovered the signs of a little girl living, that Bai Wei had mentioned before. Among the rows of parts, there was a makeshift iron bed, scattered with clothes, most of which were little girl's clothes, but there was also an exceptionally long man's coat, which seemed to be used by the little girl as a quilt. Chapter 158, 158. 39 Your parts are installed backwards, too. The style of the coat seemed familiar to Gerard, so he walked to the bed, picked up the clothes, and indeed saw the familiar insignia. "Night Star Eric." Gerard immediately fell into silence. "The living environment here is even worse than yours," Bai Wei said slowly. "It's hard to imagine what a child growing up in such a place would be like." Gerard turned his head and saw several photos next to the bed, seemingly of Eric. He subconsciously wanted to pick them up, but his hand stopped halfway. "Why, do you also think it's not very appropriate for an old man like you to rummage through a young girl's belongings?" Gerard put the coat back, shaking his head. "I just don't want to leave too many traces here. I should finish my business and leave as soon as possible." Having said that, Gerard turned around and walked towards the pile of machinery. But even so, Bai Wei's words continued to echo in his mind. It's hard to imagine how a child grows up in such an environment. Eric's daughter. Approaching that pile of parts, Gerard took several deep breaths before temporarily pushing those thoughts aside and focusing. Eric was a mechanician, and a passionate one, Gerard said slowly while searching for parts, not sure whether he was explaining to Bai Wei or reminding himself not to forget. He personally bought this warehouse as private property. It wasn't counted as part of Night Star's assets, so it was never reclaimed. He always liked to come here after his regular job, to spend a day or two alone tinkering with little gadgets. Like this. Gerard pulled out a small mechanical man from a pile of junk. Upon winding it up, the little man began to bang, 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 clap its hands, but the clapping sound was quieter than the creak of the parts aging and rusting. Are these also from 10 years ago? Bai Wei asked. Can they really be of any use? And you're not a mechanician, right? Can you handle your own body? I'm indeed not a mechanician, but I'm not completely ignorant about machinery, Gerard said as he tore off a broken steel plate from his chest, which pulled at his flesh and caused pain that made him involuntarily frown. Yet he bare it without groaning. Every member of Night Star must possess a significant amount of mechanical knowledge. Before we head to the polluted land, we also carry some replacement parts in case there's a mechanical failure and the mechanician is incapacitated. With a bang, he finally pulled off the steel plate, bloody like a pulled tooth. He took a deep breath, then started rummaging through the parts, quickly finding a new steel plate of the same specification as the one he had just removed. Because it's stuff from 10 years ago, I can replace it. Gerard tapped the steel plate with his finger, producing a dull sound. Back then, the pace of equipment renewal wasn't as rapid. These were the most advanced at the time, the same as the equipment I have on, so I can find replacements for all my gear here. So if you find it, you'll replace it. Of course, Gerard picked up another part, stating without much hesitation, I watched Eric replace many times. Having said that, he paused, then hesitated again. I suppose. Half an hour later, Gerard was looking at two components in front of him that were almost 70% similar, and he was stumped. Bai Wei seemed to have anticipated this and said slowly, It seems just looking won't do any good. Gerard was silent for a while, not stubbornly arguing, just sighed lightly. Okay, indeed, it's much harder than I imagined. Gerard's situation was quite serious. Because it wasn't just a fault in his parts that required replacing one or two components. His problem was that the entire metal body had completely failed, needing whole sets replaced, which was beyond his knowledge. Plus, those new divine bugs had devoured entire sections, leaving him without even a reference. What should we do now? Bai Wei raised his eyebrows. Go buy a textbook from the library and learn before trying to assemble. Do you guys have that kind of 3 years mechanics, 5 years simulation book? Gerard's other eyebrow furrowed tightly. What are you talking about? I haven't heard of those. Are those also some secret I don't know about? So messing around with this guy is really no fun. Bai Wei didn't explain the meaning of joke to Gerard, and he also began to ponder what to do now. To be honest, the situation was somewhat tricky, yet not too tricky. He could use the abilities of his eyes to recreate the original structure of the metallic bodies in Gerard's mind, and then put them together accordingly. However, doing so would further wear out Gerard's body, and Bai Wei was counting on Gerard to cause trouble for the new god. He didn't want him to waste his energy here meaninglessly. But apart from that, there seemed to be no other way, especially since Bai Wei himself was clueless about Lyra's advanced technology. While they were pondering, the warehouse door lock clicked. Gerard's body instantly stiffened. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but half of his body was still on the ground, making it impossible for him to escape. Following a burst of brisk footsteps, he found himself locking eyes with the young girl with short, coffee-colored hair. Then there was silence. Prolonged silence. And Gerard, perhaps dizzy from too much blood loss, slowly said, Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by. He then added another line. My body had a problem, so I thought I'd come here to borrow. No, to buy some parts, but I meant no harm. I know, Ju slowly nodded her head, I've seen you. Seen me where? Ju pointed at the warehouse door, on the wanted notice outside. All right, Gerard said with some resignation, I'll leave soon. And in the photo, Ju continued. What? Gerard didn't hear clearly. Ju raised her hand, pointing towards the bedside. In the photo with my dad, I've seen you too. Gerard fell silent again as he looked at the young girl in front of him and gently said, So, You really are Eric's daughter. Ju hummed a response, then didn't back away but slowly approached Gerard, looking at him with those black eyes before softly asking, "So, are you here to kill me too?" Gerard's breathing paused for a moment. "Why would you say that?" "Because everyone says you killed my dad and caused my mom's death." Ju shrugged her shoulders, a gesture that seemed entirely too mature for a 10-year-old. "So it should be my turn now, right?" Gerard fell into silence once again. This time, the silence lasted longer than ever before. He looked down at Ju, who looked up at him. After what seemed like an eternity, Gerard broke the silence. "I didn't kill your father, and I won't kill you. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now. You can report my whereabouts to the Skeleton Corps later. That should get you some money." Saying this, Gerard straightened up, ready to leave, only to realize that Ju had lowered her head at some point and was looking at his thigh. "What's wrong?" Gerard asked. "Your parts," Ju pointed at his leg, "are put on backwards." Chapter 159, 159, 40 Let's Make a Deal, JPG. The rain fell harder. A young woman stood alone in front of the ruins, almost tombstone-like, the black umbrella separating her from the rain. "Is this where you used to live?" Footsteps sounded. A man with a similar black umbrella and a Devil's Army armband approached from behind. "The once hero district, and look at it now." Ine didn't turn to see the man, simply asking faintly, "Have you finished your business?" "Yeah," the man stood beside Ine, sighing softly. "What a mess, huh? We were called back to the city by Bishop Hallman's orders, only to return and find Lord Bishop already gone." "And who did you hand over duties to?" "Lord Yangzin." "I don't remember such a person." Glancing at Ine's delicate profile, the man said, "See, you're playing dumb, aren't you? I told you several times Lord Yangzin is the contact appointed by Bishop Hallman. All Bishop Hallman's orders come from him. I think he's being groomed as Hallman's successor, probably the next bishop of the 4th District. And yet you haven't met him." "I don't care about who the future bishop of the 4th District is." Right, you just care about what lies at the deepest part of the polluted land." The man echoed her. "To gather solid evidence to convict your unreliable adoptive father, but it's not necessary anymore. Your adoptive father killed Bishop Hallman. The evidence is conclusive. The Skeleton Corps has issued a warrant for him, and he will be captured soon enough. That will avenge your brother, and you won't need to be so obsessed with reaching the deepest parts of the polluted land." Ine kept silent for a while, then slowly said, "I still have to go." Suit yourself then, but I still have to warn you." The man turned, examining Ine's body carefully. Beneath the black clothes, the majority was human flesh with only a minimal portion augmented mechanically. "Your degree of mechanization is too low. You don't even have a full set of prosthetics." The man tapped his right prosthetic hand with his left, producing a clear sound. "Despite your remarkable abilities, you are still limited by your body. Especially in the depths of the polluted land, you'd definitely be unable to cope. So for your own safety and the tasks you wish to undertake, you need a higher level of mechanization, just like us." "Night Star didn't undergo such extensive mechanical augmentation," Ine responded. "Yet they ventured further than any of us." "Yes," the man said indifferently. "That's why they all went mad. What's the use in walking far then?" Ine couldn't argue against this, as the proof was right in front of her. The once hero district had now turned into a graveyard-like existence. Those soldiers who once ventured deeply into the pollution zone for Lyra now lay in eternal rest, their bodies and achievements rotting away as labeled rebels. "What do you think? Where do you think your adoptive father has escaped to?" The man spoke. "The Skeleton Corps haven't caught him yet." "So what?" "So as his only kin in this world. You might not think so, but you really are the person who understands him best." The man said, "So where do you think he went? This isn't just me asking. Lord Yangzin mentioned that you might have an idea. If possible, he hopes you can temporarily join the Skeleton Corps to help until your adoptive father is found, of course, depending on your decision." Before Ine could respond, a woman's voice rang beside her. "Ine." The two turned around to see a mature woman with a weathered face standing next to them, staring in disbelief. "Is it really you, Ine?" The woman moved a step towards Ine. She too originally held an umbrella, but now it slipped unconsciously from her grasp, soaking her immediately, making her look like a madwoman. Upon seeing the woman, Ine stiffened briefly, then delicately began, "Aunt Shauna." It is you indeed, Ine." Shauna approached Ine, slowly raising her hand, delicately touching Ine's cheek. "Auntie hasn't seen you for so long, why don't you visit anymore? Your Uncle Helmo still keeps asking about you." Ine remained silent, merely gazing quietly at Shauna. Her eyes seemed to transcend time and space, Shauna appearing young again, smiling in the sunshine, reaching out her hand towards her. "Are you Mr. Gerard's daughter? How lovely! Ah, forgot to introduce myself. I am Shauna. You can call me Aunt Shauna. I live right next door. Come over whenever you have time." That time, Shauna caressed Inae's face just as gently, her hand warm and comforting. Unlike now, cold and painful. "That bastard's little beast. Give me my husband back." Shauna suddenly grabbed Inae's cheeks fiercely, hysterically switching personas. "Why are you still alive? Tell me, why are you still alive?" Chapter 160, 40, Let's Make a Deal, JPG 2. Shauna's sudden change startled the man beside her, and he immediately walked towards her, yelling, "Crazy woman, what are you trying to do?" as he lifted his prosthetic arm, ready to strike down. But before he could act, Inae had already gently pressed on the back of Shauna's neck, causing Shauna to collapse into her arms. "What are you trying to do now?" Inae looked at the man's raised prosthetic arm. "Are you trying to kill someone?" Seeing that Inae had intervened, the man lowered his arm but continued, "She was attacking you, and I was defending you. There would have been no problem. She's not an attacker, just an ordinary woman without the strength to truss a chicken." At this moment, Inae's umbrella had already fallen, drenching both her and Shauna, making them look very bedraggled, in stark contrast to the man still holding his umbrella. The man immediately stepped forward, trying to shield Inae from the rain, but Inae had already stepped back, refusing. "No need, you stay here. I'll take her home." Then, without giving the man a chance to refuse, Inae carried the unconscious Shauna towards a nearby house. The man looked at Inae's retreating figure, then at the umbrella in his hands, and couldn't help but shrug. Why bother? Inae did not know what the man was thinking, and she did not care. She just brought Shauna back to this house she had visited countless times before, used her foot to clear away piles of junk, and then laid her on the bed. Shauna was still murmuring something, but Inae could not make it out. She just quietly watched her, while echoes of a vague conversation resounded in her mind. "Aunt Shauna, what is this?" "Try twisting the spring at the back." "Like this? Ah, why is there music?" "It's a mechanical music box. Your Uncle Helmo gave it to me. Impressive, isn't it?" "Yes, very impressive." "Then I'll give this to you." "But isn't this a gift from Uncle Helmo to you?" "Humph, Uncle Helmo will soon give me a new one called Lyra's Reliance. It records more and better music. Remember to come and visit Auntie's house then." "Okay." The ethereal memory was gradually suppressed by the sound of rain from outside. Inae then reached into her bosom, and then took out a brand-new mechanical music box. She wound up the spring, and after the music box emitted a melodious and tranquil tune, she placed it next to Shauna's ear. Only when Shauna's furrowed brows gradually relaxed with the music did Inae softly say, "I'm sorry, Aunt Shauna." Then she rose and left. The man was still waiting outside, and as soon as she came out, he said, "Are you close to her? She seemed like she wanted to kill you just now." Inae calmly answered, "I am the same kind of person as her." "The same kind of person?" The man thought for a moment. "Do you mean that your foster father harmed both your families? From that perspective, you are indeed the same kind of people. But she is now a relative of the rebels, and you are already with the Devil's army, so you really don't have to. Hey, where are you going?" While the man spoke, Inae had already walked back to the ruins and picked up her umbrella, which she reopened. But her body had already been soaked through. "Of course I'm fulfilling the task assigned from above," Inae said indifferently, and then turned and left. The man hurriedly followed. "Oh, so you've decided to listen to Lord Yongzin's advice? That's great. With your help, we'll soon find your foster father, then your brother's revenge, and that woman's revenge can all be." Inae still ignored the man. She just stole another glance at the collapsed house as she rounded the corner. To be precise, she looked at the photo on the wanted notice plastered on the house. That gaze once again penetrated through the years, to a time when a relatively young man stood before her. "Inae, from now on, I will be the one looking after you and your brother. You and your brother are different. You are more introverted and like keeping things bottled up inside, which is not really good. If there's anything, you can talk to me directly. You don't have to see me as a father, just think of me as an ordinary elder or a friend." She still remembered that cautious demeanor. "Can I say anything?" Of course, the response was tinged with caution that instantly turned to delight. "You can tell me anything." "Then, it seems like you're wearing your clothes inside out. Your parts are installed backward." Upon hearing these words, Gerard suddenly felt a bit dazed. as if the girl standing before him momentarily merged with an image from his memory. This left him somewhat stunned, as he stared blankly at her. It wasn't until Bai Wei spoke up. "Although I don't want to remind you at this time, don't you think it's inappropriate to stare at a young girl with such a look, especially since those are my eyes?" Gerard immediately snapped back to reality, only to find Ju had lowered her head. "Ah, sorry." Gerard rubbed his forehead, thinking that he really was lightheaded from too much blood loss. "I'm just surprised that you knew my parts were installed backward. Who taught you this?" If Eric were still alive, Gerard wouldn't be so surprised, but Eric had died, and considering the age, this child was either just born or not yet born when Eric died. She couldn't have possibly received Eric's instruction. Could it really be, as Bai Wei said, that Eric had also returned? The thought made Gerard smack his head in frustration. "Let you lose too much blood, let you lose too much blood. What are you always thinking about?" Ju seemed unconcerned with Gerard's odd behavior. She just slowly said, "I've assembled many times, so I learned." Assembled many times. Gerard looked around and quickly grasped what Ju was indicating. Aside from the scattered parts in the room, there were also numerous completed prosthetic limbs. Gerard had initially thought these were masterpieces left by Eric before his death, but now it seemed these were done by the little girl in front of him. Gerard, feeling a bit tentative, asked, "Did you make all these?" Ju nodded. "Why did you make these?" "There was nothing else to do," Ju replied calmly, "so I could only work on these." Gerard found himself at a loss for words. Just from having nothing to do, she taught herself to this extent. Despite being just a child, she could immediately tell the problems with his legs, a skill level that at least matched a junior mechanic. Bai Wei also deeply agreed, as he looked at Ju's brown hair and couldn't help but marvel. "What about Hui Yuanai?" "Who is Hui Yuanai?" Gerard had never heard the name. "Ah, never mind, it was just an offhand remark." Bai Wei didn't intend to explain to Gerard, just saying, "Isn't this an opportunity now?" "What opportunity?" Gerard didn't immediately catch what Bai Wei meant. "The opportunity to repair your body," Bai Wei said. "Since you can't figure it out yourself, why not let her help? From what I see now, this girl's skills are much better." Gerard subconsciously wanted to refuse. "I can't. Can't involve her, just keep fighting with a diseased body, then malfunction and fall into hell, and eventually tell her, also in hell due to the catastrophe. Sorry, I couldn't involve you," Bai Wei said dispassionately. "Is that what you really want?" Gerard fell silent for a long while, then somewhat helplessly admitted in his heart to Bai Wei, "I just meant to say, I can't have her help me without compensation." Then he lowered his head to look at Ju, and after a long deliberation, he finally said, "Let's make a deal." Why does that sound familiar? Chapter 161, 161, 41, Open the Door. "We'll make a trade, then." After Gerard uttered these words, the warehouse was plunged into a moment of silence. Even Bai Wei's mind fell quiet. Ju blinked her eyes at Gerard, unnerving him with her gaze until he was compelled to break the silence. "Any problems?" And he received two responses at the same time. "What do you think?" came Bai Wei's retort. "You're a wanted criminal." Ju's reply was more blunt. "Do wanted criminals still make trades?" Gerard massaged his temples, finding himself at a loss for words as the situation was indeed complicated. He attempted to explain. "I've run into some trouble, but—" "You've been wronged." "How did you know?" Ju, with head bowed, slow scuffed the dirty tip of her shoe on the ground. "I've met the families of my dad's comrades. When they were accused of being rebels, they all claimed they were innocent." "Is that so?" "But they all say it's because of you, that you're the one who caused them to be wrongly accused. The only one who isn't wronged is yourself." Gerard couldn't help but feel a mocking voice was laughing somewhere in his mind. "This matter is complicated," Gerard explained to Ju. "I'm also seeking the truth, but what I can tell you is that neither I nor your father are rebels. I will prove this someday, please believe me." As he spoke, Gerard tried to maintain eye contact with Ju, but unfortunately she kept her eyes on her shoes, seemingly indifferent to his words. She simply uttered a soft "oh" after he finished, then asked, "So what kind of trade do you want to make with me?" "As you can see, I'm not in great shape." Gerard pointed to his leg, where even the metal plate could be installed backwards. "And I don't have anywhere else to go, so if possible, I'd like to ask for your help." It was indeed strange to seek help from a 10-year-old girl, but Gerard tried to sound as if he was talking to an adult. yet the lightness in his voice still betrayed his caution. "But I'm not asking you to help me for nothing. Make your demand." "No, wait." Gerard shook his head, feeling he was being sidetracked. Then he took out a purse from his bosom and placed it on the table nearby, the coins jingling inside. "Let's have a normal transaction. I'll pay you a fair market price for your help. How about that?" Hearing the sound of the coins, Ju finally looked up, first at the purse on the table, then at the wound on Gerard's leg. After a brief hesitation, she nodded. "Okay." After agreeing, Ju actually began to work, carefully inspecting the model and structure of the prosthetic limb on Gerard's leg, then efficiently rummaging through a pile of parts nearby. Watching her small figure at work, Gerard felt a moment of dizziness. Then he heard Bai Wei's voice again. "Is it necessary?" "What?" "I mean, is it necessary?" Bai Wei said in a detached tone. "You are a wanted criminal after all. Shouldn't you be doing something more fitting for a wanted criminal? Like grabbing her by the throat and threatening, 'If you don't help me, I'll kill you.'" "I'm not really a wanted criminal." "Oh, but you are. Your wanted notice is plastered on the wall outside." Gerard's mouth twitched slightly. "Even if you really wanted to help her, you could have threatened her to help you first and then left her some money," Bai Wei continued nonchalantly. "Wouldn't that be more efficient?" "No, it wouldn't." "Why?" Gerard watched the small figure sorting through parts nearby and replied internally. "She needs more than just money. For her, some things are more important than money." "Like?" "Equality," Gerard responded succinctly. "I see." Bai Wei seemed to understand what Gerard meant and chuckled. "Is that experience gained from your own daughter?" Gerard's thoughts turned again to his daughter, and he softly conceded. "Let's just say it's a trivial bit of experience." "That figures." Then he heard Bai Wei's follow-up. "You seem to have a good relationship with your daughter, so where is she now?" Gerard immediately fell silent. Ju, still searching through parts, looked back at Gerard with a puzzled expression. Even though he had been quiet since earlier, Ju felt now it was quieter than before. "Strange. Is that so? Still not found?" In Sky Tower, Yang Xin stood by the window, gazing at Lyra as night fell once again. The previous night's incidents, with the death of the bishop and the explosion in the 4th district, had indeed rattled the Lyra citizens, so much so that they had been a hot topic of conversation throughout the day. But that was it. Life in Lyra carried on as usual. The people worked and lived normally, and the death of the bishop and the district explosion were merely a momentary ripple in their monotonous lives. There was no change in Lyra, except for the wanted notices plastered in the streets and the presence of skeleton core at every checkpoint. Chapter 162, 41 Open the Door, 2. These were all for the sake of finding Gerard. Unfortunately, after an entire half-day, there wasn't a single piece of news about Gerard. But Yang Xin wasn't surprised by this result. Speaking to the Bone Knight who came to report, he said, "Just controlling the gear train and sealing off the main streets indeed won't likely capture him. He knows this city too well. There are still many places he would want to go to and is able to go to. To capture him, you need to do much more." "We understand," the Bone Knight replied, "but a first-level wanted notice only allows us to do so much. To conduct a house-to-house search, we would need to raise the wanted notice to at least 2nd level. We need an official warrant." With that, the Bone Knight presented an application. It was, naturally, an application to raise the warrant level. Yang Xin glanced at the application and then picked up the pen on the desk, preparing to sign. But when the tip of the pen hovered above the paper, it simply couldn't come down. The hand holding the pen trembled slightly, as if it was preventing the action from happening. Yang Xin narrowed his eyes. "Lord Yang Xin." Seeing that Yang Xin had not started writing, the Bone Knight couldn't help but speak out. "What's the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing." Yang Xin slowly withdrew the pen, and then, chuckling lightly, said, "I just remembered that I haven't fully taken over Bishop Hallman's authority, so I can't sign a 2nd-level wanted notice." "Is that so?" The Bone Knight hesitated. "If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't." "Why not give it a try?" Yang Xin encouraged the Bone Knight with his gaze. "In these times of reform, why not attempt something more daring?" Yang Xin's voice seemed to carry a certain magic power, causing the Bone Knight to look momentarily dazed. "I understand," the Bone Knight saluted Yang Xin. "I will round up some like-minded people to help you with this, but I can't command everyone." "A portion is enough," Yang Xin said indifferently. "Search a few key areas, he can't have gone far." The Bone Knight nodded, then bowed again before leaving. Yang Xin waited for the door to close, then looked down at the unsigned second-level wanted notice and the hand that was still holding the pen, and emitted 2 bursts of laughter. The laughter was full of contempt and mockery. "Still haven't found Gerard." A muffled voice came from inside a drawer. Yang Xin put down the pen and opened the drawer. This time, his hand had no abnormalities. Lying in the drawer was a segment of a strange tentacle, which upon sensing the drawer being opened, writhed and once again tore open a mouth. "It is such a time, there shouldn't be such an unexpected variable." The muffled voice emitted from the torn mouth. "There's no helping it. My state isn't much better than yours," Yang Xin said calmly. "After all, it is because the final preparations weren't completed due to being a month ahead of schedule. That shouldn't be an excuse. I'm merely stating the facts. The fact is, our great lord is about to descend, and this process should not be disturbed by any factor," the tentacle said. "We used to be the ones in the darkness, but now he is. What do you think he will do?" "Logically, he should come to find me," Yang Xin said indifferently. "After all, no father would not want to see his son who was resurrected from the dead, and by seeing me, he'd be able to learn about everything from 10 years ago. These are the truths he has been seeking." "Would he come to find you, then?" Yang Xin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, at least not for the time being. Having been through so much, I believe he has regained enough sense to understand that finding me directly won't be so easy, so he probably will start from somewhere else." "Like where?" "That I can't determine accurately," Yang Xin shrugged. "As you've said, we're in the light now and he's in the dark. But we don't have that many points exposed in the light." "That's true," Yang Xin looked at the tentacle. "But do you think he won't be able to find them?" There was silence from the tentacle for a moment before it slowly spoke. "Indeed, ever since he returned from Somo City, he has been like a changed person. Over the past 10 years, he has been wandering aimlessly, but now he has become so purposeful, almost as if someone is guiding him. Have your people not returned from Rhine yet?" "How could they be that quick? Rhine isn't Lyra. We can't lay the track for the gear train there," Yang Xin said. "Be patient. You aren't in a hurry, are you? Wouldn't want them to discover you now." "Heh, those fools haven't even noticed that Hallman's power has dissipated. How could they notice me?" the tentacle said with disdain. "Ultimately, they are no different from the living dead, only clinging to their last bit of lingering thoughts, just like Lyra." "And how is Lyra's state?" "Merely lingering on in the last throes," the tentacle spoke. "After all, he is just an incomplete god. The fact that he has been able to rely on his tricks to survive until now is already his limit. It's time to make way for the arrival of the new god." At this, the tentacle paused. "The time is almost upon us. To be cautious, I can't be absent for too long. The rest is up to you. Take care of him as soon as possible." Chapter 163, 41, Open the Door 3. Saying this, the mouth on the tentacle closed again, silent. Yang Xin slowly pushed the drawer back in place, then turned to look again at Lyra under the night sky, muttering to himself. "An incomplete god, huh?" In the dimly lit warehouse, a girl with coffee-colored hair was crouched in front of an oil lamp, swinging the wrench in her hand, disassembling a broken part. Gerard stared at Ju in front of him. Even though he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Because Ju's technique was just too skilled. You have to know, Gerard had seen quite a few mechanics, including those more outstanding than Ju, such as her father, Eric, but those were all veterans who had been immersed in this field for many years. But he had never seen someone like Ju, whose hands were still smaller than a wrench, yet still able to disassemble and assemble with such proficiency. Just from the speed and skill alone, Gerard could tell that Ju was already better than 80% of the junior mechanics. With her help, Gerard was rapidly transforming from a defective person into a complete one, as old and new parts quickly filled the gaps in his missing body. A few hours later, Gerard felt that he had regained about 60% of his mechanical functions. The reason it was only 60% was not because Ju's technique was poor, but because some of his parts were military grade, which they did not have here. After all, even as a former member of the Night Star, Eric couldn't possibly stockpile so many military parts in a private warehouse. So Gerard had only recovered the most basic functions, such as walking, running, and jumping, which would no longer be affected. In fact, he felt lighter because of the lack of some parts. But the downside was, his body could no longer undergo overload, which would undoubtedly greatly reduce his combat effectiveness. And now he didn't even have a weapon. His chainsaw sword had been destroyed last night, and no matter how skilled Ju was, she couldn't magic up a chainsaw sword for him. But even so, Gerard was already quite content. He looked at Ju again, who was sweating profusely from working for several hours, with fine beads of sweat even on the tip of her nose. But her face was devoid of much expression, seemingly not at all prideful or delighted by her own skills. "You are really amazing," Gerard said to Ju, "far beyond my expectations. You are more proficient than many junior mechanics, even comparable to your father." Gerard paused, subconsciously halting mid-sentence. He wasn't sure if it was right to bring up Eric in front of Ju. After all, in her eyes, he was the murderer who killed Eric. But seeing that Ju didn't seem to react much, Gerard went on softly, "Even comparable to your father, who was once the best technician in our team." As Gerard had expected, Ju maintained her expressionless poker face that didn't match her age and showed no particular change upon the mention of her father. She simply reached out to wipe the sweat from her face and looked at Gerard again before asking somewhat hesitantly, "So, are you going to pay?" Gerard stared blankly for a moment before letting out a helpless chuckle. So she thought he was praising her as a prelude to cheating her out of the payment. This left Gerard somewhat at a loss for words, but knowing that explanations wouldn't mean much at this point, he took out his money pouch and while untying it, he said with a light laughter, "Of course I'll pay. It's a deal between us. By the way, do you know about the general income of a mechanician?" "I do," Ju answered calmly. "I used to work at a prosthetic limb shop." "Oh, what happened after that?" "After they found out I was the daughter of a rebel, they let me go," Ju said, "and they didn't pay me my wages." Gerard's body stiffened for a moment, then he looked at Ju very seriously and said, "In that case, am I your first official client then, the kind that pays?" Ju nodded her head. "Really?" Gerard seemed somewhat pleased. "Very well, then you name the price." Ju hesitated at that. "Don't worry, name your price." Gerard encouraged her with his gaze and then said deliberately, "This is what you deserve." Seeing Gerard insist, Ju nodded again and then named a figure. And so Gerard's expression froze for a moment. How much?" Gerard thought he had heard wrong. So Ju repeated the figure. Now Gerard's expression really froze. He unconsciously opened his money pouch and looked at the money inside, his face gradually turning pale. And then he heard Bai Wei's leisurely voice in his mind. "You're not joking with me, are you?" Gerard didn't know how to explain. He really wasn't familiar with this aspect since, when he was the captain of the Night Star, it was Lyra who funded the replacement of parts. He didn't have to pay. And when he wasn't the captain of the Night Star, that is, for the past 10 years he had barely changed any parts. The only time he had maintenance was when Carol had helped him, and he hadn't paid a penny. So Gerard didn't know at all how much it would cost to replace parts, especially to replace his entire body. That was awkward indeed. Gerard counted the money in the pouch over and over, but no matter how he counted, it didn't seem to be enough. Thus, he had to look up at Ju with a complicated expression. Can I owe a debt?" Gerard sighed and then said with a sense of helplessness, "I don't have enough money." Ju tilted her head. And it was at this moment that Bai Wei suddenly spoke up. "There's someone outside." After a brief moment of bewilderment, Gerard quickly responded, extinguishing the nearby candle with his hand, plunging the entire warehouse into darkness. Ju still didn't understand what was happening when loud banging noises came from outside the warehouse. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up," someone outside yelled, "Skeleton Core." Chapter 164, 164. 42, turns out I was the one who killed it, 4K5. The Skeleton Core's sudden appearance was clearly an accident, but the loud knock on the door felt as if it struck right on Gerard and Ju's hearts, instantly tightening their nerves. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up, open the door quickly." The knocking and shouting grew louder, as if the flimsy lock would be destroyed by brute force any second now. This made Gerard subconsciously want to grab something at hand, but unfortunately, his chainsaw sword had been destroyed the night before, and now he had not a single weapon beside him. If the Bone Knights outside were to break through the door, he would have no choice but to fight with his recently repaired lightweight civilian body. Fortunately, the knocking didn't continue for too long. Soon, another knight's voice rose. "What are you doing? There's nobody in this warehouse, is there?" The knocking knight then stopped. "I thought I saw a flicker of light through the crack of the door just now." Gerard immediately glanced at the candle he had snuffed out at his side. "Do you have such good eyesight to see through such a tiny crack?" I'm not too sure, so I was just bluffing, the knight replied. And if that guy wanted to hide, he'd probably sneak into these kinds of warehouses, right? But in Lyra, there are too many warehouses like this. If we knock down each one, when will we find anything? The conversation between the two knights outside allowed Gerard to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his whereabouts hadn't been exposed. This was just a routine search. However, given the wanted notice on him, it should be only at the first level, which didn't permit searching residential areas and private dwellings. Could it be that his pursuit had been upgraded to the second level? But if that were the case, why didn't the two knights outside just charge in? That old lock would hardly be any restraint to them, would it? Gerard was puzzled, but if they could not enter, there was no need to worry too much. Unless... Gerard turned to look at Ju. Since the beginning, Ju had been silent, just standing there quietly, still maintaining that poker face, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with her. But she just had to call out, and the two knights outside would immediately break through the door. So, would she speak out? Gerard grew tense once again. Thankfully, Ju remained silent, like a doll with no mouth. In turn, the two knights outside didn't have a reason to break in. Should we go in and check? It's just a kick to the lock. That would be against the rules. Before the notice is upgraded, we can't act like that. If the owner of this warehouse complains about us, we would be in big trouble. Our very presence here is already borderline, the knight complained. What's this? Are we not going in after all? All right, stop complaining, the knight consoled. Looking at the current trend, the wanted notice will soon be upgraded, and then we can be more justified in our search, right? Fine, then let's go. Then Gerard heard the footsteps of the two knights recede and grow fainter. Gerard's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally settled down. He turned to look at Ju again, just about to say you, when Bai Wei's faint voice resounded in his mind. What? With the loss of your equipment, has your insight also diminished? Gerard was taken aback and felt goosebumps rise. He heard a slight scraping noise coming from outside the window behind him. It was the sound of trouser legs rubbing together while walking, a sound so faint it would be inaudible unless one listened closely. The two knights hadn't left. They were right behind him, just a wall apart. Realizing this, Gerard immediately pressed himself against the wall, but that wasn't enough. He soon realized that Ju's position was also directly facing the window, clearly visible at a glance. There was no time to explain. Gerard instantly reached out, pulled Ju into his embrace, and then covered her mouth. Almost simultaneously, two beams of light shone through, nearly brushing against Gerard's body and illuminating the warehouse. That was a close shave, Bai Wei spoke leisurely in his mind. Bai Wei seemed relaxed, but Gerard certainly didn't dare to relax. Because right beneath their feet were the parts Ju had replaced for him earlier, still marked with bloodstains. Just a glimpse was all it would take to reveal the problem. Fortunately, the knights didn't see them. The window was not very large. Calling it a window was generous. It was more like a slightly oversized ventilation hole, and it was awkwardly placed. Gerard had a hard time squeezing through it when he entered. The light in the hands of the two bone knights was far from enough to survey the entire warehouse. They looked around for a long time, but all they saw were the metallic parts piled up like a mountain. There's really nobody here. The two bone knights who had returned to the entrance sounded off again, and this time their voices were right by Gerard and Ju's ears. What's this warehouse for? Why so many parts? I don't know, and they're all pretty old parts. Doesn't it seem like someone's living here? A night watch, perhaps. And where's the person? Just not here tonight? After all, there's no need to guard these scraps every single night. One of the beams of light disappeared, right on to the next place. We have a tight schedule tonight. Chapter 165, 165. 42 It turns out that I was the killer, 4K52. Another night still refused to give up. Haven't you smelled a strange odor? It must be the smell of source oil, the knight said impatiently. Haven't you smelled it before? Especially on rainy days when the source oil gets wet, it emits a very disgusting odor. You'd know if you've ever been to a source oil processing plant. What kind of smell? The stench of rotting corpses, the knight answered tersely. Well, you've grossed me out. The other beam of light also vanished. What you say seems to make sense after all. Source oil is a fine thing, but it really does smell awful. Saying this, the two knights who had quickly circled back gradually departed. This time it likely wasn't a probe. but Gerard dared not relax. He kept his body tense until he was certain that the footsteps of the two knights had faded away, and after receiving Bai Wei's confirmation, he completely relaxed and released Ju from his embrace. Although when covering Ju's mouth, he had consciously left gaps between his fingers for her to breathe, he still made her face turn red with the effort to not suffocate. "I'm sorry," Gerard found himself having to explain. "It all happened so suddenly I didn't have time to explain." Ju said nothing more. She merely nodded and then stepped aside. Gerard had been worried that Ju would make noise, but she remained quiet throughout the ordeal. Even when her mouth was suddenly covered, she did not panic and quickly calmed down, cooperating without making a single sound. Whatever the reason, it wasn't the typical reaction of a 10-year-old child. "Maybe she's afraid you'll silence her on the spot," Bai Wei's slow and leisurely voice resounded in Gerard's mind again. "Or perhaps she thinks those two guys outside aren't a match for you. Either way, it shows the girl is quite sensible." Bai Wei's words matched Gerard's own thoughts. "Why didn't you tell me those two knights were coming before?" Gerard asked in his mind. "Your eyes can see everything, can't they?" "Do you think I'm a radar, with automatic alert functions?" Bai Wei said flatly. "Giving you a heads-up before they barged in was already quite good." Gerard couldn't refute Bai Wei's explanation, even if he disagreed. After all, it wasn't his own power, so how much could he demand? So rather than focus on that, he needed to consider more pressing matters. Like, where would he stay tonight? Originally, Gerard had thought of having Ju help him swap bodies and then leave after paying her, not to bring her any more trouble. But dreams are beautiful, and reality is harsh. Gerard had overestimated both his wallet and his state of being. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't afford it. His current state was even more worrying, especially mentally. Ju had patched up the holes in his body, but the deficit in his spirit could not be replenished without rest. Since last night, he had barely slept, significantly weakening all his abilities. The fact that those two knights were able to sneak up behind him was evidence enough. If not for Bai Wei's warning a second before, Gerard would have surely been discovered by the knights. So finding a new place to stay while being wanted throughout the city without getting caught was not a simple matter given his current state. That meant he had only one option left. Gerard raised his head to look at Ju and then said softly, "Sorry, I can't go anywhere else tonight, I have to rest here, but I will leave first thing in the morning." Ju didn't seem surprised by Gerard's request. She just nodded and then lifted her hand to point to her little bed. "Do you want to use my blanket?" "No, no need, I don't need to use your bed." Gerard wasn't at the point of stealing a little girl's bed to sleep. He went straight to the door, found a spacious spot, and sat down. "I'll just make do here tonight, don't worry about it." Gerard suddenly realized that sitting by the door made it look as though he was blocking Ju's escape route, preventing her from sneaking out to report him. Although it wasn't Gerard's intention, at this point, he had no energy left to explain. Because he was already very tired. He was nearly at his limit, and the arrival of the two knights had disrupted him further. The fact that he could still remain conscious was already a testament to his exceptional willpower. So with the last bit of strength he had, Gerard said to Ju, "I will leave tomorrow and I will pay you. I'm sorry for bringing trouble tonight." Gerard felt his head getting heavier, and fatigue rolled in like a tide. He sensed that the fatigue was unusual, but at this moment he lacked the energy to think it through. After he managed to finish speaking, Gerard could no longer hold on, his vision darkened, and his head drooped down. The sudden collapse startled Ju. Such behavior seemed akin to suddenly passing away. She watched Gerard for nearly a minute without a response coming from him. Though Ju didn't dare approach to check Gerard's breathing, after some hesitation she did nothing. Clutching her little blanket, which was the overcoat her father had left her, she went to bed to sleep. Chapter 166. 42, it turns out I was the one who killed it, for K5-3. After all, helping Gerard replace parts had also been a substantial amount of work for her, and for a 10-year-old, the burden was still too heavy. Before long, Ju had also drifted off to sleep. In the not-so-spacious warehouse, only the faint snoring of the old and the young remained. Until Gerard slowly opened his eyes, a smile utterly different from his own temperament gradually appeared on his face. It was naturally Bai Wei. He lifted his left hand, looked at his middle finger, and then muttered, "This progress is really slow." Bai Wei had possessed Gerard's body for over half a month now, and this was the first time he controlled the body without Gerard knowing. You see, on the second day of possessing Ulu, Bai Wei had already been able to control 2 of Ulu's fingers, and within a few days he could control half of the body. There were naturally many reasons for this, such as Gerard not relying on his power as much as Ulu did, even somewhat resisting. And Gerard was much more vigilant than Ulu. Bai Wei didn't want to rashly control Gerard's body and then be noticed by him. So he had been waiting for an opportunity. And now that opportunity had arrived. He deliberately pushed it, making Gerard's mind even more exhausted. The reason Bai Wei had only informed Gerard about the 2 nights at the last moment was for this, scheming to weaken Gerard's spirit so that he could go into a deeper sleep and allow Bai Wei to awaken while he slept. Just like now, Bai Wei slowly clenched his fists, carefully feeling this body. Unlike with Ulu, Gerard had already used Bai Wei's power several times now, so Bai Wei's control over Gerard's body had reached a rather deep level. If Bai Wei wanted, he could take this body outside for a walk now, though he would walk unsteadily, like a disabled person. The reason he could do this so quickly was probably also because Gerard's body was not as intact as Ulu's. And the reason Bai Wei wanted to control Gerard's body tonight was definitely not to simply go out for a stroll, but because he felt like he had gained something additional. Actually, back when he was with Ulu, he had already felt it. When his fingers and eyes were in the same body, his soul seemed to have undergone some changes. But at that time, Ulu's body was already running out of oil and burning out, so he hadn't had time to examine what the change was. And when he moved to Gerard's body, Gerard only had an eye replaced for a long time, and his fingers were not moved, so Bai Wei couldn't inspect it. Until last night, when Gerard finally got his fingers replaced, reuniting fingers and eyes in the same body. And Bai Wei felt that new element deep within his soul again. As Gerard fell into deep sleep, and his body was taken over by him, eyes, fingers, and soul seemed to connect as one at that moment. Bai Wei first saw the system panel, which he had almost forgotten, with text flashing briefly. Visa's body completeness at 5%. Then an image surfaced in his mind, a great being enveloped by holy light, standing mountain-like against a burning sky. He was looking at Bai Wei, and Bai Wei was also looking at him. Under this silent gaze, the flames that scorched the skies spread over to him, and he started to struggle to howl to stir the might capable of shaking the world. Everything he did was to survive. But it was to no avail. Under this serene gaze, he began to disintegrate, to destroy, to cease being allowed to exist. Thus he and the world burned together. This scene magnified infinitely in Bai Wei's eyes, then quickly receded. The scene before him shifted from the burning world back to this dark warehouse. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But Bai Wei knew it was not an illusion. Nor was it an image from a game. He remembered very clearly that there was no such scene in the game. What could it be? Bai Wei gently closed his eyes. He seemed to already have the answer. Oh, so that's how it is. He suddenly understood everything and murmured to himself. Lyra, it was I who killed her. Chapter 167, 43 Taoyuan Village. Lyra was killed by visas. Bai Wei received a piece of information, though he wasn't sure how important it was. In Desecration, the origins and histories of the divine were not extensively detailed, and the game's protagonist could only glimpse a corner of this real world by the end, incapable of altering anything. Hence, many players believed Desecration was incomplete and anticipated that a sequel or 2 would be needed to complete this fragmented worldview. But that is a story for another time. Now, as visas, Bai Wei could see more than the players ever could. Like that scene just now. It didn't even feel like watching, it felt more like reminiscing. That vivid sensation was as if he himself had ended the supreme Lyra god many years ago. The shattered divine country, the burning sky, was so vivid in his mind. Indeed. Bai Wei lifted Gerard's hand, gently caressing his left eye. It was in this eye. But soon Bai Wei felt puzzled again. If the memory was accurate, and Lyra was indeed killed by visas, then what was the deal with that entity now? Why was he still alive? Bai Wei continued to reminisce, trying to see if he could find another glimpse of visas' reminiscence like before, but unfortunately there was none left. That segment of memory seemed to be stored in this eye, with the scene of Lyra burning and falling from the divine country being the last. Visas believed he was dead, But he wasn't, and he had even lived until now, becoming one of the 4 true gods. How had he escaped his own death? Bai Wei fell into deep thought and gradually developed a theory. But before he could confirm his guess, a flicker of light in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Curious, he looked over and discovered it was the system panel he had previously overlooked. How should he put it? This thing really lacked presence, to the extent that Bai Wei almost forgot he also had a built-in system. Besides informing him of the progress in recycling corpse blocks, did this thing have any other use? With a slight thought from Bai Wei, the system panel quickly enlarged before his eyes. He then noticed that under Body Integrity, 5%, a line of small text was continuously flashing. He took a closer look and saw it read, Taoyuan Village entrance has opened. Following this line of text was a transparent sphere, which contained something, but it was too blurry to make out. What was Taoyuan Village? Bai Wei was certain he had never heard this term in the game. Of course, that was normal, as in the game, visas was merely a backdrop for introducing corpse blocks, with little other information. This Taoyuan Village had just been opened. Clearly, it was a new feature available only after reaching 5% body integrity, but there was nothing like this in the game. Even if players collected multiple corpse blocks, aside from the rules recorded in the blocks themselves, there was no additional content. Bai Wei pondered. Was it because he was now essentially visas himself? What was the connection between Taoyuan Village and visas? Bai Wei stared at the sphere again, then felt that this sphere looked somewhat like those landscape spheres sold for a few dozen dollars each in his previous life, the ones with the Great Wall encased inside. Could it be? Bai Wei suddenly had a suspicion, so he immediately projected the power of his eye into the sphere. Then the sphere quickly enlarged until it swallowed him whole. Subsequently, Bai Wei found himself standing before a dim and dilapidated forest. Before him stretched branches dry and rot like corpses, resembling a cemetery strewn with tombstones from afar. And among them stood the tallest tree, which in this tiny world was akin to Lyra's towering spire, supporting and connecting the heavens and the earth of this microcosm. But it had also withered away. Like a rusted sword hanging inverted from the sky, it resembled a giant who had died standing. Bai Wei paused for a moment, then unconsciously walked towards the giant tree. His body felt light, as if he were a spirit. This allowed him to quickly stand under the withered giant tree. Below the giant tree was a stone table with 4 stone stools. On the stone table, there was also a withered potted plant. The tree in the pot looked similar to the giant tree, but was hundreds of times smaller. Bai Wei stared at the potted plant. Then he slowly reached out and lightly tapped the withered branches. Creak! The branch emitted a sound as if it had broken, for it had been dead for many years. But it did not break. It merely crumbled. At the spot where Bai Wei's finger lightly touched, the withered skin peeled away, revealing a bit of new sprout inside. Then came the wind. This place that had been dead for unknown years suddenly stirred with a breeze. Bai Wei slowly lifted his head to look at the giant tree in front of him. The massive branches were also gently swaying, as if infused with new life, and had even gained some new color. It was reviving. Bai Wei understood that his previous guess had been correct. This place was Visas' divine country, Taoyuan Village. He had returned, so Taoyuan Village should also awaken. What? Really? The new source oil has arrived, huh? Yang Xin sat on a chair, flipping through the report brought by his subordinate. The Devil's Army's efficiency is improving. With the death of Bishop Hallman, the power of the new gods infiltrated the real world more deeply, and Yang Xin's condition had also become more stable, not like before when his body would spontaneously decompose come nightfall. So he could now properly meet with people other than the core members of the new Chaser Association at night, such as the Devil's Army member in front of him. Yes, the man previously with an A named Denny said with a smile to Yang Xin. After all, technology is advancing. Yang Xin nodded slightly. Good, then this matter can be put to rest for now. How far have the explorers ventured? They've almost reached the first record point of Night Star, Denny said. Just a little more, Yang Xin noticed that Denny's expression suddenly froze, and the reverence in his eyes swiftly turned to shock. What's wrong? Yang Xin frowned, just as he was about to ask more. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of his hand holding the documents, and his pupils instantly narrowed. His flesh was dissipating. How could this happen? His body should have been very stable. After a moment of shock, Yang Xin immediately checked his body, then discovered something even more terrifying. Domination was leaving him. Chapter 168, 44, Come Back. Divine Country. This is the domain and privilege of all gods, a special space detached from the mundane world and also the dwelling place of the gods, each divine's divine country being distinct. In the game, the protagonist would enter the divine country through special means to challenge the gods. So Bai Wei, once a player, naturally had some understanding of the divine country. This allowed him to surmise that the special realm he found himself in now, this so-called Taoyuan village, was likely Visas' divine country. The reason he used likely instead of certain was because Bai Wei was unsure whether Visas possessed a divine country, as logically, the divine country should be the privilege of the gods. So was Visas a god too? According to the background description, Visas couldn't possibly be a god, so how exactly did he control this realm of divine country? Was it that he met some special conditions, or was this Taoyuan village not really a divine country but something similar? Bai Wei merely pondered this briefly and chose not to delve deeper, as he felt researching this was meaningless, and he might as well first see what he could use this Taoyuan village for. Clearly, Taoyuan village did not suddenly appear. It had always been hidden somewhere in the soul until just moments ago when Bai Wei retrieved the key to open it, namely, 2 corpse blocks gathering in the same body, making the body's completeness reach 5%. Of course here, completeness wasn't referring to the amount of corpse blocks, but to the rule and power that were distributed. Bai Wei walked around the stone table, observing the potted plant on it closely. If his judgment was correct, this potted plant was the core of Taoyuan village, having been dead previously since Visas had died. But just now, Bai Wei had used that 5% of power to ignite it. Now it was slowly coming back to life. But obviously not much of it was alive yet. Just the dry branch he had touched showed a bit of vitality, but the rest was still dead. Bai Wei tried poking other parts, but to no avail. Clearly, to fully revive it, more power was needed, which meant more corpse blocks. But what more could more corpse blocks do? Bai Wei sank into thought again, sitting on the stone stool, subconsciously propping up his chin. And it was at this moment that he noticed something off about his hand. No, not just the hand, but his entire body seemed wrong. Bai Wei immediately looked down at his body, and was surprised to discover that he wasn't using Gerard's body. Nor was it Visas's, but rather a humanoid silhouette of a shadow. No wonder he had felt so light and ethereal when walking. It felt as though he was a spirit. But until now, he hadn't noticed, the entire person had been attracted by this giant tree, as if an obsession had drawn him here. Just like leaves wanting to return to their roots. This feeling was very subtle. Then Bai Wei found that his body wasn't entirely composed of this shadow. There was a part that was tangible and faintly glowing. It was his middle finger. Bai Wei briefly froze, and then immediately touched both his eyes. Sure enough, the left eye was tangible, the right eye was an illusion. Bai Wei understood. The leaves wanting to return to their roots weren't him, but those lost corpse blocks. This Taoyuan village was attracting the lost corpse blocks to return. So it was not he who returned to Taoyuan village, but these corpse blocks. He was merely the shadow that came with the corpse blocks. Of interesting, Bai Wei couldn't help but exclaim. And then, looking at the 3 empty stone stools, a bolder and more interesting idea suddenly popped into his mind. If so, was it possible for him to attract more corpse blocks to return through Taoyuan village? If he could enter Taoyuan village, could other corpse fragment holders enter as well? The 3 empty stone stools seemed to prove the possibility of this idea. After all, with such a vast Taoyuan village, having only him as the master, why prepare so many seats? Looking at the empty stone stools, the thoughts in Bai Wei's mind grew bolder. If he could attract other corpse fragment holders here, would he be able to gather the body parts directly here rather quickly? This bold idea did not linger in Bai Wei's mind for too long, as he soon dismissed it. He had already felt that the biggest difference between this Taoyuan village and other divine countries was that this place was more like a virtual space. Even the corpse blocks brought in were merely projections, rendering the possibility of seizing them non-existent. Could the other corpse fragment holders be summoned here? Bai Wei felt that this should still be feasible. He then reached out to a stone stool nearby and infused it with his power. Next, he saw a line of tiny text emerge from the stone stool. Source power insufficient. Taoyuan village integrity needs to reach 7%, currently 5%. Bai Wei frowned slightly. Taoyuan village integrity. It seemed to coincide with the integrity of his body. Bai Wei touched another stone stool, and the emerging text was the same. It seems that, with the power of his current 2 corpse fragments, he could only open the gates of Taoyuan village. To do more, he would need more corpse fragments. Considering that 1 corpse fragment accounted for 2% to 3%, he needed at least 1 more to unveil more functionalities of Taoyuan village. So, was he unable to do anything now? Bai Wei, not giving up, infused energy in other places, and then received lines of text. For example, the stone table, the potted plant on the table, and even the ground under his feet, all showed the same text, only with different required integrities, but the minimum was always 7%. He really couldn't do anything. Bai Wei felt somewhat helpless. No way around it, it seemed he could only wait to retrieve the tongue, reach 7% afterward, and then, Bai Wei heard the sound of branches swaying again. Then he raised his head, looking at the giant tree behind him. This he hadn't tried yet. A strange attraction rose again in Bai Wei's heart, leading him to float slowly to the side of the giant tree, and then extend his hand to gently caress the withered, dead bark. At that instant, countless emotions surged in Bai Wei's heart. Ah, so that's how it is. A realization flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. You, all are waiting for me to return. The giant tree was silent, only its dead branches gently swaying. Since that's the case, then come back. Bai Wei said softly. Back to where you belong, Taoyuan village. Then he stared intensely at Yang Xin in front of him. Is this still Yang Xin? His body had completely decomposed, leaving only a cluster of dry bones gripping the wall, while his flesh continued to peel away at a visible rate. What on earth is going on? What on earth is happening? Yang Xin was nearly going insane. Who is summoning domination? At the deepest part of the polluted land, the mass of flesh that had been surrounded by numerous behemoths for countless years, and hadn't stirred suddenly shuddered out of nowhere. Then it emitted a melodious, incomprehensible sound. Thus all the pollutants turned their heads at the same time, looking in the same direction through their lifeless holes. That direction was Lyra. Chapter 169, 45, so you were here, 4K. Polluted land, the frontier observation point. 2 fully armored devil knights trekked through the muddy soil. Each of them held a wand in their hands that did not match the style of their gear. At the top of the wand was a gray-white crystal, which darkened as they moved deeper. When the color of the crystal turned to dark gray, they stopped and looked around. The surrounding fog was thick, with white mist floating particles of unknown substance. This is the limit, one of the devil knights said to the other. Captain, if we go any deeper, our protective gear won't be able to handle the pollution levels. We need a purifier or... Yuri, the captain of the devil's army, raised his hand to his subordinate knight, signaling him to stop talking. He then tapped his neck, and a muffled voice came from under the mask. Check if the emergency device is intact. The knight nodded, and began to check the emergency device under the mask. Yuri took 2 steps forward while extending the wand further out. The crystal on the wand darkened once again, gradually turning black. As his subordinate had said, they indeed had reached the limit. Any deeper and their protective gear would be of little use. Can't we just make another purification source crystal? The subordinate's voice came from behind Yuri. With that, we wouldn't be stuck in this place for so long, 10 years without reaching the point where Night Star was a decade ago, makes us seem so much worse than them. Yuri turned around, looking at his complaining subordinate, mainly at his neck. The subordinate lifted his head to let Yuri see the device on his neck. It had a timer that was ticking away. This device, which resembled a bear trap, functioned similarly. At the moment of activation, it would sever the wearer's head in an instant. It would activate when the timer reached the end. Of course, the timer could be manually adjusted by winding it up. So as long as it was wound up on time, the device would never activate. Yuri only spoke after noticing his subordinate's spring was wound to the limit. It's not that easy, whether it's the purification source crystal or this detector. He pointed to the top of the wand. None of these are Lyra's technology, but holy sounds. We haven't traded with holy sound for these 10 years. That purification source crystal was the last. And even these detectors we have, if we lose them, they can't be replaced, so we need to be extra careful. Hearing this, the subordinate said with some indignation, "It was Night Star who lost the purification source crystal, but we are the ones who have to pay the price." Facing his irritated subordinate, Yuri coldly remarked, "They left their lives here, isn't that a price paid?" The subordinate was taken aback. He lifted his head, gazing into the distant, fog-shrouded beyond, and whispered after a long while, "We are paying no less a price than they did. We are sacrificing as well." So you wouldn't want to be blamed for a useless effort after making a sacrifice. Now the subordinate had truly run out of words. Yuri was also looking into the distance. According to records, they were about to reach the point where Night Star last recorded. A decade ago, that team of heroes led by their legendary captain ventured into previously uncharted territories, and all but the captain didn't return, and the captain lost his memory. What drove them there and what they encountered remains unknown to this day. But their departure changed the fate of many. Most directly affected were they, the second-generation pioneer force of the Devil. They received none of the heroic treatment that the former Night Star had. To prevent them from turning traitor after contamination like Night Star, they were seen as more dangerous and were placed under more locks, such as the device on their necks, which the former Night Star Knights did not have. And also because they lost the only purification source crystal. It meant the current Devil's army had to pay a higher price and make greater sacrifices when entering the pollution zone. All of this made the Devils harbor some very negative feelings towards their predecessors, especially towards that team's captain. With this thought, Yuri suddenly remembered Ine. She joined the Devil's army seeking something as well, right? Those thoughts had strayed too far. Yuri shook his head, then wound the spring of the emergency device again while listening to his subordinate alongside him. So the purification source crystal must have been lost inside, right? I wonder if it's been damaged over the years. If it's still intact, could we possibly recover it? After all, the polluted land can only contaminate living beings. Something like the purification source crystal wouldn't be affected. That's just theoretical. Who knows what's really at the deepest part of the polluted land? Yuri had also considered this question and said, if the purification source crystal were truly effective, more than one person from Night Star would have returned. And he paused. Even if the purification source crystal isn't susceptible to pollution, it would be surrounded by a swarm of medium to large pollutants. These pollutants might not be interested in the purification source crystal, but even an accidental passing by could cause it catastrophic damage. Chapter 170, 45, so you were here, 4K2. Hopefully they'll take a detour. The subordinate shrugged and asked, Captain, shouldn't we head back now? With our current equipment, we can't go any deeper, can we? Yuri uttered a thoughtful, That's enough, mark the coordinates, we'll come back later, He suddenly felt something was amiss. The soil beneath his feet, already a heap of mud, was trembling ever so slightly, as if it were boiling water. What's going on? The subordinate also noticed and became immediately alert. Is there a medium-sized pollutant passing nearby? Yuri didn't speak but quickly bent down and plunged his hand into the mud, feeling the earth beneath the mire. The earth was trembling. Captain, the subordinate suddenly cried out in terror, what is that over there? Yuri immediately raised his head. Through his mask, Yuri witnessed a scene he would never forget. Countless pollutants were gushing out from the very depths of the polluted land. These monsters, which were supposed to be devoid of any intelligence, were now moving like migrating animals, all heading in the same direction, stirring the earth into a quiver with the commotion they created. And the place they were heading for was obviously. After a brief moment of surprise, Yuri drew his sword from his waist and twisted the hilt. Fire then ignited the blade. Alert the camp, Yuri bellowed at his subordinate. The pollutants are running wild. All hands to battle. We mustn't let them invade Lyra. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast shadow enveloped him. He looked up and saw a gigantic pollutant already upon him. Clang! Denny also ignited his blade. He didn't know what exactly was happening, but he had seen the changes in Yang Xin with his own eyes. Now all that remained of Yang Xin was skeletal remains, his flesh and blood scattered about the office like dandelions caught in a gust of wind. Scattered dandelions could be seen as beautiful. Scattered flesh and blood only served to chill the bone. This transformation was clearly not something humans could possess. It could only be a pollutant. The regulations of the Devil's Army dictated that any non-human transformation on a person, no matter the nature of the change or the identity of the individual, had to be executed immediately to prevent contamination from invading Lyra. And now this obvious pollution had erupted inside Lyra itself, in the core of the Sky Tower. Denny had thought about calling for help, but it was late at night, and the Sky Tower was almost empty. Moreover, the majority of the skeleton corps were still out searching for Gerard's whereabouts. He didn't even know where to find anyone, and he worried if he left hastily, would the contamination spread unchecked. By then it would be too late. Considering this, Denny realized he only had one choice. That was to eliminate the source of the pollution. Even if the source was Yang Xin, the person with the most power in the 4th District since Bishop Hallman had passed away, and someone whom he wished to ingratiate himself with. Holding the ignited sword, Denny took large strides forward, ready to eradicate the monster before him. But as he approached, he hesitated, because he didn't know where to strike. At that moment, the only remaining human-like part on Yang Xin's body was a clump of dry bones, which also looked like they could fall apart at any moment. But he didn't have time to think too much about it, and simply slashed at the thickest part of the skeleton. Yet even such an attack was unsuccessful. With a clang, the fiery blade was caught by an arm turned to white bone. "What are you do, Ing?" Yang Xin's voice echoed from all around. Denny was stunned, because he saw the scattered flesh in the room rapidly reattaching to the dry bones, bit by bit, layers upon layers, quickly forming the figure of Yang Xin. In less than a minute, Yang Xin was restored to his original state. He sat calmly in the chair, his expression indifferent, looking no different from before, as if nothing had happened. His hand still clutched Denny's flaming blade. The hand roasted by the flames kept sizzling, but he acted as if he felt nothing. "You're a bit too tense," Yang Xin slowly pushed back Denny's blade. "Put away your sword, Mr. Denny, nothing happened tonight." Denny looked down at his sword being pushed back. Yang Xin's body had not been modified, and his arms had long since been replaced with cybernetic limbs, so theoretically, their strength shouldn't even be on the same level. Yet Yang Xin had effortlessly pushed his own sword back. "Nothing happened tonight." "Yes, Mr. Denny, nothing has happened tonight," Yang Xin said flatly, looking at Denny. "Earlier, I was just feeling a bit uncomfortable." "Ah, that's right, Mr. Denny. I've heard that you've been wanting to be transferred back from the Devil's Army, haven't you?" Yang Xin spoke as if he was making casual conversation with Denny. "I can completely understand. Staying on the front lines for too long makes one want to change their way of life." Denny understood what Yang Xin meant. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Can you help me?" "Why not?" Yang Xin smiled at Denny. "You should also know, for me, it's not a difficult task." Denny did not immediately respond. Yang Xin then leisurely added, "Moreover, Mr. Denny, you should know that some words are not so easily believed by others, and if spoken out loud, one would be seen as a madman." Denny's pupils contracted slightly. Yang Xin's words made Denny recall a certain solitary figure. "So that's how it is." "Think it over, Mr. Denny." Yang Xin leaned back in his chair and gazed at Denny. "I believe you will make the right choice. The new Chaser Association also welcomes you." Denny looked at Yang Xin for a long time. After a while he nodded. "I understand nothing happened tonight." "Good," Yang Xin nodded with a smile. Having made his decision, Denny saluted Yang Xin, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. But when he tried to open the door, he found it locked. Yang Xin's sigh sounded behind him. "It's a pity, Mr. Denny, you've still made a different choice. Honestly, it's a loss, for dawn is coming, but you chose to die before the dawn." Denny's body stiffened slightly, but he didn't turn around, only speaking in a low voice. "I don't understand what you mean." Yang Xin gently crooked his finger. Then a piece of bloody flesh burst from between the clenched fingers of Denny, quickly returning to Yang Xin's body. "This is my flesh," Yang Xin said in a languid tone. "Where did you think you were taking it?" Before Yang Xin's words had finished, Denny's sword unsheathed once again, the flames rekindled and instantly tore through the darkness. The next moment he was rushing at Yang Xin, his sword aimed straight at Yang Xin's head. "That's why I said," Yang Xin said softly, "it's quite regrettable." After a while, a figure in a black robe pushed through the office door, his eyes immediately landing on a body lying in a pool of blood. "Lord Yang Zin, this is." Yang Zin glanced at the man in the black robe and said indifferently, "Just a little accident, clean it up quickly, dawn is almost upon us." The black-robed figure nodded repeatedly and set about tidying up the already chaotic office. After that, Yang Zin fell silent, just quietly watching out of the window, his heart full of unease. Denny was just a minor incident. But what truly troubled him was the mutation that had started just before, its cause unknown. Even though the power of domination had returned to his body, the reason remained unclear. And there was another thing. Since a little while ago, he had this feeling, as if someone was watching him. In Taoyuan village, Bai Wei slowly retracted his hand from the giant tree, a slight smile spreading across his lips. "So it turns out, you were here." Chapter 171, 171, 46, we finally found them. Withered branches swayed slowly before coming to a gradual halt, as if waiting for the next gust of wind. This also signified that Bai Wei's summoning had just ended. This was the only thing Bai Wei could currently do with Taoyuan village. After transferring energy to the giant tree, the tree would amplify his energy and trigger a response within a certain range from similar corpse blocks. In fact, it was like when he was in Somo City with Fingers and Bishop Corey, who had eyes. They sensed each other's presence. And this giant tree was amplifying that sense. It even amplified it to the deepest part of the pollution zone, making contact with the tongue entity itself, and even caused some abnormal noises. The Devil's Army stationed there must be having quite a headache now. But what intrigued Bai Wei even more was that he had found Yang Zin. Logically speaking, sensing should be mutual. If he could sense Yang Zin's existence, then Yang Zin should also be able to sense his. Unfortunately, as Visas' soul, Bai Wei was naturally a cut above Yang Zin and also possessed eyes, so this mutual sensing became a one-sided voyeurism. Yang Zin had already been targeted by this eye. Everything he did had just been witnessed by Bai Wei. But what confused Bai Wei was the fact that Yang Zin indeed had some degree of domination. But the question was, without corpse blocks, how was he able to seal that part of the rule inside himself? Bai Wei was perplexed, but he was not in a hurry. After all, the initiative was now in his hands. The outbreak of the pollutants in the polluted land also gave Bai Wei some ideas and speculations about breaking the situation. It was a good opportunity to verify them. While thinking this, Bai Wei also felt his subconscious control over his body loosening. He knew that Gerard was about to awaken, so he decided to leave Taoyuan village. Thus, his spirit form in Taoyuan village began to fade slowly. Before dissipating completely, he took one last look at the giant tree and suddenly had a strange thought. Why did he name the operation just now summoning? That seemed a bit too artistic. Wouldn't seeking corpses be more accurate? He chuckled softly, and then completely melted away in front of the withered tree. "Father, it seems this is as far as I can go. You must take it out, it is our last hope, and Ine, please tell her for me, I'm sorry." The young knight showed a pallid smile, as the blurry images from his memories started to come into focus again. He took something out of his bosom and stuffed it into Gerard's hand. "Survive. You must survive." Ian. Gerard woke up with a start. His convulsing body immediately knocked over several pieces of hardware, creating a series of crisp sounds and startling Ju, who was still asleep on the bed. So the sunlight streamed into the warehouse, casting a column of light upon the still stained floor. On either side of the column of light, an old man and a young girl stared at each other with wide eyes. After a while, Gerard realized who the little girl in front of him was, recalling what had happened yesterday. "I'm sorry," Gerard, holding his slightly aching head, apologized. "I accidentally woke you up." Ju pursed her lips, said nothing, just turned over and continued to sleep. Then Gerard heard Bai Wei's leisurely voice in his mind. "What? Had another good dream." Gerard ignored Bai Wei, but he was indeed recalling the dream he had just had. Logically, he had had this dream many times before, always with these same fragments, these same lines, and that indistinct face. But yesterday, or just now, that dream had become much more complete. The face of Ian in the dream had become clearer. He had said more to him. And Gerard closed his eyes again to carefully recall. He then confirmed that he had not misremembered. In the dream, Ian had handed something over to him. His intuition told him that this item was crucial. But what was that thing? He tried to recall the dream again, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what it was. Why, of all things, had he forgotten the most crucial one? Damn it! After a series of events, Gerard could no longer maintain his composure. In an outburst, he hammered the ground, accidentally shattering a thin steel plate. Hearing the sound of the steel plate splitting, Ju turned around immediately and looked in this direction. Gerard then realized he had lost control of his emotions and reflexively apologized again. But then he noticed Ju wasn't looking at him. She was staring at the shattered steel plate on the ground. He fell silent for a moment before saying with slight resignation, "I'll pay for that." With this turmoil, his previous anxiety also faded away. Ju didn't say anything, but Gerard heard a gurgle, gurgle, gurgle sound, a sound he was familiar with. Is she hungry? Gerard then realized that because he had blocked the door since last night, Ju hadn't had anything to eat. Sorry. Gerard didn't know what to say anymore. The usually thoughtful man had made one foolish mistake after another last night. He stood up and placed his money purse to the side. I've caused you a lot of trouble, but don't worry, I'll be leaving today, Gerard said softly. Of course, I'll repay the money I owe you soon, and this is an advance payment. You can use it to buy some food. Gerard expected Ju to remain unresponsive as usual, but he saw her nod, indicating she had heard him. Thus, Gerard knew it was time for him to leave. His mind had mostly recovered by now, and though his body wasn't as strong as before, it was capable enough for him to move. He then asked Bai Wei in his mind, "Do you have a target for today?" Of course, Bai Wei responded lazily. We can leave now if you're done playing house. Hearing this, Gerard wasn't sure whether to feel relieved. He walked to the door, ready to leave, when suddenly he thought of something and turned to look back at Ju. Your father wasn't a rebel, Gerard said quietly. I will prove it. With that, he left, shutting the door behind him, leaving Ju alone on the bed, quietly looking at the photograph tucked inside the lining of the coat used as a blanket. The photograph showed Eric and Gerard, both smiling and young. Dawn had broken. Yuri walked through the chaotic camp with a complex expression. Last night, the pollutants deep within the polluted land had suddenly ran amok, charging towards Lyra. Though the Devil's army reacted promptly, the suddenness of the event and the sheer number of pollutants resulted in the temporary defense line collapsing instantly. The entire camp was trampled into ruins. But not many had died because the pollutants were not targeting people. They were heading for Lyra. It was just that the camp happened to be in their path, so it was crushed in passing. An organized assault by pollutants on a specific location was unprecedented, so neither Night Star nor the Devil had any contingency plans for this. But it had happened. What was even stranger was that they hadn't actually reached Lyra. At the moment the Devil's army's line collapsed, the pollutants suddenly stopped their advance and returned to their usual aimless state. This change happened in an instant, and to this day no one could explain it. But Yuri knew they were fortunate within the misfortune. If the medium and large pollutants had reached Lyra, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Luckily, they stopped, giving the Devil and Lyra the chance to figure out what exactly had happened. Without a unified target, the pollutants were less terrifying. Soon, the reinstated Devil's army defeated most of the pollutants and reclaimed the camp. So now, the camp was littered with pollutant corpses, like small mountains. A report must be sent to Lyra as quickly as possible. While Yuri was thinking this, his lieutenant hurried over. Captain, the lieutenant's somber voice came through the mask. We found human remains on the carcass of one of the pollutants. Yuri didn't grasp the meaning right away. One of our fallen. From a certain point of view, indeed one of ours, the lieutenant said, but from 10 years ago. Yuri paused for a moment, then his expression became serious. Are you saying? A Knight of Night Star, the lieutenant said softly. We've finally found them. Chapter 172, 47, leave this. 3K5. Yuri quick-stepped after his aide-de-camp to a corpse contaminated with pollutants, where many members of the Devil's army had already gathered. Make way, the captain has arrived. The aide cleared a path for Yuri, allowing him to see the decaying remains of the human corpse. The corpse's facial features were no longer discernible, and the body had mutated into components similar to the pollutants. At first glance, there appeared to be no difference from the pollutants themselves. The only difference was the clothing on his body. It came from Night Star a decade ago. Indeed, just as the aide had said. We had finally found them. Looking at the familiar yet strange uniform, Yuri felt a moment of realization but quickly composed himself and bent down to examine the body, asking his aide, "How did this body get here?" The aide replied, "It was found hanging on another pollutant's body." "Hanging on it?" "Yes," the aide nodded. "It seems the pollutant consumed him, and then after we destroyed the body of the pollutant, it became exposed. A pollutant is a monster with only the ability to feed, lacking the ability to digest or excrete. It only grows larger as it consumes more and more, like a greedy snake. But when it reaches a certain size, it breaks down and decomposes, only to continue feeding as if its sole purpose was to eat." "Has the identity been confirmed?" As Yuri was asking and turning the corpse over, he looked at the sleeve insignia. Predictably, the insignia was too blurred to make out the name. Sure enough, the aide's response was, "We have not yet found valid identification, only several broken pieces of equipment with names on them, but all the names are different." Yuri also noticed several pieces of small equipment laid out next to the body, like a knife and a pocket watch, all badly damaged, but the names could still be faintly discerned. He looked through the equipment, and just as the aide had mentioned, the names engraved were all different. "This is the rule of Night Star," Yuri spoke softly. "Those who are to be left behind exchange one piece of their equipment with those who are leaving, so if there's equipment with different names, it means there have been sacrifices. But all these names are different." "That means there have always been sacrifices," Yuri said. "They didn't fall at the same time, rather there have been continuous problems, continuous losses before such a situation could occur." "Continuous losses." Upon hearing this sentence, the atmosphere on the scene became more oppressive. Devils wearing heavy masks exchanged glances, seemingly unable to imagine such a scenario. Yuri did not delve too much into the equipment and wasn't very interested in clarifying the exact identity since, after all, this man was surely one among the missing persons list. More than confirming his identity, Yuri wanted to see if he could find something else on his person. For example, the alleged document from Affairs Officer No. 44 from 10 years ago, the evidence that Gerard always spoke of. It was precisely because this document had always been missing that the mission of Night Star could not be proven authentic. If that written document truly existed, it should be with these dead Night Star Knights. Would they find it? Just as Yuri was seriously searching, his hand was suddenly grabbed. Yuri flinched, instinctively thinking it was his aide, but upon seeing the hand clearly, he froze completely. The hand was pale, decaying, like the limb of a pollutant. And its owner was the corpse lying before him. Yuri's gaze slowly moved upwards. Then he saw this man, who should have been dead for 10 years, open his eyes at him. His eyeballs were long gone, leaving only 2 irregular holes as if they were gouged out with fingers. Yuri realized soon enough they had been gouged out as another hand reached up, gouging out a mouth. This sent chills up Yuri's spine. This was definitely not something an ordinary pollutant could do. While one hand was being held, he still reached for the blazing fire sword at his waist. No matter what, the pollutant had to be dealt with. But just as his hand clutched the sword's hilt, the corpse in front of him made a sound with the gouged-out mouth. "Who are you?" These unexpected words almost stopped Yuri's heart. "Pollutants can speak." If it had not been for the already too many peculiar events he had witnessed today, Yuri would never have believed it. Yuri forced himself to calm down. He looked at the corpse in front of him, and then did something he would never have done before. He engaged in dialogue. "Devil's Army, Yuri," he replied in a deep voice, then immediately followed up, "Do you remember who you are?" He wondered if the corpse was a pollutant that had acquired the ability to speak, or a surviving Knight of Night Star. The distinction between these two possibilities was significant for Yuri. "Devil Army," the corpse slowly repeated the term. Yuri gripped the hilt tightly, sweat beads forming under his heavy mask. "Yes," Yuri repeated the earlier question, "Who are you?" "Who art you?" The pollutant repeated Yuri's words again, as if unable to answer his question, only capable of echoing Yuri's speech. It seemed to be just a pollutant that inexplicably acquired the ability to speak. Disappointed with this conclusion, Yuri began to draw the blazing fire sword slowly. There was nothing to discuss with a pollutant. However, just as Yuri was about to fully draw the blazing fire sword, the corpse suddenly remembered something, summoning strength from nowhere, and stood up abruptly, then directed the gouged-out mouth toward Yuri. Yuri saw the mouth continuing to rip and expand rapidly. Then Yuri heard a deafening sound piercing through the mask, reaching deep into his brain. "Leave this place. The source is the contamination. Survive." The words that delved deep into Yuri's brain jolted him awake. When he came back to his senses, the corpse had returned to its previous state. The face was a blur, unrecognizable, but now without missing eyes and mouth. It was as if everything had been an illusion. Yuri stared blankly at the corpse, feeling that something was not right, yet he couldn't quite pin it down. But then he heard a click-click sound coming from his neck, growing more and more urgent. Yuri snapped back to reality. An emergency device. He immediately reached for the emergency device on his neck. Then he discovered that the spring on the emergency device was wound to its final coil. If it continued to turn in less than 5 minutes, his head would fall to the ground. While breaking out in a cold sweat, Yuri also realized a greater discrepancy. How had his emergency device wound down to the last coil? How long had he been watching here? And why had nobody warned him? Yuri abruptly lifted his head to find that his subordinates still maintained their initial positions, with not a single reaction like frozen statues. But their neck-mounted emergency devices were not stopping, and in fact were speeding up. Yuri immediately stood up and bellowed at his subordinates. "Wake up! We've been contaminated!" Splat, splat, splat. The moment his words fell, 3 heads hit the ground. The spraying blood added a shockingly crimson stain to the gray and white world. That splash of red also made Yuri aware of something he had neglected. That was, they were not yet prepared to actively enter the deepest part of the polluted land, the abyss. But the abyss was already advancing towards them. Why come here? Gerard stood in front of a processing plant, with a steel bridge that connected to the 5th zone in the distance. "Why not come here?" Byway said languidly. "You know what place this is, right?" Gerard hesitated but nodded. "Source Oil Factory." "From your reaction, it seems like you've never been here," Byway said. "Isn't this what you used to do, drilling for oil?" "Oil, what's that?" "I meant source oil," Byway said airily. "You must have heard wrong." Gerard didn't care much about whether Byway misspoke. He simply said, "Making source oil is indeed Night Star's primary task, but we're only responsible for transporting the refined source oil back to the 5th zone. From there, technicians from the source oil factory haul it back, just like that." As they spoke, a specially designed gear train rolled across the bridge from the 5th zone, stopping in front of the factory. Then workers from the factory began moving the black barrels from the train into the facility. Byway asked, "What will these barrels of source oil be processed into?" "Many things," Gerard replied. Though he wasn't responsible for the further processing of source oil, he knew some of the basic procedures and answered, "Power source oil to fuel gear trains and other large machinery, living source oil for people's daily needs, and some byproducts are converted into lubricants and the like." "Ah, that sounds quite interesting," Byway said with a smile. "Take me in for a tour, will you? I've never seen such a processing plant before." Byway's relaxed tone could not make Gerard feel at ease. He had thought Byway would take him directly to a sector's spire to tell him who was the problem, who was with the new Chaser Association, and urge him to take action quickly. But Byway brought him here to the source oil factory. As Byway had mentioned, it was closely related to his former work. "I can try to go in," Gerard said after scanning the surroundings. "The security here isn't tight, but I want to know something." "Go ahead." "Do you think there's an issue with the source oil factory?" Gerard asked slowly, "or with the source oil itself?" You're quite sharp, aren't you?" Byway wasn't surprised by Gerard's reaction. After all, they had come all this way. As the captain of the Night Star, you should know how source oil is made, right? "Of course," Gerard replied, "from the bodies of pollutants." "How exactly?" Gerard hesitated for a moment but still said, "By completely pulverizing the bodies of pollutants into liquid, that becomes source oil." "In other words, squeezed into juice, right?" Byway asked with a smile. Although Byway's description felt odd, Gerard had to admit it was vivid and nodded. "Yes." So once turned into juice, do they die? Gerard's pupils narrowed slightly, but his expression didn't change much. He simply said gravely, "We've conducted many experiments. The source oil itself is not contaminated, nor does it possess any vitality." "Is that so?" Byway asked indifferently. "Where do the results of these experiments come from?" Gerard's eyes widened instantly. He lifted his head and looked again at the factory in front of him. The workers, dressed in black uniforms, were moving source oil barrels into the factory one by one. Expressionless, they resembled precise components or ghosts lingering in the polluted land. Chapter 173, 48. No, it's them, 3K5. Yuri gazed at the campsite far away, gradually being swallowed by the white mist through his binoculars, his expression complex. After a short while, the adjutant approached with a somber tone. "Captain, the count is complete." Yuri put down the binoculars and looked at the adjutant but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he paused before letting out a sigh. "Just tell me, how many did we lose?" 9. The adjutant's tone was poor, and even through the thick mask, Yuri could guess his expression right now. They were all, in an instant, by the emergency device. The adjutant couldn't continue. Yuri reached out, patted his shoulder, and then said with much self-reproach, "My fault." "No, you have no fault at all." The adjutant shook his head and said, "You are the only one who broke free from the contamination. If not for you, all of us would have died there. Not a single one would have survived. Even if you had been a bit slower, we would have suffered even greater losses. Compared to total annihilation, the losses we have now are already acceptable. You saved everyone." Yuri didn't speak, only gave a bitter smile and shook his head. The adjutant asked, "But how did you come to be clear of the contamination?" Faced with the adjutant's question, Yuri remained silent for a long while before finally speaking slowly. "The Night Star Knight told me." The adjutant was astonished. "What did you say?" Yuri told the adjutant everything about his conversation with the Night Star Knight. After listening, the adjutant didn't speak for a long time. His chest heaved, and the sound of his breathing from the mask revealing his current state of mind. "This is truly astonishing," stammered the adjutant. "But we didn't hear anything, we didn't see anything. To us, it was nothing more than a rotting corpse." Yuri said softly, "I encountered it while contaminated." "So you mean, while you were contaminated, you encountered the Night Star Knight from 10 years ago, and it was his warning that allowed you to break free from the contamination and return to reality?" The adjutant shook his head sharply. "Forgive my bluntness, Captain, but such a claim is very hard for me to believe. And you also mentioned he talked about the source being the contamination. What does that mean?" "I don't know." Yuri shook his head and looked out into the distance again. "Not just you, even I doubt whether everything I encountered was real. But according to what you guys said, when you were contaminated, you have no memory of it, only in the blink of an eye, you heard me screaming." "Indeed, it was like that," the adjutant said. "What you encountered was indeed unusual." As he spoke, the adjutant paused, seemingly hesitating about something. After a moment's hesitation, he still spoke to Yuri. "Captain, it would be best not to make what you saw public. If someone asks, just say you broke free from the contamination on your own, and you do not know the specific reason." "Why?" "Because the atmosphere within the squad is very poor," the adjutant said. "The squad members all think that the body brought them misfortune and contamination. They believe it was you who saved them. And if you now come forward and say it wasn't you but that corpse who saved them, it might cause morale to collapse." Yuri turned back, looking behind him. The Devil Knights sat in 2s and 3s, not speaking to each other, but the despair and repression that permeated the air around them were palpable. After all, they had seen with their own eyes how their comrades at their sides were killed by that neck emergency device, and they were only a step away from death themselves. "Although the emergency device has not been activated for the first time," the adjutant said softly, "most of the time, only 1 or 2 squad members were contaminated, and then died outside after the emergency device activated, their bodies later retrieved by us. But like today, to activate in full view of everyone, there has only been." Before he could finish, one of the knights suddenly stood up and started frantically, recklessly taking off their mask. "Carlos, what are you doing? You'll die if you take off your mask in this level of contamination." 2 knights rushed up to hold him down. Carlos roared through his mask, "To hell with it, I'd rather die than have this thing kill me." "Damn it, hold him down." After a struggle, the knight named Carlos was subdued. Silence once again returned to the temporary camp. But everyone could hear the click-click of the emergency device in their ears. "It is just like what you have seen," said the adjutant in a low voice. "And before the reserve arrives to do contamination checks on us, we cannot take off our masks or retreat backward. So, Captain, we can't bring any more uncontrollable factors into the squad." Yuri silently watched his comrades in front of him, knowing the adjutant was right. They were all contaminated. Before confirming the extent, they could not retreat to avoid contaminating others, nor could they take off their masks. They could only wait here for the reserve's support, the images from before replaying in their minds, the countdown of the emergency device echoing in their ears. Indeed, his team could not handle any more shocks. "I understand," Yuri nodded, "but I will prepare a formal report and send it to the higher-ups for the bishops to decide." "Of course, that's what you should do." After the adjutant spoke, seeing Yuri did not respond and looked again towards the distant camp, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you still thinking about the source is the contamination? Forgive my candor, but that may just be your imagination after being contaminated. You shouldn't take it too seriously." "So that's why I'm thinking about something else." "What? What if I were a step later, if only I had survived and returned to the rear? What would happen?" The adjutant didn't respond right away. What would happen? Yuri turned to glance at the adjutant and said softly, "In that case, do you think I would be the next Gerard? Would people think that I caused the death of my subordinates?" The adjutant was taken aback. He instinctively wanted to object but didn't know what to say. Yuri reached out again, patting the adjutant's shoulder. "After the inspection is over, immediately send someone to find Ine," Yuri said. "Tell her everything that happened today and then." Yuri seemed hesitant but quickly firmed up again. "Ask her to go find Lyra." Gerard had effortlessly infiltrated the processing factory. With only a few symbolic security personnel within the factory, dodging their line of sight was incredibly simple for Gerard. After entering the factory, Gerard hid in a corner, frowning slightly as he looked at several paths ahead before speaking slowly. "Should I go looking for the original inspection report? But I have no idea where it might be." "Why look for the inspection report?" Byway said lazily. "Who wants to see that thing?" "Then where to?" "Simple," Byway said with a smile. "Just go wherever there's a lot of source oil samples, That big room across looks good." "A big room?" Gerard raised his head and looked at the big room Byway had mentioned. Then his expression changed. Because it was a processing workshop. Inside, indeed, there were large quantities of source oil, but there were also hundreds of workers working away. "Enter there." "What's wrong?" Byway asked. "You dare to enter the polluted land, but not here." Gerard did not respond to Byway's teasing, but he did not refuse Byway either because he knew Byway wouldn't ask him to do something meaningless. So after looking around, he found a uniform hanging on the wall, which he draped over himself. Then he entered the workshop. The workshop was very noisy, with all kinds of machinery characteristic of Lyra roaring away, and hundreds of workers were busy on their own production lines, either processing or refining. No one even glanced up, and naturally, no one noticed Gerard as he walked in. As if they too were just cogs in the machinery of the workshop. "What should I do now?" Seeing that no one had noticed him, Gerard asked Byway in his mind. Byway replied, "Just grab a barrel of source oil and that'll do." Although Gerard didn't know what Byway was planning, he still followed the instruction. Barrels filled with source oil were piled up everywhere, as were various batches of source oil that had already begun to be refined. There was no shortage to be found. However, just to be safe, Gerard still went to the very corner and found a barrel that hadn't been opened yet, clearly just transported from the polluted land. "Open it," Byway said succinctly. Without saying much, Gerard promptly lifted the lid of the source oil. Soon, a barrel of rich, thick, dark yellow liquid appeared before them, accompanied by a stench that was unbearable to others. But that was only for others. Gerard had long been accustomed to it, and Byway, he couldn't smell it. Yet that didn't stop Byway from clicking his tongue. "You actually call this thing source oil? This is nothing but corpse oil, isn't it?" "The source oil itself is made from the bodies of pollutants," Gerard said. "What's wrong with that?" "In your context, indeed, there is nothing wrong," Byway replied indifferently. "So, in your view, this is unpolluted. The squeezed juice of pollutants, is it truly dead?" Gerard lowered his head, scrutinizing the barrel of source oil. Dark yellow, viscous, foul-smelling. But beyond that, he couldn't feel anything else. If it were actually a pollutant standing before him, he wouldn't have been able to miss it. So he shook his head. I can't feel anything. I see, Bai Wei suddenly sighed deeply. Then there's only one thing to do, dip my finger into it. Gerard was taken aback. What? I said dip my finger in. Bai Wei's words were full of disgust. Don't make me repeat myself or I might regret it. Although Gerard didn't understand what Bai Wei had in mind, he still raised his left hand and extended his middle finger. Just a touch will do, Bai Wei said. Don't put the whole thing in. Gerard followed Bai Wei's instruction, stirring his finger quickly into the source oil. Even though he retracted it swiftly, he still felt Bai Wei's disgust in his mind. Truly a hellish experience, Bai Wei grumbled. Gerard wiped the source oil from his finger as he watched the barrel. There will be a change next. He had only gotten halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze. The previously calm source oil was now starting to churn slightly. Then under Gerard's watchful eyes, slowly, a eerie face began to emerge. It's looking at me, Gerard said softly. No, Bai Wei spoke flatly. It's they. Bai Wei stood his middle finger upright, signaling Gerard to look up. So Gerard raised his head. Then he saw hundreds of workers in the factory, all stopping their work, staring straight at Gerard. Their expressions were exactly like the face on the source oil. Chapter 174, 49, Fire Ignited. When all the workers looked over, even Gerard, as composed as he was, felt his body stiffen. Then he subconsciously reached behind him. Yet he forgot that he had no weapons on him. But it seemed that there was no need to use weapons. Gerard originally thought he was exposed and would have to use force to escape from here, but he soon realized the behavior of these workers was strange. They were not staring at Gerard, but at Bai Wei's fingers. As Gerard moved his fingers, their gazes would follow, just like rigid machines. Yet in those pairs of lifeless eyes, there seemed to be some kind of desire. Aside from that, they made no other movements. None got up from their seats, none spoke, they just watched. Watched silently. This scene made Gerard feel a bit creeped out, and he whispered, What's going on here? What are you asking about? About everything that's happening now. Unfortunately, I can only tell you part of it. Bai Wei raised Gerard's eyebrows. The pollutants react to my body, they crave my body. At this, Bai Wei paused for a moment because he felt this description was somewhat disgusting, but he continued anyway. It's engraved in their instincts, so even if they are no longer intact, even if they have been squeezed into juice, they still react. Gerard looked down at the source oil in the bucket again. The eerie monster faces that surfaced were still faintly undulating, as if wanting to break free. This behavior clearly matched what Bai Wei was saying. Source oil indeed still had pollutants, and over the years were the things they had been shipping back in barrels and distributing around Lyra City, just such substances. If Lyra City were a giant, then source oil was its blood, but this blood itself was problematic. Problematic blood flowing for hundreds of years. This speculation made Gerard shudder. But what made him shudder even more was, Gerard slowly lifted his head and looked at the workers in front again just as he was about to ask Bai Wei further. These workers, as if receiving some command, simultaneously shifted their gazes away and resumed their work. Thus, the workshop that had quieted down instantly returned to its noisy state, as if everything before was just an illusion. What's going on now? Gerard asked again. How should I put it? Bai Wei said. It feels a bit like the rule overpowered the instinct. Rule overpowered instinct. Gerard's words enlightened Bai Wei, he pondered. You mean their work is the rule and craving your body is instinct. Can you use a better description? Bai Wei rolled his eyes at Gerard, speaking annoyed. Even if you just said corpse blocks. Gerard ignored Bai Wei's complaint. He just stared intensely at the worker nearest to him. The worker carried out his task with proficiency, his movements precise and accurate like a machine, like a gear, just not like a person. Rule was a brand deep in every Lyran's heart. From the moment of birth, people would consciously abide by the rule. But the rule was not everything about a person. As humans, what's most important was human nature. It seems you've already guessed, Bai Wei said lightly. The people here can no longer really be considered alive. The part of them that was human had long been extinguished. What drives their actions now is just the rule. Gerard remained silent, his expression complex. When did this start? How long have they been here? It's pretty odd you're asking me this, Bai Wei said lightly, but I suggest you take a look at the uniform on you. It might give you an answer. Gerard quickly took off the uniform he was wearing. He had previously felt the uniform was excessively outdated, but didn't delve deeper because the attire for the source oil factory hadn't changed over the years. Now he noticed the insignia on the sleeve. Apprentice Doran, hired in year 225. Gerard muttered, 20 years ago. Could it be 10 years earlier than the Night Star incident? Gerard felt it was unbelievable. Then he quickly stepped forward, looking at the armbands of several workers, discovering most of them had joined 20 or 30 years ago. After ascertaining this, Gerard's face turned unusually pale. If counting from their joining date, they should have been old men with deeply lined faces by now. Yet, they appeared at most middle-aged, as if time had perpetually stopped them at a certain moment. And this was also a symbol of pollution. Their souls had perished, their bodies turned into monsters. And they had been working here in the guise of monsters for over a decade. Yet nobody knew, not even Gerard, who was the captain of the Night Star. Which means, when I received the order 10 years ago, Lyra had already been in trouble for a long time, right? Gerard said softly. And yet, we never realized it. Gerard's grip on the armband gradually tightened as he murmured. We've come into contact with it so many times, yet we discovered nothing at all. Feeling Gerard's chest heave with every breath, Bai Wei said nothing, merely letting out a light chuckle. But this laughter clearly pulled Gerard's thoughts back. He looked down at the nearly destroyed armband in his hands, then raised his head to observe hundreds of workers who had been working for countless years. He was silent for a while before softly asking, "Is all this because of the source oil?" "Rather than asking me, don't you want to find the answer yourself?" Bai Wei said indifferently. "In this huge factory, there can't be only one living person, right?" Gerard understood what Bai Wei meant. Relying solely on these puppets, who had lost their humanity and knew only to work by the rules, clearly couldn't handle all the work in this factory. For instance, those who took over the source oil from Night Star 10 years ago couldn't possibly be like this. Otherwise, they would have realized something was wrong long ago. This means someone has always known everything going on in this factory, but he didn't say anything, kept everything hidden, and allowed the problematic source oil to be distributed all over Lyra. Thinking of this, Gerard's gaze gradually turned icy. "New Chaser Association," Gerard said softly. "Are they the ones you wanted me to find today? I just thought there might be a big fish here for you to catch." "Is that so?" Gerard didn't say much else but nodded, and then closed the source oil drum that had warped into a grotesque face. He then walked out of the workshop. This time he was not as cautious as when he arrived. He walked out openly without hiding anything. He even deliberately bumped into one or two workers, then stopped to look at them, seemingly hoping to see some reaction from them. Gerard's eyes held a trace of hope. But the workers he bumped into showed no reaction, said nothing, not even a change in their expression. They just numbly, like marionettes, got up and returned to their posts to continue working. Thus that hope disappeared. Just like that, Gerard walked silently to the doorway of the workshop, then turned to look back. The workshop was still operating. Though he already had the answer, Gerard couldn't help but ask, "Is there any way out for them?" Bai Wei had anticipated Gerard would feel remorseful. With his character, he would definitely think that the source oil they brought back had killed these people. And Bai Wei did not dislike this sense of guilt. He chuckled and counter-asked, "What did you do in polluted land?" Gerard had not yet responded when Bai Wei continued leisurely. "Things that are rotten should be burnt to ashes. If you're unwilling to do it yourself, I can help you." Gerard naturally discerned Bai Wei's double meaning. He fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I understand." And so, after a while, fire ignited. Chapter 175, 175, 50, Then do you know what else I have in my body? 6K. Assistant Luobo hugged the documents and stood in front of the factory manager's office, took a deep breath, raised his hand to knock on the door when a low and indistinct voice preempted him from inside. "Come in, Luobo." Luobo was not surprised by the manager's anticipatory response and slowly pushed the door open. The office was dimly lit. Although it was broad daylight, the curtains were all drawn. A foul stench permeated the office, and a massive dark shadow writhed in front of the desk, emitting loud chewing sounds. Luobo knew that was his manager, Dark. "Manager Dark," Luobo, enduring the stench, bowed to Dark and then closed the door and walked in. "There are new orders from above." The giant shadow ceased its writhing, and then a pale face lifted from below, the corners of the mouth stained with blood. Above, Dark spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and muffled, as if he had something in his mouth he hadn't swallowed. Which above? Bishop Wizen or the New Chaser Association? Luobo quickly replied. Dark Ed then spoke in a rather dissatisfied tone. In that case, you should have made it more clear. Yes, of course. Luobo subtly wiped the sweat from his forehead. But Bishop Wizen hasn't contacted us for 10 years now. Oh, 10 years, has it? Dark repeated the time frame, seemingly with some relief. It seems that the results are almost due. What does the New Chaser Association say? They want us to keep increasing production capacity this month. Increase production capacity. Dark struggled to furrow his heavy eyebrows together. Didn't I remember our output this month is already up 10% from last? Yes, Luobo nodded, but they said that's not enough. They want us to continue to increase. Continue to increase, huh? Dark mused as if his thoughts had wandered far away, but quickly came back to the present and said indifferently, Then let it be as they wish, keep increasing. As he spoke, he was about to lower his head again. And Luobo hurriedly said, But currently our production capacity is already at its limit. The workers have been without sleep or rest if it goes on like this. Dark stopped his downward motion as if he caught a keyword, workers. Then, as Luobo watched, Dark lifted his head, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Do you actually still regard those things as human? Luobo was suddenly speechless. Be realistic, Luobo, Dark said evenly. That bunch that doesn't need sleep, doesn't need food, and can live on source oil alone can't be regarded as humans anymore. You can consider them tools, machines, anything really, but you most definitely cannot consider them human. Do you understand? Luobo hung his head in silence. Then, as if Dark remembered something, he slapped his head as if he had an epiphany. Oh, I almost forgot. Your father is among them too. Luobo pursed his lips tightly. No wonder you've always had sympathy for them. Dark made a gurgle noise as if laughing, but unfortunately, Luobo, your father, has permanently merged with this factory. Oh, no, it should not be a matter of regret. Your father has always been an outstanding employee of this facility, always wanting to give his all for it, and now he has succeeded, hasn't he? Dark's body writhed again, as if stretching. He has become a part of the factory machinery, assisting the factory. No, assisting this city to advance toward the new world. As his son, you should understand him, support him, help him. As humans, there were limits to what he could do. But now he can do much more than when he was alive. You understand my point. Humans cannot operate in overload, but machines can. Saying this, Dark lightly patted Luobo's shoulder. Luobo's body trembled slightly. Because Dark's body was at least 3 meters from him, but Dark had tapped on his shoulder so effortlessly. I understand, Luobo said once more, bowing his head because he knew he had no other choice. I will do as you wish. Very good, Dark nodded in satisfaction. Your father would be proud of you. Luobo did not speak, preparing to leave, but found that Dark's hand did not retract. In fact, I've always thought maybe it's time you joined us. Dark's other hand reached out in front of Luobo. Luobo's eyes widened because what Dark brought before him was a gnawed, rotting leg of flesh. The intense stench of decay and blood nearly made Luobo gag. Now you're the only one in the factory who hasn't come over to our side, right? Dark's voice came from beside Luobo's ear, and as he instinctively turned his head, he saw Dark's face so close by, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yet Dark's body was still 3 meters away on the office chair. Your father, you and I, we should all draw closer to the new age, shouldn't we? Come on, just one bite, just one will do. Luobo saw the rotting limb inching closer and closer, wanting to flee, but found himself pinned down by Dark's other hand, and couldn't help feeling a sense of despair. Chapter 176, 50. So do you know what else I have in my body? 6K, 2. But just at that moment, Dark's actions suddenly came to a halt. Luobo saw Dark's face, which had been filled with smiles, gradually shift to one of bewilderment, and then from bewilderment to rage. Who, he bellowed, his voice resembling the roar of a wild beast, who is destroying my factory? At first, Luobo didn't understand what had happened, but he quickly did. Because the fire had already spread here. Ine stood in front of a prosthetic limb shop in the 4th district, pulling out her pocket watch for the 3rd time. She had exceeded the meeting time she had arranged with Denny by 10 minutes. This made her feel somewhat irritated and uneasy. The Devil's Army should be the most punctual people in all of Lyra because, with the presence of emergency devices, Those without a sense of time were already dead. The ticking of the second hand was as unsettling to them as the countdown of an emergency device. Therefore, tardiness was almost impossible among the members of the Devil's Army. But Denny was late. Last night, Ine had assisted the Skeleton Corps in searching for Gerard's whereabouts, while Denny had gone to report to the superiors, after which they had agreed to meet at this time today. Yet Denny had not appeared until now. Just as Ine began to suspect something might have happened to Denny, she spotted someone in a Sky Tower uniform approaching her. "Lady Ine." Ine looked over. "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary Sky Tower worker," the person said politely. "I've come to inform you that Lord Denny has a new mission and cannot meet with you. Please return to the 5th zone on your own." Although she had already guessed what the other party would say when she actually heard it, Ine still slightly furrowed her brows. "He has a new task? What is it? Why can't he tell me himself?" "Sorry, Lady Ine, it's confidential." "Confidential?" Ine looked into the other person's eyes. "You should know the special nature of the Devil's Army. Only 3 people have the authority to directly call upon the Devil's Army. Now that Bishop Hallman is no longer here, who is giving Denny a confidential mission, the Sky Tower Bishop or Lord Ethan." "I cannot answer that," the person replied, neither servile nor overbearing, "but I can assure you that all operations are compliant." "Compliant? Whose rules?" Ine pressed on. "The 2 Lord Bishops I just mentioned, or perhaps the one you always refer to as Lord Yang Zin." Ine kept her gaze on the worker's face, attempting to read any hint of information from his expression. But the worker maintained an expression akin to that of a machine, continuously repeating, "Sorry, Lady Ine, I cannot answer your question," in his mouth. This made Ine feel more uneasy. She could sense a whiff of conspiracy but had no way to verify it. So, after a moment of silence, she asked, "Do I not need to continue the task of searching for Gerard?" "That won't be necessary," the worker said again with courtesy. "That is the work of the Skeleton Corps. You should return to the 5th zone as soon as possible and stick to your primary duties." "That's different from what you said yesterday," Ine remarked coldly. The worker just smiled. As Ine wondered what else she could do, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of thick smoke, accompanied by the screams of passers-by. There's a fire over there." "Really?" She turned her head instinctively, and indeed saw a thick plume of smoke rising in the distance, momentarily dumbfounded. "That direction is the 5th zone," she pondered briefly and quickly came to the conclusion, "the source oil processing plant." The source oil processing plant was on fire. Could it be? Images of a familiar figure flashed across Ine's mind, so she pursed her lips and immediately ran towards it. Only that worker was still standing behind her, smiling formulaically, while muttering, "Please return to the 5th zone as soon as possible. Please return to the 5th zone as soon as possible." Ine glanced back at him but said nothing, swiftly disappearing into the chaotic crowd panicked by the fire. How could this happen? How could this happen? Dark's roar was deafening. "Who is destroying my factory?" At the moment, the orderly factory had turned into a fiery inferno. Flames were engulfing everything around. But the workers were still at their stations, dutifully performing their tasks with meticulous care, unceasing until the fire climbed their bodies and turned them completely to ash. "Idiots!" Dark grabbed one of the workers who was pushing a source oil cart and bellowed into his ear. "There's a fire, get the hell out of here." Then he tossed the worker aside, but in doing so, carelessly threw him into the flames. The fire instantly ignited him, yet he acted as if he didn't notice, slowly getting up and then mechanically limping back towards the pushcart, his body dripping with fire like melting wax. Luobo also hadn't expected such a thing to happen. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, uncertain if it was from the heat or nervousness, and instinctively wanted to leave, wanting to check on his father. However, before he could take a step, Dark seized him by the neck and fiercely pulled him over. "Where do you think you're going?" Dark screamed at Luobo. "If this factory goes down, none of us can escape. No one can escape. Go contact the security department." "No, that's not right." Chapter 177, 177, 50. So do you know what else I have in my body? 6K, 3. Dark narrowed his eyes slightly. The fire was already raging, yet the security department had barely reacted, and not a single person was in sight, which was clearly abnormal. Something had happened. This fire was obviously no accident. Dark's eyes, nearly hidden by the accumulation of fat, were darting around rapidly, and then he seemed to come to some realization as he shouted, "We have an uninvited guest. Go contact the Skeleton Corps." "No, go directly to those guys from the New Chaser Association and see if they—" He had intended to grab Luobo and pull him close to give him a good talking to, but suddenly he felt much lighter in body. Then he turned his head and saw Luobo still standing on the spot, his face full of terror, and his hand still gripping the back of Luobo's neck. But it was a severed hand. Dark looked down and discovered that his left hand had been severed at some point, and was now seeping gray blood. "Factory Manager Dark, long time no see." A voice familiar yet strange rang out. Dark followed the voice, and upon seeing the visitor his pupils contracted once more and his expression turned ferocious. "So it's you, Gerard." Gerard walked out of the flames slowly, holding an old chainsaw sword in his hand. The teeth of the chainsaw sword were oozing with a mix of gray and red blood, clearly indicating that more than one person had been cut down. "I found this at your security department." Gerard pointed to the chainsaw sword in his hand. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the souvenir I gave you more than 10 years ago, Dark." "Ah, yes," Dark laughed, his face reminiscing about the past but filled with ferocity. "Back then I was just an ordinary employee at the security department, and you weren't yet the captain of Night Star, just a knight who had recently joined." "Yes, we were both young back then." Gerard paused, then looked again at Dark's body, which was clearly not human, and said softly, "But now, how did you end up like this?" "This is evolution, Gerard. The outdated will be relentlessly eliminated, just like that chainsaw sword in your hands," Dark said with a smile. "Only by constantly evolving and embracing new life can humans survive better." Gerard showed little emotion in response to Dark's reasoning, calmly staring at him and asking, "Can you still be considered human now?" "Why can't I be?" Dark began to unfold his body, and tentacles burst through his clothes. "In the past, people used machinery to complete their bodies, while in the future people can embrace even more limbs. Isn't that a form of progress, a new form of life?" Gerard looked at Dark, seemingly trying to find a glimpse of the memory of that youthful security guard. Sadly, it was much too blurred. Gerard shook his head and sighed softly. "You're beyond saving now." "Don't speak nonsense, Gerard." Dark commanded the tentacles to attack Gerard, yelling, "You are no longer the Knight of Night Star you once were, and I am no longer who I used to be." Watching the approaching tentacles, Gerard bent down slightly, gripping the chainsaw sword even tighter in his hand. Although his current body, lacking many components, couldn't perform an overload, it was also lighter, allowing him to dodge with greater ease. So before the tentacles could hit him, he easily dodged them and charged at Dark. Obviously, Dark had modified his body to be like that of the pollutant, with those tentacles serving as proof, but he wasn't a pollutant after all, so the tentacles swung even slower than those of a pollutant. This allowed Gerard to dodge with ease without needing to overload, even while holding the chainsaw sword. In almost the blink of an eye, Gerard reached Dark. Dark's expression instantly switched from crazed to shocked, as Gerard's non-functional chainsaw sword loomed larger in his vision. Then, with a thunk, Dark's head leapt high before tumbling and rolling several times on the ground like a ball, finally coming to a rest. His mountain-like body also crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. This easily." The swift conclusion of the battle left Luobo, who had been watching from the side, dumbstruck. Although he had learned from the previous conversation that the newcomer was the former Night Star, Luobo didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. After all, Dark had completely ceased to resemble a human. Yet Gerard managed to finish him off effortlessly with an inoperative chainsaw sword. This made Luobo feel that his decade-long fear of Dark was nothing but a joke. Swish! The next second, Luobo saw the blood-stained chainsaw sword hovering in front of his face. "You're that guy's assistant, aren't you?" Gerard said coldly. "I can tell you that you're the only living person left in the entire factory now. I have a few questions for you. If you're willing to answer them, you can live. If you choose not to answer." Gerard paused. "That's fine, too. Those guys from security told me plenty before they died." "Security?" Luobo finally understood why there had been no response from the security department, even as the fire continued raging. Had they all been killed by him? Luobo swallowed, feeling a lump in his throat, and was about to speak when he caught something from the corner of his eye, his pupils dilating with shock before he blurted out, "Watch out." Chapter 178, 178:50, So do you know what else I have in my body? Chapter 178. 50 So do you know what else I have in my body? 6K4 Chapter 178. 50 So do you know what else I have in my body? 6K4 Gerard also heard the whooshing sound coming from behind. He immediately turned around, but it was some too late, as two mechanical chains had already flown towards his face. Clang! He raised his chainsaw sword to block, but could only stop one. The other wrapped around his body and completely bound him. Gerard immediately lifted his head, and then saw a horrifying scene. Dark had stood up again. The mountain-like figure was now unfolded, his clothes torn to shreds, revealing his stomach. No, not a stomach, but a blender. A blender that was in operation. Gerard was familiar with this device because in the polluted land, they used such blenders to turn the bodies of pollutants into source oil. And Dark had actually sewn such a blender into his stomach, which at the moment was emitting a piercing roar, and the chains that bound Gerard were extending from the sides of this blender. Gerard! Dark's voice came from behind him, and soon Gerard saw Dark grab the head that had been chopped off earlier, and then press it back onto the still bleeding neck. Throughout this, his expression remained fierce and mad. I told you, you should have been eliminated long ago. He roared, pulling the chain, rapidly dragging Gerard toward the blender. Gerard tried to break free, but as previously mentioned, he could no longer overload, which left him with only slightly more strength than an ordinary person, nowhere near enough to counter the mechanical limbs. Thus, he was pulled in front of the blender in an instant. He immediately positioned the chainsaw sword in front of him, causing it to bite into the blender, immediately sparking a series of crisp sounds and flying sparks. But this clearly couldn't hold for long. The mighty force of the blender violently shook the chainsaw sword, making it hard for Gerard, with his current strength, to hold on. It seemed it would be devoured by the blender any second. Seeing this, Dark became even crazier. He shook his unstable head and again bellowed at Gerard. I told you, Gerard, you cannot defeat me. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea what is inside my body. Dark roared again, his voice like that of a deranged beast. Then he heard a sigh. Do you know what is inside my body? Dark was slightly startled. He looked at Gerard again, but saw on Gerard's face of deep hatred an utterly incongruent smile. What? Luobo, standing aside, picked up an iron stick and moved quickly towards the two men. Absolutely, he mustn't let Dark succeed. Thinking of his father, Luobo clenched the iron stick tightly. He didn't know what he could do, but during this standoff, hitting Dark hard might be useful. With this thought, as soon as Luobo approached Dark, he witnessed a shocking scene. Gerard suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Dark's head, and then tore it right off. Amidst Dark's howls and screams, holding his head, Gerard aimed at the blender and pressed it down violently. Dark's screams echoed throughout the entire factory, the sight frightening Luobo so much that he let go of the iron stick he was holding. A few seconds later, the blender stopped operating, the chains released Gerard, and Dark's mountain-like body thudded down once again. But this time, he clearly wouldn't be getting up again. For his head was now just a small piece of the top, held in Gerard's hand like a melon peel. The rest had been turned into source oil. Luobo sat there stunned, watching as Gerard nonchalantly tossed the melon peel head aside, then came over to him, wiping the blood from his hands and looked down at him. Then he smiled. All right, Gerard said casually, let us continue our earlier conversation. Chapter 179. 179:51 I am your father, 6K. Luobo looked nervously at Gerard approaching him. It should be Bai Wei now. The image of Bai Wei pressing Dark's head into the blender had left a deep psychological scar on him, especially since Dark's braincase, mutilated like watermelon rind, lay not far from him. All he had to do was look up to see it, which made him dizzy as if he were about to faint at any second. But he forced himself to hold on. Bai Wei walked up to Luobo, sizing him up with interest. Having finally taken over Gerard's body, Bai Wei did not intend to give it back so soon. Interesting, Bai Wei said as he looked at the iron rod beside Luobo, then bent down to pick it up, playing with it in his hand, and smilingly asked, I assume this rod isn't meant to attack me, right? No, of course not, Luobo shook his head and replied, I just wanted to help you kill Dark. I can see that, Bai Wei nodded and smiled again. If you had meant to attack me with it, I would have to attack you right now. Bai Wei's words felt strange to Luobo. It wasn't that there was anything particularly odd about the words themselves, but Luobo felt that Gerard's personality was entirely different from what he had first shown. No longer was he like someone burdened with thousands of secrets, but instead, he stood there smiling, unfazed by the spreading fire around him, his expression showing no sign of tension. Yet somehow the current Gerard made Luobo even more nervous than before, especially those eyes that seemed to see through all his defenses. "So there's someone in this factory who doesn't get along with him," Bai Wei spoke again. "It seems you're different from those security guys. Your body does not bear the signs of contamination, still relatively normal, so tell me what you know." "I am indeed different from them," Luobo said in a low voice. "The people from security are like Director Dark, only not as." He subconsciously turned his head toward Dark's corpse. By now the flames had reached it, and Dark's mountainous body sizzled, as if burning lard, except the smell it released was much more unpleasant than that of pork fat. "They have not reached that level yet." Luobo took a deep breath, and then gathering his courage looked at Bai Wei. "There's something wrong with the source oil." "The fact I'm here means I already know about it," Bai Wei said. "If there's a problem, why didn't you report it?" "Report?" Luobo gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Report to whom?" "Who is your immediate superior?" "Bishop Wiesen of the 5th Zone and Bishop Hallman of the 4th District," Luobo replied. "But they haven't shown their faces for 10 years, and Bishop Hallman, who finally did make an appearance, well." At this point, Luobo suddenly stopped. He had meant to say that Bishop Hallman had been killed, but as the words reached his lips, he remembered that it seemed to have been the man before him who had killed Hallman, and even a wanted notice had been issued, so he was at a loss for what to say. But Bai Wei didn't mind. He too turned his head to look at Dark's corpse beside him, then looked towards the farther distance, at the employees burned to death at their workstations. "Are these all contaminated by the source oil?" Bai Wei asked again. "Why are some people contaminated into tools while others into monsters?" "The employees have been contaminated by the source oil," Luobo explained. "But Director Dark and the people from security are different. They have become like this because they consumed some kind of strange meat." "Strange meat?" Bai Wei raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Luobo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, unsure whether his profuse perspiration was due to nervousness or the intense heat. "I don't know where that meat came from. It must be given to them by the New Chaser Association." "Ah, the New Chaser Association is." "I know what the New Chaser Association is," Bai Wei calmly interrupted Luobo. "The meat you're talking about, I have a rough idea of what it is. Is it the kind that no matter how much you eat, it never runs out and grows back however much is chewed off?" Luobo shuddered, seemingly surprised by how much Bai Wei knew. "That's exactly it." Luobo nodded continuously and then couldn't resist asking, "Do you know what that meat is?" Bai Wei glanced at Luobo and said indifferently, "You're better off not knowing." Hearing this clear warning, Luobo didn't dare to ask any further. Bai Wei, however, was contemplative. There was no doubt that the meat was that of the newly born heretical being. Only the flesh and blood of a god would be indestructible, able to recover instantly from any wound inflicted. While the heretical being had not yet become a god, it nonetheless had acquired some divine power. Bai Wei knew so much, naturally, because this was part of the content shown in the game. The newly born heretic was accumulating followers by distributing its own flesh, spreading its power. In a certain sense, it was like the Rhine god and his 4 original followers. Only this entity was weaker and much crazier than Rhine. Moreover, from what Director Dark and the security people had become, Bai Wei had a rough guess about the content not shown in the game, which was how the Lyra god had ended up in this state, but he had no direct evidence. But direct evidence couldn't be found here anyway. Chapter 180, 180-51 I am your father, 6K, 2. Chapter 180, 51 I am your father, 6K, 2. Chapter 180, 51 I am your father, 6K, 2. Bai Wei looked at Luobo again and asked, "Why haven't you suffered any harm? You haven't turned into one of those employees, nor have you become a monster like that. In such a place full of bizarre and ferocious creatures, having someone as ordinary as you is a bit too peculiar." Bai Wei's question plunged Luobo into a long silence. He stared into Luobo's eyes, which revealed struggle and regret. "What's the matter?" Bai Wei asked indifferently. "Is it a secret you can't tell?" "No, it's not that," Luobo said. "I'm just afraid you won't believe me. Having seen so many unbelievable things already, what could you possibly say that I wouldn't believe?" What if I told you that it was because Manager Dark was protecting me? Would you believe that? Bai Wei raised an eyebrow and then turned once more to the corpse being devoured by the flames. Him, protecting you. Yes. Him, go on. Luobo also turned away and looked at the body that was being consumed by the fire, as if trying to find some familiar trait in it. At first, Manager Dark wasn't like this. He was a friend of my father, Luobo began slowly. After I started working at the factory, he took care of me. He made me his assistant instead of having me work directly with source oil processing, which is why I haven't been corrupted by the source oil. How did he end up consuming that chunk of meat? The new Chaser Association sent it, Luobo said, clenching his fist subconsciously. By then, he had already discovered there was a problem with the source oil and wanted to report it. That's when the new Chaser Association came, masquerading as envoys of Bishop Hallman. They brought a large chunk of rotting flesh and claimed that eating it would allow him to resist the contamination. And he believed such a claim. Some things can't be avoided just by disbelief. Bai Wei understood. It looked like the new Chaser Association had resorted to more forceful methods. After all, this was the manager of a source oil processing plant. They needed his support. Regarding what happened afterward, there was no need for explicit explanation. The manager had clearly retained his sanity for a while. This sanity wasn't enough to let him do much more, but it was sufficient to try his best to prevent a young man from falling into the abyss. But that was it. After all, the power of a god isn't something that a mere mortal can resist simply through willpower. In this regard, the situation with Rhine was the best example. Bai Wei looked at Manager Dark's body for the third time. The flames had totally consumed him. The limbs that didn't belong to him were incinerated in the high heat, making his body gradually resemble that of a normal person. No wonder he could have been friends with Gerard. Bai Wei thought to himself. At that moment, Bai Wei heard a dull thud. He turned his head and saw that Luobo had given him a deep bow. What are you doing? Mr. Gerard, I've told you all I know. Only a few details are probably missing. Luobo's voice trembled. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you, but can it wait a little longer? I want to see my father. I want to see him for one last time. Your father, Bai Wei asked. Which workshop? Workshop 3. Bai Wei recalled that this was one of the first workshops to be set on fire. Which meant, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Clang! Bai Wei blocked with the chainsaw sword in his hand. Sparks flew. The attacker immediately retreated, her blazing fire sword tracing several fierce arcs in the air. Then she stood still. Bai Wei looked at the woman who'd suddenly attacked him. After a brief recollection, he remembered who she was, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Interesting. Luobo was somewhat dazed, not knowing who the woman that had suddenly appeared was, only recognizing that she seemed to be dressed in the Devil's Army uniform and wielding the Devil's Army's blazing fire sword, which filled him with a deep sense of unease and impatience, because there was only one thing he wanted to do right now. Then he heard Bai Wei's voice go on. Luobo paused for a moment, then instinctively looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei's gaze rested on the woman, and he said slowly, What in this world is more natural and righteous than a child seeing their parents one last time? Luobo's throat moved slightly. He bowed profoundly to Bai Wei once again, quickly got up, and ran towards the deeper flames. They both watched as Luobo's figure disappeared from sight. Then Ine's gaze fell back on Bai Wei. She spoke slowly. Who exactly are you? Bai Wei smiled. Can't you tell? I am your father. What? Ine? One of Gerard's children, rarely mentioned. The first time Bai Wei heard this name was on the machine in Gerard's house, which was designed for self-destruction. The list of heirlooms called out by the machine listed Ine as the last and only valid beneficiary. But this didn't mean she was unimportant. Bai Wei suspected that when the list was drafted, Ine must have been very young. And now she had grown up. Grown enough to stand opposite Gerard, becoming a rebellious daughter like her brother. Logic dictated that in such a father-loving, son-pious scene, Bai Wei returning his body to Gerard and watching the drama unfold would have been more interesting. It remained to be seen whether Gerard would have the heart to slay his disobedient daughter. But from the attack that Ine had just made on Bai Wei, he discovered something. Ine had clearly avoided his vital spots. Chapter 180, 180, 151, I am your father, 6K3. Chapter 181, 51, I am your father, 6K3. Chapter 181, 51, I am your father, 6K3, and it seemed she had figured out that he was not Gerard. This made things a bit interesting. Bai Wei suddenly became intrigued and no longer wished to go back. Let's see what was really happening. Ine had no idea what Bai Wei was planning in his mind, because to her eyes, it was still Gerard's face. On that extremely familiar face, however, was a very unfamiliar smile. She was certain that Gerard had never smiled like this. You're not him, Ine spoke again, her face tense. Who exactly are you? Seeing Ine so certain, Bai Wei saw no need to keep up the act. He shrugged. All right, you figured it out. I'm indeed not him. Do you want to know where he has gone? Ine tightly grasped the blazing fire sword while watching the smile on Bai Wei's face grow wider. That guy named Gerard, Bai Wei began softly. I've killed him. Ine's eyes widened instantly, filled with a murderous intent. She could not hold back any longer and, wielding the blazing fire sword, charged at Bai Wei. What? Lord Yang Xin. The door to Yang Xin's office was flung open, and a person hurriedly entered. There's been an incident at the source oil processing factory. Yang Xin stood by the window, looking in the direction connecting the 4th District and 5th Zone where smoke still billowed heavily. I've already seen it. Yang Xin's face also looked grim. The skeleton corps has already gone there. His subordinate wiped his sweat as he spoke, but we still don't know exactly what happened. What else could it be? Yang Xin narrowed his eyes slightly. At this crucial time, who else could bring us such trouble but that guy? The subordinate's eyes widened. You mean Gerard? But how is that possible? The source oil processing factory should be our most core secret. For many years, no one has noticed anything odd. We haven't even recruited new people just to maintain its stability, but it has indeed encountered a problem. Yang Xin tried to stay as calm as possible. Surprise and regret are of no use now. Lately, he has done things more than once that we cannot comprehend. It's clear he must know something we don't. This was what unsettled Yang Xin the most, far more than all the things Gerard had done so far combined. What power had he obtained that allowed him to strike precisely at every one of their points and stop all their plans within a very short period after being lost for 10 years? Unfortunately, the person sent to Rhine had not returned yet, but it should be within the next day or two. Yang Xin took a deep breath. They could not just sit and do nothing before receiving solid information. If everything Gerard had done so far was still within what Yang Xin could tolerate, then this issue at the source oil processing plant was beyond his acceptance. Currently, they were in the final stages of the battle between the Lord and Lyra, where every bit of power from the processing plant was making the Lord stronger. But now it was gone. Yang Xin no longer held any illusions that the skeleton corps could salvage anything from that burning factory, since Gerard had taken action, aiming for a total eradication. Seeing that Yang Xin had been silent for a long time, the subordinate got worried. Lord Yang Xin. I'm listening, Yang Xin said flatly. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. Will it affect the Lord's plans? It will certainly have an impact, but not much, Yang Xin stated. The Lord's power has already surpassed the old god. His victory is destined. This wasn't a lie, but there was another half of the sentence Yang Xin didn't say. If everything had progressed normally, the new god would have easily eradicated the old god. But now, encountering obstacles, if the new god's power doesn't receive a significant enhancement, the battle with the old god won't be as easy. After all, the old god wasn't just waiting to die. Not to mention, they had moved up their plans by a month. The destabilizing factors were just too many. They couldn't continue like this. Yang Xin looked up at his subordinate and said, We need to intensify the sanctions against Gerard. Why has the skeleton corps not found him yet? Faced with Yang Xin's inquiry, the subordinate hesitated to answer. Because the wanted notice for him is only first level, the skeleton corps can do so little. No matter what, he was once a Night Star Knight. If he truly wants to hide, simply posting wanted notices and setting up checkpoints makes it really difficult to find him. He'd require at least a second-level notice. Yang Xin had guessed his subordinate would say this and nodded. Bring me the application. Yes. The subordinate immediately left the office and soon returned, placing the application in front of Yang Xin. Yang Xin then picked up the pen. Logically, given Gerard's deeds, Escalating directly to a second level wanted notice or even an eradication order wouldn't be excessive. But the problem was there was no evidence. No one had actually seen him kill Bishop Hallman, nor had anyone seen him ignite the factory. But logically, lacking evidence shouldn't matter to Yang Xin now, who already controlled Hallman's power. Once he signed this application, he could immediately elevate Gerard's wanted notice to second level or even an eradication order, leaving Gerard with nowhere to hide. Chapter 182, 51 I am your father A6K4. Just sign it. Just sign it. But when the tip of the pen was about to touch the paper, it once again paused. Just like before, no matter what, Yang Xin couldn't make it go any further, as if this hand had lost his control. After trying for a long time, Yang Xin looked up at his subordinate and said calmly, "You may leave now." The subordinate was startled. Lord Yang Xin, you have." "I told you to leave," Yang Xin repeated. The subordinate dared not say more and immediately took his leave, closing the door on his way out. Now Yang Xin was alone in the office. He quietly looked at his right hand holding the pen. Then, banged, he slammed the pen onto the desk, his expression gradually turning fierce and terrifying. 10 years, why won't you? Just go to die. And, with thud, Ine was pressed to the ground, her hands restrained. Then Bai Wei sat on her back, declaring the end of the fight with a smirk. "You know, it's quite interesting," Bai Wei said with a smile. "To fight one's daughter using this old body of mine, even for me it's a first. You could really let go a bit more, don't hold back just because you're afraid of hurting this body. Rest assured, I care about this body even more than you do right now, and I certainly won't let you hurt him." Ine struggled fiercely, her eyes filled with rage. "Who are you really? Why are you in my father's body?" "Oh, calling him father again now, are we?" Bai Wei spoke leisurely. "You and your father are quite the pair, interesting indeed. Gerard would never bring up his children unless driven to extremes, and you're the same. You wouldn't acknowledge you have such a father unless you're pinned down, tusk, tusk, tusk." Ine clenched her teeth tightly. "I first thought you were just a simple, unfilial daughter who had broken with Gerard." He looked down at her uniform and the blazing fire sword that had fallen to the side, recognizing them as the standard gear of the Devil's Army. "Most people think you joined the Devil's Army to find conclusive evidence, to convict the always elusive Gerard and send him to his death, thereafter avenging your brother," Bai Wei continued slowly. "But in reality, there has always been another possibility that no one has considered. That is, you could also find evidence to prove Gerard's innocence, right?" Bai Wei felt the body beneath him stiffen. "It seems I've guessed right," Bai Wei shrugged. "Because either possibility requires you to break with Gerard to join the Devil's Army and achieve this goal. What a cliché story." Ine turned her head with effort, glaring at Bai Wei. "Who exactly are you?" "You don't need to concern yourself with who I am," Bai Wei said indifferently. "You just need to know under what circumstances your father met me." Bai Wei paused, not waiting for Ine to ask, and slowly gave the answer. "Death, your father, he met me at death's end." Ine's body tensed again. "Did you know, regardless of your original intention, whether to prove Gerard's innocence or to truly see Gerard as the enemy who killed your brother, your actions have only led to one outcome, pushing him toward me at death's end." Bai Wei reached out and patted Ine's head, whispering into her ear. "Do you understand now? Your father is already dead. It was you killed him. You killed him, alone and undefended." "Shut up," Ine roared out loud, immediately breaking free of Bai Wei's grasp, swiftly picking up the blazing fire sword that was lying nearby and slashing behind her. However, there was no one there. She looked around and saw that all too familiar figure gradually disappearing into the depths of the flames. "I haven't completely taken Gerard's life yet." Bai Wei's voice came through. "But next time it will be all of it." Ine wanted to chase after him, but more people rushed in. "Skeleton Corps, put down your weapon." She could only stop, watching helplessly as Gerard's figure was swallowed by the flames. As if he had never existed. Chapter 183, 52 This is my answer, 6K. "Get up, Ian, you've rested enough. There's not so much time for rest in the pollution zone." "Yes, father." "Do you look like you're hiding something? Are you thinking of giving up? It's not too late to give up now. You don't have to follow the same path as me." "No, father, I've never thought of giving up. I'm just somewhat confused." "What? Why do we still need to practice such basic swordsmanship? In the overload state, do we really need to refine our technique to this extent? We need to, Ian. You have to understand, metal bodies and prosthetics are ultimately just tools. They can also be damaged. In a dire situation, all a person can rely on is their own body and mind, and what we are refining now is exactly the mind understood. I understand, Father. Let's continue. Very good. Lift your head and focus. Don't let your sister laugh at you. Ine has been standing behind you for a long time. I said focus. The older knight once again knocked the distracted young knight to the ground, and the young knight, while rubbing his head, glanced towards the little girl giggling at the back. Memories intertwined between clarity and blurriness, making it seem as though the events happened just yesterday, yet also as if they've occurred long, long ago. No matter when, these memories deeply captivated Gerard, making him want to indulge in this scene forever. Then he heard a voice coming from outside the scene. It's time to wake up, Gerard. What? Gerard opened his eyes and found himself on the rooftop of an abandoned house, perfectly positioned to see the still-smoking Source oil refinery in the distance. This quickly brought back all the memories, and at the same time, the voice from outside the memory echoed again. You really sleep peacefully, Byway said blandly. I do the fighting, you do the sleeping, huh? Well, not too bad. It's rare to exercise the muscles, although experiencing your old bones is that great, but it's better than nothing. Gerard recalled that he was taken over by Byway after Dark ambushed him successfully, feeling somewhat annoyed. Deprived of the assist from prosthetics, even his sensory abilities had dulled so much that he was caught off guard by such an ambush. It was almost no different from being useless. Gerard pinched his thigh hard, as if trying to awaken some of the past battle memories, but it was hard to say how much it worked. How long have you used my body? Gerard asked Byway. Just look at the time. Gerard opened his pocket watch and looked, his expression growing more solemn. Before entering the refinery, he had checked the time, and since then, over 2 hours had passed. Subtracting the time he moved of his own accord, Byway had controlled his body for at least an hour. And he had no inkling of it, even sinking straight into deep sleep without any intention to regain control of his body, naturally making him feel endangered. What did you do with my body? Gerard asked again. Can we not use such a weird expression? Byway said with a laugh. Don't worry, I haven't done anything outrageous, just one big thing and 2 small things after all. I didn't expect that you would have no perception of the outside at all. You know, my last partner could still talk to me when I was using their body, but you can't. Maybe your soul isn't that intact either. Byway threw so much information at Gerard, all at once, that Gerard didn't know which to address first. After hesitating for a moment, Gerard still felt that not having control over his body was more serious, directly affecting whether he would dare to let Byway use his body in the future. As for the one big thing and 2 small things, they were already done. He could ask about them later. You said my soul isn't intact. What does that mean? Gerard asked. Exactly what it means, Byway replied, unusually not being cryptic. Ideally, the state of you handing over your body to me would be similar to our current state, where you can talk to me in your mind, but you can't see or feel the outside world like I can, though if you wish, you can take back control of the body anytime. Anytime? Yes, anytime, Byway said. Because this body is inherently yours, I'm just borrowing it. But I must warn you that if you forcibly take back your body during a critical moment when I am controlling it, something unexpected might happen, and you should understand what I mean. Gerard silently nodded. That meant when he was in control of the body, Byway was just a bystander providing guidance, able to see and hear but not operate. But when Byway was in control, he was like a disabled person who had lost vision and hearing, the only way to perceive the outside world being through Byway. Indeed, he could end this state and take back the body anytime, but the staggering moment of regaining hearing and vision could cause serious consequences in some situations. Chapter 184, 52. This is my answer, 6K2. So such a trade requires enough trust. Gerard asked, was your last host? I'd rather you call him a partner, Byway corrected. Calling him a host sounds too harsh, as if I'm some sort of parasite. All right, Gerard did not dwell on this issue. Was your last partner in the same state? Yes, Byway said indifferently. I know what you want to ask. He didn't trust me much either, but he wouldn't force his body back when I was controlling it. Gerard asked subconsciously, why? It's simple, Byway raised Gerard's eyebrows. Because every time he handed his body over to me, he was nearly beaten to death. If I hadn't taken over, he'd have ended up meeting his beloved Lord Rhine. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything foolish. Gerard, getting back to your question, you can't even manage to talk to me when I'm controlling your body now, Bai Wei said. This really shouldn't be happening, which makes me guess there's something wrong with your soul. It's not whole. Why would that be? I'm not an expert in this field, but I guess it might relate to that action of yours 10 years ago. Didn't you lose part of your memory? Bai Wei said. I think what you lost might be more than just your memory, but part of your soul, just that memory was embedded in your soul. Memory embedded in the soul. Gerard felt this explanation was somewhat foggy, yet it somehow made sense. So the crux of the matter was still related to that action 10 years ago. Gerard closed his eyes lightly but opened them quickly again. He looked down at his left hand's middle finger and asked, By that logic, if I hand my body over to you, I would never wake up again, then wouldn't you be able to control my body indefinitely? Of course not, Bai Wei said with slight regret. As much as I would indeed prefer that, it would save me a lot of trouble, but it's just a partial loss and not a complete vanishing of your soul, so you will always gradually wake up. The current condition is more about the soul's fragmentation causing maladjustment. Once adapted, you should feel much better, just like earlier, even without my calling you, you woke up quite quickly on your own, and you should be able to feel that. Although Gerard couldn't be certain whether all that Bai Wei said was true, it was enough to let him breathe a sigh of relief. Yet at the same time, he reminded himself internally that unless absolutely necessary, he must not let Bai Wei take over his body. It was still too dangerous. As for the soul issue, he couldn't solve it now, so Gerard could only focus first on the 3 things Bai Wei just mentioned. You just spoke of 2 minor things and 1 major thing, Gerard asked. What's the major thing? He finally asking about this, huh? Bai Wei said. Look to your left. Gerard turned his head and only then noticed a blood-soaked sack on his left side. His pupils slightly narrowed. What is this? You'll know when you open it, Bai Wei said indifferently. Gathering so much wasn't easy, don't get scared now. Hearing Bai Wei say so, Gerard felt a sinking feeling in his heart. What could be inside? Dark's head. Just a moment before he lost consciousness from switching bodies, Gerard seemed to have seen Bai Wei physically removing Dark's head to place it inside that mixer. What did he do with Dark's head? Gerard was puzzled, but he knew everything Bai Wei did had its deep reasons. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he still opened the sack. And then he saw what was inside. The brimming coins. Gerard was momentarily stunned. What is this? Money, Bai Wei said. What else could it be? I found it in that factory owner's office. Tusk, the guy's quite rich. But what do you need money for? Huh, did you forget? Don't you still owe that girl a hefty amount? Gerard was completely dumbfounded. Just for that, this is the big thing you mentioned. What? Bai Wei also asked in a surprised tone. You promised her you'd repay her. Is a man's promise not a big deal anymore, or did you plan to default from the start? Bai Wei's words left Gerard unsure of how to react. He even began to wonder if he was still dreaming, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, it seems you really don't think this is a big deal. Bai Wei stopped joking and said indifferently, then look through it a bit more, check out another minor thing. So there's more than just money in here. Gerard became serious again and then reached into the sack to search, quickly pulling out a rotting piece of flesh. What is this? The most direct cause of turning someone into a monster. Bai Wei also glanced at the piece of flesh, then tisked in disapproval. It's more decayed now than when I first found it. It won't be long before it completely decomposes. Then Bai Wei proceeded to tell Gerard all the information he had obtained from Luobo. After listening, Gerard frowned tightly, his gaze towards the piece of flesh becoming even warier. Chapter 185, 52 This is my answer, 6K3. Chapter 185, 52 This is my answer, 6K3. How could such a thing exist? Gerard said. Is this also from the polluted land, but it doesn't look like a chunk of a corpse from the pollutants. In some sense, it's just that scourge. But why is it rotting? Gerard asked again. According to what you said, this chunk of meat should be inexhaustible no matter how much one eats. Bai Wei said indifferently, perhaps the person who ate it died. What kind of statement is that? Gerard was even more puzzled. From this chunk of meat, you might be able to infer a connection between your god and that newly born scourge, Bai Wei said. But I need a little more evidence to confirm it, which means you'll have to make another trip tomorrow. Where to? You'll know tomorrow, Bai Wei said indifferently. Right now you should be thinking about how to leave this place. The fire over there has been extinguished, and next the skeleton corps will definitely search this area. If you don't leave soon, you'll be in trouble. Gerard looked towards the distant source oil processing plant, and indeed saw the skeleton corps, who had just finished extinguishing the fire, approaching this way. He really should leave. Gerard got up, and then realized his body did not feel nearly as exhausted as before. Considering the last time Bai Wei used his body, it nearly cost him half of his life. This time I didn't use my own strength. Perhaps guessing Gerard's confusion, Bai Wei said indifferently, so there's no need to pay a price. Rest assured I'm not some demon, and it's better for me if you can last a bit longer. Is it better to last a bit longer? Gerard shook his head and did not say anything more. Today he had received enough information and needed time to digest it. But just as he was about to jump down from the rooftop, he suddenly remembered something. The three things Bai Wei had mentioned before, the big and small matters had been discussed. But what about the last minor matter? Oh, you're asking about the last minor matter? Bai Wei spoke lightly, as if he had almost forgotten had Gerard not specifically asked. He paused and then said with a smirk, I met your daughter. Gerard's body froze. What? Miss Ine? Ine turned her head to see a skeleton knight, handing her the blazing fire sword and Devil's Army ID. We've confirmed your identity and know that you have nothing to do with this disaster, but please forgive us for the previous rudeness. Ine did not speak, but just took the ID and hung the blazing fire sword at her side. Then she heard the skeleton knight ask, You said you came over after seeing the fire start and then fought with the suspected arsonist, right? Ine nodded. Do you know the identity of the arsonist? The skeleton knight asked. Or did you get a good look at the person's face? I know we have asked this more than once, but it's really important. Please try to recall carefully. Ine lifted her head to look at the skeleton knight before her, but once again, the scene from before flashed through her mind. She answered, No, I don't know who that person was. All right then, thank you for your cooperation, the skeleton knight said, evidently not wanting to linger, and spoke politely. Let me escort you out. Ine knew it was part of their duty, so she did not refuse. So the skeleton knight led Ine outside. The fire had been put out by now, but the entire source oil processing plant had also been destroyed. Everywhere were ruins and charred bones. Walking among them, Ine felt even more oppressed than in the pollution zone. So many people died, Ine overheard the skeleton knight beside her sigh. Since the founding of Lyra City, there's never been a disaster like this. I really don't know what kind of beast would do such a thing. Ine did not respond, just silently walked on. The skeleton knight kept glancing at Ine out of the corner of his eye. Her delicate profile made his heart race, especially against the backdrop of the ruins, giving it an unusual sense of beauty. This made the skeleton knight involuntarily puff out his chest while walking, pondering what Ine might be thinking at the moment. When he noticed the gloominess in Ine's eyes, he suddenly realized, and said with a smile, Miss Ine, you needn't feel guilty. Not catching him is not your fault. It is our duty, and you've already provided us with plenty of information. After all, in this city, not many can escape from the Devil's Army. You've already significantly narrowed down our search. If we can't find the person now, then we really are. The skeleton knight rambled on, believing he had found the answer. And this was very annoying to Ine. Really annoying. She just wanted to leave this place quickly. But as she was about to exit, she suddenly saw a young man holding a charred corpse, weeping bitterly, which made her involuntarily stop in her tracks. She recognized him as the man who had spoken with Father before. What happened to him? Ine asked. Him, the skeleton knight said, then sighed softly. He's the only survivor. The one he's holding now is his father. Ine's heart shuddered at that moment. Chapter 186, 52 This is my answer, 6K4. Chapter 186, 52 This is my answer, 6K4. What in this world is more natural than a child seeing their parents for the last time? Ine's hand clenched for a moment, but she quickly let go. So that's what it is, she murmured softly. What did you say? The bone knight failed to catch her words. Ine shook her head, indicating no intention to explain, and continued on her way, ready to leave. But just then, another bone knight hurried over and whispered something in the ear of the bone knight who was there before. The voice was not loud, but Ine heard it quite clearly. She is Gerard's daughter. Hearing this, Ine slowed her steps. because she knew what was going to happen next. As expected, the Bone Knight, who had been exceedingly warm to her a minute ago, now spoke with a chill in his tone. "Miss Ine, please wait." Ine turned around, looking calmly at the Bone Knight, who had changed his demeanor. She wasn't surprised by this change, for such things had happened 10 years ago already. "Are you sure you have nothing to tell us?" the Bone Knight asked. "I don't know what to say to you." "Please tell us, was the man you fought earlier your adoptive father, Gerard?" The Bone Knight looked straight into Ine's eyes. "Please answer my question." Ine spoke indifferently. "I have already answered that question before." "Please answer one more time, Miss Ine, and before you do, take a look around you." The Bone Knight gestured with open hands, his voice growing louder. "Look at what has become of this factory. See how many people have died because of this. You should know this a grave crime. Do you wish to shield such a criminal? Do you dare?" Still the same old rhetoric. Ine looked around and saw that all the Bone Knights had stopped their work and were looking at her with an icy gaze, just as they had 10 years ago. "What? Your father killed everyone. He is the main culprit. You're an accomplice." What? Endless pressure rolled in. Those words, those gazes felt as if they could kill. Ine had thought that, after 10 years, she wouldn't be afraid of such things, but at that moment she still felt somewhat breathless. Back then, it was because she couldn't bear this pressure, and wanted to prove that it all wasn't true, that she resolutely joined the Devil's army, vowing to find out the truth. However, the image of Gerard once again came to her mind. "Do you understand? Your father is dead. It was you who killed him. You murdered him when he was all alone." What? The Bone Knight slowly advanced towards Ine. "There's still a chance, Miss Ine. If you can step forward and identify your adoptive father, everything can be redeemed. You won't be implicated, and we can officially raise the warrant level to have him arrested. This is your last chance, Miss Ine." These words struck Ine's ears as a different voice. "I haven't yet fully claimed Gerard's life. But the next time, it will be all of it." What? Swoosh! A sword mark appeared on the ground. The Bone Knight stopped in his tracks, because the sword mark was right in front of his feet, nearly shaving off his toes. "That's close enough. I don't like people coming too near." Ine calmly sheathed the blazing fire sword. The Bone Knight looked up at Ine and asked, "Is that your answer?" "Yes," Ine replied, "that is my answer." Chapter 187, 53 Don't be nervous. Chapter 187, 53 Don't be nervous. "Congratulations, Yuri, you are not contaminated." The heavy helmet was removed, and a somewhat dazzling light flooded into view, clearing away the darkness. Yuri squinted his eyes and waited until he had fully adjusted before looking at the person in front of him. This was Hogni, sent from the rear to check for pollutants. He looked very amiable, always wearing a smile on his face, but this smile was quite out of place with the overall atmosphere of the camp. After all, speaking broadly, Hogni was here to judge life and death. To judge the life and death of this team. Once their level of contamination was confirmed to be excessive, the outcome would be self-evident. So normally, these pollution inspectors would have a team of elite troops with them, ostensibly to guard against the various unpredictable dangers of the pollution zone, but everyone knew what they really were for. But this time it was just Hogni alone. He seemed completely unconcerned about this team, which was very likely to be fully infected. He even greeted everyone with a friendly smile when he entered the camp. His protective measures were minimal, as if he wanted everyone to see the teeth he bared when he smiled. Then he began to conduct contamination checks on each member of the team. The results were consistent. No one was infected. Everyone was healthy. And Yuri, as the captain, was the last one to be checked, and now he, too, had received the same result. But unlike the other team members who showed faces of relief that were either tearful or laughable, he just looked at the portable detection device that had just been on his head, a new product from a year ago. Seeing Yuri's expression hadn't changed much, Hogni allowed his smile to grow wider. He joked lightly. "Is it my imagination, or do I sense that you, Yuri, are somehow regretful that you haven't been contaminated?" "Of course not," Yuri said. "No one wants to be contaminated, I'm just curious." "What?" Yuri pointed at the portable detection device. "With the potential pollutants we might face, can such an instrument really detect everything?" "Oh, Yuri, if I may be so bold, you shouldn't doubt technical innovation," Hogni said. "You should know it's the latest model. What those older models could do, it can do too, and it's even more portable. I could bring it here all by myself, something the other models can't manage. Hogni's explanation posed no problems. After all, Devil's army was always at the forefront of innovation, and all the emerging technologies were being used on them. Clearly, this time was no different. But Yuri still harbored doubts, yet before he could speak, Hogni spoke again. Of course, you could also go by the old rules and let us conduct a second check on your team to do it like before, or use the instruments you trust more. It's all the same to me, just another trip only. Hogni paused, then turned his head to look outside the tent at the camp. That would not be so quick, at least a week's time. Are you sure you want your subordinates to go through another prolonged wait? Yuri fell silent. He knew Hogni was speaking the truth. Today alone, he and his teammates had experienced too much, enduring successive pollutant attacks, watching comrades have their heads severed by emergency devices, and possibly being contaminated themselves, waiting for a verdict from the rear-end checks. Most of the team members' stress had already reached its limit. But that changed when Hogni arrived. From receiving the news to reaching them, Hogni took only half a day and had completed the checks for all team members, letting them know they were not infected. This undoubtedly gave the team members, who had hit rock bottom, a tremendous boost. And now, as the captain, if Yuri were to tell them the test results were inaccurate and needed to be redone, requiring another week's wait, he wasn't sure if his team members could withstand it without breaking down completely. This kind of extreme emotional roller coaster lasting a week seemed a bit too harsh. After such contemplation, Yuri realized that all he could do was nod. I understand, Yuri said. If there's no contamination, then there's no contamination. That's good news. Yes, everyone is uncontaminated. That's the best news, Hogni smiled. It seems you've accepted the test result, then please sign here. Hogni handed over a confirmation document that had been prepared earlier. This was also part of the process. As long as the team leader was all right, all test results needed to be reviewed and signed by the team leader. Yuri wasn't signing the confirmation for the first time, but this time, looking at the words test completed and results accurate, he hesitated. However, ultimately, he signed his name on it. Seeing this, Hogni smiled again. Although unexpected, the result isn't bad. At least it didn't extend to more people, Captain Yuri. You can relax a bit, smile a little. Chapter 188, 53 Don't be nervous too. Chapter 188, 53 Don't be nervous too. Sorry, I was born not a fan of smiling, Yuri calmly signed and then handed the confirmation book back to Hogni. Moreover, although I was not polluted, I still lost 9 team members today, along with our camp that was destroyed despite our arduous efforts. It is hard for me to smile in such a situation. Ah, indeed. Hearing Yuri say this, Hogni's smile gradually subsided, and then he sighed softly. You are a very responsible commander. Lyra will remember your sacrifice. Yuri nodded, said nothing more, and stood up, ready to leave. Honestly, he didn't like Hogni's smile. It made him feel uncomfortable. But before he could leave the tent, Hogni stopped him. May I ask, Captain Yuri, when do you and your team plan to advance again? Yuri's body froze. What did you say? Do I need to repeat? Seeing that Yuri had turned around, Hogni smiled again. It seems not so necessary. I don't understand what you mean, Yuri said. What do you mean, when do we plan to advance? It means exactly what it says. Hogni looked surprised. You and your team were not polluted. Shouldn't you continue the previous task? Yuri looked into Hogni's eyes, unsure whether he genuinely didn't know or was pretending. The pollutants went berserk, making the pollution concentration of our original camp reach the deepest point of the pollutants, which is the pollution concentration of the abyss, Yuri said. And most of our anti-pollution equipment has been destroyed. You want us to go deeper at this time? New equipment will arrive soon, Hogni said. You don't need to worry about that. Have you already developed armor that can counter the pollution of the abyss? Of course not, it's the same ones as before, Hogni smiled. But we believe those alone are enough because the abyss hasn't moved, and the pollution you're facing isn't as high as you think. Yuri was shocked that Hogni would say such a thing. His words began to carry a tone of anger. Why would you make such an assumption? It's simple. Hogni leisurely showed Yuri the confirmation book he had just signed, with the ink not even dry, saying, Captain Yuri, you and your team suffered such an incident, yet there isn't a trace of pollution in you. Isn't that the biggest evidence? Upon hearing this, Yuri was first stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. But the constant smile on Hogni's face made him realize he hadn't heard wrong. and his face immediately darkened while a killing intent surged in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Yuri stared intensely at Hogni. "You say we weren't polluted just so we would continue the mission." No, Captain Yuri, you've got the causal relationship wrong," Hogni said. "It's because we detected no pollution in you that we could deduce the pollution concentration isn't that high, thereby hoping you would continue the mission. It shouldn't even be hoping now. This is an order, Captain Yuri." "Whose order?" "Are you joking?" Hogni put the confirmation book aside and took out another order from his pocket. "Who else can command the Devil's army?" Yuri immediately took the order from Hogni's hands. When he saw the familiar stamp on the order, his expression first was shocked, then it gradually turned grim. "Any more questions, Captain Yuri?" Yuri took a deep breath. He knew that the moment this order was produced, he no longer had the ability to refuse. Even if he hadn't signed the confirmation, he couldn't have refused. Because this was the highest order. If he refused this order, he too would become a rebel. But why had it come to this? Although there was nothing wrong with the procedure, a strong sense of discomfort and unease surged in Yuri's heart. "Why really?" Yuri raised his head, looking at Hogni, and asked, "What exactly are we supposed to find by going deeper? A higher concentration of source oil or the purification source crystal once lost by Night Star?" He could only think of these two. But Hogni shook his head, chuckled, and said, "No, neither, Captain Yuri. What you need to find is a special box, or rather, it's mainly the meat. It might be in a box, or it might not be." "What meat?" Yuri's brows furrowed. Hogni slowly stretched out his tongue, speckled with white spots. "Meat like this." "What?" Banged. Ju was pushed against the wall again. Her thin frame, due to severe malnutrition, collided with the hard wall, contorting her face in pain. But she endured silently without making a sound, still glaring defiantly with her eyes, which seemed too mature for her age, at the few boys surrounding her. One of them was the chubby boy who had been ambushed by her timed bomb yesterday. The chubby boy's expression was ferocious. Seeing that Ju dared to look at him, he slapped her across the face. Look, you still dare to look. You really don't know what death is, huh?" Ju was about to react, but before she could do anything, her hands were held down by two other boys. "You're not thinking of pulling out some weird thing to trick me again, are you?" the chubby boy said. "Do you take me for a fool? You think I'd fall for the same trick twice?" Ju pursed her lips. Actually, she had no good ideas left. Normally, she rarely found herself in such situations. If it were usual and she got into trouble, she would have spent all night creating a new self-defense tool, like yesterday's timed bomb, so she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, last night was an exceptional case. Gerard's arrival left her with no time to work on these gadgets, and she had even forgotten about this group of people. Otherwise, she would have created some anti-injury armor to make those who attacked her suffer too, instead of being powerless like she was now. But even if she was powerless, she could still retort. So Ju continued to gaze disdainfully at the chubby boy. "Are you that angry?" She kept shifting her eyes downward. "Could it be that yesterday's explosive egg actually worked? You can't be a father in the future." This response naturally twisted the chubby boy's expression even more. "You insolent brat, you really have a death wish." He then started directing the others. "You go watch at the entrance of the alley, and alert us if you see a patrol from the skeletons. You cover her mouth. As for me," the chubby boy pulled out a sharp metal blade from his pocket, "I'm going to teach her a memorable lesson. How about we carve 'I was wrong' on her face?" Boss, I think daughter of a criminal would be better," another lackey shouted. "Or just carve rebel directly. Let everyone know exactly what she is." "Right," the chubby boy clapped his hands. "There's nothing better than that." He then looked at Ju again. "What do you think, huh? I suppose you have no objections. After all, you are a rebel, the criminal of Lyra." Ju didn't speak, still watching him calmly, her eyes showing little emotion. But this didn't make the chubby boy any more merciful. He slowly pressed the blade against Ju's face, about to exert force, when suddenly a huge shadow appeared in front of him. Someone stood behind him. But before he could turn around, he felt a pain in the back of his head, then immediately blacked out. The remaining ruffians met a similar fate, one turning around only to run smack into a hefty sack. Then a dull thud, and they were down. Thus, Ju was rescued. She looked at the newcomer with some surprise. "Don't worry," Gerard said. "I'm here to pay back." "Pay back?" Ju lowered her head, looking at the money bag in Gerard's hand, still dripping with blood. Chapter 189, 54, You Can Call Me Yang Xin. Chapter 189, 54, You Can Call Me Yang Xin. Gerard placed the blood-stained money bag on the table, and then watched Ju as she searched through a pile of components. Her tiny silhouette made her look like a little mouse scrabbling through a grain heap for food. Yes, Gerard had returned to this warehouse. He hadn't planned on coming back, let alone showing up. He had just intended to leave the bag of money in the warehouse and then make a swift departure. However, on the way, he encountered a situation. Naturally, Gerard didn't just stand by and watch. He stepped in to solve the little encirclement, cracking open the heads of those few punks. But this also made the money bag in his hand appear even more vivid, resembling a tool of a crime scene, which admittedly wasn't a nice thing to hand over to Ju. Moreover, Ju had noticed something was wrong with him. To be precise, there was a problem with the metal parts of his body. During the fight with Dark, these parts had come under attack and had been somewhat damaged. Ju, however, had managed to detect an issue merely from the sound of Gerard's footsteps and offered to sort it out, considering it after-sales service. Although Gerard didn't want to bring more trouble to Ju, he also knew this was not the time for false bravado. The consequences of the damaged prosthetics causing further unmeasurable harm was truly troublesome behavior. So, after hesitating for a moment, he still agreed and followed Ju back to the small warehouse. Seeing Ju diligently searching for spare parts, Gerard couldn't help feeling somewhat dazed. That tiny figure brought back visions of over a decade ago, when he returned home from the polluted land. He, too, had such a small figure darting around him, asking if he was hurt, and if he was, insisting on treating his wounds. "How about it missing your daughter again?" Baiwei's languid voice interrupted Gerard's reverie. "Do you feel it's a pity? You could have seen your own daughter today, so why bother watching someone else's? Oh, I almost forgot. She's not your biological daughter either. You don't even have a wife." Gerard ignored Baiwei's banter, only replying mentally to Baiwei. "You still haven't told me. What do you want to get from an A?" "Why must it be about getting something?" Baiwei said, laughing. "Can't it simply be for my amusement? Do you really see me as such a scheming person?" "It's not about scheming," Gerard said calmly, "but I'm very certain you wouldn't do things without purpose. No, perhaps not always. But doing this could potentially expose your identity, which isn't good for you. Yet you still proceed, so you must have another plan, and I want to know what it is." "Is it because you want to know my plan, or because you're worried about your daughter?" "To me, there's no conflict between the two." You're quite straightforward." Baiwei cocked an eyebrow at Gerard and said, "You never asked before, which made me think you no longer cared so much about your daughter. But your reaction now is quite surprising to me. I thought you'd be more vehement. After all, this is about your daughter. From your perspective, don't you think I've pushed your daughter into a fire pit?" Previously, Baiwei had thought that upon learning he had involved his daughter, Gerard would become angry, even furious, possibly shouting, "How dare you drag my daughter into this?" while arguing with Baiwei, for whom various excuses had been readied. It was like a bullfighter ready and waiting, flashing the red cape at the berserker, just waiting for the berserk rush. But there was no reaction from the berserker, who merely glanced at the bullfighter's red cape, then leisurely kept on grazing, leaving the bullfighter feeling powerless as if punching cotton. Of course, this was an exaggeration. In reality, Baiwei wasn't that regretful, and Gerard wasn't completely indifferent. Upon learning about an A, Gerard didn't react hysterically. He simply fell silent for a while, then softly replied, "I know," and then ceased to speak, swiftly leaving the scene without uttering another word. But Baiwei knew Gerard was far from as calm as he appeared. When he heard an A's name, Baiwei could clearly sense the tremendous emotional turmoil in the depths of Gerard's heart, like raging waves. Yet he had held it in, all the way up to now. "It's not you who threw her into the fire pit," Gerard said softly. "From the moment she joined the Devil's Army, no, from that accident 10 years ago, she has been in the fire pit. This is my failure, not yours, and besides." He looked up, gazing out at the sky through the narrow window. The sunset was descending, and the entire sky was dyed a crimson red by the twilight, like a raging inferno. The polluted land nowadays, isn't it a giant fire pit? "Geesh, you're quite rational," Baiwei commented. "I thought all fathers were the sort of creatures that would transform into berserkers the moment their daughters were threatened." "The most important thing for a warrior is rationality, not madness," Gerard replied. "In the polluted land, madness means contamination. Once you're infected with madness, you can no longer be called a warrior. You're interpreting it differently from what I mean? Never mind. Byway eventually gave up trying to explain the meaning of berserker to Gerard, saying dismissively, "Let's stick to the matter at hand. In fact, your judgment isn't wrong. I didn't treat your daughter that way just for the fun of it, at least not entirely." Chapter 190, 54 You Can Call Me Yang Xin too. Chapter 190, 54 You Can Call Me Yang Xin too. He paused for a moment. You shouldn't worry too much about exposing your identity based on what you said earlier. After all, you have the perfect scapegoat here, the polluted land. Any abnormality can be blamed on the polluted land. Your daughter will certainly think your changes are due to the polluted land, as it's quite normal for those affected by the pollution to go mad, right? Remember how that person's family turned out. They were quite fractured, weren't they? In response to Bai Wei's remarks, Gerard didn't argue because it was indeed the case. In Lyra, all abnormalities could be attributed to the polluted land, as the pollution drove people insane. Then why do you want to do this? Gerard asked the original question again. What do you want to get from her? There's so much, Bai Wei said with a light chuckle. She is an active devil knight after all. If she's willing to help, there's so much we could accomplish. Hearing Bai Wei speak like this, Gerard suddenly became vigilant. You're not thinking of having her go to the abyss to retrieve corpse blocks for you, are you? If possible, I would indeed like to do so. Bai Wei deliberately slowed his tone to savor Gerard's fluctuating emotions, then said with a light smile just before reaching a critical point. But rest assured, I won't do that. Your whole team couldn't retrieve them in the past. I have no illusions that your daughter could find it alone. Bai Wei's words provided some relief to Gerard, but only a little. Then he asked the question he had always wanted to know. Do you know where your corpse block is? I have a rough idea. Then why don't you go and retrieve it directly? Gerard asked. Can't you do it with my body? You speak as if your body is all that powerful, Bai Wei said plainly. The polluted land is too dangerous. Your strength alone can't get far enough inside, but if I use my strength, your body won't be able to bear it, so naturally I have to ask someone else to do it. Yes, Bai Wei had always known where his tongue was located, but he was not able to retrieve it directly. And the reason was not only what he had told Gerard, there was a more important one. That was, he wasn't ready to be targeted by the true gods. Lyra was different from Rhine. It was too close to the gods. A second-order descent would be hard to miss by them, and even though they were currently embroiled in a fierce battle, barely alive, if they were to notice Bai Wei's existence, they might abandon their fight and come straight after him. And with Bai Wei's current strength, even a second-order descent in Gerard's body would be nearly impossible to withstand true gods, even weakened as they were. So timing was key. Fortunately, Bai Wei felt he was close to seizing that moment. Gerard had wanted to ask more, but at this time Ju had already come over with new parts, so he temporarily paused his conversation with Bai Wei and turned to Ju. Do all of these need to be installed? Gerard asked. Ju nodded, but Gerard suddenly hesitated. Do I have enough money with me? Hearing this, Ju instinctively turned her head and glanced at the money pouch on the side. The blood that had seeped out of the bag was already soaking through the table and dripping down. It should be enough, Ju replied. You didn't even look. Gerard said somewhat helplessly. Sorry, I came back in a hurry and didn't have time to deal with it. If the money here isn't enough, I'll make it up to you later, but next time I'll take care of it properly. Ju nodded again without saying much and began to work silently, removing Gerard's damaged parts and replacing them with new ones. She didn't seem too interested in money, because Gerard noticed when he entered the house that the money he had given to Ju that morning was still in the same spot, untouched. This made Gerard feel that his thanks to Ju was weak. Ju was Eric's daughter, and Gerard very much wanted to do something for her, especially after seeing how she was troubled by those hoodlums earlier, which had angered him. Logically, he shouldn't have intervened at this time, as he was still a wanted criminal. But he did it anyway. But was that enough? Just helping her drive away a few hoodlums, and only temporarily at that, was that enough? Gerard couldn't convince himself. So while he watched Ju work diligently, he questioned himself internally, what more could he do for Ju? Before he had the chance to do anything more. Gerard was somewhat confused, but he also found this confusion oddly familiar. Many years ago, he had faced a similar situation. The small figure emerged from his mind and gradually merged with the girl before him. So Gerard spoke up. What kind of person do you want to become? Ine felt somewhat dazed. That voice was fading away in her memory, as if it were just an illusion. She stood up straight and watched her full figure in the mirror, standing tall and no longer the malnourished girl who had just left the orphanage. Lady Ine, here are the documents you requested. A voice pulled Ine out of the sea of thoughts. She turned around and saw a uniformed staff member carrying a thick pile of documents, which were then placed in front of her. Chapter 191, 54, you can call me Yang Xin 3. Somehow there's a lot more than I thought. The staff member wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect there to be so much, but as per your request, I've brought over everything that even slightly met the criteria, hoping that you would find what you seek. Ine nodded her head and said thank you, at which the staff member left with a smile on his face. Ine then sat down in front of the documents and began to sift through them, starting with the ones on top. This was the archive room of Sky Tower. The documents Ine was perusing were confidential files from the archive room, accessible only to members of the Pioneer Force and those of Bishop level. Because these documents were all related to polluted land. They recorded the symptoms displayed by people who had been contaminated, as observed since the establishment of Lyra City. Most of these documents were quite old, as the means to combat contamination were not so advanced when Lyra was first established. The first-generation Pioneer Force, Night Star, had a significant number of contaminated members. It was difficult for Night Star Knights to live a natural life. Substantial sacrifices were necessary to extract even a small amount of source oil, which was why they were known as heroes. This situation continued until Lyra bought a batch of source crystals capable of detecting and purifying contamination from holy sound. By the time of the Devil's Army, although the largest purification source crystal had been lost by the last of the Night Star Knights, the overall ability to resist contamination had been strengthened. Therefore, the records of symptoms presented by those who were contaminated subsequently decreased significantly. This was the reason why Ine had come to the archive room. Her encounter with Gerard that afternoon had lingered in her mind. She was certain that the way of speaking, that style of acting, was definitely not Gerard's, nor her father's. It was as if a second soul had emerged within the same body. So she wanted to understand what caused Gerard to change like that. Ine started to flip through these documents. The effects of contamination differed from person to person. Some were physical, while others were psychological. Physically, the worst cases were those who turned directly into monsters, and these infected individuals essentially had only one fate: death. Thus, Ine naturally focused on the psychological aspect. The psychological effects varied greatly as well. Some became completely insane, some had severe self-destructive tendencies, some claimed they could constantly hear voices speaking from an unknown source. And then there were those who felt like an additional person had emerged within their body. Such cases were rare but not unheard of. After about 20 minutes, Ine indeed found an article and subconsciously read aloud the scholar's diagnosis. The infected person feels the appearance of an independent soul or personality within their body. The infected claims they can converse with this personality as though talking to a friend. Through the scholar's observation, it was indeed noted that the infected frequently exhibited two completely distinct personalities, which suggests that the newly emerged personality can also control the body. It's as if two people with different personalities are using the same body. As she read this, Ine's brows furrowed deeply, and then she murmured softly, "Can there really be such a case?" No sooner had she spoken than another young voice sounded, "It can be like that." Ine was slightly startled, and then quickly looked up to see a young man standing before her with a smiling face. This instinctively made her reach for her blazing fire sword behind her, but to no avail, as no weapons were allowed in the archive room. "Don't be nervous," the man said lightly, laughing. "I was simply curious and came over to look, no harm meant." Ine's brow remained furrowed. "Who are you?" "Just an ordinary employee," the man smiled. "You may call me Yang Xin." Chapter 192, 55 Only death can terminate. Yang Xin. Upon hearing this name, Ine's pupils slightly contracted, and she immediately became alert. Yang Xin also noticed the change in Ine's expression and smiled faintly. "It seems you know me." "Of course," Ine responded in as calm a tone as possible. "It's hard not to know." Ine certainly knew Yang Xin. Long ago, she had heard about him from a few members of the Devil's Army, saying that this person was a close confidant of Bishop Hallman from the 4th District, likely to become the next bishop. The Devil's Army was inherently secretive by nature, and messages from the outside world generally didn't reach them easily, but Yang Zin's name still circulated among them, saying he had the power to reassign members of the Devil's Army to the rear, which was a significant privilege. Thus, many knights from the Devil's Army sought to visit him. However, no one could clearly state what exact position Yang Zin held. This made Ine somewhat suspicious of Yang Zin, but she wasn't very concerned about the outside world, so she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, she didn't want to be reassigned, so she had never met him. But now, at this moment, she encountered this legendary figure. How could she not be vigilant? From your reaction, it seems I don't have a very good reputation in your mind, Yang Zin asked with a smile. Is it my delusion, or do you indeed have some complaints against me? Although Ine wasn't very emotionally intelligent, she wasn't going to speak the truth at this moment, so she denied it. Not at all, this is our first meeting. Why would I have complaints about you? Ah, is it our first meeting? Yang Zin revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, indeed, it is our first meeting. Yang Zin's smile made Ine uncomfortable. She felt the smile was fake, like a piece of skin draped over the skull that didn't belong to this body. Why did she feel this way? Ine shook her head, dismissing these strange thoughts from her mind, and then spoke coldly. Do you need something from me? I don't need anything. Yang Zin was still smiling. I just came to the archive room to check some documents, then I found you. Honestly, I was surprised. After all, it's already late, so I just wanted to see who was so diligent then. As he spoke, he picked up one of the documents scattered on the desk, shaking it in front of Ine. I found the documents you are checking quite interesting. Coincidentally, I also know a little bit about this area, so I couldn't help but answer you. If I offended you, I apologize. Ine didn't care about the offense. Her focus was on Yang Zin's claim to know a little about this matter. At that moment, she recalled Yang Zin's first sentence in response to her own mumbled, "Is there really such a situation?" Thus, despite not wanting to interact more with Yang Zin, Ine asked after a slight hesitation, "How much do you know about this? Can you tell me?" Of course, Yang Zin said with a smile. I am honored to provide some trivial help to the only female member of the Devil's Army. Although they had never met, Ine wasn't surprised that Yang Zin knew her identity, and she asked directly, You said earlier that such symptoms exist. Have you seen them? Yes. Yang Zin sat opposite Ine, flipping through some old documents. Because of the development of pollution control equipment, there have been very few polluted civilians or knights in the past 10 years, so your doubt about the reality of these symptoms is quite normal since you haven't seen them. Yang Zin paused, then continued with a smile. Of course, I have seen them, and I have had interactions with him, but due to various reasons, his case was not recorded. Hearing this, Ine felt a jump in her heart and sat down, staring directly into Yang Zin's inscrutable eyes. Thus, the conversation began. Why wasn't it recorded? I'm sorry, I can't answer that. It's confidential. Then who is he to you? I can only say he was a friend. What were his symptoms like? Just like those documents you were looking at, Yang Zin replied with a light laugh. It felt like there was another person inside his body. Ine frowned slightly. She felt Yang Zin seemed to have said a lot, but also nothing at all. Either the questions were unanswerable or the answers were in the documents. What else was there to inquire about? Miss Ine, I really can't talk about confidential matters. Yang Zin seemed to perceive Ine's thoughts and continued with a smile. But what I can say certainly isn't limited to what's recorded in these documents, because I had a long face-to-face conversation with that person. I can see many things that others can't, and know many things that won't be recorded. Ine raised an eyebrow, such as, Miss Ine, have you ever heard this saying? Yang Zin said, today's you and yesterday's you are not the same person. What kind of bizarre saying is that? It does sound abstract, but we can make it more concrete, Yang Zin added. For instance, when you were very young, you liked red, but as you grew older due to certain events, you started to dislike red and preferred black instead. So are the you who liked red and the you who likes black the same person? Chapter 193, 55 Only Death Can Terminate Too. Chapter 193, 55 Only Death Can Terminate Too. When Ine first heard these words, she was surprised. For as a child, she indeed loved red, and it was true that she had come to dislike it for certain reasons. But how could he know that? Although surprised, Ine didn't dwell too long on this question. After all, there were just a few colors, and red wasn't too surprising a guess for a little girl's preference. So she pondered more about Yang Zin's question itself. Yang Zin had made the metaphor concrete, but Ine still found it somewhat unfathomable, so she shook her head and said, "I don't understand. I am me. No matter what color I like, it is still me." "That's true. That's what normal people would think," Yang Zin said. "But could it be possible the reason you think that way is because you now like black? What if one day a voice appears in your mind, that voice knows everything about you, has had the same experiences as you as if it was another you, but the only difference is, she likes red?" Even though she had been mentally prepared, shock still flashed across Ine's face. "It seems you understand my point," Yang Zin spoke softly. "This is the essence of the condition. You'll feel that the voice in your mind arguing with you is not a stranger, but the past you, or perhaps the newly born you. Of course, the points of contention between you are definitely not as simple as a preference for colors. They would be more contradictory, more fiercely in conflict, even things that cannot coexist at all." Ine struggled to maintain her composure and then looked into Yang Zin's eyes, asking, "What do you mean by things that cannot coexist? If you're talking about beliefs, can beliefs really escalate to the point where they cannot coexist? In other places, I mean in other churches, such problems might not exist, but with Lyra it's different." Yang Zin smiled, tapping his own head with a finger. "Because Lyrans are special in our minds, there is a fundamental, let's call it logic. You should know what it is." "Rule," Ine seemed to understand something. "Yes, Lyra is a city constructed by rules. This uniqueness is unparalleled in the whole world, and Lyrans are the most compliant with rules, not because of high standards, but because following rules for Lyrans is no different than breathing," Yang Zin said gently. "And what if the alternate persona that appears in your mind contradicts this fundamental rule? Then do you think you can coexist with this persona?" A brief silence. Ine asked, what would be the outcome if they cannot coexist? "It's a conflict of personas. Only death can bring termination." "Death?" Ine asked. "The death of a persona?" "Yes," Yang Zin nodded. "The two personas will initially probe and try to understand each other, and even for intrinsically gentle people they would try to merge or coexist, but this is only temporary. In the end, there will only be one outcome. One persona kills the other, allowing the fractured soul to become one again." As she listened to these words, Ine felt somewhat dizzy. The image of Gerard from that afternoon reappeared in her mind. That utterly unfamiliar expression, the entirely foreign tone of voice, and those words. Everything aligned with Yang Zin's description. Indeed, was he facing the same situation? Ine continued to struggle to maintain a facade of calm, not allowing her inner thoughts to show. She then posed one last question to Yang Zin. "So what happened to your friend in the end? Which of the two personas within him won?" Upon asking this question, Ine couldn't help but clench her fists. Yang Zin pretended not to notice and just spoke slowly. "After some time, my friend finally faced the ultimate battle with the newly born persona. Before that, he had told me if he failed to kill him immediately, because he was very aware of how insane and disorderly his new persona was, and I agreed." Ine said nothing, simply watching Yang Zin's eyes, her breathing slowly becoming steadier. Ultimately, he opened his eyes, and then, with a smile, he told me he had won. At that moment, Ine's slowed breathing returned to normal. "It seems like a good outcome," Ine said with feigned calm. "No lingering effects afterward." "None," Yang Zin shrugged, then smiled. He even felt reborn. "What? Indeed, reborn." Gerard was astounded as he looked at himself in the mirror. Of course, he wasn't that vain. To be more precise, he was looking at the metallic parts on his body. These were all brand new, a set Ju had just replaced for him. Yes, replaced again. But it was not simply a replacement. More had been added inside. Gerard could even feel that he was now capable of using these metallic body parts and prosthetics to perform an overload. Chapter 194, 55 Only Death Can Terminate 3. Chapter 194, 55 Only Death Can Terminate 3. Yes, Ju had upgraded these metal bodies from civilian to military use. Although they hadn't quite reached the military standard, and were far from the basic configurations of the Night Star Army's equipment a decade ago, just the fact that they featured overload meant they could already be considered military spec. This was at least something that an intermediate mechanic could do. Yet it was accomplished by Ju, a 10-year-old girl. Gerard looked toward Ju beside him, full of disbelief. How did you manage this? Gerard couldn't help but ask again, though it wasn't the first time he had posed the question. Ju, undisturbed, raised her hand and pointed to a small booklet spread open on the table. The booklet, naturally, had been left by Ju's father, who was Eric. Eric was a crazy fan of mechanics. He had originally bought this warehouse to satisfy his research obsession. And that little booklet was one of his research outcomes: how to manufacture military goods with civilian parts. Under Lyra's laws, to manufacture military-spec prosthetics without a permit was illegal, but design blueprints that hadn't yet been enacted were of no concern. Eric must have merely wanted to fulfill his own development desires, hence he created a book of drafts. But at that time, he would have never imagined that his daughter would actually produce the things described within the sketches, and even use them on her former squad leader, Gerard. This gave Gerard a mix of sentiment and surprise. However, the surprise was not that Eric could draft such sketches, but that Ju could realize them just from the sketches alone. She was, after all, just a 10-year-old child. Such overflowing talent. Gerard felt that with Ju's capabilities, she would certainly surpass her father in normal development. But, watching Ju begin to pack up her tools, Gerard felt a twinge of sadness. The children of rebels are absolutely not allowed to touch military goods. Even becoming a junior mechanic is difficult for them. Once the equipment Ju made was discovered by others, she would immediately be punished, becoming the next rebel. If it weren't for Gerard, Ju wouldn't have had the chance to showcase her talent. But it was also because of Gerard that Ju couldn't flaunt her talent, as she was doing now. This made Gerard feel somewhat uneasy, because when he had earlier asked Ju what kind of person she wanted to be, he genuinely wanted to help her, to do everything within his current capabilities to achieve this. However, all Ju wanted was to complete her father's designs, or, in other words, to accomplish something any ordinary mechanician could do. And what she did was beneficial to Gerard. Naturally, this made Gerard feel somewhat uneasy to accept. As he was about to say something more to Ju, Bai Wei's voice suddenly and leisurely began to resonate in his mind. Interesting. What? Didn't you notice? Bai Wei spoke. The kind of modification you're getting, they're against the rules, aren't they? Gerard's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Since when do you care about the rules? Of course I don't care, and neither do you, Bai Wei said indifferently. But aren't you forgetting something? I don't care because I'm not Illyrian, and you don't care because you've been influenced by me. Bai Wei paused, then spoke with a hint of a smile. So why wouldn't she care either? Gerard's pupils narrowed slightly, and he turned to look once more at Ju's figure. Yeah, he had almost forgotten the most critical question. Under Bai Wei's influence, he could disregard Lyra's rules, but why could Ju? Bai Wei wasn't within Ju, and it was clear she hadn't been contaminated. What was the deal with that? Though surprised, Gerard didn't directly question Ju since he was sure she wouldn't know. He asked Bai Wei instead, Do you have any clue? I just have a hypothesis, Bai Wei spoke faintly. All right, quit playing house here. Get moving, take me to a place. Now, Gerard asked, what place? A place that records the history of Lyra, Bai Wei asked. Is there such a place? Gerard thought for a moment and then nodded. The Sky Tower's archives. Chapter 195, 56 Divine Country. Chapter 195, 56 Divine Country. Reborn, huh? Ine said softly. That sounds pretty good. When she said this, her expression was somewhat vague, like a child momentarily enchanted by a fairy tale. That moment of haziness, whether it was about Yang Zin's friend or someone else, was unclear. Yang Zin, however, maintained his smile, like an old man telling stories to children. He then casually asked, Miss Ine, have you suddenly become interested in this topic because you've encountered a similar situation? Is it a comrade from the Devil's Army? Despite his casual tone, as if he had just brought it up unintentionally, it still made Ine alert. Instead of using a silly excuse like, I just suddenly became interested, Ine spoke in as calm a tone as possible. It's just a suspicion. There are many strange phenomena in the pollution zone, so maintaining a certain level of alertness is normal. While saying this, Ine paused for a moment before she continued to ask, Or should I report to you even without concrete evidence? In a strict sense, yes, there are indeed such regulations, Yang Zin said, seeing some change in Ine's expression, and then smiled again. But what does that have to do with me? Miss Ine, are you mistaken about something? I'm just an ordinary worker, not your direct supervisor. You absolutely don't need to report to me, and besides, I've always believed that as times change, some rules should also evolve, shouldn't they? Yang Zin smiled at Ine again. Ine fell silent. Rules that evolve with the times. Normally, Ine definitely wouldn't agree with such an assertion, but now. Ine didn't rush to speak, merely nodded, then closed the spreadsheets she had opened and stacked them together, clearly ready to leave. Seeing Ine's actions, Yang Zin asked with a smile, "Are you leaving?" Ine nodded. "Then may I take it that I have been of help to you?" Ine hesitated for a moment but sincerely thanked Yang Zin. "Thank you." Hearing this thank you, Yang Zin seemed even more pleased. "I'm also glad I could help you," Yang Zin said, nodding slightly to Ine. "I hope we have the chance to meet again, Miss Ine." Ine nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. But as she approached the door of the archives, Yang Zin suddenly called out to her. "Oh, there's one more thing." Ine stopped, turned around, and saw Yang Zin, half of his body lurking in the shadows, his left hand holding his right, looking somewhat eerie. "What is it?" Ine asked. Just a friendly reminder. I hope you don't think I'm overstepping," Yang Zin said. "I don't know if the person you're suspecting is your comrade, colleague, or someone else, but I must warn you, if he has already clearly exhibited a second personality, then his time is not much." Ine's pupils slightly narrowed. "Do you mean it's almost time for the decisive battle?" "You could think of it that way, but the struggle between the old and the new personalities is not as simple as paper, scissors, rock in the last moments to determine a winner. From the moment the new personality is born, the battle has already begun," Yang Zin said gently. "The so-called final battle is merely the ending that was destined from the start. So if there's anything you want to do, it's better to do it now, because for the losing personality, the outcome is often very grim. For a personality, death is not termination." After hearing Yang Zin's words, Ine stood in place for a long time before she slowly spoke. "But what can a spectator do?" "Honestly, there's not much that can be done," Yang Zin said. "But it's not entirely impossible, like some equipment and facilities that can combat pollution, which can greatly alleviate these symptoms and better help the main personality. After all, the secondary personality also originates from pollution." "Equipment to combat pollution." "Yes, being part of the Devil's Army, you should be quite familiar with such things," Yang Zin said, smiling as he gently held his trembling right hand. "But the most effective would probably be the purification source crystal. Unfortunately, it's no longer available." After hearing this, Ine took a deep look at Yang Zin but said nothing and quickly left. Once Ine was a distance away, Yang Zin's right hand twitched again, as if it wanted to stop something, but it was pressed down by the left hand. Yang Zin displayed an ambiguous smile, then his face's flesh began to writhe like maggots and soon intertwined into another face. He used the new face to lightly tell his right hand, "So you wanted to stop her." The right hand did not respond, as if everything before was just an illusion. "Why do you refuse to die peacefully?" Yang Zin said softly, his words full of mockery and sarcasm. As his voice fell, an aged voice emerged from his chest. "I thought you had killed him long ago." Yang Zin's clothes fluttered slightly, and soon a tentacle emerged from within. "So he is still alive." Yang Zin gazed at his right hand and said quietly, "Just a meaningless echo." "Really meaningless," the tentacle spoke. "Are you sure this won't delay the Lord's arrival?" Chapter 196, 56 Divine Country 2. Chapter 196, 56 Divine Country 2. "Of course not," Bai Wei replied briefly. "I hope so." Bai Wei lowered his head to look at the tentacle. "The frequency of your awakenings is also increasing. It seems that they're about to succeed over there." "Of course," the tentacle said. "I was worried that Hallman's sudden disappearance would make them vigilant, but—" It paused for a moment before speaking with a tone dripping with sarcasm. "But they've been in the memory amber for too long, so long that they've nearly lost even the most basic sensory abilities. Now they pose no threat at all. It seems the state of the old god is as poor as we expected." "Indeed, but we still need time," the tentacle said. "Although our chance of victory is already very high, it is still not 100%. At this final stage, we must give it our all and not act prematurely as we did last time." Bai Wei heard the unmistakable warning in the tentacle's words, but wasn't concerned, merely asking, "How much more time do we need at least?" 2 weeks, the tentacle replied. "Just 2 more weeks, and the Lord will be able to kill the old god completely. At that time the old god will have no struggle left, and nothing will hinder the Lord's arrival. From the initial 1 month to today's 2 weeks. It seems the Lord has also perceived the weakness of the old god, and is becoming impatient. After all, it has been 10 years. Bai Wei gently rubbed his right hand. That last lingering sound, too, should finally be erased. Is there anything else I need to do? Bai Wei asked again. Continue to push the devil's army to retrieve that thing from the polluted land, the tentacle said. And no more variables. That Gerard, no matter by what means, even if you cannot kill him, you can't let him interfere with the Lord. This is the final moment. When the Lord's arrival comes, everything will settle like dust. After saying this, the tentacle became motionless again, going from stiff to soft, and then retracted into Bai Wei's clothing. Bai Wei then turned his gaze back to the pile of documents. She suddenly became interested in this symptom. It's unlikely there's an issue with the devil's army, Bai Wei murmured softly, as if speaking to himself, or to someone who wasn't there. And from her reaction just now, it doesn't seem like she's aware of any issue with me. So there's only one possibility, Gerard. According to the Skeleton Corps report, she met with Gerard this afternoon. Did she also notice something different about Gerard? That is to say, something else has appeared inside Gerard's body, like you are with me. But if that's the case, shouldn't he be getting closer to me? No one could answer Bai Wei. Only the echo of his own voice filled the empty archive room. Ultimately, Bai Wei narrowed his eyes. Too uncontrollable, can't leave it be. With this thought, Bai Wei pulled out an application form from within his clothes. It was the application submitted by the Skeleton Corps in the afternoon to upgrade a wanted notice. By signing his name, the wanted notice would move from first level to second level. You should be able to hear me, Bai Wei said calmly as he took out a pen. Let's make a deal, Ian. Do you want it to be the life of your sister, or... Bai Wei again hovered the pen tip above the application, then slightly curved the corners of his mouth. The life of your foster father. What? In the 1 or 2 hours before dawn, it's often the darkest time of day. Of course, Lyra City never gets too dark, for there are night lights that stay lit all night along many main roads. But there wasn't any, because this was Lyra City. With a snap, a beam of light hit the front of a dim little cabin, which had a crooked sign hanging on it, inscribed with the words, Lyra Ministry of Foreign Affairs Archive Room. So there really is such a place, Bai Wei's voice echoed in Gerard's mind. It seems you've come to the right place. Gerard didn't speak, but tiptoed towards the archive room. Although he didn't feel the presence of any living people, he still decided to be cautious. Yes, they were now outside of Lyra City, in that department that was about to be forgotten, the Lyra Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Originally, Bai Wei had wanted to find a place that bore the history of Lyra, such as a library or an archive room, just like when he took Ulu to rummage through the library in Somo City. But Gerard thought of this place because it reminded him of what Cute had told him one night. Many things inside Lyra City had quietly changed, to the point where even the image of the Lyra god had been forgotten by most. Therefore, it was hard to say whether they could find what they were looking for in the archive room or the library. Gerard didn't believe the New Chaser Association hadn't purged those records. But this place was different. Cute had remembered many forgotten things right here, meaning that the people of the New Chaser Association had also forgotten Lyra had a place that remained unchanged. Could this be considered the last sanctuary? Gerard didn't know. He simply walked up to the archive room and broke the door lock without much effort. As for the lock-picking behavior in defiance of the rules, he had grown increasingly adept at it, to the point where it no longer burdened his conscience, and he simply entered. Then a foul smell assaulted his nostrils. Clearly, this archive room had not been entered for a long time, not even Cute a few days prior, because entering required procedures, and Cute at that time was unable to enter, but Gerard was different. Holding a spotlight in his hands, Gerard illuminated the dusty room, examining the long untouched books, and the metal and holy light intertwined portrait of the Lyra god hanging on the wall. It indeed seems to be unaffected here, Bai Wei's voice sounded again. Well, have you remembered anything? There are some things. Gerard looked at the image of the Lyra god in the painting, his expression complex. He remembered many years ago, the image of the Lyra god was imprinted on every publication, on every landmark building. Any time the people of Lyra passed by, they would tread lightly or stop to pay respects. But now his image had been forgotten by them. Only in this kind of place can he be seen again. Don't rush, Bai Wei said. After death, you'll meet his true form. Gerard shook his head and said, In Lyra, there is no belief that one can see the Lord after death. You misunderstand, Byway drawled. What I mean is, your Lord is not far from death. With things going the way they are, it won't be long before he goes to the underworld. Then you can see him after death. Gerard. Such irreverent words in the past, Gerard would never have let them go unchallenged. But now let it be. Gerard acted as though he hadn't heard, and then began sifting through the archive room. The records here were mostly related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, such as trivial archives detailing how many horses were used for each visit or how much was brought back. The reason Gerard chose to come here was to find something that every church possessed. Just like the Rhine Covenant in Rhine, here in Lyra, it's called the Lyra Revelation. It's supposed to be standard issue for all believers, but the people of Lyra had forgotten it. Fortunately, Gerard quickly found a wrinkled book, which hadn't been opened for who knows how long. After dusting it off, Gerard opened the book, and the first sentence on the title page unraveled one of Byway's doubts. Lyra brought the divine country to the human world. Chapter 197, 197, 57, I'll take you to find Lyra, 5K. Lyra City is the divine country of the Lyra god. Byway had already speculated about this. Oh no, to put it accurately, the players had speculated about this, but it had never been confirmed. But now the evidence was right before his eyes. The first sentence of the Lyra Revelation turned out to be. This could unravel many, many questions. For example, why Lyra's technology was so advanced, totally different from that of other church-controlled areas, and it even seemed to belong to a different worldview. And why Lyra's products, once they left Lyra, would no longer work, such as the gear cars or the Sky Tower, and even the various forms of metal equipment would fail after being away from Lyra for too long. Because they were all products of the divine country. Just as previously mentioned, the divine country is the domain and privilege of the all-gods, independent of the mortal world, with its own rules. Generally speaking, mortals have no chance to go to the divine country in their lifetime, just as they have no chance to see the divine beings they worship. But Lyra is different, just as it's mentioned in this revelation. The Lyra god brought his divine country to the mortal world. That is to say, all the people of Lyra are living within the divine country. How interesting, Byway murmured, truly interesting. In the memories about visas that Byway derived last night, a long time ago, Lyra was killed by visas, along with the collapse of his divine country. The burning sky in those memories was the shattered Lyra divine kingdom. Visas' memories couldn't be fake, which meant Lyra City had been rebuilt afterwards. That also meant after that, the Lyra god indeed did not die. So how did he survive until now? He hoped to find answers to the other questions in this book. Thinking of this, Byway couldn't help but urge Gerard, hurry up, hurry on to the next page. Gerard was somewhat speechless. He naturally heard Byway's previous, how interesting, and was waiting for an explanation from Byway. However, Byway had no intention of explaining. He was just excited for Gerard to hurry up, leaving Gerard not knowing what to say. He took another look at the cover page with the sentence, "The Lyra god brought the divine country to the mortal world," ingrained in his mind, then started turning the pages. The only thing audible in the quiet archives was the rustling of the pages. The Lyra Revelation wasn't much different from the Rhine Covenant. Or rather, the template for all the books of God was similar, starting with the introduction of how God came to this world and how his powers were dispersed among the mortals, not too dissimilar from "Let there be light" from another era. What was recorded in the Lyra Revelation, the arrival of Lyra, was astonishingly tied to the polluted land. As described in the book, it was when Lyra inadvertently glanced over this place that he discovered the dangerous existence of the polluted land. The revelation depicted the polluted land as the world's graveyard, a place even gods hesitated to linger in. The Lyra god believed that if left unchecked, the polluted land would endlessly spread until the entire world became like that. Because of this, the Lyra god decided to descend to the mortal world and move his divine country here, determined to use his divine might to subdue the polluted land and prevent it from spreading further. Soon, the Lyra god thought that simply suppressing it was not enough, as it couldn't be truly purified. So he used his divine power to transform the pollutants in the polluted land into source oil and created various items that could be powered by source oil, turning the polluted land from the world's graveyard into a treasure land capable of providing energy. This was the genesis story of Lyra. After reading this, Baiwei fell into a long period of contemplation, remaining silent for a long time, leaving Gerard unsure whether to continue turning the pages or to wait. "Is there a problem?" Gerard couldn't help asking after a while. "Don't rush, I'm just thinking." "Thinking about what?" "Thinking about how to discern the truth from a story that's been glossed over." Gerard's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you think what's written in the Revelation is not true?" Baiwei retorted, "Do you think it is?" Gerard didn't know how to respond at the moment. "I know for a zealot like you, it's hard to imagine that a divine revelation could be false," Baiwei said indifferently. "But the fact is, what's recorded in the Revelation has never been the truth, but rather a story, or rather, the truth that the believers wish to believe. Every believer wishes their God to be great and full of compassion, but the real gods are not like that. Rest assured, I have experience in this matter." Gerard sighed lightly. "Is it the experience you got from the previous host?" No, it's because I've killed quite a few such gods," Baiwei said offhandedly. "If you've killed many, you've seen a lot." Gerard. If it were someone else saying this, Gerard would only consider him a madman. But it wasn't just anybody, it was Baiwei. That was really all too convincing. While Baiwei perfunctorily dealt with Gerard, he pondered over this origin story. Just as the most valuable part of the Rhine Covenant was the record of the Rhine God and his 4 original disciples, the most valuable part of the Lyra revelation was this very origin story. The rest mostly dealt with restrictions for believers, those insignificant rules and precepts that were a waste of life to read even one more page of. Chapter 198, 57 I'll take you to find Lyra 5K, 2. Chapter 198, 57 I'll take you to find Lyra 5K, 2. So the focus is still on this story. Such origin stories are bound to be a mixture of truth and fiction, with many fabricated elements, like the idea that the Lyra god stayed to prevent the spread of polluted land from harming the world. That's definitely nonsense. Then why did he insist on staying near the polluted land? What was it for? Baiwei slightly furrowed Gerard's brows. If he survived from Visas's hands, why did he return to his former divine country and instead chose to stay in the mortal world? One could say he was avoiding Visas before, but now Visas has been dead for who knows how many years, without even a complete corpse left, so it couldn't still be about hiding, right? What was it really for? Baiwei slowly closed Gerard's eyes again, recalling the Lyra he knew of. And then an image suddenly flashed through his mind. It was that mechanician named Carol, speaking to Gerard under the setting sun. "Machinery is just an aid." Baiwei heard a snap. He thought it was an epiphany ringing in his mind, but soon realized the sound came from outside. Quickly, a beam of light shone in, accompanied by an elder's stern call, "Who's in there? Come out quickly." Baiwei then opened Gerard's eyes and saw the spotlight coming in from outside, shining right on the painting on the wall. It depicted the Lyra god interwoven with holy light and machinery. At this moment, Baiwei finally understood. Thus, Gerard heard Baiwei laugh in his mind. "I see. Lyra is a disabled god." "What? Are you from the Skeleton Corps?" The old man who had just spoken examined Gerard's documents carefully, then, muttering to himself, returned the documents. "If it's official business, you could have just woken me up. Why barge in on your own? Made me think we were being burgled." Gerard took back the documents, replying nonchalantly, "I apologize, the situation was rather urgent. I didn't know where to find someone, so I chose a more direct approach. But don't worry, I'll compensate for the lock." "Well, you definitely should compensate, since you're the one who broke it," said the elder, waving his hand dismissively. "Won't cost much. Anyway, I'm more curious about what documents you actually need that brought you to this place. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs archives haven't been opened for many years, and there's not much of significance inside." "Sorry," Gerard shrugged casually, "I can't disclose that." While talking to the elder, Gerard kept observing the elder's facial expressions. After all, he was currently wanted by Lyra, and he didn't know if the wanted notice had reached this forgotten department. But judging from the elder's reaction, he seemed to have no clue about Gerard. It seemed that even the wanted notice had forgotten this department. This slightly relieved Gerard, as long as he did not need to knock out the elder, since he was worried about any potential lasting harm to the old man at his age. He was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with the elder, more interested to find out what Baiwei meant by Lyra is a disabled god. So after compensating for the lock, he prepared to leave. Then he heard the elder ask, "Has something happened with Lyra?" "Why do you ask?" "Because a few days ago my son came over, also in a hurry, saying he needed to find something," the elder replied. "He looked pale but wouldn't say anything, just told me not to worry and then left with a few books just like you." Gerard stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the elder. Even though he had guessed the elder's identity, he still asked softly, "Your son is?" "Oh, he's a knight in the skeleton corps, actually a captain," the elder said, suddenly animated by the mention of his son. "Almost forgot you should know him since you are colleagues, whom his name is Cued." As expected. For a moment, Gerard's thoughts were pulled back to that night, complicating his expression once again. "Do you know him?" the elder asked. Gerard nodded. "I know him." After a pause, he added, "We are very good friends." "That's great," the elder seemed delighted. "I always wondered how he was doing in the skeleton corps." "He's doing well, no." Gerard shook his head, then seriously replied, "Very well, he's doing very well." "That's wonderful to hear." The elder was even happier now. Gerard looked at the elder's weathered face, as if wanting to say more, but Bai Wei's voice leisurely spoke up in his mind. "Enough, Gerard, time is short. We have more important things to attend to." Hearing Bai Wei's voice, Gerard had to suppress what he had intended to say, turning it into, "I must go." All right, go ahead." The elder also seemed slightly disappointed, as though he had wanted to learn more about Cued from Gerard, but with Gerard insisting on leaving, he couldn't keep him. He just waved his hand and said, "Pass a message to Cued from me. Well, seems there isn't much to say." The elder smiled. "Just tell him to live up to his job and take good care of Lyra." "What?" It seems that Cued was right. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has really not changed at all. Bai Wei's voice rang in Gerard's mind on the way back to Lyra. Your lame excuse managed to get you out just by showing an identity. He didn't suspect a thing. Chapter 199. 57 I'll take you to find Lyra, 5K3. Chapter 199. 57 I'll take you to find Lyra, 5K3. Gerard seemed unwilling to discuss too much about Cued's father, so he directly asked Bai Wei, "You said before that Lyra is a disabled god. What do you mean by that?" Did I say that?" Bai Wei feigned surprise. "Could you have heard wrong?" Gerard's face was expressionless. All right. Bai Wei stopped joking and spoke indifferently. "Just as I said, Lyra is a disabled god, but not disabled from birth. It's more like, well, an accident." Bai Wei thought about it but still didn't directly tell Gerard, "Your god was crippled by me." After all, saying it like that would be a bit too confrontational. That accident caused both his power and body to be severely damaged, to the extent that he couldn't leave the mortal world and return to his divine country. Bai Wei said, "So, he could only rebuild the divine country in the mortal world. It's not as your Book of Revelation writes, that he decided to suppress the pollution to prevent its spread using divine power, but because he simply has no way to leave the mortal world, because he's a crippled god." Listening to Bai Wei's statement, Gerard's brow furrowed tightly, and his complexion looked very unpleasant. "Do you have any evidence?" But Bai Wei could understand. After all, Gerard was a follower of Lyra, and the devotees of this world are often devout. Even someone like Ulu, when Bai Wei told him the truth about Rhine and the origin of its followers, would hysterically shout, "This is desecration." And now Gerard was still able to listen calmly, not standing to argue but merely inquiring if Bai Wei had any evidence, which already proved his self-control was quite extraordinary. "Of course there's evidence," Bai Wei said with a smile, "and it's always been right in front of your eyes." "What do you mean?" "I don't know if you have ever heard such a saying." Bai Wei spoke. "The will of the gods can influence the thoughts of their followers." "I haven't heard such a saying." Gerard pondered for a moment, then continued. "But I know it exists because the people of Lyra themselves are the best example. I've also been to other churches, seen people from other churches like Rhine, like the Holy Sound." "Oh," Bai Wei raised his eyebrow. "How does it feel?" "They are not as honest and rule-abiding as we are," Gerard replied. "For us, adhering to rules is as natural as instinct, but for them rules are just words spoken out loud, lacking strength. In simple terms, for them, adhering to rules is a matter of good character, disobeying them of bad character. And for us, regardless of whether character is good or bad, one must observe the rules." "Is that all you've noticed?" "Is there a problem?" "No, I just thought you might have sensed what the Rhine god brings to his followers." Byway slightly regretted that Gerard didn't catch on to his dark humor. But your feeling is correct. Other places don't adhere to rules as rigidly as you, even to the point of taking it for granted. That's what the Lyra god has given you. Other gods also bring their followers different things, of course. All these things are packaged to the outside world as virtues. Gerard detected the undisguised mockery in Byway's tone. Then what's wrong with that? Gerard spoke. You still haven't told me what is the evidence. Don't rush, let me finish. Byway continued seducing him patiently, not wanting to directly tell Gerard the answer, but rather hoping Gerard would deduce it himself. It seemed as though only when a devotee personally stated the facts would it carry a more blasphemous note. If the gods can influence their followers based on this theory, can we not infer the state of the gods from the state of their followers? Byway proposed. For example, since the people of Lyra all adhere to rules, can we then infer that the Lyra god is also such an entity? Gerard nodded. Of course, the Lyra god himself is also known by the titles of God of Order and God of Mechanics. Yes, order and mechanics. You see, you've already said the answer, haven't you? He had said the answer. Gerard was initially startled, then, as if realizing something, his eyes gradually widened. You mean? Yes, what Lyra god brings to you isn't just order, but also mechanics. Byway smiled and said, Look down and see, look at your own body's equipment, these metal constructions, prosthetics, then remember. Byway paused. Why did you need to put on these things? Then you'll know why Lyra uses mechanics. Gerard sharply looked down at his metal parts. Why did he use these things? Naturally, because those parts of his were gone, only metal could replace them. What about the Lyra god? Gerard pictured the form of the Lyra god in his mind, that majestic image woven of holy light and mechanics, but now with a different interpretation. Do you understand now? Byway asked with a smile. Why the Lyra god appears as a being half god, half mechanical? Byway paused. Because he's also disabled. In front of Lyra City, Gerard halted in his steps. Although his temperament was sufficiently steady, he still could not hide the shock on his face. The Lyra god uses mechanics because of a disability. What a blasphemous statement. Gerard instinctively clenched his fists, his breathing becoming heavy. At this time, the sun was almost rising, and the sleeping Lyra City was gradually awakening, and one could see the skeleton core once again at the entrance to the city. Despite the turmoil in his mind, Gerard knew it was time to hide and find an opportunity to take a detour into the city later. But at that moment, Byway's voice rang out again. I always feel you don't quite believe me, so would you like me to show you more direct evidence? More direct evidence? Gerard asked reflexively. What? Give me your body. Byway gazed at the dawning Lyra City, his pupils tightening slightly, like stars that had been stagnant for a long while starting their motion at this moment. He spoke gently. I will take you to find Lyra now. Chapter 258 Not afraid? Then why are you trembling? Chamos sat on the ground, his eyes closed, wearily massaging his temples. Vice Captain, one of the knights couldn't bear it anymore and said to him, Why don't you take a rest? You haven't slept in 2 days. Only then did Chamos open his eyes, which were bloodshot with fatigue. How can I sleep when we haven't caught that guy? Chamos slowly began, his voice hoarse. The moment I close my eyes these past 2 days, I keep seeing cued. He couldn't continue, and so he forcefully slammed the ground with his fist to vent his inner rage. Where has that guy hidden? The fellow knight sighed softly and then squatted next to Chamos, saying, There's no way around it. Lyra is too vast, and we are severely understaffed. Even with the highest level wanted notice issued, we still can't launch a comprehensive search for Gerard, and it's really not easy for just our small team to find him. That was exactly the point that was infuriating Chamos. The wanted notice had been delayed in its escalation, and their small team alone could not cover all possible locations where Gerard might appear. After Q died, Chamos hadn't rested at all, leading the 10th squad back and forth to places Gerard might appear, but they hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. Where on earth was he hiding? Not only Chamos was pondering this question, but the entire 10th squad was as well, driven by the sacrifice of their captain Cued. They who believed Gerard was the murderer, naturally were the most eager within the skeleton corps to capture him. And after some thought, the knight furrowed his brows and looked at Chamos. Vice Captain, is it possible that Gerard has already left the city? Chamos turned to look at the knight, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Are you saying he defected from Lyra?" "Do you think that's possible?" Chamos initially wanted to say no, because since the establishment of Lyra City, there hadn't been a single defector, even though the laws never forbade people from leaving Lyra. But Lyra's inhabitants lived solely within Lyra City as if it were a common understanding. Nobody ever thought about leaving. Could Gerard possibly be that exception? Chamos only briefly considered this idea before his expression grew even more unpleasant. Wasn't Gerard already that exception? Wasn't everything he was currently doing already beyond the conventional understanding of Lyra's people? He had already become the biggest, most notorious and immeasurable defector since the establishment of Lyra. With that thought, Chamos stood up from the ground and swiftly walked away, his face darkening. Another knight followed him, surprised. "What's wrong, Vice Captain?" "I think you might be right," Chamos said. "If it's that guy, he really might have defected from Lyra City. I must tell Minister Fenley to immediately reinforce border security." Thinking of this, Chamos felt very annoyed. Why hadn't he thought earlier that Gerard might have already left the city? Up until now, he had been considering Gerard with the same logical behavior of a typical Lyra person, never considering that he might leave the city. If it wasn't for the knight's reminder, who knows how much longer he might have continued in confusion. "After reinforcing the martial law at the borders, I will also request Minister Fenley's permission to pursue outside the city," Chamos said. "We can't let him get away." The knight was surprised by Chamos' impulsiveness. "But Vice Captain, if Gerard has indeed already left the city, isn't it very likely he left 2 days ago? Do we still have a chance of finding him now?" "Leaving the city is not that simple," Chamos said coldly. "Without carrying sufficient supplies and equipment, his equipment won't get him very far." That was the most direct reason why Lyra's people found it difficult to leave Lyra. Once away from Lyra's source oil, mechanical devices would not last long before they ceased to function, and then the weapons that had been of major assistance in Lyra would instantly become useless iron that slowed one down. That's why Lyra's people always traveled in squadrons carrying large supplies and could stay out for months, just like when they had been sent to Rhine's Somo City. And Gerard alone wouldn't be able to stay out for long or move quickly. He didn't even have transport. After all, there were no gear car tracks outside the city. At most only. Chamos thought of something else, his pupils slightly constricted, and then after cursing, "Damn it," he quickened his pace. "What's wrong, Vice Captain?" "It's very likely this guy went directly to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs," Chamos said, his face looking particularly awful. "The captain's father works there." Hearing Chamos say this, the knight's expression changed, and he quickened his pace. The captain was already gone. If the captain's father encountered problems too, they would truly be disgraced. But now was there still time? If Gerard has fled, he could only run toward Rhine or Holy Sound. Chamos thought of the captain's father possibly being in trouble, and his face contorted with vengefulness like a man-eater. "I will request an arrest warrant from the minister. No matter where he runs, I will capture him."